081 The Chamber of Secrets, Part 1. Half an hour later, Riddle's figure had vanished, and the diary pages that contained his soul lay scattered on the ground like confetti, without a trace of magic. In the center of each page, there was a sharp hole, as if it had been dug out by a sharp dagger. The ink that once spelled his secrets had faded into nothingness. Brian's cage had also disappeared, and the basilisk left by Slytherin was nowhere to be found. Only a faint smell of smoke and a few scales remained as evidence of its existence. Dumbledore looked solemn. He strode over the steps of the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, wearing a purple traveling cloak that fluttered behind him like a cape, and Harry followed him breathlessly, saying something anxiously. His glasses were foggy and his hair was messy from the damp air. When he saw Brian safe and sound at the foot of the Slytherin statue, Dumbledore's expression finally relaxed a bit, but his pace was still hurried. "Ah, you came so fast, Headmaster Dumbledore." "Oh, of course, and Potter." Brian withdrew his gaze from the sculpture and turned around with a light smile. His robes were spotless and his eyes were bright. He looked as if he had just returned from a pleasant stroll. "I'm glad to see you're all right, Brian," Dumbledore said kindly as he approached quickly. He seemed to want to say something else, but his eyes were drawn by the diary on the floor. He picked up the broken diary and looked at the shattered pages with his deep blue eyes from his long crooked nose. "Sigh," Dumbledore said softly. Needless to say, he could probably be called the best wizard in Hogwarts history. "Oh, and you too, Brian. In my long life, I've never seen anyone better than you two. Of course, I mean in terms of magical talent." Harry seemed confused. He looked around, but didn't see anything else in the chamber besides them, or any memories that could take shape. "Professor Watson, Voldemort, and the basilisk, where did they go, sir?" Brian smiled regretfully and looked at Harry, who was covered in dust. His face was pale and his clothes were torn from the basilisk's attack. He had a bandage around his arm where he had been bitten by that basilisk. "The basilisk struggled very hard. I couldn't control it with the cage I conjured with magic. I had no choice but to turn it into ashes. As for the memory stored in that evil magical device, it seemed to want to save its servant. When I was dealing with the basilisk, it jumped out from behind a pillar and tried to ambush me." Brian shrugged and said casually, "I was a bit nervous and used a very powerful spell, so it also disappeared." Harry gasped. Professor Watson's explanation was reasonable, but he always felt something was wrong. That was Slytherin's legacy for his heir, a basilisk that had created countless horror stories for 1,000 years, and an evil magical artifact made by Voldemort himself. Why did it sound so easy to kill them in Professor Watson's mouth? Was he hiding something? Hearing Brian's words, Dumbledore raised his head from studying the diary. He shook his silver eyebrows and a strange light flashed in his blue eyes. "Anyway, Brian," Dumbledore put the diary in his pocket and smiled happily and sincerely. "I want to thank you for fulfilling your duty as a professor while I was away from school for a few hours. I'm so glad you saved Ginny Weasley. Otherwise, I don't know how to explain to Arthur and Molly. You also protected Harry and his friends from the basilisk and Voldemort. You lifted the shadow that hung over our heads this year." Dumbledore blew his nose heavily and sounded emotional. "If it weren't for you graduating from school already, I think a medal of special contribution would be the best reward for your brave and fearless behavior." Cough cough. Dumbledore's praise almost made Brian blush. He pursed his lips and waved his hand modestly. Then he looked at Harry. "You're too kind, Headmaster Dumbledore. In fact, if it weren't for Harry's quick wit and keen discovery of the entrance to this chamber, I think everything wouldn't be so easy." "Oh, of course it is." Dumbledore smiled at Harry, who had red ears. "Just like last year when you saved the Philosopher's Stone from Voldemort's hands, your wisdom and courage made many wizards with fame and prestige including me feel ashamed. Harry, I believe that if Lily and James were still alive, they would be proud of you." Harry opened his mouth. At this moment, he still had many doubts in his heart. For example, why did Fawkes suddenly appear when he was fighting with the basilisk? For example, what was the deal with the sword that he took out of the sorting hat and that Dumbledore had taken back? And also this diary. But Harry didn't ask any questions because Dumbledore's words were like a boulder blocking his chest, making him breathless. The green fire in the chamber that matched his eyes covered him up, making his tears hard to notice. Yet if they were still alive? Brian moved his eyes away and continued to look at the huge black hole that appeared on the stone face. It was a dark and mysterious opening that seemed to lead to an unknown place. Dumbledore also tactfully walked a few steps forward and left Harry behind. He stood next to Brian and looked at the hole along his gaze. His silver beard that could be tucked into his belt fluttered slightly and he said thoughtfully. "What do you think is there, right, Brian?" "Something just feels wrong, Headmaster Dumbledore." Brian didn't look at Dumbledore. His eyes flickered with an unreadable light. In fact, he didn't feel anything wrong from that dark hole. What made him curious about the black hole and determined to explore it was the memory he had recovered. The basilisk, after listening to Voldemort's call, came out of there. Harry woke up from his sad silence and answered their question. Dumbledore nodded indisputably. He looked down at Brian with a probing gaze. After a while, he said calmly. This ancient castle hides countless fascinating secrets, Brian. Even if I'm the headmaster of this school and have read the notes of the previous headmasters, I may not know as much about this castle as the Weasley twins. If you think it's necessary, I can go with you to see what's there. Brian bowed slightly and smiled gratefully. I'm curious, Headmaster Dumbledore. Salazar Slytherin left a basilisk in such a hidden chamber, just for the rumor that he wanted to get rid of the non-pure blood wizards in the school. This doesn't seem to be the breadth and vision of a wizard of his level. A ray of light flashed across Dumbledore's half-moon glasses. Rationally and reasonably judged, Brian, since that's the case. Dumbledore seemed to have seen something but didn't choose to expose it. He raised his elder wand and swung it down neatly. Immediately, the whole chamber shook violently. Pebbles and dust fell like a fierce storm. Harry quickly covered his forehead with his hand to avoid something falling into his eyes. He heard a loud rumbling sound as if the earth was splitting apart. Only a few seconds later, the shaking world returned to calm. Harry brushed off a layer of grey on his robe and looked forward quickly. With one glance, he was shocked. A staircase leading directly to the dark stone face appeared out of thin air in front of Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Watson. The staircase was rough and dark, and it was 200 feet high, like a pillar reaching the sky. It looked ancient and majestic, as if it had been there for centuries. Harry was amazed. Turning a stone into a staircase shape was not difficult for him who had received 2 years of formal magic education, but to create such a huge staircase Harry was sure that even if he was squeezed dry in a juicer he wouldn't be able to produce that much magic. Patreon.com/FicFrenzy 082 The Chamber of Secrets, Part 2. Dumbledore and Brian finally reached a consensus, after a brief but intense debate. They were ready to go into the huge hole in Slytherin's face to explore the secrets hidden behind the stone wall, but for Harry's stay, the two had a little disagreement. Dumbledore seemed to think that what was guarded by a snake monster by one of the great founders of the Four Houses, Salazar Slytherin, would not be a simple thing. There might be unimaginable dangers in the hole, lurking in the dark and waiting for intruders. Harry was just an underage little wizard, and he did not have the ability to cope with unknown dangers. He should stay behind and wait for their return. No one is born to be able to face everything calmly, Headmaster Dumbledore. Brian looked at Harry, who was a little dejected, and said with a deep meaning, if you want young people to grow up as soon as possible, you have to give them more opportunities to practice. In the end, Headmaster Dumbledore still followed Brian's reasonable suggestion. He knew that Harry had a curious and adventurous spirit, and that he had already faced many perils in his short life. He also knew that Harry had a special connection with Slytherin, through the Parseltongue he inherited from Voldemort. Perhaps he could discover something that they could not. You have to promise me. Dumbledore looked at Harry solemnly and said, if we encounter danger, I and Professor Watson will give you the instruction to run away. You have to follow our orders. I promise, Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry nodded eagerly. Dumbledore's words hurt Harry's self-esteem a bit, but when he thought that he could go on an unknown adventure with two powerful wizards, Harry's mood was as light as flying. He also did not believe that with Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Watson standing in front of him, there was any danger that could harm his life. Even 10 Voldemorts can't do it. As Dumbledore and Brian stepped on the stairs, Harry secretly grinned and thought so. Although it must be very late now, although he had experienced a legendary battle tonight, Harry's spirit was still extremely excited. He felt a rush of adrenaline in his veins, and a spark of curiosity in his eyes. However, his excitement only lasted until the moment he stepped into the hole. The passage of the hole was not as winding and long as they had imagined. It was just that the bones of various animals piled up on the ground were more than twice as many as the stone tunnel after they came down from the pipe. When they stepped on it, they could clearly hear the sound of various weathered bones breaking into slag. It was like walking on a carpet of death. The smell of decay and blood filled their nostrils, making them nauseous. As they ventured deeper, the air became thick with the scent of blood. They saw bones scattered on the floor, some still bearing the grisly remains of fur and flesh. Among them were mouse skulls stained with dried blood and heaps of severed spider legs. Harry wondered what monstrous creature had feasted on these prey, and if it was still lurking in the shadows. Ah! For some reason, Dumbledore let out a heavy sigh. However, facing Brian's probing gaze, he just shook his head and didn't say much. Harry sensed that there was something Dumbledore was not telling them, something that made him sad. The three of them passed a corner and followed a road cleared by the snake monster's swimming trajectory for about half a mile. Then, the scene in the tunnel gradually changed. A golden torch every 30 feet apart was placed on the walls of the tunnel on both sides. The stable heat emitted by them dried up the damp stone walls and made the ground dry. The air became fresh, there were no bones on the ground, and even dust and cobwebs were not visible. Harry even felt that this place was comparable to the corridors in the castle maintained by Filch. Tisk tisk. Brian stood in front of a torch and stared at the swaying flame. He praised sincerely, extravagant Slytherin awe. Finally out of the sea of bones, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Then he heard Professor Watson's awe-inspiring praise. He looked at Dumbledore and hoped to get an explanation. This eternal fire is very precious, because it will never go out. Dumbledore looked at those unclear number of torches with appreciative eyes and said gently. It takes a lot of magic power to make this ancient fire. As far as I know, no one can make such a number of eternal flames at once. Harry gasped and figured out the value of these bronze torches. But at the same time, he was a little unhappy because he heard some compliments for Slytherin from Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Watson. Perhaps Gryffindor would be better, Harry muttered softly. The fire dyed Dumbledore's silver eyebrows and beard red, giving him a warm and gentle appearance. He heard Harry's dissatisfied complaint and chuckled softly. He extinguished his wand's glow and stood in front of everyone, leading the way with confidence. The tunnel became more and more spacious, as if it was welcoming them to the heart of the mystery. At the end of sight was a stable bright light, beckoning them to come closer. Brian's expression was solemn. He clenched his wand tightly and followed quickly, alert for any signs of danger. As they approached gradually, the deepest secret hidden in this underground chamber finally unveiled its mysterious veil. This was a huge cave with an area of about 3 or 4 Quidditch fields. It was like a hidden world under the castle, full of wonders and secrets. At the top of the cave that was more than 300 feet high, there were many rough and huge circular stone pillars protruding from between the stalactites that were densely packed. Those stone pillars arranged in a certain order were similar in color to Hogwarts Castle. They seemed to be the load-bearing pillars that support the whole castle. Too crazy. The air was filled with wind howling, echoing in the vast space. The mysterious voice was like history singing the years, telling them the stories of the past. Brian looked around the huge cave walls, admiring the craftsmanship and magic of Slytherin. Every distance there was an ancient fire torch, burning with a golden flame that never faded. He uttered a shocked whisper. Those torches that emitted constant light illuminated the whole cave as bright as daylight. At the same time, the strong magic field radiated by them also resisted all positioning spells, making this place impossible to find by anyone else. It's hard to imagine how powerful Slytherin himself was, that he could be so extravagant. No wonder that snake monster could survive for 1,000 years. In such a rich magic environment, I'm afraid any creature can have a lifespan of 30 or 50 years longer than the original. Harry, who lacked a substantive understanding of the difficulty of making ancient fire, could not appreciate Professor Watson's shock. But the desolation and magnificence that permeated the cave full of strange-shaped stone cones and stalactites still made him speechless. He felt like he had entered a fairy tale world, where anything could happen. Yes, great Slytherin. Dumbledore was also surprised by the scene in front of him, and he also made a similar feeling. But what I'm more curious about is, what is Salazar Slytherin's purpose for building this chamber? Brian retracted his gaze and nodded. He turned around and looked at Harry, who was fascinated by the ghostly scenery. He warned. Now it seems that the secret hidden in this chamber of secrets will be shocking. Potter, remember to stay alert. Harry nodded hesitantly, but his curious eyes still wandered around. He looked at the deep gullies on the undulating ground, stared at the black stone cones that looked like giant teeth, and suddenly, Harry's expression froze. He widened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. And when he confirmed what he saw, Harry's face turned pale and shouted. Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Watson, there's someone there. Patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 083 The Chamber of Secrets, Part 3. As he approached the figure, Harry felt a surge of heat in his cheeks, ashamed of his excessive nervousness. He realized that what he had seen before was not a living person, but just a lifelike statue that seemed to breathe and blink. This was the statue of Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. But unlike the huge, old, and lifeless one in the Chamber of Secrets, this sculpture depicted Salazar Slytherin in his youth, when he was still a powerful and ambitious wizard. He sat on a stone throne below him, leaning his back on the ornate chair, resting his elbows on the armrests and slightly raising his chin, his eyes full of scrutiny and authority, and a hint of displeasure between his sharp eyebrows. His long black hair fell over his shoulders, framing his pale and handsome face. The statue's eyes were replaced by black gems that sparkled in the dim light. The fiery gaze made the sculpture seem alive and aware. No matter which angle you looked at it from, it seemed like Salazar Slytherin himself was staring at you, judging your worthiness and purity. Even Harry had to admit that the finely carved statue, which showed every strand of hair and every wrinkle of cloth clearly, proved that Slytherin's appearance was indeed very outstanding. He wore exquisite wizarding robes that matched the colors of his house, green and silver. His extraordinary temperament could be called peerless and intimidating. But no matter what, Slytherin had vanished in the torrent of time, and even if this statue was more realistic than any painting or photograph, it was just a piece of stone that bore his likeness. After expressing their respect to the founder of Hogwarts with a slight bow, Brian and Dumbledore quickly bypassed the statue and stepped behind it to a stone door that was far more magnificent than the castle gate. The door was carved with intricate patterns and symbols that Harry could not recognize. It looked ancient and mysterious, as if guarding a great secret. It seems that this is Slytherin's final legacy left in the school. Brian looked up at the pitted surface of the stone door, trying to see where the top of the door was, but when his neck was sore, he couldn't achieve his attempt. The door was so tall that it almost touched the ceiling of the cave. It seemed impossible to open by any ordinary means. Dumbledore, who had seen ups and downs in his long life, was more interested in what was hidden behind the door. He walked quickly to the front of the stone door, and his long and old hand touched the stone wall gently, as if trying to sense something through a special magic perspective. But this stone door left by Slytherin himself isolated everything. Even Dumbledore, such a powerful and wise wizard, couldn't sense anything behind the door before it opened. Do you think Tom Riddle came here back then? Brian stepped back a few steps. Since Dumbledore couldn't break through, he didn't need to make futile attempts. Yes, I think so, Brian. Dumbledore moved a few steps and looked at a brown spot on the stone wall with his deep blue eyes attentively. He said calmly, obviously, he couldn't open this door either. But isn't this the chamber that Slytherin left for his heirs? Since he can open the Chamber of Secrets. Harry couldn't help but speak out without wanting to disturb Dumbledore and Professor Watson's research. Although he thought this stone door was very spectacular, it didn't bring him as much shock as being in this cave. Yes, this is indeed very strange. For some reason, Dumbledore looked a bit worried. He seemed to have a bad feeling about what they might find inside. At this time, Harry had another discovery. He saw that there seemed to be a line of words carved on the stone wall on the right side of the stone door. They were written in an old-fashioned script that Harry could barely read. So he reminded them again. Only those with pure blood can open the door. Brian read this sentence softly and then sneered. It looks like Slytherin's style indeed. He shook his head in disgust. He didn't like the Slytherin's prejudice and arrogance towards those who were not pure-blooded wizards. I don't think it's that simple, Brian. If you don't believe me, we can try it. Dumbledore's eyes flickered with curiosity and determination. He rolled up his sleeves and exposed his left arm. Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry immediately understood what Dumbledore was going to do. He hurriedly walked up to him and also exposed his arm. You can use mine. Oh, thank you. Dumbledore smiled kindly. But according to Slytherin's words, I think among the three of us here, only I meet the requirements. A silver light flashed in the air, like a blade cutting through the darkness. Dumbledore's arm spurted out a dark red blood that looked almost black in contrast with his pale skin. The rough stone door was immediately covered with dark red blood beads that seeped into the cracks and crevices of the wall. Under the influence of mysterious magic, these blood beads did not fall to the ground but quickly rolled towards the thin crack in the center of the stone door, as if they were drawn by a magnet. Hey! After swallowing Dumbledore's blood, a light blue smoke sprayed out from the thin crack, creating a misty halo around the door. It looked like a sign of recognition or rejection, but then it fell into silence again, leaving no trace of any change. Harry felt a surge of disappointment and frustration. He had expected the door to open with a loud bang or a bright flash, revealing the secrets that Slytherin had hidden for centuries. But nothing happened. The door remained closed and silent, as if mocking their efforts. But Dumbledore and Brian looked calm and composed, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Why do you think this is the result, Headmaster Dumbledore? Brian asked with an expression that suggested he had an answer in his mind. He was not surprised by the failure, but rather curious about the reason behind it. It can only be guessed. Dumbledore glanced at Harry and chose his words carefully. He did not want to reveal too much to the young boy who had already seen and suffered too much. Slytherin's idea of pure blood may be different from ours. He probably meant his own descendants. But Voldemort failed. Harry remembered what Tom Riddle told him in the Chamber of Secrets. Voldemort was Slytherin's descendant, a true heir who could speak Parseltongue and command the basilisk. Harry immediately said. The diary told me that Voldemort was Slytherin's descendant. But Harry realized that Tom Riddle had also said to him that Slytherin's bloodline in his body was passed on to him by his mother, Mara Peagaunt, who was a descendant of Slytherin through the female line. His father, Tom Riddle Sr., was a muggle who had abandoned his mother when he found out she was a witch. The three people in front of the stone door fell into a long silence. Harry couldn't accept that Dumbledore and Professor Watson had no way to deal with this stone door. Because it meant that this rare adventure experience was declared a failure. They had come all this way, risking their lives and breaking countless rules, only to find a dead end. Unless they could find Voldemort's cousins or something, which seemed highly unlikely. Harry knew that Dumbledore and Professor Watson were discussing some terrible secrets, but he couldn't catch a word of their conversation. They spoke in a low and fast voice, as if they were afraid of being overheard. Harry strained his ears, but all he heard was a jumble of unfamiliar words and terms. Brian rubbed his hair annoyedly and looked at Dumbledore. Do you think it's possible? He asked with a serious tone, as if he was afraid of the answer. It's hard to say, Brian. Dumbledore replied with a grave expression. He obviously understood Brian's vague question. He frowned and answered. But I think there is only a theoretical possibility, because whether it is physically or mentally, he is unlikely to. He stopped abruptly and turned his head to stare deeply at the statue of Slytherin sitting there. He sighed deeply, as if he was carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders. I sincerely hope that there will never be a day when we have to face the situation where we have to open this stone door. But if that situation really happens, oh, that might be the most troublesome thing I have encountered in my life. He did not finish his sentence, but Harry could sense the dread and worry in his voice. He wondered what kind of situation would force them to open this door, and what kind of horror would await them behind it. Many troubles were ended this night, and many troubles buried the roots of disaster, which would explode one day in the future. Harry did not know it yet, but he would soon find out that this night was only the beginning of a series of events that would change his life forever. He was ordered by Dumbledore to go to the hospital wing for Madame Pomfrey's examination. Even though he repeatedly emphasized that he had not suffered any serious injuries, Dumbledore still insisted on his opinion. I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart, Harry, but now is not a good time to chat. After you have had enough rest, you can come to my office and talk to me. He said gently, as he escorted Harry out of the cave and back to Hogwarts. But the board. Harry stood in the hall and looked at Dumbledore with surprise. He remembered that Lucius Malfoy and the other board members had tried to sack Dumbledore earlier that night, accusing him of incompetence and negligence. You have solved the trouble. Oh, of course. Dumbledore looked at Harry gently and smiled lightly. He seemed to be in a good mood, despite the failure at the stone door. I had been alerted to Lucius Malfoy's scheme a long time ago. I imagine he will be furious when he learns that I am still the headmaster of Hogwarts tomorrow morning. He will probably storm into my office for a heated argument. He chuckled softly, as if he was looking forward to it. Harry ran up the stairs all the way. He seemed not so resistant to going to the hospital wing. Because he suddenly remembered that Ron and Hermione were also in the hospital wing. He couldn't wait to share with them what happened tonight. I'm sorry, Brian. I know you need to rest now. Dumbledore gave Brian an apologetic look. He was aware of how much energy and magic Brian had spent in their journey, and how weary he must be feeling. But would you mind having a chat with me, an old man who doesn't need much sleep? He asked politely, as he led Brian to his office. Brian felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He had a bad feeling that the real trouble was yet to come. Patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 084 Brian's Choice. The emerald willow branches swayed their graceful figures with the cool breeze of the night, and the bright moonlight shone on the rippling lake, creating a silver shimmer on the surface. Except for the hospital wing, where a few students still lay unconscious, the dimly lit Hogwarts castle exuded a cheerful and peaceful atmosphere again. The dark clouds that had enveloped the castle's top at the beginning of the night had dispersed cleanly, revealing a starry sky. Dumbledore and Brian walked side by side along the lake, neither of them in a hurry to speak, but quietly enjoying the rare tranquility of the moment. The Chamber of Secrets has been resolved, Headmaster Dumbledore. I'm afraid I'll have to leave soon. Brian broke the silence after 5 minutes. He stopped under a crooked-necked willow tree, facing the undulating lake, carefully savoring the complex emotions in his chest. He felt a mix of relief, sadness, and nostalgia. He had grown fond of this magical school and its inhabitants, but he knew he didn't belong here. Don't you want to think about it, Brian? Dumbledore didn't seem surprised, but his old face still showed obvious regret. He said sincerely, in my opinion, you are a very competent professor, you get along well with this school, and the young wizards like you very much. If possible, I don't want to lose an excellent teacher like you. Brian smiled and didn't say anything. He believed that Dumbledore should be able to guess his choice. He had come to Hogwarts for a specific purpose, and now that he had accomplished it, he had to return to his own world. Dumbledore looked more tired than any time this semester. He didn't continue this topic. His long life had given him wisdom that was no less than anyone else's. He knew better than anyone what could be changed and what could not. He also knew that Brian had secrets that he didn't want to share. So, Dumbledore took out that tattered diary from his pocket. Earlier, he had brought it out of the Chamber of Secrets. Under the moonlight, a drop of water flew into the air with the rising waves and landed precisely on the diary, leaving a clear stain on it. I think you must have recognized what this thing is, Brian. He asked in a low voice. Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore, you might have overestimated me a bit. I know nothing about Horcruxes. Brian winked at Dumbledore with a bitter smile. It was not easy to hide something from a person who had a rich life experience and was also a master of legilimency. Brian just used a joking way to express that he didn't want to go into depth about Horcruxes. Let's just leave it at that. Dumbledore put the diary back in his pocket. He took a deep breath and looked at the edge of the endless forest, where the dimly lit wooden hut was. There lived Hagrid, the half-giant gamekeeper who loved all kinds of magical creatures. There is one thing that I'm afraid you can't pretend not to know, Brian. Dumbledore's tone became slightly serious. I hope you can return that basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets to me. Splash! The strong wind carried the waves and slammed them against the shore, making Brian's neatly combed hair dance wildly. He reached out his hand to hold his head and sighed heavily with the raging wind. He knew this moment would come sooner or later. Dumbledore knew he hadn't killed that basilisk. That was obvious. Such a clumsy lie couldn't deceive Dumbledore. Brian even suspected that the great headmaster next to him had already seen the basilisk lying in his arms with his unique eyes. Brian said that in the Chamber of Secrets just to tell Dumbledore that he wanted to keep this basilisk. He thought that since he had solved the Chamber of Secrets problem, Dumbledore wouldn't refuse this trivial request. I hope you can understand my difficulties, Brian. Brian's stubborn face made Dumbledore feel helpless. Hagrid is now locked up in Azkaban. I have to come up with some evidence to prove to the Ministry of Magic that it was not Hagrid's old spider named Aragog that attacked the young wizards 50 years ago and now. This diary has been destroyed. And I don't think Voldemort's Horcrux is very suitable to be presented as evidence either. That basilisk is a strong proof. He looked at Brian with a pleading expression. Brian's expression darkened. To be honest, he hadn't considered Hagrid. The situation was a bit tricky. Hagrid was Dumbledore's #1 loyal confidant. Brian knew that Dumbledore would never let Hagrid be locked up in Azkaban. He also knew that the Ministry of Magic was corrupt and biased, and that they wouldn't listen to reason without solid evidence. But if he gave up the basilisk, what about his mission? Did he spend months of time and use a very precious voodoo doll to resist Voldemort's curse on the defense against the dark arts professor, only to end up with nothing? No, this was absolutely impossible. Dumbledore read his attitude from Brian's silence and continued, this basilisk needs to be handed over to the Ministry of Magic for those 2 attacks on young wizards last semester. Cornelius ordered the Daily Prophet to remain silent. He said this in a matter-of-fact tone, as if it was not negotiable. Hat. Brian laughed sarcastically and still didn't say anything, but he was already calculating what he should do if things got out of hand later. He knew that Dumbledore was not someone he could easily fool or persuade. Brian wouldn't arrogantly think that he could defeat Dumbledore. But since he entered Hogwarts as a student, he had worked hard for so many years and prepared for so many years. He had even gained the trust of Dumbledore himself. If he couldn't even escape from Dumbledore's face, he would be too pathetic. Ever since he took on this task and decided to enter Hogwarts, Brian had foreseen this awkward situation. He had always known that there may be a conflict between his mission and Dumbledore's interests. He had hoped that he could avoid it or resolve it peacefully, but he had also planned for the worst-case scenario. Brian stared at the rising lake with a gloomy look, and glanced at the school's big iron gate with the corner of his eye. He had already planned that once he started, he would leave Hogwarts as quickly as possible and then flee by apparition. He had hidden some emergency supplies, equipment, and port keys in a secret location outside the school grounds. He also had some backup plans in case something went wrong. The tacit understanding between Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge had nothing to do with him. As for Hagrid, he did feel a bit sorry, but he believed that Dumbledore could handle it. If not, he would go to Azkaban himself after handing over the task to Keku's Folly. He hoped that Hagrid would forgive him for this. It was just that he didn't have a chance to say goodbye to Professor Snape and Hermione, Harry, and the others, which made him feel a bit regretful. The endless lake water hit the shore. Dumbledore shook off the crystal drops on his silver-white beard. He looked more helpless as he sensed the hostility from Brian. He frowned slightly, as if he was also thinking about how to resolve the conflict. Brian. After a while, Dumbledore seemed to have decided something and his expression became cheerful again. He whispered Brian's name and took out a money bag from his chest and handed it to Brian. The money bag looked different from the one Dumbledore gave Brian at the beginning of the semester. It seemed more like a personal item. It was made of leather and embroidered with golden runes. It jingled softly as it moved in Dumbledore's hand. What do you mean, Headmaster Dumbledore? Brian squinted his eyes and moved his gaze away from the money bag, looking directly at Dumbledore's smiling eyes. Because you can't award me a special contribution medal, so you changed it to galleons as a reward. He asked sarcastically, not understanding what Dumbledore was trying to do. Not at all, Brian. Dumbledore's unique beard reflected the white moonlight, as if he was radiating light all over. He winked at Brian in a playful way like before. Actually, I didn't plan to tell you this. Brian's eyes widened in puzzlement as Dumbledore spoke cheerfully, this is not a special contribution bonus, Mr. Golden Viper. This is the payment for the commission task you accepted. 085 The Commissioner. Not far from the shore of the Black Lake, 2 heads suddenly emerged from the dark water. They were 2 mermaids with silvery scales and long hair, who happened to come to the surface to get some fresh air. When they spotted Dumbledore standing on the shore, holding a money bag in his hand, they were curious and wanted to greet him. But before they could swim closer, an icy chill swept over the surface of the lake, making the two taciturn mermaids' bodies stiffen on the spot. They felt a powerful magic emanating from the two wizards on the shore, and they sensed danger. They neither dared to dive back into the depths nor approach the shore. They could only watch in fear and awe as the confrontation unfolded. Are the Folly family still alive? Brian's eyes were cold and piercing, as he glared at Dumbledore with suspicion and anger. He had dropped his disguise of a friendly and generous professor, and revealed his true identity as the Gold Viper, a notorious dark wizard who hunted for commissions in the underground world of Nocturne Alley. The Folly family is of course still alive, Brian. In fact, Dumbledore's voice was calm and gentle, as if he was talking about the weather. His whole body was radiating coldness, he didn't seem to be affected by Brian's hostility or threat. He looked at Brian amiably with his blue eyes twinkling and his long beard trembling slightly in the wind. He said, "If you had carefully read the issue of the Prophet at the end of January, you would know that not only are the Folly family safe and sound, but they have also welcomed something worth celebrating. Mr. Keku's Folly's sister, Ms. Adele Folly, has been appointed as the head of the Department of Strange Bacterial Infections at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. To be honest, I think she deserved it. Adele dreamed of being able to pursue a career as a healer when she was studying at Hogwarts." "Enough, Headmaster Dumbledore." Brian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions. He was shocked and furious by what he had just heard. "Impressive, really impressive. I have never, not even for a second, considered this possibility. You actually have the ability to undo the shackles of an unbreakable vow. Magic must also follow rules, Brian. You must understand this principle. The more powerful the spell, the more it is constrained by the rules," Dumbledore said mildly with a faint smile on his face. "The restraint of the unbreakable vow is guaranteed by the wizard's soul. I am not as powerful as you imagine, able to unravel such a covenant." "So?" Brian still had his eyes closed facing the Black Lake. No one knew that at this moment, all the colors in his eyes had faded away, and they had reverted to their original brown color. Dumbledore's words made his brow furrow in confusion. "You knew from the beginning that the Gold Viper was me, didn't you? But how? What do you think?" Dumbledore did not deny this statement. He seemed to think it was a bit silly and tiring to keep holding up the money bag, so he retracted his hand again. From beginning to end, he never had the idea of taking out his wand or attacking Brian first. "Ha!" The moment Brian opened his eyes, he let out a mocking laugh that echoed across the lake. The frantic whines around him intensified, pressing down the trunks of a row of willows on the shore. The small patch of lake surface in front of them suddenly shook violently, creating huge waves that splashed onto the land. The two frightened mermaids gasped and squealed, as they were tossed around by the water. They rolled their eyes upwards, hoping that someone would come to their rescue. Their limp bodies rose and fell with the increasingly magnificent waves, like two rag dolls. The coldness in Brian's brown eyes was extremely real and terrifying. The corners of his mouth tilted upwards slightly, forming a smile. The unruly aura surrounding him was almost too much even for Dumbledore's all-encompassing gaze. "It was Remus Lupin, wasn't it?" Brian's voice was icy cold. "Among that group of werewolves, I only left him behind. He assured me that he would not reveal my true appearance to anyone, so I was soft-hearted for a moment and spared him. Now it seems that I have made a serious mistake." 3 years ago, when Brian had just started operating in the underground world, he quickly gained a reputation and a fortune for his flawless execution of a series of commissions. He was skilled, ruthless, and cunning, and he always delivered what he promised. That day, he was at the trading market, negotiating with some shady dealers over some valuable antiques that he had acquired from a risky mission, when a group of greedy werewolves led by Fenrir Greyback ambushed him. That was the first time Brian fought with someone else in the underground world. The battle was extremely fierce and bloody. 7 or 8 werewolves were impaled on the jagged rocks that lined the walls of the dark tunnels. They howled and writhed in agony, but Brian showed no mercy. He fought his way from underground to the surface, using his wand and his wits to fend off the attackers. Finally, in the small square at the entrance of the underground world, in front of the majestic statue of Merlin, they fought a final deadly battle. The result of the battle was undoubtedly Brian's ultimate victory, but he also made a fatal mistake. At that time, like most people in the underground world, he simply used a mask to cover his face, rather than using magic for comprehensive protection. He thought it was enough to conceal his identity and avoid unwanted attention. But he was wrong. Because of the fierce battle, his mask was torn, accidentally exposing his true face to some of the werewolves. Almost all the werewolves who saw his face that day bled to death on the spot. There was only one exception, Remus Lupin. There were 2 reasons why Brian spared that haggard-looking werewolf. First, throughout the battle, Lupin, who was with the werewolves, did not release a spell at him. He only defended passively, blocking and dodging Brian's attacks. He seemed to be forced by the werewolves to do these shady things, rather than of his own accord. Second, one werewolf let out a shrill, miserable scream before dying, howling Remus Lupin's name, hoping Lupin would save it. It was this howl that brought Brian's remaining vague memories surging up. He remembered that Remus Lupin seemed to be a very important character in the plot of Harry Potter's story, so to avoid triggering a disastrous chain reaction that might alter the course of the story, Brian spared him. If it was Brian today, whose methods were already quite comprehensive and cautious, even if he chose to spare Remus Lupin again, he would definitely, like Keku's folly, make an unbreakable vow with him to ensure his silence. But Brian at that time had just left school and was operating freely in the dark side of the magical world for the first time. His experience was not yet rich enough to foresee all the possible consequences of his actions. He left a hidden danger that would come back to haunt him. This is a mistake worth celebrating. Dumbledore nodded at him, finally looking solemn and serious. If you had made the right choice that day, Brian, I'm afraid I could only regretfully tell Severus that if he wanted to see you again, he'd have to go to Azkaban. Do you think he is more noble than that group of werewolves, Dumbledore? Brian mocked with scorn that was oddly reminiscent of Professor Snape. His eyes were full of ridicule as he questioned Dumbledore's judgment. How many burglaries and robberies did Remus Lupin privately commit with that group of werewolves? Do you know, Dumbledore? How many innocent people did he hurt or kill? If I deserve Azkaban for my crimes, then he is equally guilty. That was not Remus's intention, Brian. Dumbledore's voice weakened. He looked quite tired and sad. You and I both know that the magical world we live in is full of prejudice and discrimination. Remus was originally a normal wizard like everyone else, but an unfortunate incident in his childhood forced him to face this tragic fate. He needed to survive, but the werewolf code of conduct and the guidelines for the treatment of non-wizard half-breeds made it almost impossible for him to find a decent job or a safe place to live in the magical world. Out of desperation and coercion, he mixed with Greyback and his werewolves. As I said, Brian, this was not Remus's intention. He has always adhered to not harming anyone during his transformations or otherwise. His conscience has been tortured by his condition and his circumstances. So what, Dumbledore? Brian sneered. Is he innocent? Does that absolve him of all responsibility? Does that make him worthy of your trust and protection? The complexity and cruelty of reality and human nature were insurmountable mountains that loomed over the world. Even a powerful wizard like Dumbledore felt powerless when facing this mountain. He could not change people's prejudices, because prejudices were also the correct ideas derived from reality. Even if he was determined to overthrow the Ministry of Magic, it would be the same. He would only replace one form of oppression with another. Staring at the silent Dumbledore, Brian sneered softly. His cold eyes reflected the dark water of the lake. The wind died down and the calming lake surface looked as deep and dark as an abyss. Brian gazed at the lake surface, as if he and this darkness had become one. Since this commission was issued by you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Finally, after the long silent confrontation, Brian, who seemed to have regained his calm, asked in an undisturbed tone. His voice was low and smooth, like a snake's hiss. What was your purpose in going through so much trouble to get me back to Hogwarts? I don't think it would simply be to play a prank on me, would it? 086 Conversation at the Black Lake. People have always thought I was always right, omnipotent, Brian, Dumbledore said in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. In the endless darkness at the center, near the edge of the world, a faint glow had floated up, heralding the imminent arrival of dawn. It was the coldest time before the break of day, and Dumbledore felt it in his bones. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyebrows wearily, as if trying to erase the traces of his past. But I have always believed that the mistakes I made are much more serious than my insignificant contributions. His eyes were filled with sadness and regret as he gazed at the young and excellent wizard beside him. Brian did not speak, he was waiting for Dumbledore to give him a reasonable explanation. If Dumbledore could not justify his actions, then this matter would create an unbridgeable rift between the two, and even in the future may make them enemies. He paused and sighed. Very few people know that I was the one who visited Tom at the orphanage and delivered his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. He continued, obviously also knowing he had to give Brian an explanation as soon as possible. He did not beat around the bush and explained directly. The innate arrogance and cruelty in his personality that he demonstrated to me when I first saw him in the orphanage, as well as his exceptional magical talent, made me feel uneasy. But I assure you, Brian, I never expected that the unfortunate little boy would commit such unforgivable crimes in the future. Voldemort actually grew up in an orphanage too? Brian's eyelids twitched slightly, roughly understanding what Dumbledore was trying to express. In the eyes of all the professors, he was a polite, quiet student who thirsted for knowledge like food. Handsome, talented, cultured, and refined. In short, from the time he entered Hogwarts to his graduation, including Armando Dippet who was the headmaster at the time, many faculty members thought his future achievements would be limitless. Tragic upbringing, outstanding magical talent, Good at self-concealment. Brian let out a meaningless cold laugh. To say so, he and Voldemort did have many similarities. With this lesson from the past, it was no wonder that Dumbledore had kept a close eye on him ever since that Christmas night in his 5th year. I think you already understand, Brian. Dumbledore spoke sadly, I have always worried about history repeating itself, but I also know that I cannot arbitrarily judge your future. Since you left school, I have been caught in a dilemma. On one hand, I hope you can live within my sight, while on the other hand, I also know that you are a wizard with your own ideas. If I interfere with your choices too much through Severus, then perhaps Voldemort's past will be your future in a few years. To be honest, I haven't hesitated like this for many years. Brian, I've been trying to convince myself that through these years of observation, I believe there are fundamental differences between you and Tom. You have love in your heart, you don't crave power, you don't want to make a name for yourself, and you don't want to make yourself feared. But I never dared to completely put my mind at ease. The painful history of the past shows that I always make serious mistakes on critical issues. Considering my age, I think I won't have the chance to correct my own mistakes again. To be honest, Brian had always respected Dumbledore in his heart. This old man, who could be called the living history of the modern magical world, probably hadn't had many days of peace and comfort over the years. He had always worked tirelessly using his wisdom to plan for the peace and stability of the magical world. Brian admitted that he did not have such great aspirations. I don't want to deceive you, Brian. Remus' letter describing the conflict between you and Greyback's werewolves and asking about your background intensified my concerns. I am very afraid of the worst possibilities happening to you. I have my principles, Dumbledore. Brian understood Dumbledore's concerns, but when he himself was the subject of suspicion, Brian felt extremely helpless. You don't accept any commissions against wizards or muggles, right? Dumbledore twitched his long silver beard and looked at Brian, whose dark brows were now furrowed in frustration. He sighed and said, Don't blame Keku's folly, Brian. It was I who went to him first to help monitor your activities in the underground world. Indeed, this rule of yours makes me understand that you try your best not to harm innocent lives. It is precisely the existence of this rule that has given me more patience. I mean, to respect your choice. Then why are you now trying so hard to bring me back to Hogwarts? The bleak night wind became a little more mild, but Brian's mood became increasingly complicated. In order to worry that he would sink into darkness and be unable to extricate himself, such an absurd farce was created to make him return to Hogwarts? Brian did not know whether he should hate or be grateful to Dumbledore for his actions. Perhaps you think you can always adhere to principles, Brian. At this time, Dumbledore's eyes regained their wisdom. The purple pupils flickered with the wisdom of more than 100 years of life. But I believe that if this continues, darkness will eventually erode you, this is beyond doubt. How long has it been since you stood in the world of light and bathed in the sun with everyone else? As the night faded away, a soft glow of pink and gold pierced the dark sky, casting a gentle light on Brian's perplexed purple eyes amidst the undulating sounds of the forest. Dumbledore's sincere voice asked Brian to stay at Hogwarts to continue teaching, even if he was unwilling. He hoped that he could change his way of life and not continue to waver between light and dark, because if he went on like this, sooner or later there would be a day when he slid into darkness. But this long night was over, and it had left unforgettable memories in many hearts. The castle was already buzzing with excitement, as the news of Ginny's rescue and the end of the Chamber of Secrets spread like wildfire from the hospital wing. Stop Lockhart's medication, Dumbledore. Brian threw the glass bottle for sealing the basilisk to Dumbledore, ignoring the bitterness on that aged face, and strode towards the castle. Wait, Brian. Dumbledore was not omniscient. He did not know what kind of person Brian would become with the choices he had made. But he knew that if he forcibly intervened now, he would only push this young man with tremendous potential into the abyss. This is what you deserve, Brian. Dumbledore held out the money bag again. He suppressed all his anxiety and worry in his heart, smiling gently. To be honest, Brian, although the salary given to me by the Board of Governors is not low, a wizard like me also has astonishing expenses, so I can't take out more galleons to show my gratitude. What kind of person do you think I am, Dumbledore, with eyes only for money? Brian glanced at the money bag without reaching for it. You're not young anymore either, keep this money for your retirement. Just take it as. Dumbledore still insisted, for those children in the orphanage. Brian's breathing quickened immediately, a tick mark appeared on his forehead. It seemed this old guy had investigated him thoroughly. If he continued to stay at Hogwarts, Brian was very suspicious that one day Dumbledore would even know the colors of his underwear. We're even, Headmaster Dumbledore. Brian took the money bag, reached into his chest again, he pulled out a small object and tossed it to Dumbledore without a word. Then he spun around and walked away with brisk steps. Dumbledore caught the object in his hand and looked at it with disbelief. It was a diadem, or rather, what was left of it. The metal was twisted and blackened, as if by fire. Dumbledore gasped and felt a cold shock in his heart. He stood by the lake, speechless and motionless, while the wind whipped his robes. 087 The Hero and the Hypocrite. Brian was jolted awake by a loud knock on the door that pierced through his ears like a drill. He rubbed his sour eyes that felt like they had sand in them and propped up his head to look out the window. He saw a bright sun hanging high in the sky like a giant fireball, casting golden rays of light onto the office floor. The air was filled with floating dust particles that sparkled in the sunlight. It was a scene of peace and tranquility that contrasted sharply with his groggy state. He tidied up his appearance a little bit by smoothing out his wrinkled clothes and combing his fingers through his hair. He muttered discontentedly under his breath and dragged his feet towards the door. Professor Watson, everything is clear, it was Lucius Malfoy. Dobby got his freedom, the diary was put in Ginny's backpack by Malfoy, Dumbledore has been reappointed as headmaster by the Board of Governors, Malfoy may be kicked out of the Board of Governors. The door swung open and revealed a young boy with messy black hair and round glasses. His green eyes were shining with excitement and his voice was breathless from running. He blurted out the news without pausing for a second. Looking at the eager and incoherent Harry outside the door, Brian rubbed his messy hair on top of his head, gasping for breath. He had to sigh at the vigorous energy of these young wizards who seemed to have endless adventures. That's great news, Potter, is Hagrid back yet? Brian blinked his sleepy eyes and said indifferently. Early in the morning, he had received a political education of love and courage in Dumbledore's office, and he was so impressed that he felt like he wanted to fight the basilisk again. He had barely slept a wink after that. Harry's face stiffened, because he sensed that Professor Watson's tone didn't match his enthusiasm. The Ministry of Magic released Hagrid. Professor Watson, they are in the courtyard watching the basilisk. Dumbledore asked me to tell you that the Minister of Magic wants to talk to you personally. Harry said hesitantly. Brian let out a helpless groan, he closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. I see, you go back and report first, Potter, I have to take care of myself first, this look is not very suitable for meeting with such a big shot as the Minister. He gestured at his disheveled appearance and shooed Harry away. When Harry left, his eyes were still flashing with confusion. Why didn't Professor Watson seem very happy, as he had ended the shadow over the heads of the young wizards this year? Shouldn't he be proud of his heroic deeds? It was probably around lunchtime now, but the school hall was empty. No one cared about the delicious food on the table that smelled so tempting. Almost everyone in the school was crowded in the courtyard, even the trees and the top of the corridor were full of curious young wizards who wanted to catch a glimpse of the basilisk and its slayer. When Brian appeared at the door, a sudden burst of applause and cheers erupted like a volcano. People looked at him with awe and admiration in their eyes, as if they were watching a rising star who had just made history. Gulp with the saliva secreted by his mouth, Brian swallowed down a piece of bread that he stuffed into his mouth from the long table in the hall. He raised his eyebrows high as if he was surprised by the warm welcome. Come over here, Brian. Professor McGonagall in the center of the crowd stood on tiptoe and waved her arms frantically. She shouted loudly at Brian on the steps. Her eyes were filled with tears of joy and relief. She blew her nose hard with a handkerchief. The crowd automatically split into two halves to make way for Brian. He saw Dumbledore and the school's professors standing in front of a large cage. The cage contained the basilisk that had been subdued by Dumbledore himself. It was a huge basilisk with green scales and yellow eyes. It looked terrifying even in its unconscious state. As he walked past the crowd, the Weasley twins shouted their gratitude to him. You saved Ginny and Ron, Professor. We are very grateful to you. They said sincerely with their red hair and freckled faces. To be honest, Fred and George had never been so serious about talking to anyone. Brian smiled and nodded at them. He strode past the crowd and walked towards Dumbledore with a smile on his face and his hands folded on his stomach. What did you tell everyone? He asked casually. Just told them the truth, Brian. Dumbledore also answered Brian's eye question with his eyes. Cornelius Fudge was still wearing that weird outfit from last night. It was a pinstripe suit with a lime green bowler hat. But his attitude towards Brian was quite different from last night. He had been skeptical and hostile then. But now he was all smiles and compliments. 30 feet away from him, he laughed and stepped forward to greet Brian. When he got close, he affectionately hugged Brian's arm as if they were old friends. It looks like we have another young genius with extraordinary strength. Don't we? Fudge winked at Brian playfully. He tried to act as if they were very close friends. But in fact, this was only their second meeting. The first time they met, they didn't say a word. This is all thanks to the wise decision of the Ministry of Magic, Minister. After all, the Board of Governors followed the Ministry's advice and sent me back to Hogwarts to deal with the Chamber of Secrets incident. Oh, cough cough. Of course. No, I mean. It was your credit, Brian. Fudge's chubby face showed a momentary stiffness in his smile, as if he had swallowed a lemon. But then, the light in his eyes flickered more eagerly than ever. He slapped Brian on the shoulder hard, almost making him lose his balance. His smile was bright like a blooming flower. but it seemed more like a rotten egg to others. The ministry only played a negligible role. Tisk tisk. Dirty politics. In the gradually quieting crowd, George Weasley glared at Cornelius Fudge with contempt. He muttered softly under his breath, but Percy in front of him glared at him and ordered him to shut up. Then, he looked at Professor Watson and Minister Fudge, who were talking with admiration in his eyes. He pricked up his ears and tried to learn the art of politics from their conversation. Nothing to say, Brian. Fudge seemed to have been hit by a happiness charm. He kept laughing like a hyena. He didn't notice the disdainful looks from some of the professors and students. The Order of Merlin Second Class is worthy of your merit. You saved the lives of several young wizards. Ended the threat that had been hanging over the heads of the children of Muggle origin for 1,000 years. And donated this invaluable basilisk to the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry will have no objection to this. The procedure can be simplified. I'll arrange for someone to send the badge tomorrow. Cough cough. Fudge lowered his voice slightly, using a volume that only Brian could hear. As long as you mention it in the next interview. Noticing Brian's strange expression, Fudge quickly explained. Don't worry. I'll tell them in advance. Oh, I'm so glad I blocked that annoying woman Rita Skeeter. She somehow got the news and knew what was going on in the school. Donation. Brian glanced at Dumbledore covertly, but he didn't get any information from Dumbledore's eyes mixed with a smile. Dumbledore seemed to be amused by Fudge's antics, but he also looked a bit sad and weary. If you like, I'll talk to Rufus. Fudge's arm stuck to Brian's arm like glue. He didn't want to take it off no matter what. I think you would be a very good orator, Brian. You could be Rufus's right-hand man. Oh, let me tell you a secret. Rufus is not young anymore. He might not be able to do it for long. If you perform well in the orator position, maybe I can. Many professors heard Fudge's words and secretly showed contempt in their eyes. But they didn't say much because of the occasion. They knew that Fudge was just trying to use Brian's fame and talent for his own benefit. I will seriously consider your suggestion, Minister. Brian said politely, cutting off Fudge's rambling. He looked at Hagrid, who was lying on the cage, trying to squeeze through the gap in the bars. He asked curiously. Why don't you look very happy, Hagrid, now that you're free? You shouldn't have been so heavy-handed, Professor Watson. Hagrid wiped his tears and turned his head pitifully, glared at him. Look at this poor little guy, he looks like he's suffered a lot. And? Hagrid looked at Dumbledore and Fudge, who was somewhat apologetic. Can't I keep this poor little fellow and take care of him? Forgive me for being blunt, Minister, but since Mr. Scamander retired, there aren't many experts in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Author's note, the sentences inside single quotation mark are thoughts of characters. 088 Celebration Banquet. A grand celebration banquet was in full swing in the Great Hall, where the original 4 parallel long tables had been rearranged into a square, forming a cozy circle of joy. The house elves in the kitchen had outdone themselves, and the long tables were overflowing with all kinds of mouth-watering food, from roasted turkey and mashed potatoes to chocolate cake and pumpkin pie. The aroma of the dishes filled the air, tempting the taste buds of everyone present. The professors did not hold themselves back, they mingled with the young wizards and happily chatted. Professor McGonagall pretended not to see the Weasley twins secretly changing the juice of the young wizards into butterbeer. Snape seemed to be comforting a gloomy Draco, who looked like he had swallowed a lemon. And when they were in the mood, Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout even offered a waltz amid the laughter of everyone, their feet barely touching the ground. Actually, I noticed that something was wrong with that bathroom early on. Lockhart, who had not appeared in front of everyone for 2 months, showed up here despite Mrs. Pomfrey's dissuasion. He was pale and could only stand by leaning on the table, but he still tried to make his smile match the dazzling stars on the ceiling. His blonde hair was combed back neatly, and his robes were as bright as ever. But I think breaking into a girl's bathroom is not a gentleman's demeanor. He dares to say that. Hearing Lockhart's boasting words, Harry's face turned blue with anger, and Dean next to him made a vomiting expression. Where did Professor Watson go? Hermione, who was a bit sad about Lockhart's performance, looked around for the young and thin figure. He and Headmaster Dumbledore left halfway. Neville answered this question. He was holding a plate full of food, but he didn't seem to have much appetite. Harry and Hermione looked at each other, both feeling a bit bored. After a brief exchange, they took some food and left the Great Hall as well, heading to the hospital wing to look for Ron. They hoped he was feeling better after being bitten by the basilisk. On the 7th floor of the castle, Brian led Dumbledore to push open a smooth door embedded in the wall opposite a tapestry depicting Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls ballet. The tapestry was old and faded, and the trolls looked more confused than graceful. At that time, I often practiced magic or brewed potions in some secluded classrooms in the castle. From the 2nd semester of my 5th year, you and Professor Snape kept an eye on me. Once, Professor Snape seemed to smell the potion I carried on me, but he didn't say it clearly. Out of caution, I wanted to find a safe place to store my potions. I wandered around here and accidentally found this amazing room. Squeak. The door opened with a creaky sound, revealing a room as big as a church, and the surrounding scenery looked like a city. The towering walls were made up of things hidden by thousands of students who had long been out of this world. Most of them were basically garbage, expired potions in broken bottles, rotten and moldy food in paper bags, collapsed shelves and boxes with dusty labels, old textbooks with torn pages and scribbled notes, and so on. There were also some odd items, such as a stuffed vulture, a tiara with fake jewels, a broken mirror, and a pair of roller skates. Brian led Dumbledore deeper and deeper into the maze-like pile of garbage until they came to an old cabinet with bubbles on its surface. The cabinet looked like it had been exposed to some corrosive substance, and its wood was peeling off. On top of the cabinet sat a bust of a wizard with freckles on his cheeks. He wore an old hat with grey fluff on it, which had a clear circular indentation on its top. Here it is. Brian raised his chin and said to Dumbledore with a solemn expression. He pointed at the indentation on the hat, where a small object was hidden. Dumbledore held in his hand the broken crown that Brian gave him last night. It was made of metal and had 4 spikes with rubies on them. One of the spikes was missing, leaving behind a jagged edge. He only glanced at the statue and then moved his eyes away, looking at the room he was in. It's indeed a good place to hide things. I can probably guess when Tom hid the crown here. Dumbledore murmured, his voice low and serious. To be honest, Brian, you have helped me a lot. For many years, I have been suspicious that Voldemort had split his soul before, and I think he might have done it more than once. But I never had any evidence. And you confirmed 2 of my long-standing doubts in one day. Dumbledore said so, but he didn't see any relief on his face. Instead, his shoulders were slightly hunched and his brow seemed to be crushed by heavy pressure and drooped halfway down. His eyes were dark and troubled, as if he was seeing something horrible. Brian understood why Dumbledore looked like this. This was indeed a very frustrating problem. To destroy Voldemort, one must first destroy his Horcruxes. But who knows how many times this madman Voldemort split his soul? And where did he hide the other pieces? According to theory, there is no limit to the number of times one can split one's soul. As long as your broken soul is enough to support your body's activities, then splitting dozens or hundreds of times is not a problem. But in reality, human souls are not that strong. Just like a piece of paper, theoretically it can be folded infinitely many times. But in fact, after only a few times it becomes impossible to operate. So Brian ignored Dumbledore's frowning and thinking, and walked straight to the exit. His voice was cold and sarcastic. If you really think I provided some insignificant help, Headmaster Dumbledore, please don't stare at me all the time. That would make me very unhappy. Scene break. Although his arm muscles had been ripped by the basilisk's venomous fangs, thanks to Fox Tears and Mrs. Pomfrey's professional treatment, Ron's arm wrapped in bandages like a mummy could move. He leaned on the pillow and listened to Harry recounting Lockhart's boasting words, and his nose was crooked with anger. Just ignore him, Harry. Ron gasped and said, if it weren't for you, Harry, even if Hogwarts went bankrupt, he wouldn't be able to find the door to the Chamber of Secrets. By the way, didn't Myrtle get the punishment she deserved? The Ministry of Magic can't put a ghost in Azkaban, Ron. Hermione, who finally got some spirit, said rationally. Professor Watson also thinks that judging a ghost is a very ridiculous and cruel thing. I don't see what's so cruel about it. Ron twisted his nose and looked at Ginny outside the bed, who drank a large glass of chocolate milk with sleeping pills and was in deep sleep. She looked peaceful and innocent, but Ron knew that she had gone through a terrible ordeal. This morning, his parents' worried and sobbing appearance beside Ginny's bed still echoed in Ron's head. He felt a surge of anger towards Myrtle, who had witnessed Ginny's suffering but did nothing to help her. Speaking of Professor Watson, Ron looked at Harry. He has decided to leave, hasn't he? His voice was full of sadness and disappointment. Speaking of this, Hermione's mood fell again, and even Harry sighed and looked gloomy. They both liked Professor Watson very much, and they felt that he was one of the few teachers who understood them and cared for them. Anyway, that's what Headmaster Dumbledore told me. He said to me that Professor Watson had completed his duty and he would leave the school soon. Harry said with a heavy heart. He wondered why Professor Watson had to leave so soon. This is really bad. Ron seemed to want to hug his arms, but he forgot about his right arm injury. As a result, he accidentally pulled the wound and was so painful that he grinned. He clenched his teeth and tried to ignore the pain. His mom also asked me to invite Professor Watson to our house as a guest during the summer vacation. Dad also said that he almost saved our family. Come to think of it, it's true. He saved Bill and Charlie when they were in school. Now he has saved me and Ginny from you-know-who and the basilisk. It's really headache. This is not an easy favor to repay. Ron said with admiration and gratitude for Professor Watson. I didn't save you for gratitude, Mr. Weasley. Brian walked in with a smile on his face and said to the three young wizards who were surprised by his appearance. He looked calm and relaxed, as if he had just returned from a pleasant walk. How do you feel, Mr. Weasley? He asked Ron with concern. Oh, much better, Professor Watson. Ron said shyly with red ears. He also tried to gesture with his arm, but he was still weak and clumsy. Seeing that Ron was in good spirits, Brian nodded with satisfaction. He sat on the bed next to them and smiled at them warmly. Actually, I have some gifts for you, he said mysteriously. 089 gifts. A gift. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with curiosity and disbelief. They glanced at each other, wondering why Professor Watson suddenly wanted to give them a gift on his last day at Hogwarts. On the one hand, it is my reward for your brave confrontation with the Basilisk and memory of Voldemort as the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, on the other hand, it is to express my gratitude. Harry noticed keenly that since last night, when they had returned from the Chamber of Secrets with Ginny Weasley's limp body, Professor Watson began to call Voldemort by his name, instead of using terms like Dark Lord or you-know-who. To be honest, apart from them three, or Dumbledore, Harry only heard the name once from Hagrid's mouth, when he had told him about his parents' death. The rest of the wizards would scream in horror or shudder in fear when they heard the three words Voldemort. But for some reason, Harry didn't seem surprised, as if he knew that Professor Watson was not afraid of Voldemort. Think about it, this is a wizard who had the incredible ambition to defeat Dumbledore when he was in 5th grade, Harry told himself. If it weren't for you three who took the lead and opened the Chamber of Secrets, I might have to spend a lot of effort to find it. In that case, Ginny might have been unfortunate. Dumbledore has decided to announce your efforts to everyone at the end of term feast and award you a special contribution award. Brian found that Harry, Ron, and Hermione did not show much surprise or excitement. Apparently, Dumbledore had already told them everything when he had visited them in the hospital wing. Then, Brian reached into his pocket and pulled out a broken wand. It was snapped in half, charred at one end, and covered with dirt and blood. This is my wand. Ron immediately exclaimed, recognizing it as his own. He had lost it during their escape from the chamber, when a rock fell on his head and knocked him unconscious. He had woken up later to find Harry holding him and Hermione crying over him. Yes, Mr. Weasley, I found it in a pile of rubble, apparently you lost it. Unfortunately, this wand is very badly damaged, even I can't repair it. Looking at Ron who took over the wand and was both distressed and embarrassed, Brian smiled slightly. He knew that Ron's wand was second-hand, inherited from his older brother Charlie. It was not very compatible with him, and often malfunctioned or backfired. He took out a money bag and pulled out 20 pieces of golden galleons in front of the surprised eyes of the three little guys. Ron's eyes widened and he almost stopped breathing. He probably guessed that this money was for himself, but he didn't dare to believe it. To be honest, let alone owning it, he had seen 20 pieces of gold galleons only a few times in his life. They were more than enough to buy a new wand, they were enough to buy a whole set of new robes, books, and supplies. This money should be enough for you to buy a new wand, Mr. Weasley. Don't refuse. This is a reward for your courage. Ron shivered and took over a handful of gold coins. He felt their weight and warmth in his palm, as if they were alive. He looked at Professor Watson with gratitude and admiration in his eyes. He wanted to say something to thank him, but he found that Professor Watson handed him another coin that was slightly larger than a galleon. On the coin face was carved a delicate statue of Merlin, the greatest wizard of all time. He was wearing a long robe and a pointed hat, and holding a staff in his hand. Around the edge of the coin were engraved some words in Latin, Magia est ars vitae, magic is the art of life. This is a commemorative coin issued by the International Confederation of Wizards to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Wizarding Secrecy Act, Mr. Weasley. I accidentally found it and bought it. It has some value. Your father Arthur Weasley drafted a Muggle Protection Act to protect Muggle rights and personal safety. I think it will have some different meaning for you. Brian smiled and looked at Ron who was holding the silver coin with love. He said, but I hope you keep it and don't sell it for money. I swear to you, Professor Watson. Ron finally came back to his senses and took over the warm commemorative coin. He clutched it to his chest, as if it were a precious treasure. His excited voice was trembling. I will take this silver coin into my grave. Looking at Ron who loved the silver coin so much, Brian's eyes flashed with deep laughter. Then he turned his gaze to Hermione. Hermione was probably the saddest one about his departure. She had learned a lot from him during the year, not only about magic, but also about life. Professor Watson's few words about life and loneliness gave her some insights that she had never thought of before. Although she was limited by her age and could not empathize with him for now. She also admired Professor Watson's achievements in spell innovation, which had opened her eyes to a new realm of magic. Before that, Hermione's purpose of learning was to master more knowledge and get good grades. But she rarely thought about creating new knowledge herself or applying it in novel ways. Brian's gift to Hermione was not surprising. It was an old magic book with a worn cover. It looked like it had been through many years of use and abuse, and its pages were yellowed and stained. But Hermione didn't care about its appearance. She took over the book eagerly, her green fingers brushing over the gold lettering on the cover, Ancient Spell Simplification Theory. She felt a surge of curiosity and excitement as she read the title. She heard Professor Watson's explanation in her ear. This book may be a bit esoteric for you now, Miss Granger. But you can try to study it first. It will give you a deep understanding of the history of spell model simplification and evolution. If you want to achieve something in spell innovation in the future, I think it will help you a lot. Hermione opened the cover and found a line of blue ink written by Professor Watson on the first page. It was a brief introduction to the author of the book, Ulrich Gamp, who was a famous wizard in the 17th century. He was known for his groundbreaking research on simplifying complex spells into simpler ones, and for creating many new spells based on his theory. The handwriting looked very new, as if it had just been written recently. Professor Watson. Hermione didn't bother to figure out the meaning of this inexplicable date written by Professor Watson. She looked up at Professor Watson, her lips slightly pursed, and her expression looked sad. Are you really not considering staying and continuing to teach? I mean, many people think you are better than Professor Lockhart in teaching defense against the dark arts. She blurted out her question, hoping that he would change his mind. She knew that it was selfish of her, but she couldn't help it. Just better. Ron rolled his eyes and muttered softly, that guy is an idiot. He's only good at flattering and talking nonsense. Many young wizards already knew that Brian was about to leave Hogwarts. They all expressed their reluctance to his departure. Some of them even asked him for autographs or photos as souvenirs. To be honest, facing these simple-minded young wizards, Brian's heart was not calm. But compared to staying at Hogwarts and teaching under Dumbledore's watchful eye, Brian undoubtedly preferred to adventure in the vast world. His strength had already passed the point where he could improve by studying hard. Only by expanding his knowledge and experience and fighting with more wizards could he go further. Besides, the poor salary of teaching for a year really couldn't meet his needs. Of course, maybe one day, he would return to this land of memories for countless people, but that might be many years later. Harry, who was already a little impatient, finally waited for Professor Watson to look at him. He looked eager and wondered what he would get. Maybe it will be a Nimbus 2001. He guessed excitedly, but then he thought that he already had a very good flying broomstick, the Nimbus 2000 that he had received from Professor McGonagall in his first year. It was fast and smooth, and he loved flying with it. There was no need to change another one. And while he was thinking wildly, the words that Professor Watson said surprised Harry, Ron, and Hermione. About you, Potter. Brian knew that what he said would disappoint Harry, but he still went on. I don't have anything to give you for now. Hermione and Ron looked at Harry, who had obvious disappointment in his eyes. Why had Professor Watson singled him out? Harry had been the first to deduce the location of the hidden chamber, based on the clues from the basilisk's voice and Riddle's diary. He had also faced Voldemort and bought time for the professor to arrive. If anyone deserved thanks, it was Harry. Or rather, I do have something to give you, Potter, but it will take some days. Harry blinked and didn't understand what Professor Watson meant. But suddenly, he exclaimed happily. Professor, do you mean that you will come back to Hogwarts, right? Hermione and Ron also woke up. They held their breaths and looked at Professor Watson expectantly, hoping to get a positive answer. I guess so. Brian got up with a wry smile. He turned and walked towards the door. He raised his arm over his head and waved, I'll probably stay for a few more days. I won't say goodbye to you separately then. 3 of you, have a nice life. 090 lesson. The next morning, Fudge kept his word and sent a courier with a shiny medal for Brian. He also organized a modest ceremony in the Great Hall where Dumbledore and half of the Hogwarts professors gathered to honor him. The medal was a circular golden disc with a star-shaped cutout in the center, where a blue gem glittered in the light. It had the words Order of Merlin engraved on the rim and a ribbon of purple and green stripes attached to it. The Order of Merlin medal was a prestigious award in the European magical world. It was given to those who had performed outstanding deeds or services for the wizarding community. In the British Ministry of Magic, holders of second-class or higher medals automatically became honorary members of the Wizengamot, the highest judicial body in the country. They also had the right to vote in trials and influence important decisions. This was a remarkable privilege, which meant that Brian could command respect from even the most powerful officials in the ministry. Although Brian had many ways to impress or intimidate those bureaucrats, having a respectable identity on the surface was always useful. Obviously, Brian underestimated people's curiosity about the basilisk that had the name of an ancient creature and was related to the great founder of Hogwarts. The basilisk was a huge snake, a rare and dangerous beast that could kill with its gaze and petrify with its venom. It had been hidden in the Chamber of Secrets for centuries, until Brian defeated it with the help of Harry and Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix. According to Dumbledore, Fudge received nearly 200 letters in just one day, all asking the Ministry of Magic to publicly exhibit the basilisk. The department had an emergency meeting and decided to hold a public exhibition at Hogsmeade next month. The Daily Prophet sent a group of reporters to do an urgent interview. Many magical creature experts, including the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the famous Newt's commander, clearly stated that they would attend the exhibition meeting. Fudge invited Brian through Dumbledore. He hoped that Brian would attend the exhibition as a special guest and praise the huge and unignorable role played by the Ministry of Magic in this event in front of everyone. But Brian refused him with an unhappy look. He had no interest in being part of Fudge's publicity stunt. I think this is a rare opportunity, Brian. Lockhart, who hadn't appeared in public for a while, almost knocked Professor Flitwick out with his enthusiastic gesture. Thanks to Mrs. Pomfrey's careful care, his teeth were still shining like pearls. I can go with you to the exhibition, Brian. I can teach you some valuable experience in maintaining perfect manners and creating hot topics in public. He winked at him conspiratorially. I think you need to urgently learn how to get along well with Dementors, Professor Lockhart, Brian thought to himself and avoided his entanglement. Even though Brian was not a student of Gryffindor House, he belonged to Hogwarts after all. Professor McGonagall was wearing her usual tartan dress and square spectacles, but her stern expression softened as she saw him. Tears welled up in her eyes as she watched him stride towards her with a confident smile. She had always admired his courage and talent, even though he sometimes broke the rules, he reminded her of herself when she was young. Ahem, Professor McGonagall. Brian smiled shyly. When do you think it is convenient for me to say, the salary? He joked lightly, hoping to ease her mood. So, Professor McGonagall's eyes became redder. She couldn't help but laugh and hug him warmly. Snape stood silently on one side. He looked at Brian, who was laughing and talking with everyone. Unconsciously, his gloomy mouth showed a slight arc. He was wearing his usual black robes that made him look like a bat. You can all have a brighter life, Severus. Dumbledore came over and said softly, we can't change those tragic things that happened in the past, but the future is always a choice, Severus, if you are willing. Dumbledore hadn't finished speaking yet, Snape had already walked away first. He did not want to hear Dumbledore's words of wisdom or pity. He had his own reasons for doing what he did, and he did not need anyone's approval or forgiveness. Lockhart had been lying in bed for almost 2 months and needed a few more days to fully recover his energy. Therefore, Brian was still responsible for the last week's defense against the dark arts course. He decided to give his students a memorable lesson. In the senior defense against the dark arts practice class, when Brian brought a bare-chested middle-aged man with a gloomy and terrifying expression to the Quidditch field, most people showed inexplicable expressions. They wondered what this man had to do with their subject. Of course, there were also a few Hufflepuff senior girls who gave him a silly smile at the strong chest muscles of the middle-aged man. They thought he was handsome in a rugged way. And what happened next can basically be described as appalling. The transformation was swift and shocking. The middle-aged man, who had been sitting quietly on a chair, suddenly sprouted fur, claws, and fangs. His body grew larger and more muscular, his clothes ripped apart, and his eyes turned yellow and bloodthirsty. He let out a terrifying wolf head, baring his ferocious teeth, and making a murderous and violent roar that echoed across the Quidditch field. The senior students, who had been expecting a normal defense against the dark arts lesson, were caught off guard by the sight of the werewolf. Nearly half of them were so scared that they collapsed on the lawn, paralyzed with fear. Some who could move also used their limbs and fled desperately in all directions, dropping their books and wands in their haste. Hey, come back, guys. I've already told you how to deal with this thing in class. Well, maybe you can go together. As long as you can knock him down, I will tell Professor Lockhart that you can get an O directly for the final exam of defense against the dark arts. Brian shouted with a tick mark on his forehead. He looked at the scattered little wizards with frustration and amusement. He had planned this as a surprise test for them, but he didn't expect them to panic so easily. Brian's encouragement still had some effect. A few little wizards raised their wands tremblingly and tried to stop the werewolf from approaching. Percy Weasley, who was always eager to impress, even used a beautiful shattering curse to remove a small tuft of black hair from the werewolf's chest. The werewolf snorted in pain and anger, but did not slow down. There was also Gryffindor's Oliver Wood, who was more used to handling a quaffle than a wand. He cast a stunning spell, but for some reason, the willow-thick red light didn't hit the werewolf, but hit Marcus Flint, who was fleeing in another direction. Flint fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious. Wood grinned sheepishly, wondering if this counted as revenge for all the times Flint had fouled him during Quidditch matches. I told you, Brian sighed helplessly, the werewolf's fur has a magical resistance that is outstanding even among magical creatures. The spells cast by young wizards are unable to knock down the werewolves. The werewolves are hard to keep their sober reason when they transform. In the fight against the werewolves, making traps and transfiguration are the most useful. Penelope Clearwater whimpered in fear as she hid behind her boyfriend Percy, holding his arm as if it was a lifeline. She looked at the monstrous creature that was getting closer and closer, and felt a surge of panic. "We are not you, Professor Watson," she said in a trembling voice. "We can only handle boggots, not real werewolves." She wished she could disappear from this nightmare. Brian scowled and wrinkled his nose as if he smelled something unpleasant. "Oh, that kind of thing that scares children," he said with a tone of disdain. "You should have higher pursuits, Miss Clearwater." Percy felt a surge of protectiveness for his girlfriend, who was trembling behind him. He held her hand and tried to sound brave. "But we are just young wizards, Professor," he protested weakly. In the end, none of the senior students could cause any substantial damage to the werewolf that Brian turned out of the chair. To be honest, this made him feel a bit disappointed. If they couldn't face those really dangerous things in the school, in a heavily protected environment, what would they do when they stepped into the magical world without any preparation? Looking back at his 2-month teaching career, Brian actually found a lot of talented little wizards. Potter didn't need to say anything. His agile response and keen intuition for danger were outstanding. Hermione's thirst for knowledge and competitiveness could also make her achieve remarkable results in the future. The twin brothers of the Weasley family had commendable innovation abilities. They were always inventing new products and pranks that amazed and amused everyone. Their little sister Ginny had excellent response to changes. Neville burst out of potential under pressure and caught people's attention. He was always loyal and brave despite his self-doubt and clumsiness. There were also many little wizards, such as Cedric of Hufflepuff, Luna Lovegood of Ravenclaw, Blaise Zabinai and Theodore Nott of Slytherin, including Draco Malfoy. These little wizards had good talents. Cedric was noble and fair-minded, Luna was creative and quirky, Blaise was cunning and ambitious, Theodore was clever and independent, Draco was confident and charismatic. Unfortunately, almost every one of them had a huge flaw. In Brian's eyes, if nothing unexpected happens, they can become excellent wizards, but if they say that their future strength is as good as himself or Professor Snape, there may not be one. They all lacked something that was essential for becoming a powerful wizard: discipline, courage, humility, compassion, wisdom, or integrity. But then again, everyone had different expectations for the future. Just like the twin brothers of the Weasley family, they obviously hoped to make some achievements in those prank products. Not everyone was like Brian. He knew that he wanted to become a powerful wizard on the first day he knew the existence of the magical world. Know in your heart what kind of wizard you expect to become in the future and keep moving forward and work hard in that direction, he said to them on his last day of teaching. On Friday night, Brian looked at his empty office and smiled softly. He had packed his belongings and memories in his suitcase. He closed the office door behind him and walked away, leaving behind a trail of sparks and smoke. 091 leaving. I remember the night I returned to Hogwarts, and you were here to greet me, Professor. When I came, the snow covered the sky like a thick blanket, and when I left, I was covered with stars like a fairy tale hero. Brian stopped and looked at Snape under the majestic wild boar sculpture that had stood for 1,000 years next to the big iron gate of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, with a warm smile on his face. Otherwise, Snape straightened up and sneered sarcastically, "Who do you expect to hold a grand farewell dinner for you, Brian?" Brian smiled gently and didn't say anything. Under the brilliant starry river, the two people faced the refreshing breeze and looked at the ancient castle standing proudly on the high ground, the edge of the forbidden forest that hid many secrets, Hagrid's hut with bright lights that invited them in, and the vast playground that witnessed their joys and sorrows. The breeze passed through the tall poles and made a cheerful whisper as if to congratulate them. Brian looked trance. For a moment, he seemed to really see the eternal existence that transcended time and space. "Have you been working for Professor Dumbledore all the time?" Brian hoped that Snape would break the silence, but he knew it was unlikely. Snape was always reserved and secretive, especially after Voldemort's fall. He had been the potions teacher at Hogwarts for years. Theoretically speaking, he has always been working for Dumbledore. But Snape obviously knew that Brian's question was not asking this, and he gave an affirmative answer with a slight nasal sound that betrayed his emotions. Brian showed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth, shook his head sadly, and looked at the office on the 8th floor of the castle that was still flickering with candlelight as if waiting for someone. "For what?" Snape's eyes were no longer black holes, but showed obvious hesitation. His eyes swept over every plant and tree in front of this great school with a nostalgic gaze. He had been lurking in the depths of his thoughts for a long time. The memories that were pale and lost their color suddenly surged up like a volcanic eruption that shook his soul. Pain, helplessness, loss, hatred. Snape couldn't describe his mood at this moment. He had an impulse. He wanted to tell all his secrets to this young man who witnessed his growth by his side. But those words reached his mouth, but there was no sigh left as if they were stuck in his throat. "For atonement." After a long time, Snape said faintly with a hoarse voice. Apart from Dumbledore, this was still Snape's first time to put down his magic and spiritual disguise and return his most true side to himself. Brian stared at the stars like sand in the universe that sparkled with life. He heard Snape's answer in his ears. He was not surprised. Human emotions may be the most complicated thing in this world. You expect cold magic to perfectly hide your heart. It's ridiculous, as if you were trying to cover the sun with your hand. I have some experience, it's about life. Brian blurted out something that made Snape instinctively want to sneer. He wanted to remind Brian of the age difference between them, but when he touched those purple pupils filled with faint light, Snape suddenly froze. He didn't know why a young man in his 20s would suddenly have more vicissitudes in his eyes than him. I have experienced the rotation of the world. Brian whispered words that made Snape even more puzzled. He stared at him blankly, not knowing how to understand this sentence. Perhaps Brian meant to enter the mysterious magic world from the Muggle world? Brian closed his eyes tiredly, and opened them again after a while. The restless soul returned to calm as if he had found peace. I have seen the most terrible and selfish darkness of human nature, and I have also bathed in the brilliance of pure souls. Severus, life is only once for anyone. Snape heard Brian call his name directly for the first time, but strangely enough, he didn't feel any anger in his heart, not even a little bit of disharmony, but felt it should be taken for granted as if they had known each other for a long time. This strange feeling made Snape even ignore what Brian was saying. Those painful pasts should not become ropes that bind us from moving forward. Those who have protected us with their lives will not want to see us bear pain and immerse ourselves in memories that cannot be extricated. Severus, compared to atonement, don't you think it's better to live up to those who sacrificed? Brian's voice was soft and sincere, as if he was trying to soothe a wounded animal. You don't know what I've been through, Brian. Snape's body was so miserable that it was unbearable to look at, and his voice was hoarse as if he was howling desperately in the desert. There are many people in this world who have experienced losing everything, Severus, the dead are gone, and what is lost will never come back. Don't let yourself live in self-blame and hatred. Brian looked at the office on the 8th floor of the castle again, and smiled sadly. Do you think that a wizard like Dumbledore, how many heartbreaking losses he has experienced in his life, hey? He asked Snape, hoping to make him see reason. I'm not him, Brian. Snape's panting voice was more like sobbing. He lowered his head, his tone seemed to be arguing for himself, but also like persuading himself. Dumbledore is great, powerful, admired by everyone. But I'm just an ordinary man. Sometimes, Brian felt very frustrated about Dumbledore's existence. On the one hand, he recognized Dumbledore's indelible achievements for the peace and stability of the entire European magical world in his life. On the other hand, he also felt that Dumbledore was like a mountain. It pressed on the hearts of every wizard in the contemporary magical world, making them not dare to have the idea of surpassing him. To some extent, Dumbledore's existence itself seems to limit the development of the magical world. Just like Severus in front of him, he often expressed his disgust in front of Dumbledore without concealment in private, and behaved rebelliously. But when it came to facing his heart, he almost instinctively thought that Dumbledore was beyond the reach of mortals, whether it is magical strength or life wisdom. Brian would not naively think that he could persuade Severus to let go of his 20-year obsession. He just hoped. In this man who should be loved and embraced by the world, he planted a seed. At the right time, this seed will take root and sprout, and bear fragrant and pleasant fruits. Well, let's do this first, Professor Snape. The twilight lingering around Brian disappeared. Now he is the young and outstanding wizard with both strength and youth and infinite longing for the future. Snape felt the conversation was drawing to a close. He struggled to regain his composure, bit by bit. He wanted to say something, to bid farewell, but he was at a loss for words. He was much better at brewing potions than expressing emotions. Before he could find the right thing to say, he saw Brian open his suitcase and pull out a thick stack of parchment. He handed it to Snape, who took it with curiosity. Gilderoy Lockhart's little black material, I accidentally found it. He said casually, as if it was nothing important. Looking at Snape, who was checking the information and raising his eyebrows higher and higher, Brian's tone became cheerful. He smiled at the corner of his mouth. I hope you can wait until the young wizards finish their final exams before reporting to Dumbledore. Or, it doesn't matter if you give it directly to the Ministry of Magic. Clang. Hogwarts' big iron gate closed heavily with a dull metal collision sound, echoing in the silent night. The breeze sings late, when I come alone, I leave alone. Goodbye, Professor Snape, I wish you a happy life. Brian waved his hand from a distance, turned and left, and walked into the boundless darkness without nostalgia. 092 Daily Life, Part 1. It was a pitch-black night, with only a bright round moon hanging on the branches like a silver lantern. The furious waves, driven by the strong wind, slammed against the reef with 1,000 pounds of force, creating huge splashes of water. The thunderous roar could shake one's soul, but it still could not overpower the murderous aura in the air of a huge palm forest not far from the coast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several red lights, accompanied by shrill screams, tore through the silence of the night, and made the deep night roll up like a curtain. The flashes of light illuminated the faces of fear and anger on both sides of the battle. Damn it, it's the Aurors, we've been ambushed. In the forest, 7 or 8 wizards in black robes were immediately thrown into panic. They looked around frantically, trying to find a way out. At the front of the crowd, a tall wizard with a scarred face shouted. One after another, more than 20 Aurors from the British Ministry of Magic came out from behind the sparse palm trees. They wore dark blue robes with their badges shining on their chests. The commander of the operation was Drexel, a veteran Auror with a calm and confident expression. He looked at the panicked dark wizards with a cheerful smile. If you are willing to surrender, scums, the Wizengamot might show you some mercy. Before you are locked up in Azkaban, they will give you enough time to say goodbye to your loved ones. Splash! The area had been sealed by an anti-disapparition spell, so there was no hope of escaping by apparition. In the midst of the chaos, a wizard suddenly turned into a ghostly shadow and shot straight into the sky, disappearing into the unfathomable dark night. His departure made the trapped dark wizards curse angrily, and also made Drexel and his fellow Aurors gloomy. Kingsley, Roberts, you take a team to the left. Savage, Tonks, you go to the right. Let's send these despicable smugglers to prison. The dangerous battle started immediately. The intense explosions turned this palm forest that had been cleared of muggles into a sea of fire. The ground was shaking, the night was swaying, and in the scorching air, there were occasional whistles of curses tearing through space and wails of pain from wizards. The well-trained Aurors cooperated tacitly, gradually devouring the living space of the dark wizards. But these brutal dark wizards were not some who would willingly wait for death. They fought separately, but they did not hesitate to use some magic that could easily take one's life. The situation was stalemate for a while. In a short time, no one could do anything about each other. Floating 1 mile above the ground, Brian stared coldly at the battlefield below, wondering what he was plotting. 2 months ago, Gringotts treasure hunting team unearthed a large number of ancient artifacts and alchemical items from the 11th dynasty in a pyramid buried deep in the desert. The pure-blood families in the British magical world who were superficially glamorous but rotten behind their backs moved upon hearing the news. They issued a commission to intercept the artifacts through Keku's Folly, a notorious dark wizard who had connections with many smugglers and mercenaries. Because they had to cross many countries along the way, and the number and scale of artifacts were large, eventually, a large transportation team was born. Brian and his party entered the Mediterranean from Sidi Barani, a coastal city in Egypt. When they rested in Heraklion, the largest city on Crete Island, they had a fierce fight with the Egyptian Ministry of Magic's Aurors who followed them. Then they crossed the Mediterranean and entered the Aegean Sea from the Tunisian Strait. In order to avoid disturbing the magical departments of those countries along the way, Brian and his party traveled along the coast all the way. Originally, their plan was not to enter any country. They would enter the Atlantic Ocean from the Strait of Gibraltar and cross the Bay of Biscay directly to London. But this long journey made most people mentally exhausted. Some people even burned several flying brooms due to overuse. When they arrived at Montpellier in the Gulf of Lion, most people in the team changed their minds. They hoped to cross France and cross the English Channel back to London. In this way, the journey was almost halved. The journey within France was uneventful. Even Brian mistakenly thought that the European side of the magical department had not received the notification from the Egyptian magical department. But unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the British territory, they were blocked by their own people. It seemed that the French magical department should have learned some information early on. They knew that the final target of this group of powerful bandits was not France, so they were happy to be idle. Boom! The violent roar drowned out all the noise on the battlefield. The tall wizard named Thanatos Hood raised his wand high and powerful, and ominous magic lurked in the clear crystal ball at the top of his wand. You bunch of scums who have sold your soul, are you ready to accept the punishment of death? As soon as Thanatos's words fell, the sand under everyone's feet suddenly fell into violent tremors. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the sand cracked open a large crack, and the black crack spewed out a foul wind, as if it led directly to hell. Crack! Immediately afterwards, a bone-white hand stretched out from the unfathomable darkness, and directly clasped the edge of the crack. What the hell is this monster? Tonks, who had only been an Auror for 2 years and was not very experienced, was scared and her hair changed color like a neon light, murmuring to herself. It looks like... The Aurors spontaneously gathered together from the chaotic battlefield, and stared at the huge skeleton that had 2 black flames burning in its eye sockets, and was 20 feet tall, and looked very scary. Kingsley gasped and said, "It should be the skeleton of a fire dragon. I'm not an expert in this field. I can't tell what kind of fire dragon it is. Hiss, they are really a group of extremely evil guys. Just for this magic." Drexel, who came to his senses from the surprise, glared at Thanatos, his eyes burning with anger. "You will have to stay in Azkaban for 10 more years. An even more intense battle broke out. Of course, this time, the underworld guys had the upper hand. They hid behind the huge bone dragon and shot out curses from the gaps in the bones. The Aurors were forced by the bone dragon that kept roaring fiercely onto a high slope. It seemed that they were doomed. Whoosh! But at this moment, a brown-haired wizard with a few grey hairs in his eyebrows and a sharp look like a hunting lion suddenly appeared in a place very close to the battlefield after removing his invisibility. His wand tip spit out brilliant firelight, and the huge fire dragon was blasted into pieces of broken bones by the rapidly expanding air, and fell from the sky. Thanatos spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face wilted and fell to the ground, his trembling fingertips and incredulous eyes pointed at the wizard who suddenly appeared, his lips quivered as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say a word. I told you. Rufus Scrimgeour turned his head and looked at his somewhat embarrassed subordinates on the high slope, and said in a stern voice, Don't be scared by these scum's false strength, you have to see through the enemy's reality. The head of the Ministry of Magic's Aura Office, Rufus Scrimgeour, who was famous in the magical world for his courage and wisdom, appeared on the battlefield. His appearance broke the fragile balance on the battlefield. The Aurors knocked out one dark wizard after another with their renewed confidence and determination. In the end, only Thanatos was still dodging in the stormy curses, but his fate seemed to be doomed. Golden Viper. Thanatos, who was blown out by Scrimgeour's curse, rolled on the scorched sand for several times before barely stopping. His robe was torn and tattered, blood oozed from his nostrils, and seeing Scrimgeour waving his wand again, he had no way out. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the night sky above his head, and shouted angrily, I know you are still here, Viper. As long as you are willing to save me, I will give you half of my reward. Author's note, I have rewritten the second chapter too. The core story remains the same, only the grammar errors and crude paragraphs have been refined. 093 Daily Life, Part 2. Golden Viper. Brian's junior, Nymphadora Tonks, suddenly changed her face. Her spirited eyebrows trembled incessantly, and she stared at the night sky where there was nothing but a bright moon. She gasped urgently. Is he the dark wizard who killed a bunch of werewolves in the underground world, and even almost killed Greyback? Floating in midair, Golden Viper almost twisted his nose with anger. His silver mask glinted in the moonlight, hiding his true identity. If it weren't for the contract he signed when he accepted the commission, which stipulated that all the members of their temporary team were not allowed to attack each other, he might have given Thanatos a hard blow. This idiot, is he afraid that I won't be noticed by the Ministry of Magic? Shut up, idiot. A shadow flashed by, and Golden Viper descended from the air like a hunting falcon. He shouted at Thanatos, who was still screaming for help, and then his cold eyes swept over the Aurors opposite him. He only stayed on Tonks's face for a very short moment, and a smile that no one noticed flashed across his face behind the twisted magic vortex. Brian was 2 grades higher than Tonks. This cheerful girl was very popular among boys when she was in school, because she was a natural metamorphmagus who could easily change her appearance. This kind of fun, this kind of talent was very rare and interesting. In fact, she especially liked to imitate the faces of professors when she was in school. Because of this, she was locked up by several professors including Snape. Brian had coexisted with her for a period of time in the 2nd semester of the 5th grade. The two were not friends, but they were acquaintances. However, since Brian graduated from school, he has never had any contact with any of the Hogwarts students. Including Scrimgeour, those who were swept by Golden Viper's eyes felt like they were poured a bucket of cold water on their heads. The chill went from outside to inside, reaching their souls. Most of the Aurors present were experienced veterans who had gone through countless life and death situations. They had a much better intuition for danger than ordinary wizards. They could feel that the mysterious wizard in front of them was stronger than all those scum they had just defeated combined. I can't breathe. Tonks looked shocked, her forehead sweaty. She secretly patted her chest and whispered, quickly go to Hogwarts and ask Albus Dumbledore. Shut up, Tonks. Strong-willed Scrimgeour glared at Tonks fiercely. He responded to Brian's calm gaze with a tough look, but his mind was stormy. He had to admit that he was a bit too big this time. He didn't expect that there would be such a dangerous guy among these smugglers. Can you please pretend that you haven't met us tonight? A voice full of vicissitudes and hoarseness came from behind the twisted vortex. It sounded polite, but anyone knew that this tone was disguised by magic. There are many Aurors present, but only one has the right to make decisions. Rufus knew that Golden Viper's words were addressed to him, and he also knew very well that if he gave a negative answer, then next, this dark wizard who had fought against those brutal werewolves several times and suppressed Greyback and dozens of werewolves led by him head-on, and almost killed them all, would probably not continue to ask politely. The underground world of Nocturne Alley was a very headache-inducing existence for every generation of the Ministry of Magic. On the one hand, most of the wizards who operated there were faction wizards. Although Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had been the main place for wizarding education for hundreds of years, these faction wizards had a longer history that could be traced back to before Merlin. Wizards revered tradition. If the Ministry of Magic decided to strangle the dark and mysterious underground world's wizards, they would probably get very limited support. In addition, many of the existing Sacred 28 families had connections with some of the forces in the underground world. They would also bring considerable resistance. There is also a very important point. Although for so many years, the Magical Law Enforcement Department has been secretly collecting information on active wizards in the underground world and has indeed dealt with some small characters, but for some powerful guys, the Ministry of Magic has always had no good way. For example, Greyback committed countless heinous crimes that were too numerous to list, but for so many years, the Ministry of Magic had never been able to catch him, let alone the one in front of them who almost annihilated the werewolves, Golden Viper. The Ministry of Magic will not bow to evil. Scrimgeour's face was cold and stern. His sharp yellow eyes glowed with a hint of red. He lifted his wand defiantly and said coldly, "Leave this." Kingsley discreetly pulled Tonks's robe and said quietly, "Go to the Ministry for backup, or as you said, go to Hogwarts and ask Albus Dumbledore for help. Move as fast as you can, Tonks. We can't guarantee how long we can hold on." Before Tonks could reply, Golden Viper's voice that sounded like gravel scraping against metal had already passed. "Then I can only say sorry, everyone. Attack!" Scrimgeour suddenly roared, and in an instant, the dazzling curse light bursting from the tips of the Auror's wands like sparks illuminated the night with a clear sky. A silver slash sliced through the tense air, which easily suppressed the colorful curse light with its fleeting and bleak brilliance. The sharp buzzing that could pierce the eardrum made the space shudder as if an earthquake had struck. The battle ended very quickly, or even in an instant. Thanatos looked at a group of brave and skilled Aurors who fell to the ground and couldn't get up, bleeding from their ears and noses with a metallic taste in their mouths, and quietly opened his mouth. Brian walked towards a group of Aurors, and the spinning wand tip sprayed out strands of shiny silver mist. These silver mists between reality and illusion floated to those Aurors and entered their brains from their temples. "What are you doing, Golden Viper? I think we'd better not kill them. That would bring us a lot of trouble." "I'm dealing with the trouble you idiot brought me." Golden Viper, who was carefully doing something, turned his head and glared at Thanatos coldly. Thanatos seemed to want to defend himself, but considering Golden Viper's strength, Thanatos didn't say anything. He shrank his neck in fear and looked down at the ground scattered with a large area of bone dragon bone ash. His distressed face was twitching and he muttered curses under his breath. The rest of his companions were soon awakened. With Thanatos's explanation, they all understood who saved them from going to prison. "Everyone needs to pay me 20% of the commission income as a reward, and you, Thanatos, you need to pay 50%. Golden Viper's words in a calm tone caused great dissatisfaction among his companions. They complained bitterly against Golden Viper's unreasonable demand. Only Thanatos didn't say anything. It's not that he was a person who kept his promises, but he witnessed Golden Vipers neatly defeating a group of Aurors. He thought it would be better not to provoke this dangerous guy anymore. "Even if we don't give it, you can't do anything to us. Golden Viper, you can't attack us. This is a violation of the contract." In the angry crowd, a clever guy yelled angrily, and his words also reminded others. "No one begged you to save us. Golden Viper, you are totally self-righteous." Another person sneered. For this scene, Golden Viper was not surprised. He was not naive enough to expect that this group of people with no bottom line would be grateful to him. "I can't attack you indeed." Golden Viper cast a shimmering magic shield that glowed with blinding white light and enclosed everyone inside like a cage, while he stood outside the shield, smirking. With a scornful, twisted smile, Golden Viper said in a low, menacing voice. "But I can wake up these Aurors from their slumber. I think they will be delighted to see you surrender voluntarily." 094 Meeting again. A heated dispute erupted when they handed over the commission task. According to the contract agreement signed by the people who accepted the commission, Keku's Folly, as an intermediary, could extract 20% of the commission from each wizard who accepted the commission task as an intermediary fee. However, everyone was outraged when they discovered that Golden Viper did not pay Keku's Folly a single galleon. The black wizards who felt cheated and exploited once again surrounded Keku's under the ancient, weathered signboard with a coiled snake carved on it and demanded an explanation. Looking at Keku's Folly who was trembling like a lamb in the midst of a pack of hungry wolves, Golden Viper flashed a smug smile. This trip had taken less than a month, and the task process had been grueling and perilous, but on the other hand, the reward had been astounding. The commission for the task had been 2,000 gold galleons, plus 1,000 from Thanatos, and 400 galleons from each of the remaining 6 people. Golden Viper's income from this trip had reached an astonishing 5,000 galleons. This was much better than being a professor at Hogwarts, Brian thought happily. "I almost thought I would be chopped up, Mr. Watson." At this point, Keku's finally managed to clarify the matter. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and approached Golden Viper with a wry smile. "This is all your own fault, Keku's." After Thanatos had also departed from the commission market, Only the two of them remained in the courtyard surrounded by low walls. Brian said bluntly. You should be grateful for my kindness, as I did not go looking for trouble with your whole family. Keiku's wry smile turned bitter. To be honest, he was also innocent. It was Dumbledore who had sought him out first. Did he have the right to refuse Albus Dumbledore's request? By the way. After being away for a while, Golden Viper scanned the changes in the dim, damp, and musty underground world that was only illuminated by a faint green glow. When his eyes landed on the pet market, he expressed some surprise. What about that old witch who sells monsters? Dead. Yes, she didn't make it through this month. Keiku's followed Golden Viper's gaze and pointed at a large patch of brown spots on the wall that were still fresh. He said casually. No one noticed this at first. When her body emitted a foul and nauseating odor, someone found out that she had been dead for several days. After she died, her monster was completely unattended. The wild beast that had been starved for days unleashed its fury. It handled its owner's body, but felt that it was not enough, so it devoured those house elves as desserts. Tisk. Keiku smacked his lips. That scene was really gruesome. Half of the domestic elves were stuffed into the monster's stomach, and the rest were terrified by the fleeing elves. They all ran away from here. But I guess they will come back after a while. After all, they have nowhere else to go. What about the monster? It was taken care of by someone. The famished creature eyed other sellers' goods with greed. The result? Look, that crimson splatter on the wall marks its final resting place. Brian and Keiku's chatted casually after completing a lucrative commission. Then, Keiku's took out his notebook from his wizard robe pocket and flipped through it. I have received some valuable commissions recently. No one knows yet. Mr. Watson, you can pick first. No need, Keiku's. Brian shook his neck and sounded weary. I'm going to rest for a while. I don't plan to show up here for some time. Keiku's nodded knowingly and put away his notebook. The fierce fight between Watson and his party and Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Aura office who personally led the arrest team when they landed ashore, was no secret to him. The result was that the transport team was safe and sound, while all the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic were treated free of charge at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and diseases. It was inevitable that the Ministry of Magic would retaliate with a bruised ego, and he might get caught in the crossfire. However, Keiku's was not afraid of the Ministry of Magic coming to him. He had two solid reasons to feel confident. First, the Aurors had no shred of evidence to link him to the commission, nor did they have any clue about who carried it out. Second, behind this covert operation were a group of influential pureblood families who had a vested interest in keeping it under wraps. They would not lift a finger to help the ministry unless they wanted to expose themselves as well. Dumbledore's absurd move had brought Keiku's and Brian closer as allies. They exchanged brief farewells, then parted ways. Keiku's went off to attend to his own affairs, while Golden Viper lingered in the underground world. He strolled to the stone wall under the cavernous ceiling, where some ramshackle huts were piled with scales of various colors and sizes. He had earned a fortune, and he intended to spend it wisely. After haggling fiercely, Golden Viper purchased a few antiquated books from a Greek wizard, written in ancient runes. The wizard, who had no neck to speak of, claimed that these books were unearthed from a temple. Upon examination, they appeared to be the research manuscripts of the legendary Herpo the Foul, the first known dark wizard and Parselmouth. Golden Viper gazed at the stack of books in his hand that were riddled with holes and stains, and scoffed inwardly. In this modest trading market, every wizard who peddled their wares had a few relics of legendary wizards whose existence was dubious at best, as their crown jewels. A quick glance around would reveal a handful of Merlin's wands or beards, which were specially crafted to dupe those naive newcomers who ventured into the underground world or foreigners who occasionally passed by England. After all, this hidden cave was also rumored to have some connection with Merlin, so these forgeries were also regarded as local delicacies. After that, Brian made his way to the end of the market, where he specialized in buying herbs and potion ingredients. He had a habit of stockpiling materials for making magic recovery potions. Every once in a while, he would go on a shopping spree. And the wizards who sold those herbs also recognized Golden Viper instantly, the generous wealthy patron. Before he could even ask, they crowded around him and eagerly offered him the materials in those bottles and jars. In the herb market, at an obscure spot, there was a stall with some worthless and mediocre items. The wizard wearing a faded white robe stared at Golden Viper, who was spirited and took out a lot of galleons. His eyes were filled with envy. But when his eyes swept across Golden Viper's neckline, his emaciated body shuddered violently. Behind the mask, his expression turned pale. He disregarded his stall of junk. He sprang up abruptly and dashed towards the stairs and ran towards the fireplace above. This odd behavior aroused Brian's suspicion. He watched the back of the wizard in bewilderment. And when he sensed the magic in that person's body through his keen sense, his eyes widened. A terrifying aura erupted from his well-proportioned body and immediately intimidated the other wizards who sold goods in front of him. Crack! A few cyan metal spears shot from the sky. After a sharp sound, the fleeing wizard was trapped in a metal cage by Golden Viper like the basilisk of the chamber. Run again! Plowing through the crowd of clueless people, Brian walked briskly to the metal cage. Looking at the down-and-out guy locked in the cage, Brian flashed a wicked smile. 095 meeting him. The leaky cauldron was unusually quiet that afternoon. Most of the regular customers were either busy with their jobs or avoiding the scorching heat outside. Only a few tables were occupied by some old wizards playing chess or reading newspapers. In a dimly lit corner near the fireplace, two men sat opposite each other with a pile of dishes between them. One of them was holding a copy of the Daily Prophet with a bold headline that caught his attention. An internationally renowned celebrity and author of several best-selling books, recipient of the Order of Merlin Third Class, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, former professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Gilderoy Lockhart, who was previously reported by an anonymous person and controlled by the Ministry of Magic, was trialed by the Wisengamot Court at 9 o'clock today. According to a source from the Ministry of Magic, Gilderoy Lockhart may face up to 15 years in prison for multiple charges. Below this sensational headline was a large photo of Lockhart being escorted by two aurors into the courtroom. The contrast between his past glory and his present misery was striking. His once shiny blonde hair was tangled and dirty, his flamboyant robes were replaced by ragged prison clothes that hung loosely on his thin frame, his dazzling smile was gone, revealing yellowish teeth and a stubbly beard, and his bright blue eyes were clouded with confusion and fear, as if he had no idea how he had ended up in this predicament. This was probably the last time Gilderoy Lockhart made headlines. The man who was holding the paper folded it neatly and tossed it aside with a smirk on his face. He looked across the table at his companion, who had just finished devouring another ferret sandwich with great appetite. He was Remus Lupin, a former friend of Harry Potter's father, a member of the Order of Phoenix that fought against Voldemort, and a werewolf who had been bitten as a child by Fenrir Greyback, the most notorious leader of a savage pack that preyed on humans. Lupin had once been a handsome and elegant man with a gentle smile and a calm demeanor, but years of hardship and discrimination had taken their toll on him. His face was pale and gaunt, his hair was streaked with grey, his clothes were patched and worn, and his eyes were sad and weary. He had been living on the edge of society, struggling to find a decent job or a place to stay, especially during the full moon when he had to endure the painful transformation into a beast. The round tea table was full of empty plates. Lupin had eaten more than he usually did in a week, thanks to the generosity of his host. He felt a pang of guilt and gratitude as he wiped his mouth with a napkin. He noticed that the other man was staring at him with a cold and curious expression. He tried to swallow the food in his mouth and showed an apologetic smile. "I think I must look very embarrassed right now." Brian sneered indisputably. He looked deeply at the patches on Lupin's robe that were sewn with different fabrics and colors and felt mixed feelings in his heart. "You're quite skilled, Lupin. I don't understand why you ended up like this," Brian asked in a tone that was half curious and half mocking. Lupin seemed to want to say something, but he suddenly noticed that the owner of the pub Tom was carrying 2 glasses of sherry towards them, so he quickly shut his mouth. After the pub owner respectfully put down the 2 glasses of black, thick and sweet wine that smelled like raisins and walked away, Lupin rubbed his greyish hair that had some white strands and said in a low voice with a bitter smile. "You know my identity, Mr. Watson. In the outside world, no one would be willing to hire a dangerous werewolf who can't work for a period of time every month. The underground world's commission market has some tasks that are not very complicated. With your ability, it would be easy to complete them." Brian leaned on the back of the chair. He crossed his arms over his chest and tilted his head to continue asking. Lupin's face visibly darkened. He didn't answer Brian's question immediately, but stared at the sandwich that was left in the plate. It was half-eaten and had some sauce dripping from it. This silence lasted for a long time, until even Brian became impatient. Lupin finally opened his mouth with a bitter face. "Indeed. But I don't dare, Mr. Watson. I'm afraid it's hard for me to explain this feeling to you. It's probably like this. I think it's better for me to keep a certain distance from those things that violate the law, unless I want to become like Greyback someday in the future." Pathetic, that was the word that came to Brian's mind after hearing Lupin's explanation. Lupin was a werewolf who would rather live in poverty and misery than harm others with his strength. He was a kind and principled person, but sadly, in the magical world, that didn't matter. People wouldn't change their views on werewolves because of him, nor would they show much compassion. They wouldn't think about how much injustice and suffering werewolves had endured and why they had become like this. They would only reject and despise all kinds of different beings. Because of Greyback and his men, Brian didn't like werewolves, but he didn't have much prejudice against them either. Of course, he didn't have the mood to sympathize with these poor guys who had suffered so much injustice. Suppressing the slight pity in his heart, Brian cleared his throat and said coldly. "So, Mr. Lupin, I think you must be wondering what our grudge is about. Brian asked in a tone that was half curious and half mocking. He looked at Lupin with a cold and piercing gaze, as if he could see through his mind. Yes, Mr. Watson. I'm not surprised by your reaction when you saw me today. Lupin smiled bitterly and nodded apologetically. He lowered his eyes and avoided Brian's stare. Professor Dumbledore wrote me a letter. After you left Hogwarts, he reminded me that when I saw you again, you might react like this. Humph. The coldness in Brian's eyes and the cold snort he made were as sharp as each other. He looked at Lupin's eyes indifferently. I spared your life, Lupin. The bloodthirsty aura in Brian's low voice almost made Lupin uneasy. He felt a chill run down his spine and his heart beat faster. He wanted to defend himself, but the young wizard in front of him didn't give him a chance to speak. But how did you repay my kindness, Lupin? You asked Dumbledore about my identity. You should know what kind of consequences that could lead to. If Dumbledore decided to get rid of me, then there would be only two outcomes for me. Either I would stay in Azkaban for a lifetime, or I would leave the European magical world and wander around the world. Hey, is it possible that werewolves express gratitude differently from normal wizards, so that I can't understand why you would do such a repay kindness with enmity thing? Lupin had nothing to say. After that fierce battle, to be honest, he was scared by this young wizard who had appeared in the underground world not long ago. Subconsciously, he wanted to find out the true identity of the Golden Viper. He didn't think much and wrote a letter to Albus directly, ignoring the consequences this would bring to Brian. Defending and apologizing were useless in front of a wizard like Golden Viper. To solve this trouble, you had to come up with something that could interest him. I have some information here, Mr. Watson. Maybe it's worth something to you. After a long silence, Lupin raised his head. The one who was only over 30 years old looked like a 50-year-old man because of his precarious life and the trauma in his heart. His face was pale and gaunt, his eyes were sunken and weary, and his voice was hoarse and weak. Fenrir Greyback has started to resume his activities recently. He arranged his men to inquire about your true identity privately. He may want to find your family. Besides, he also contacted some of his former partners. You should know who I mean. I think he wants to have a final battle with you. He's not dead yet. After a contemptuous snort, Brian's tone was slightly surprised. Werewolves really have amazing vitality. Unfortunately, Mr. Watson, he is still alive. Lupin took a deep breath and said. After fighting with you last time, half of his body was almost burned by your powerful fire magic. Normally, even with the vitality of a werewolf, he couldn't survive such a serious magical injury. But he was lucky. At the brink of death, he suddenly remembered that when he worked for the Dark Lord, he got a reward for an excellent massacre. That was a very powerful healing ritual magic that barely healed his broken body. After some time of recuperation, he finally recovered his strength. It's worth something. Brian nodded and then said coldly, but compared to the mockery I suffered, Lupin, if Greyback comes to trouble me again, I'll make sure he won't even have ashes left. You don't expect this to appease my anger, do you? Lupin's face was full of helplessness. He shook his robe to make the patches on it more conspicuous. They were like scars on his clothes that showed his poverty and misery. You know my situation, Mr. Watson. If you want me to redeem myself with galleons, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Brian sipped his sweet wine and thought about this question. Kill Lupin to vent his anger. Brian would never do that. For killing, Brian always had the most cautious attitude. His grudge with Lupin was far from reaching the point where he had to take out his wand and take his life. And besides, Lupin obviously had a special relationship with Dumbledore. Brian didn't want to provoke the old man who was still the most powerful wizard in the world. He knew that Dumbledore had some secrets that even he couldn't figure out. He didn't want to risk his life for a trivial matter. Brian fell into silence and Lupin also waited quietly for his decision. Neither of them spoke again. The only sound in the pub was the clinking of glasses and the murmuring of conversations. In the meantime, when the pub owner Tom came over and asked them if they needed anything else, Lupin showed a hesitant expression. He looked at the empty plates on the table and felt a pang of hunger in his stomach. He hadn't eaten so well in a long time. Brian generously waved his hand and let him order whatever he wanted. Lupin thanked him gratefully and ordered another sandwich and a glass of pumpkin juice. Brian had no idea what to do. He turned Lockhart's face over and casually looked at the Daily Prophet while thinking. He scanned the headlines and the articles, but nothing caught his interest. When he turned to page 7, a recruitment notice in the middle of the paper caught his eye. Then Brian showed a meaningful smile on his handsome face. 096 Gentle Heart. What kind of joke are you playing, Mr. Watson? Lupin's mouth fell open, his weathered and haggard face a mix of astonishment, shock and confusion. He thought Brian was just making a bad joke, but seeing his solemn and serious expression, he realized this was not the case. You want me to apply for the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts? This absurd suggestion made Lupin, who had survived the war years and had a wealth of experience, feel incredulous. He raised his eyebrows high and spoke hastily. Mr. Watson, you must remember that I am a... He glanced around the pub, where guests were walking back and forth, and lowered his voice. This is a very good suggestion, don't you think? Brian smiled. Being a professor is a respectable and meaningful job, not only unrelated to evil, but also well paid. It can save you from the hardships of life. You should know that Dumbledore is not the kind of person who cares about worldly views and rules, Lupin. You have good skills, I think you can do this job well. When the crowd around them thinned a bit, Lupin continued to express his doubts about Brian's proposal. It's not about that, Mr. Watson. He couldn't deny that this was a tempting offer, but reason told Lupin that this was impossible. Many people know about my werewolf identity, Mr. Watson. Do you think the board of directors of Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic will let Dumbledore hire a werewolf to teach young wizards how to defend against dark magic and those dangerous creatures? That's too ridiculous. I am a dangerous magical creature myself. If you can't face yourself, Lupin, how can you expect others to treat you with rational eyes? Brian continued to persuade him patiently, Dumbledore will take care of all the problems you worry about. Besides, there is also a master of potions in the school who can brew Wolfsbane potion, which can spare you from the pain of those few days every month. Wolfsbane potion was almost the savior of Lupin and other wizards who were forced to become werewolves. Unfortunately, its high price was basically unaffordable for most werewolves. How many painful nights of transformation, Lupin prayed that he could have enough galleons to buy this precious potion. Mentioning this, Lupin obviously hesitated, but thinking of the potion's master who had a grudge with him before, Lupin could only shake his head with a bitter smile. It won't be that simple, Mr. Watson. Lupin smiled sadly, if you have children, would you be happy to see their teacher is a werewolf who loses his mind and bites people's necks at any time? It took a lot of effort to think of this brilliant revenge idea, how could Brian give up easily? He patiently enlightened Lupin and spared no saliva to tell him how many benefits there were to becoming a respected professor. Think about it, Remus. Brian called Lupin's name affectionately, if you can do well in this position, what wonderful things will happen then? People may change their image of werewolves and no longer look at you differently. Remus, you are saving all the werewolves who are forced to walk in the dark with heavy burdens like you. Brian spoke passionately and eloquently. In the end, even he admired his own ability to bewitch. Could it be that I really have the potential to become the third-generation Dark Lord? Looking at Remus Lupin, who was only one step away from agreeing, Brian suddenly had this thought in his heart. Lupin let out a heavy sigh. After all, he was a Gryffindor wizard. After Brian's persuasion, courage quickly gathered in his heart. But there has always been a rumor that the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Suddenly remembering something, Lupin looked at the newspaper on the table and frowned. Is cursed by Voldemort himself. He pointed at the headline that read Defense against the dark arts professor quits after 1 year again. It was said that every professor who took this position would either die or suffer misfortune within 1 year. This was one of the mysteries of Hogwarts that had never been solved. Do you want me to take such a risk? Lupin asked incredulously, or do you think I deserve such a fate? He looked at Brian with suspicion and resentment in his eyes. Nonsense! Brian shouted righteously. This is just a rumor, look at me, Lupin, I retired from that position safely, without any harm, and even, after doing this, my luck has been good, I even made some money recently. He showed Lupin a bag of galleons that he had earned from his various schemes. From all aspects, Brian's opinion was a very good proposal, but it was precisely because of this that Lupin always had a trace of alertness in his heart. Why, Mr. Watson? Lupin asked in confusion, there is no doubt that I have offended you. If you had used the same methods to deal with me as you did with those brutal fellows of mine before, I would not be surprised at all, but you didn't do that, instead you kindly introduced me to a job, wanted me to make a living. This is too strange, isn't it? He looked at Brian with suspicion and curiosity in his amber eyes. He couldn't understand why Brian would suddenly show such generosity and concern for him. Because I recognize your ability and kindness, Remus. Brian smiled gently, he already knew that he was about to achieve his goal. I have done the professor of this course, and spent a few months with the little wizards in the school. They are all very lovely children. They should all receive orthodox and professional education. They should all have a bright future. And Gilderoy Lockhart's thing obviously proved that even the great Dumbledore sometimes makes mistakes. I can't bear to see those children waste their precious years. Remus, I think you have the ability to help them. He put his hand on Lupin's shoulder and looked at him sincerely. He tried to appeal to Lupin's sense of responsibility and compassion for the young generation. The brightest noon sun dispelled the darkness in this somewhat gloomy pub, and also dispelled the fog in Lupin's heart. The doubt between his eyebrows disappeared and he showed a relieved smile. I have to go back and see if my herbs are still there, Mr. Watson. Lupin stood up and slightly tidied up his old robe. I hope no one has taken my herbs to feed the unicorns. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Mr. Watson, this meal will probably keep me going for a few days. He thanked Brian for the food and drink that he had offered him. He knew that Brian might have some ulterior motives, but he also appreciated his kindness. About my proposal. Looking at Remus who was walking towards Diagon Alley, Brian squinted his eyes and stood up as well. I'm sorry I can't give you an exact answer right now, I need some time to think carefully. After all, he was a wizard who had come through the extremely cruel war years and wandered in the underworld for many years. Remus Lupin was more rational and alert than Brian imagined. He didn't want to rush into a decision that might change his life forever. By the way, Lupin said, standing in the golden light. His relaxed smile made him look 20 years younger. He looked at the young wizard next to the table, his eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. I think I understand why Albus was so lenient with you after learning what you've done these years. You're not quite like the you I remember. What do you mean? Brian asked, his expression suddenly tense. Lupin smiled and waved at him, then walked into the light. A moment later, a gentle voice came from outside the door, reaching Brian's ears and making him fall into a long silence. You have a gentle heart, Brian. 097 After the meeting. After bidding farewell to Lupin, Brian had no intention of leaving the leaky cauldron with him. He felt drained from the endless tasks he had completed in the past few days. He politely requested Tom, the friendly bar owner, to arrange a room for him upstairs. He decided to spend a peaceful night here before heading back to the Muggle world tomorrow. The sun in early July in London shone brightly but lazily on the streets. Brian stayed in his cozy room all afternoon without stepping out. He only got up from his comfortable bed when the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon emerged from behind the clouds. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched his limbs slowly. Once a person relaxes, his body will soon demand more rest and nourishment. Brian felt his stomach growl and complain, so he put on his clothes and walked out of the room with a slight sway. Since Hogwarts had already started the summer vacation, the leaky cauldron was bustling with more wizards than usual, but most of them were just passing through this place to travel between the wizarding world and the Muggle world. Only a few wizards chose to stay here for a longer time. Brian also spotted a few students in their school uniforms, but he picked a seat behind a pillar, which was hidden from their view. Those students who were thrilled about the start of the summer vacation did not pay attention to him. Brian preferred to keep a low profile and did not initiate any conversation with them. He cut a piece of steak and savored it slowly, then took a sip of the smooth red wine. Brian quietly enjoyed the leisure time that belonged only to him. The news that Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of Auror's office, led his elite subordinates to hunt down smugglers, but was ambushed and injured by a dark wizard did not appear in the Daily Prophet. Therefore, the main topic of discussion among the guests around was still Gilderoy Lockhart, who had just resigned from the position of Hogwarts defense against the dark arts professor in a scandalous way. It is a truth universally acknowledged that everyone pushes when the wall falls. After his past despicable crimes were exposed, Lockhart, whose works were popular throughout the European wizarding world, became a black sheep that everyone despised and ridiculed. Overnight, all his fans vanished. The wizards around who were talking about this topic all scoffed and claimed that they had seen through his true face a long time ago, as if they would be ashamed if they didn't say so. 15 years in prison, the Wizengamot is not merciful this time. Brian shook his head and sighed slightly. He wondered what fate awaited this guy in the original book. He guessed it would not be better than it is now. As Brian was praying for Lockhart who was suffering in prison, he heard a familiar voice that made him frown. Sit over there, Draco. And don't you notice that your mother is holding something in her hand? How did I teach you? It was Lucius Malfoy, who had just entered the leaky cauldron with his wife and son. He walked with an air of authority and disdain, as if he owned the place and everyone in it. He ignored the curious and fearful glances from the other patrons and headed to a secluded table in the corner of the bar. His wife Narcissa followed him closely, clutching a small package in her hand and looking around nervously. She was a beautiful woman, but her face was pale and tense, as if she expected trouble at any moment. Draco followed his parents with a smug smile and a swagger in his step. He enjoyed the attention he was getting, especially from the Slytherin students who were also present in the bar. He spotted Brian sitting at the table and quickened his pace. He grabbed the package from his mother's hand with an impatient gesture and rolled his eyes behind his father's back. He muttered as he sat down next to Brian. Gryffindor lost to Hufflepuff, so Hufflepuff won. Then Ravenclaw also lost to Hufflepuff. You defeated Hufflepuff and lost to Gryffindor in the final match but scored higher than Gryffindor in total points. As a result, you won the championship. Brian raised his eyebrows and looked at Draco who became animated and a bit nervous when he met him. He blinked and smiled. Wood didn't kill Potter. I suspect he wanted to kill all the Gryffindor team. Draco grinned with satisfaction. His father being kicked out of the Hogwarts board of directors did make him gloomy for a while, but the final Quidditch match victory restored all his pride. He recalled the final score of 170 to 130 between Gryffindor and Slytherin in that match, when Mrs. Hooch announced that Slytherin won by a large margin. At that moment, those Gryffindors on the team looked like they had been petrified on their flying brooms. Draco couldn't contain the smile on his face as he watched their dismayed expressions. While Draco was enthusiastically telling Brian about the details of that final match with a grin on his face, Lucius remained strangely silent. He didn't glance at his son or scrutinize Brian. His light grey eyes just fixed on the people coming and going in the bar, radiating coldness. Draco. Narcissa Malfoy, who had also been quiet until then, suddenly cut off her son's bragging. She looked at her husband with an aloof expression, stood up gracefully, and said in a much more serious tone than usual when addressing Draco. I just remembered that the few dresses I ordered at Madame Malkin's robes shop should be ready by now. I need you to come with me and try them on. It's just a few dresses, mother, there's no need. How dare you disobey your mother's request, Draco? Lucius came out of his frozen state. He glared at Malfoy and snapped at him. Watching Draco, who was reluctant to follow his mother out of the leaky cauldron, Brian shifted his gaze away from him, took out his wand and muttered Mufflieto. Then he smiled at Lucius Malfoy. Your wife is very beautiful, Lucius, and very smart. Lucius didn't say anything. He was studying the young wizard in front of him who was hard to read. Unconsciously, his breathing became slightly faster. I heard that since you lost the position of Hogwarts board member, you have been in trouble for a while. The father of several children in the Weasley family, Arthur Weasley of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, seemed to have visited your manor many times to seek justice for his little daughter, and discovered a lot of interesting gadgets. Lucius's grey eyes burned with rage as he thought of that blood traitor who liked Muggles. Arthur Weasley had been a constant thorn in his side for a while, making him a joke among the pure-blood families. And what frustrated him even more was that Arthur, despite his lowly position, had a long-standing seniority in the Ministry of Magic and a good rapport with many people. The pressure he tried to exert on him through the higher UPS was ineffective. This is also thanks to you, isn't it? Lucius took a deep breath and looked at Brian. Although there was a faint smile on his face, there was no warmth in his grey eyes. There is something that has baffled me for a long time, Mr. Watson. You broke into the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin and subdued that beast, saving several students. To reward you, Fudge even went through a special procedure to award you a worthless medal. But why didn't the Daily Prophet report this at all? It's as if everything was done by Harry Potter and his impulsive friends. What do you think is the reason, Mr. Malfoy? Brian picked up the goblet and took a sip of red wine. He smiled slightly. 098 Wait for death. As the scion of one of the 28 sacred pure-blood families that traced their lineage back to the ancient times, the business tycoon of the British wizarding world that controlled countless enterprises and organizations, and the undisputed lord of the Malfoy family that was renowned for its wealth, power, and shrewdness, Lucius Malfoy prided himself on being a wizard who had seen a lot of the world and was not easily surprised by anything. He had rubbed shoulders with high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic in Britain and many other European countries, negotiating policies and contracts with them. He had consulted with renowned scholars, skilled potion masters, and other experts in various fields of magic, learning from their knowledge and experience. He had dealt with greedy and cunning goblins, bargaining with them for gold and treasures. He had mingled with many outstanding wizards who were leaders in their respective fields, competing or cooperating with them for fame and glory. But to be honest, the feeling that this young wizard gave him was... Lucius didn't know how to describe it. It was a bit like facing Dumbledore, the old headmaster of Hogwarts who was revered as the greatest wizard of the age. And it was a bit like facing the young Voldemort, the Dark Lord who had almost conquered the wizarding world with his charisma and cruelty. I think. Lucius felt ridiculous for his feeling. He secretly adjusted his breathing rhythm, trying to calm his racing heart. He relaxed his expression a bit, smoothing out the wrinkles on his forehead. He tried to use his rich negotiation experience to gain the initiative in this exchange. Could it be that Dumbledore was afraid that you would steal the limelight from his favorite student, so he specially talked to the minister? He said in a mocking tone, hoping to provoke the young man's anger or pride. Your level of sowing discord is really disappointing, Mr. Malfoy. But Brian's smile didn't change at all. He just said with a hint of playfulness in his purple eyes that contrasted sharply with his black hair. If you are really curious, I don't mind telling you. Actually, this was a request I made to Dumbledore myself. And as for the reason... Lucius held his breath subconsciously. He stared at Brian's eyes without moving, hoping that this would put some psychological pressure on the young man. But the words that came into his ears soon shattered all his calculations and pretenses. Of course it's for the sake of one day in the future, when that Dark Lord who can't even be named reappears in people's sight. When he learns about what happened at Hogwarts last year, he won't target me as his enemy. To be honest, Mr. Malfoy, you don't think that the thing you secretly stuffed into Ginny Weasley's backpack was just an ordinary diary, or a little gadget that the Dark Lord made when he was bored in Professor Binns's History of Magic class at Hogwarts, do you? He said casually, as if he was talking about the weather. What do you mean? The fine sweat beads on his not-so-full forehead showed that Lucius was shocked beyond words. Lucius's face was pale as death. His lips were cracked like parched land. His eyes lost their calmness and became restless and fearful. He couldn't believe what he just heard. The Dark Lord will come back? Among those followers of Voldemort who were called Death Eaters by their enemies, quite a few still missed their old master and hoped for his return. But these people definitely did not include Lucius Malfoy. He would never forget what means he used and what promises he made to avoid being sent to Azkaban with Dementors after the Dark Lord fell. He betrayed his former comrades, lied to the ministry, bribed the judges, and even donated generously to various charities. If the Dark Lord came back one day, then what awaited the Malfoy family would definitely not be a reward but a cruel punishment. Lucius knew how terrible the Dark Lord was. He had seen him torture and kill countless people with his own eyes. He had felt his wrath and fear when he failed him or displeased him. He didn't want to lie to himself that he had never imagined that the Dark Lord would come back one day. But as time went by, he thought that this possibility was almost zero. Otherwise, he would not have stuffed the thing that the Dark Lord gave him when he entrusted him to take good care of it into that Weasley girl's backpack just to trouble her father who was a poor and ignorant blood traitor. Only that old fool Dumbledore thinks he will come back. He wants to scare people so that he can always get respect. Lucius had no time to care about his hoarse voice. He said with his remaining reason, trying to convince himself more than Brian. Maybe. Brian shrugged noncommittally, as if he didn't care whether Lucius believed him or not. At least I think Dumbledore's worries are reasonable, Mr. Malfoy. You obviously know more about the Dark Lord's power than I do, don't you? Brian's words hit Lucius's weakness like a sharp dagger. He clenched his teeth and looked like he was struck by lightning. His blonde hair was disheveled and his elegant suit was wrinkled. It took him a long time before his heart that was frozen by fear began to beat again. Dumbledore told you. You know what that diary is, don't you? Tell me. He shouted desperately, hoping to get some answers from Brian. He wanted to know if there was any way to undo what he had done, to erase the traces of his involvement, to escape the Dark Lord's wrath. I'm here today to tell you these things just to give you a heads up, Mr. Malfoy. Not to save your miserable life. Brian lowered his eyelids and his eyes were deep and unfathomable. I don't care about your fate at all, Malfoy. But if possible, I do hope to save Draco's innocent soul. If one day in the future the Dark Lord returns to the people, then I hope you are prepared to ensure that Draco and his mother can escape death. As for you, Lucius Malfoy, you can wait for death. Lucius Malfoy was a shrewd businessman. He worked hard for half his life for two things, one was the glory of his family, and the other was wealth. But before the lives of Narcissa and Draco, all these were insignificant. He loved his wife and son more than anything in the world. He would do anything to protect them from harm. Tell me, Watson, what is that thing? If you really pity Draco. Lucius's roar was covered by Brian's spell effect, but his strange state still attracted the attention of many people in the leaky cauldron. The bartender Tom behind the bar obviously recognized the famous Mr. Malfoy. After a little hesitation, he was about to come over and ask what was going on. But the deep look that the young man opposite Mr. Malfoy swept over him made him stop his steps and shiver. I know how you got into Hogwarts, Watson. Lucius was not in his right mind at this moment. If he was rational and clear-headed as usual, he would know that his words would only anger Brian Watson, not help him solve the puzzle. But the safety of Narcissa and Draco clouded his judgment and made him blurt out. I know fudge. He must have never thought that he issued a special order and awarded a precious Merlin second-class medal to a criminal who lurked in the underworld. I can figure out your identity there, Watson. You don't want to be disgraced, do you? He snarled menacingly, hoping to intimidate Brian into telling him what he wanted to know. Oh, how interesting. You're actually trying to dig up my dirt. Brian put down his wine glass and laughed coldly. Malfoy, even if I never bothered to inquire, those despicable things you did in private still came into my ears one after another. I heard that after Arthur Weasley emptied those things you hid in your house, you spent a lot of money to avoid punishment. And also, to fill your empty collection room, you spent a lot of galleons to get a batch of new goods from Kekus. Slowly, he stood up and looked down condescendingly at Lucius who was sitting on the chair like a puppet with broken strings. The chill in his eyes seemed to freeze the Black Lake. Who do you think I am, Malfoy? The good old Dumbledore? Who gave you the courage to talk nonsense in front of me? Is it those cold coins? Patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 099 Despair. Malfoy felt a surge of panic rising in his chest, but he tried to suppress it and put on a mocking smile. He wanted to show Brian how ridiculous he found his contempt for money and power, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't move a muscle, not only his mouth, but every part of his body. He was frozen in place, like a statue. Unbeknownst to him, the noisy bar had become silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. The smell of various foods in the air, the strong alcohol, the body odor of the guests walking around, all vanished. It was as if there was a piece of eraser in the void that could erase reality, leaving nothing behind. Everything in the bar, which had a black and grey color scheme, gradually lost its full shape, leaving only the framework composed of lines. The world quickly fell from three-dimensional to two-dimensional, and those remaining frameworks also disappeared quickly under the interference of a mysterious power. Everything that happened before his eyes had exceeded Malfoy's understanding of magic. He stared blankly at everything that vanished in front of him, and even his thoughts seemed to be frozen. He felt like he was trapped in a nightmare. This was a world filled with infinite pure white, with no distinction between up and down, left and right, like a colorless universe. It was empty and silent, except for the sound of his own heartbeat. Lucius blinked his eyes and came back to his senses. He found that he had regained control of his body, but he still couldn't move, because on the stone chair that appeared strangely under him, many cold chains emerged, fixing his limbs and neck firmly, as if he was being tried. In front of his vision, or maybe right in front of him, or maybe at an infinite distance away, two purple suns suddenly appeared. They were bright and dazzling, burning his eyes. In the pure white, the lines of human figures gradually appeared. In a few seconds, Brian appeared in this pure white world. He looked down at Lucius Malfoy, who was trembling. His indifferent eyes were like a fire dragon looking at a goblin who was cursing in front of him. Under the gaze of death, Lucius sweated like rain. He regained his calm and realized that he had made a big mistake. Since the Dark Lord fell, the British magical world had been peaceful for a long time. In the daily life of ordinary wizards, there was almost no situation where they had to wave their wands and fight with others. In times of peace, money and power were always the most deterrent. Entering and leaving various high-profile parties where dignitaries gathered, enjoying the envious eyes of those low-level wizards who were struggling to make a living in the magical world, whether they were half-blood or muggle-borns. Lucius Malfoy, who had been lost for a long time, suddenly remembered something he knew during those years when he followed the Dark Lord, but later deliberately forgot. That was, stripping off the disguise of power, the core inside was violence, or it could be said that it was strength. The young man in front of him who easily solved the items left by Voldemort and the 1000-year-old snake monster in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets was much richer and more powerful than him in some ways. Spare me. Malfoy was never a man of iron bones. In a very short time, he found some skills that he had trained when he served under the Dark Lord. He cried bitterly, only daring to stare at Brian's feet. He tried his best to imitate Dobby's posture in front of him and begged with an extremely humble voice. Spare me my life, sir, Mr. Watson. Please do it for Draco's sake. Ding ding ding, the footsteps gradually became clear and made Lucius's body tremble more violently. He wanted to raise his head to observe Brian's expression and judge whether he had any chance of survival. But he didn't dare to do so because he was afraid that Brian had the same habit as Voldemort. How could Voldemort, who was unwilling to let people call his name directly, allow his servants to look directly at his face? Especially after going through a series of complex and dangerous human experiments, Voldemort's appearance became less and less like a human being. His face was pale and snake-like, his eyes were red and slit-like, his nose was flat and nostril-like. He looked more like a monster than a wizard. He had warned his Death Eaters several times not to violate this taboo. But soon Lucius no longer struggled with whether he could keep his life because Brian had already given his answer with action. Clang! The sound of a hard spear piercing through the body and then piercing through the stone chair was very crisp. The blood flowing from the abdomen quickly spread on the wizard robe like a red spider lily blooming on the other shore. It was gorgeous and dazzling, but also filled with a strong smell of death. The severe pain hit Lucius's consciousness like waves, making his body shake like a sieve. But he still didn't dare to raise his head. He felt a cold metal tip touching his heart, threatening to end his life at any moment. Spare Narcissa and Draco, Mr. Watson. I am willing to pay anything. Lucius cried and made his last most humble and sincere request in his life. But what he got in return was just a sneer of contempt. Hope this will teach you a lesson, Malfoy. Don't let it happen again. The cold voice came into Lucius Malfoy's ears, who was gradually losing consciousness. It made him, who was already like a candle in the wind, feel endless doubt. From the meaning of this sentence, it seemed that Watson had decided to really spare him his life for Draco's sake. But Watson had already done it, hadn't he? The bronze spear that pierced his abdomen brought him such a real pain. The feeling of life slipping away from his body was so powerless. Perhaps Watson meant that he would not vent his anger on Narcissa and Draco? Lucius Malfoy thought so, and his consciousness was gradually devoured by darkness. Dear, are you okay? A little yellow light suddenly appeared in the endless darkness, as if waking up from a big dream. Lucius Malfoy stood blankly on the seat behind a pillar, ignoring his wife's anxious call and his son's worried gaze. He felt a cold sweat on his forehead and a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down at his wizard robe and saw no trace of blood. He touched his abdomen and felt no wound. He realized that it was all an illusion, a very realistic and terrifying illusion. After a long time, his pale face regained some blood. Lucius turned his head stiffly and found that besides Narcissa and Draco, there were many people watching the excitement around him. They whispered to each other, wondering what had happened to him. "Mr. Malfoy, are you all right?" The bar owner Tom squeezed in front of everyone. He looked at Lucius's face that looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness with fear and trembling and said. He knew the reputation and influence of the Malfoy family very well. If something went wrong with the head of the family in his bar, Tom could imagine that what awaited him would not be a good end. He hoped that Mr. Malfoy would not blame him for anything. "Where is that person?" When he opened his mouth, Lucius was shocked to find that he was like he hadn't drunk water for 2 or 3 days. His voice was hoarse and dry. He felt thirsty and weak, as if he had just experienced a life and death struggle. "If you mean the young guest opposite you," Tom said respectfully. "He left a while ago, Mr. Malfoy. After he left, you were stunned silly, cough cough, I mean, you just stood here. I thought you were thinking about important things, so I didn't dare to bother you." He tried to explain himself, hoping that Mr. Malfoy would not be angry with him for neglecting him. "What happened to you, dear?" Narcissa frowned at her husband and asked in confusion. She had never seen him like this before. He looked pale and frightened, as if he had seen a ghost. She wondered what had caused him such a shock. Draco's expression changed quietly. He knew his father very well and knew his habitual sarcasm when talking to some people who were not very famous or powerful. If his father spoke to Professor Watson in this way. "Professor Watson is a very powerful wizard, father." Draco's voice was panicked. "And his personality can be very tough sometimes, especially when facing other people's offenses." He tried to hint at his father that he might have offended Professor Watson somehow and provoked his wrath. "Offense?" Narcissa glared at Draco unhappily. "What do you mean by that, Draco?" She didn't like the way Draco spoke about Watson. She thought he was too respectful and admiring of him. She didn't think Professor Watson was anything special. He was just a young and arrogant muggle-born who had some luck and talent. She didn't think he deserved Draco's attention or praise. "Draco." Lucius, who was silent, suddenly interrupted Draco, who was arguing with his wife. He looked at the confused Draco's eyes and said. "This Professor Watson, if you meet him again in the future, you might as well show more respect." He said this in a low and solemn voice, as if he was giving an important advice. He had learned his lesson. He knew that Watson was not someone he could afford to offend. He had seen his power and his cruelty. He had felt his wrath and his mercy. He didn't want to repeat the same mistake again. He didn't want to risk his life or his family's safety for his pride or prejudice. "Professor Watson has left Hogwarts, father. He is very mysterious. I'm afraid I won't have many chances to bump into him in the future." Draco hesitated for a while, not understanding why his father would say so. He felt a pang of regret in his chest. He had always admired Professor Watson and wanted to learn from him. He thought he was the most brilliant and innovative wizard of his generation. He wondered if he would ever see him again. No, he will come back to Hogwarts. Lucius's eyes scanned the crowded heads and fixed on the dark night outside the door. He felt a chill in his spine, as if he could sense Watson's presence somewhere in the shadows. He remembered the purple suns, the white world, the bronze spear, and the cold voice. He shuddered involuntarily. After being silent for a while, he exhaled heavily and said with certainty. "He will definitely go back there." 0100 Return. He had left in the dead of winter, when the snow piled up high and blocked the door, and now he returned in the peak of spring, when the maple leaves had shed their crimson hues and burst into fresh green. The vibrant foliage contrasted with the clear blue sky, creating a refreshing and pleasant scenery that lifted his spirits. He was on the outskirts of the city, where the ground was littered with rusty iron rails, and the narrow streets had hardly changed since his last visit. Unlike the Muggle city that was constantly evolving, the wizarding world seemed to be frozen in time. The old buildings with 100 years of history bore the marks of time, stubbornly resisting any change. They had a charm of their own, but also a sense of decay. The only exception was the 6-story building with a sky blue exterior wall that stood out among the grey surroundings. The bright color was like a splash of ink on an old painting, attracting curious eyes from passers-by. Behind the newly renovated iron gate was a courtyard that had also undergone a transformation. The dirt-covered courtyard was now paved with smooth stone slabs. In the flower bed in the corner, bright Tudor roses and clover grass were bathing in the morning sun. The golden sunlight danced on the delicate petals, sparkling with crystal dewdrops. A fountain in the center of the courtyard spouted water into the air, creating a soothing sound. A sense of satisfaction filled his chest as he looked at the beautiful scene. He wore a black short-sleeved t-shirt and blue jeans, and sneakers on his feet. He looked like a typical Muggle, standing quietly in the yard. Behind him was a large suitcase that contained gifts he had promised to Mrs. Regan for the children. Carrying such a big suitcase was actually very troublesome, but he had no choice. He couldn't pull out a folding bicycle from a handbag. The noise of breakfast in the dormitory gradually subsided. He knew that soon a bunch of children in ill-fitting and worn-out uniforms would rush out and start their day's work. Delivering milk, delivering newspapers, washing dishes for breakfast shops, that was what most of the children's childhoods were like. He had done similar things when he was here in his early years. Of course, he soon got tired of these boring and low-income jobs and started doing some more interesting and profitable tricks. For example, doing homework for children from a grammar school located in the center of the old city a few miles away, using his superpowers to escort some bullied children to and from school, or reselling some small things that children would be interested in. The last one had the highest income, but he didn't do it for long because he ran into trouble. Although there was no such thing as urban management on British streets, Muggle police or government prosecutors also played a role in maintaining the city's appearance. Time was a magical container that could turn bitter memories into sweet wine. Things that happened in the distant past and were not beautiful became fragrant with time. Experience is more important, Cage. Even if there are more residents on East Street, I can guarantee that I can finish the task faster than you. A crisp and spirited voice came from the hall, making him snap out of his reverie. He raised his eyebrows and curled his lips into a smile brighter than the golden sunlight. When they saw the tall and handsome young man standing in the courtyard, those children who came out one after another across the hall were stunned. They didn't react even when they were pushed by the little ones who were blocked in the hall. Brother Brian. The brown-haired boy at the front of the crowd rubbed his eyes and muttered incredulously. Good morning, kids. Brian grinned and opened his arms wide, inviting them to hug him. The summer weather was as fickle as a teenage girl's mood. It shifted without warning, betraying its earlier promises. The morning sky, clear and bright, soon gave way to a sudden downpour. The ancient sewer, neglected for decades, could not cope with such rapid rainfall. In no time, the stone street was flooded with water that reached your ankles. The water was murky and cold, soaking your shoes and socks. You could feel the dirt and debris brushing against your skin as you walked through the puddles. But the bad weather could not erase the good mood of the children in the orphanage. They held their bags over their heads and walked quickly through the puddles with smiles on their faces. They ran from all directions to that 6-story building that stood out like a beacon of hope among the grey ones. It was the only building in the area that had a sky blue exterior wall and a newly renovated iron gate. In the not-so-spacious hall, Brian was surrounded by dozens of children, some as young as 4 or 5 years old, and some as old as Harry and his friends. They looked at Brian eagerly and listened attentively to him telling about the beautiful scenery of the outside world. His voice was warm and lively, his eyes were sparkling with excitement, and his gestures were animated and expressive. He made them feel like they were traveling with him to those exotic places. Not only Europe, Dean. The reason why I haven't come back for so long is because I have also been to other continents. One of them is Egypt in Africa. You must have heard of it, right? He took out his camera and showed them a picture of the majestic pyramids and the endless deserts that he had captured. The picture was clear and vivid, showing the contrast between the golden sand and the azure sky. The children gasped in awe and admiration. Wow, Brother Brian, that's amazing! One of the children exclaimed. Brother Brian, I saw something like that on the TV in Mrs. Kelly's house when I delivered milk to her. A little boy with red cheeks in the crowd waved his hand excitedly and shouted, It's beautiful there. Can we also have a TV, Brother Brian? A little girl who still had a milky voice in her speech asked with envy. That's not a problem, Lena. Brian kissed Lena's forehead and smiled, I will talk to Mrs. Reagan about this. In the future, every dormitory in this building will have a color TV. Even, we can arrange a room to put a few computers. That way, when you have some free time, you can take turns playing games or something. The children burst into cheers that drowned out the sound of rain and almost shattered the glass of the hall doors and windows. In the noisy laughter, some curious children also asked why Brian, who was a salesperson for a drilling company, would need a drill in a place like Egypt where there are deserts everywhere. Cough cough, there are also cities on land there, Eliza. Brian touched his temples and said awkwardly, where there is land, there is always a need for drills. Brother Brian. Squatting in front of him, Little Hammer, who finally found a chance to speak, waved his hand. He looked at Brian eagerly and asked. Can you stay at home for a few more days this time? Of course, no problem, Little Hammer. Brian rubbed Hammer's hair and smiled happily. I will stay for a few more days, kids. In fact, in addition to seeing you this time, I also want to help solve your problem of going to school. The public school guys can't always fool me with the lack of classrooms and teachers. The children looked at each other and then laughed strangely. This problem has been solved, Brother Brian. Little Hammer showed an expression of showing off. He shouted happily. Sister Victoria has already helped us negotiate with the school. By September, many of us will be able to go to public school. Sister Victoria. Brian opened his mouth in surprise. Who is that? A new staff member. 0101 Your name. As the sun set, the starlight that had traveled across light years of space was purified by the raindrops and regained its original brilliance. The starlight was reflected in the small puddles that had accumulated in the quaint streets and courtyards of the town, embellishing the wet cobblestones with a mysterious starry sky that mirrored the one above. In the six-story building of the orphanage, the dining room on the second floor, which was normally used for meals, had now been transformed into a festive hall. At this moment, a lively dinner party was being held here to celebrate the return of Brian, the benefactor of the orphanage. If it came to the grandeur of the banquet scale, this banquet was obviously not comparable to Hogwarts' opening banquet or Halloween banquet, where hundreds of students and teachers gathered in the magnificent Great Hall. But if it came to the joyfulness of the atmosphere, this banquet was more than enough to make everyone happy. As the banquet progressed to the second half, Brian, who was originally the center of attention, was gradually left aside by the children and staff. Even on Christmas, the children who rarely had a chance to enjoy such a rich feast were eager to taste everything. They moved lightly among the tables full of fragrant fried steaks, roasted sausages, potato pies, cream puddings, and various juices. The smiles on their tender cheeks were more delicate than blooming tulips in spring. Brian leaned on the wooden railing of the stairs, watching the scene in front of him with a gentle expression on his handsome face. He wore a simple black suit that accentuated his tall and slender figure. His dark brown hair was neatly combed back, revealing his sharp features and deep eyes. His eyes moved around, and when his gaze fell on that smiling face that was dining with the children, his eyelids trembled slightly and a different color flashed in his eyes. This was a lady with a gentle and pleasant appearance. She was one of the volunteers who helped out at the orphanage. She wore a simple style long skirt in beige that just covered her knees. Her emerald green long hair that matched her eyes was softly draped over her shoulders. Her skin emitted a faint fluorescence under the not too bright light. The fresh breath lingering around her body, even if separated by tens of feet, Brian could still smell it faintly. Graceful temples and elegant posture, this was Brian's evaluation of her. To be honest, Brian, who shuttled between two worlds and had a wide range of knowledge, had never seen a lady with such a graceful temperament in either world. This lady who volunteered at the orphanage seemed to notice Brian's gaze. She turned her head and looked at Brian by the stairs. She nodded her head slightly and there was a friendly smile on her lips. Brian smiled back in response. Then, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, he turned and walked up the stairs quietly. The upstairs could still hear the lively noise on the second floor. Brian walked expressionlessly in the dim corridor. He looked around and tapped on the walls from time to time to judge whether the quality of this dormitory was up to standard. Unconsciously, he had reached the top floor. Through a steel ladder next to a laundry room, Brian climbed onto the roof and walked to the railing. The view from the roof was not very open, because the low-rise buildings on both sides and opposite blocked most of the scenery near the orphanage. Fortunately, it was far away from trouble and dimly lit. Therefore, the starry sky was still bright and clear. Brian rested his arms on the railing and looked up at the night sky quietly. After a while, a cool breeze came across his face. Brian squinted his eyes and took out a cigarette from his pocket. Smoking was Brian's habit in his previous life, and he had a big addiction at that time. But since he came to this world and experienced infancy, childhood, and adolescence again, he had successfully quit this bad habit and had no intention of picking it up again. However, when he was in a bad mood or under pressure, he would still take out a cigarette and smell the aroma of tobacco. It was like an old friend who accompanied him through many hardships. The steel ladder behind him suddenly made a crisp sound of footsteps. Brian crushed the cigarette in his hand and threw it into the wind before turning around to look. When he saw Victoria's coat hanging on her arm and her gentle smile on her face, his deep and unfathomable eyes flickered for an instant. Mrs. Regan told me that every time you come back here, you like to stay on the rooftop for a long time. Victoria walked gracefully to Brian's side and handed over her coat. You seem to be a person who likes quietness, Mr. Watson. Thank you. Brian took over her coat but didn't put it on. He looked at Victoria, who was wearing low-heeled sandals but still looked tall and elegant. He smiled casually and said, "Don't be polite, Miss Hill. Just call me Brian." Although she tried her best to hide it, there was something else in Victoria's clear eyes besides curiosity. She had heard a lot about this young man from the children and the staff of the orphanage. He had changed their lives for the better with his generosity and kindness. He had given them hope and happiness. Every day she worked here at the orphanage, she could hear these children talking about their longing for this young man's return with an expectant tone. Over time, she couldn't help but be curious about him. "I heard from Mrs. Regan and the children that you solved the problem of these little guys going to school. It's quite amazing. Those officials and equally greedy staff in the same school who are sitting on their jobs are not easy to deal with. How did you do all this?" Brian's eyes swept over Victoria's eyes and hair, which shone like emeralds under the starlight. He smiled and asked, "Actually, I'm not as good as you think, Brian. I just asked my father for some help. He is a professor at the University of London and has some connections with some government officials. Although it took some time, the problem was not complicated. Brian shrugged his shoulders and made a modest gesture. He looked away and looked down at the street below where there were not many people left. Anyway, Victoria, I have to thank you for the children. Although he expressed his gratitude, his tone was calm and indifferent. The two stood side by side, looking at the increasingly deep night sky, talking in a tone that seemed familiar to each other but was actually a first acquaintance. When I was here, the environment in the hospital was much worse than it is now. In summer, the room was stuffy and unbearable. We could only spread mats in the yard and endure the many mosquitoes bred by the backward drainage system here while trying to fall asleep. In winter, due to lack of funds to repair doors, windows, and cracked walls, there was a draft everywhere in the room. The biting cold wind was not something that thin quilts could resist. In order not to freeze to death, we would squeeze into one bed with several people, shivering and looking forward to the dawn. Many children who were about the same age as me left the orphanage and broke contact with it completely. I understand this behavior because this orphanage brought them too many unpleasant memories. Brian talked about the past. The topic was abrupt, but Victoria did not show a surprised expression. Mrs. Reagan told me that you went to a boarding school later. I heard that it was registered by your parents before you were born. Victoria tried to change the topic and asked gently. Brian rubbed his fingers and smiled casually. I spent my entire teenage there. It was a very good school. The food was delicious and I could sleep well. What about you, Victoria? I suppose your growing environment is much better than these children below. Victoria lifted up the messy hair in front of her eyes and did not answer Brian's question directly, but said in an ethereal voice. Actually, it's not as good as you imagine. Brian nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. The two stood side by side, staring at the deep night sky, accompanied by a kind of unspeakable depression. From beginning to end, no child came up to look for Brian or Victoria. These clever little guys also had their own little thoughts. They quietly cleaned up the mess in the dining room with the staff and returned to their rooms. They hid in their beds and laughed and discussed Brian's brother and Victoria's sister on the rooftop. The lights in the houses on both sides of the street went out one by one. In the end, except for the dim yellow light from the 2 rows of street lamps, everything was silent. So, Miss Victoria. When the bright moon was westward, Brian turned his head expressionlessly and spoke again. His voice was cold and sharp, like a blade that cut through the air. Can I ask your real name? Clyodna. The elegant lady's bright face showed an unsurprising smile. She lowered her eyes and whispered with a hint of apology. Clyodna Coffee, this is my real name, Mr. Golden Viper. 0102 Purpose. I was already very careful, but I don't know when it started. It seems that everyone knows who Golden Viper really is. Brian laughed mockingly at himself, his voice echoing in the dark alley. He leaned against the brick wall, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. To find you, we paid a terrible price. Clyodna's tone was full of heavy apologies. She seemed to want to apologize for approaching Brian in this way, but Brian didn't give her a chance to speak. He turned and left, walking steadily towards the stairs that led to the main street, until his figure disappeared completely in the dim light. A faint voice came from the dark hole. Let's go somewhere else, Miss Coffee. I don't want to fight with anyone here, especially with a powerful wizard like you. The two of them turned away from the city lights and walked eastward to the outskirts of the wasteland. Clyodna followed behind Brian, keeping a respectful distance. As they passed a stone bridge over a small river, she noticed that Brian's footsteps stumbled slightly. He glanced subconsciously at the slow-flowing river, where the moonlight reflected on the water surface. But soon he concealed his anomaly and continued to walk forward with steady steps, as if nothing had happened. The two of them walked silently for a long time, until the road leading to the outside of the city became a crooked path. Brian stopped and took out a wand from his pocket and waved it violently. A powerful banishing spell made the animals lurking in the shadows flee in panic from this land that might be in trouble. A gust of wind blew over, making Brian's hair flutter in the air. Tell me, Miss Coffee. As a brilliant golden flame swept over Brian's body, his short-sleeved t-shirt and jeans disappeared, replaced by an old-fashioned dark green wizard robe that matched his eyes. The bad mood reflected on his face with a lazy smile. How did you figure out that Golden Viper was Brian Watson? I think the terrible price you mentioned shouldn't be a bunch of galleons. It was through divination, Mr. Watson. In the wilderness, the billions of stars and the bright moon hanging in the night sky were the only sources of light. Clyodna, who exuded a natural aura, seemed to blend in with the surrounding environment. Her long blonde hair was braided with flowers and leaves, and her white dress was made of fine linen. She looked like a fairy from an ancient legend. Divination. Brian looked absurd. I remember I cast some protective spells on myself that could prevent me from being located or cursed by some inexplicable spells. Miss Coffee, you are lying. Divination and sacrifice. Clyodna was no longer as calm as before. Her drooping eyes showed some decadence and sadness. She clenched her hands on her chest, where a pendant shaped like a bird hung on a silver chain. You are a powerful wizard, Mr. Watson. In order to find out the true identity of Golden Viper, a respected elder gave his life for it. How touching. Brian sneered, but his eyes were very gloomy. What is it for, Miss Coffee? If my brain is not confused, I remember I should not have any grudges with the Druids, so that the noble queen of the Banshees who inherited the name of Cleodna would approach me in this way. We need your help, Mr. Watson. Cleodna raised her head and looked at Brian with her eyes as pure as jade-colored stars. She seemed to be unaware of the coldness around him and said sincerely. Since you have heard of us, then you must know our grudge with the Church, Mr. Watson. For many centuries, we have been wandering in many countries in Europe and America, hoping to find a place where we can live peacefully. But those priests who do evil in the name of faith have never stopped killing us. What does that have to do with me? Brian continued to sneer. Don't tell me you want me to take you into the Vatican and kill the Pope? In that case, I have a powerful guy to recommend. The headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, is an old guy who is even more powerful than me. And he is high-ranking, kind-hearted. Maybe he will pity your poor situation and be willing to help you. Cleodna obviously didn't take Brian's sarcastic words seriously. She had a calm heart that had been carrying heavy historical responsibilities for a long time and would not be easily shaken. We don't want our fierce ideological conflict with the Church to involve any innocent people, Mr. Watson. For centuries, we have been using our own power to protect our beliefs. Even if we are dying, we have never thought of using the power of foreign wizards. But Brian had no patience to listen to these endless histories. He interrupted Cleodna's words directly, his voice cold and sharp. Your purpose and why you came to me are what I want to hear, Banshee Queen. We want to open Merlin's ruins, Mr. Watson. There is a legendary item that originally belonged to the Druids stored there. With its power, maybe we can have a peaceful place to live. Merlin's ruins. Brian squinted his eyes and asked uncertainly, his curiosity aroused by the mention of the greatest wizard in history. Do you want to open the Black Tower built by Merlin in the underground world of Nocturne Alley? Before Cleodna could give a clear answer, Brian suddenly thought of something and frowned. He remembered a conversation he had with a familiar face a few months ago. I got some hints. Someone told me that earlier this year, a group of people from unknown forces that had never appeared before appeared in the underground world had issued a commission to explore the magical ruins, but it ended up in nothing. Later, they started to inquire about my identity. It must be Mr. Keku's folly who conveyed the information to you. Cleodna smiled slightly. We only posted a commission with him, and we also noticed that he seemed very interested in our origins. This is a difficult woman to deal with. Brian had this thought in his heart. She was so in both strength and wisdom. She knew how to use different channels to achieve her goals, and she was not afraid of exposing her identity. As the conversation continued, Brian was not as angry as he was at the beginning, but he still had no good feelings for this woman who approached him by any means. He was just annoyed that he was entangled by such a person. We don't know what exactly exists in that mysterious black tower in the underground world, but Merlin's final resting place is not there, Mr. Watson. Cleodna raised her right hand, and the light blue bracelet tied to her slender wrist emitted a dazzling light. It turned into a wand made of two thick grapevines intertwined together. Brian could clearly feel the powerful magic and vitality from this strangely shaped wand. Cleodna raised her wand and drew something on the void. After a while, a white scroll unfolded in the void. The picture on the screen was like a TV screen. It was an old female priest with eyes and hair the same color as Cleodna's. She was in a primitive forest that Brian had never seen before. The old priest stood on a grey-white altar made of stone and wood, and held up the wand in Cleodna's hand. As the ancient and mysterious chanting echoed through the jungle, the dark green branches and leaves of the ancient trees around the altar bloomed with green fluorescence. The earth rose up with black fog, and those faint lights and fog seemed to be attracted by something and gathered in front of the old priest, forming a vague light and shadow. The outline of the light and shadow gradually became clear, and a golden strange snake appeared in the primitive forest where people rarely visited. The old priest on the altar turned pale and vomited blood and fell down. After seeing that strange snake, Brian's eyes showed a sudden realization, and he finally understood how he was targeted. Important. Below is a detailed explanation about Druids in Harry Potter canon by J.K. Rowling. Druids are a group of people who practice a form of ancient Celtic paganism. They are known for their knowledge of nature, magic, and divination. In the wizarding world, Druids have a long and complex history, and some of them have made significant contributions to the magical society. I have put some facts about Druids in the wizarding world by J.K. Rowling below. Druids were skilled in wand making and used vine wood for their wands, following their belief that anything with a woody stem was a tree. Vinewood wands are sensitive and suited for owners who have hidden depths and unexpected talents. Hermione Granger had a vinewood wand. One of the most famous Druids in history was Cleodna, who was an animagus who could turn into a seabird and had 3 magical birds that cured the sick by singing them to sleep. She also discovered the properties of Mondew, a plant that could make people fall in love. Source: https://www.wizardingworld.com/writing by J.K. Rowling/Wandwoods. Druids also had a connection with Merlin, the most legendary wizard of all time. Merlin himself was said to have some druidic ancestry, and he respected their traditions and culture. He also helped to protect them from persecution by the Church, which considered them as pagans and heretics. Some druids believed that Merlin left a legendary item in his ruins that belonged to their sect, and they sought to find it and use its power. Source: https://www.wizardingworld.com/writing by J.K. Rowling. Druids are an example of how different forms of magic can coexist and enrich the wizarding world. They have a unique perspective on nature and life, and they have preserved their ancient wisdom and practices for centuries. 0103 Decision. The moon cast a pale light over the quiet garden, where 2 figures sat on a wooden bench. One was a Brian with dark grey hair and piercing lavender eyes, holding a wand in his hand. The other was a woman with long silver hair and a flowing white dress, her face hidden by a thin veil. She spoke in a soft voice, telling him a story that sounded like a legend. We have received inspiration from the earth and the gods we believe in. The wizard who bears this snake will help us take out the sacred objects belonging to the druids in the place where Merlin rests forever. In the beginning, we made a mistake. It took several months to find nothing, and after a lot of twists and turns, through ordinary divination and investigation, we finally figured out that it seems to be the underground world of Nocturne Alley, the identity mark of a wizard. She paused, as if recalling the hardships they had gone through, while Brian kept frowning, thinking carefully why the druid's ritual divination would get such a result. No matter from which aspect, he had no intersection with these people. In fact, wizards were a relatively conservative and exclusive group. Even wizards with impure bloodlines were rejected in the European magical world, let alone the druid religion that had parted ways with the secret wizard faction for so many years. We didn't dare to look for you openly in the underworld, because we were afraid that it might cause you trouble. When we finally figured out who this snake was, you suddenly disappeared from the underworld. The Brian didn't say anything. If it wasn't for Dumbledore's conspiracy that brought him back to Hogwarts, he and these people would have met a few months ago. Out of helplessness, my teacher, the first-generation priestess of the religion, had to seek help from the gods again. And this time, she paid the price of her life and finally got a clear indication. Brian Watson. We knew your name, but at that time, you were teaching at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. There was the most powerful wizard in the contemporary magical world, Albus Dumbledore. If possible, we didn't want to deal with this wizard, because if the news leaked out, it might cause some misunderstanding to our enemies. We hid in the shadows and watched your figure. And when you left Hogwarts, how to approach you became a topic of discussion among us. Some partners thought that they should find you directly and explain the reason and ask for your help. Some people also thought that by hiding all the truth, as long as you continued to issue commissions in the underground world and provide generous rewards for tasks, you would always be attracted to it. The breeze whispered softly in his ears, carrying the scent of flowers. Brian gradually relaxed his tense mood. He stared at the mysterious priestess whose origin and true purpose were like a misty mystery. He was judging and weighing in his heart. But I hoped that I could release some goodwill to you before formally negotiating with you. So I asked my friends to leave the UK and go to other countries. Based on the information obtained from the previous investigation, I found this orphanage and became a volunteer at the orphanage. Brian snorted coldly. I think your partner's suggestions are more sensible. The cause and effect were roughly like this, but there were some things that the Brian hadn't figured out yet. For more than 1,000 years, countless wizards and even muggles have been looking for Merlin's resting place. But except for that unopenable black stone tower in the underworld, no one has found any valuable clues. How do you know that the ruins you found have anything to do with Merlin? Don't tell me it's divination again. Cleodna didn't speak. Brian knew that his question is probably related to the core secret of the Druid religion. What is in Merlin's ruins? Or what do you want to get from there? Cleodna, who had an ethereal temperament, apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Watson, I can't answer your question for the time being, but when you are willing to accept the commission and enter the ruins, you will always know. The Brian couldn't deny it and curled his lips slightly. Although Cleodna didn't want to say anything, she didn't choose to lie. You should be glad that you didn't do too many unnecessary things during your time in the orphanage, Miss Coffee. Brian said lightly. Otherwise, the druids may have to change their priestess again. What do you mean? Miss Coffee, you ask me to risk my life for a mystery that you won't reveal. You say there are ruins that have something to do with Merlin, but you don't tell me what they are or where they are. You expect me to trust you blindly, but you don't offer me anything in return. Miss Coffee, what can you give me that is worth more than my own safety? I know that the value of this commission is very high, and it cannot even be measured in galleons. What can you promise me that will make me agree to this dangerous mission? Brian's voice was cold and stern, and he looked at Cleodna with a piercing gaze. He could sense that she needed his help desperately, and he was not going to let her take advantage of him. When Brian returned to the orphanage alone, the moon had risen to the other side of the house. Smelling the faint fragrance of flowers in the cold air, Brian stood quietly in the courtyard for a while. He felt a slight chill on his skin, but he didn't care. When his mood calmed down, he walked into the hall with light steps. Did you kiss her? A mischievous voice came from the dark corridor as he passed the third floor. He was one of the orphans who liked to tease him, a boy named Hammer. Go to bed quickly, little Hammer. Else I will beat your ass. Brian didn't stop at all and said irritably. He knew that Hammer was just joking, but he didn't want to talk to him now. He came to a room on the 6th floor that was specially prepared for him. He washed up simply in the dark and sighed with relief. Then he lay on the soft mattress. Although his body had relaxed, but his thoughts were still rolling like waves in the storm. Tonight, he deepened his understanding of the mystery and unpredictability of the magical world. The Druid religion that came out of nowhere used some divination techniques that Brian never cared about before and figured out his identity and background. Although Cleodna said that they paid a huge price, Brian thought that it was not worth mentioning. The biggest problem was still the divination result of the previous priestess of the Druid religion. This mysterious and ancient religion has a long history. Their conflicts with the Orthodox Church have been mentioned even in Muggle storybooks. Brian believed that if they really wanted that legendary magical item so badly, then this kind of divination must have been held regularly for many centuries, but they never got any revelation. Considering the huge price in Cleodna's mouth, Brian thought that every generation of Druid priests might hold such a divination at the end of their lives. But why would they involve him? In the quiet darkness, Brian's brow furrowed again. He first heard of the Druid religion and the equally ancient name Cleodna on the Hogwarts Express many years ago, from a chocolate frog card he bought from a witch who sold candies, pastries, cakes. Later, in the 4th grade, when Professor Binns was talking about the grievances and conflicts among wizards, muggles, and the Holy See in the Middle Ages, he mentioned them casually. When he finished his homework, out of curiosity, he went to the library to look up some popular information. But he didn't expect that many years later, he actually met a Cleodna. After recalling his 20 years of life memories, Brian was sure that he had never been involved with them before. But at the same time, he believed that there must be a deeper secret behind that divination that he still did not know. Brian could tell that there was basically no lie in what Cleodna told him just now. But there were some things that still deserved deep thought. A legendary item that could help them resist the equally mysterious and influential church in the Muggle world? It sounded absurd to Brian. 0104 Merlin's resting place. Hello, sir and madam, the tickets are £17 each, and £34 for two. If you are willing to pay £7 more, we can give you a souvenir album and a tour map. In front of the gate of the scenic spot, a female ticket seller who looked like she was working part-time had a polite smile on her chubby face and said to Brian and Cleodna, who were traveling together. She wore a blue uniform with a name tag that said Emma and a straw hat that barely covered her curly brown hair. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she tried to persuade the visitors to buy the extra items. Brian squinted slightly as the sun in the west shone on his face. He glanced at Cleodna, who was unmoved, and it seemed that this woman had no intention of paying. He curled his lips and took out a few banknotes from his pocket and handed them over. He felt a pang of regret as he saw the money leave his hand. He had worked hard to earn those galleons by doing commissions in the Nocturne Alley, and now he had to exchange them for Muggle currency at a low rate. He had returned to the orphanage 2 weeks ago. Since he graduated from Hogwarts, this was the longest time he stayed there. Not only to fulfill his promise to little Hammer, the young boy who looked up to him as a big brother, but also because he needed some time to think about whether he wanted to agree to this Druid priestess's request. After a period of difficult choices, Brian finally agreed. Not because Cleodna could offer a generous reward. In fact, these Druids who have been chased by the church like rabbits for centuries are all poor. They may not have as many galleons as Brian. He agreed for 2 reasons. First, Merlin's relics are irresistible to any wizard or muggle. Even if Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, knew about this news, he would probably not mind running over to find out for himself. Although Brian didn't know what this priestess meant by Merlin's resting place. Second, Brian was always very curious about the divination result of the last Druid priest before his death. Both the church and the Druids are religious forces. Brian didn't think he had ever dealt with these fanatical religious people. He couldn't figure out why he, an orthodox wizard, would be involved. But deep in his heart, Brian faintly felt that it might have something to do with his identity as a reincarnator. He had come from another world where magic did not exist, and he had inherited the memories and abilities of another Brian Watson who died in a car accident. He had always wondered if there was a purpose behind his strange fate. Now it was summer vacation time. The famous Muggle tourist area in England, the Stonehenge Park on Salisbury Plain, was bustling with people. There were crowds of people everywhere. In his previous life, Brian had experienced this situation often, but since he came to the magical world, this was the first time. In the crowd, Brian, who was in thought, suddenly felt a coolness in his arms. He came back to his senses and found that Cleodna had been squeezed into his arms by the crowded crowd. She was wearing a long white dress with green patterns that matched her emerald eyes and her long blonde hair that was braided into a ponytail. Feeling her back pressed against his chest, slightly stiff, Brian took a deep breath. A special fresh scent entered his nostrils accurately, making his heart beat faster unconsciously. His consciousness also became momentarily dazed. "Sorry, Mr. Watson." In the noisy surroundings, Cleodna's cold voice was like a bucket of cold water extinguishing a little strange feeling that would inevitably rise in Brian's heart. He hooked his fingers in his jeans pocket and blocked the sound of their conversation with a simple silencing charm. "Is this what you call Merlin's relic?" He looked at the Stonehenge that stood in front of them. It was made of several huge stones that were arranged in a circular pattern. Some were upright and some were horizontal. Some were connected by lintels and some were isolated. Some were smooth and some were rough. They looked ancient and mysterious, but also ordinary and simple. Brian couldn't see anything special about them. Brian exhaled heavily and sneered, "Merlin buried himself in the stone before he died? No wonder no one could find his resting place for more than 1,000 years." Brian and Cleodna followed the flow of people and stood outside a circle of iron railings painted with white paint. They could see the ancient Stonehenge that stood in the middle of the plain. Not far away, a Muggle guide was telling a group of middle school students about the origin of Stonehenge. The Salisbury Stonehenge, Ring Stone, Temple of the Sun, Prehistoric Stone Table, Stonehenge has different names in different historical periods. According to scientists' identification, it is generally believed that they were built around 2000 BC. At present, there is no consensus on how ancient people in the Stone Age and Bronze Age built such magnificent Stonehenges with extremely backward productivity. "Sir, why did people build it?" A curious girl with glasses raised her hand and asked the guide. She reminded Brian of Hermione Granger, who was always eager to answer questions in his defense against the dark arts class. He wondered what this little witch would feel after seeing Gilderoy Lockhart's arrest report on the Daily Prophet. The former professor had been exposed as a fraud and a liar who had stolen the credit for other people's achievements. "Good question," the Muggle male guide had to shout loudly so that the students could hear him. He wore a khaki jacket and a hat with a badge that said Stonehenge Tour Guide. He held a microphone in one hand and gestured with the other. "People think that ancient people built it for astronomical observation. The main axis of Stonehenge, the ancient road leading to the stone pillars and the rising sun on the summer solstice morning, are on the same line. In addition, there are two stones that point to the direction of the winter solstice sunset. Therefore, people speculate that this is probably built by ancient humans for observing celestial phenomena, and can be regarded as the earliest prototype of an observatory." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Of course, there are also other theories, such as religious ceremonies, burial sites, healing centers, etc. But no one knows for sure what the real purpose of this Stonehenge was." He pointed to a large stone that stood upright in front of them. It was called the heel stone and it was aligned with the sunrise on the longest day of the year. The students looked at it with awe and curiosity, imagining how the ancient people moved such a heavy stone without any machinery. The founder of the ancient Druids built it for two purposes. Besides using the power of Stonehenge for star divination, it was also to draw magic from beyond the world. Cleodna said in a low voice that only Brian could hear. "Draw magic from beyond the world." Brian frowned and looked at her with a puzzled expression. "What does that mean?" Cleodna closed her mouth again. She stared silently at the door frame made of several huge stones. It was called the Slaughter Stone and it was stained with blood-red lichen. For some reason, she had a hint of resistance in her body, as if she didn't want to reveal too much. Brian pointed to the inner circle of stones that was surrounded by a rope barrier. It was forbidden for ordinary tourists to enter, but he knew that they could easily bypass it. He looked at her with curiosity and asked, "Although I don't know what this Stonehenge has to do with the relic you mentioned, I guess you have been in there many times, right?" Cleodna nodded slightly and said, "You are very wise, Mr. Watson." Her beautiful appearance attracted more attention wherever she went. Many tourists around them secretly cast their eyes on her, admiring her fair skin, green eyes, and blonde hair. She looked like a fairy from an ancient legend. But Brian, who was with her, didn't feel much envy. Instead, he felt a bit bad, because he finally found a wizard who could match his level of occlumency besides Snape and Dumbledore. He could not read her mind or emotions at all. She was always calm and cold, as if she had a wall around her heart. The two didn't talk much for the next time. They just followed the Muggle tourist group and visited this magnificent Stonehenge. Brian tried to observe it from a different perspective, but only vaguely found that the balanced magic in the void was distorted abnormally in this space. According to common sense, this situation meant that there was a high concentration magic node. But no matter how Brian looked at it, those stones were just ordinary big stones and nothing special. He wondered what secrets they hid and what connection they had with Merlin, the greatest wizard of all time. In the southeast sky, a moon had jumped over the horizon of the plain. Brian and Cleodna had dinner at a nearby Muggle restaurant. Then they took advantage of the night not being too dark and set up tents on the lawn with many camping Muggles. They were both good at this. They didn't use magic and easily built a round dome tent. When do we need to wait? Brian asked after a long silence. He faced the rolling green waves on the plain and felt a premonition that something terrible would happen in the next exploration. But this druid priestess seemed very reluctant to mention anything about the relics. Every time Brian casually brought it up, she would immediately shut up and say nothing. Many Muggles looked at Cleodna, who was standing with Brian. She was the most beautiful woman they had ever seen. Her fair skin contrasted with her green eyes and blonde hair. She looked like a fairy from an ancient legend. Two young men stood up from among the Muggles who were having a group meal. They were wearing casual clothes and backpacks. They seemed to be adventurous travelers who wanted to explore different places. From their direction, they seemed to be heading towards Cleodna, perhaps hoping to strike up a conversation. But before they got close, they were deterred by Brian's alert eyes and turned away with a smile. They pretended to be looking for something else and walked away quickly. Brian didn't care about them. He only cared about Cleodna's answer. He sensed that she knew something important about Stonehenge that he didn't know. The tents around them flickered with lights and flames. Many Muggles were still enjoying their night or preparing to sleep. Some were playing music or singing songs. Some were reading books or watching movies on their devices. Some were cuddling with their partners or whispering sweet nothings. Cleodna glanced at them and lowered her voice. She said, "It's better to wait until the Muggles are resting, Mr. Watson. We'll make some noise later." 0105 The Door to Ruins. The night was deep and dark, but the moon shone brightly over the vast plain, casting a silvery glow on everything below. The moonlight was so intense that it seemed like a powerful searchlight was shining on people's heads, revealing every detail of their surroundings. The grass swayed gently in the breeze, creating a contrast of light and shadow on the ground. In the camp where the Muggles had set up their tents, most of them had fallen into a deep slumber, unaware of the magic that was about to happen. But there were still some Muggles who were awake, drinking and laughing around the fire, enjoying their last moments of ignorance. In the nearby scenic park, several night patrol staff were also asleep, curled up in their cozy guardhouse. They had no idea that a wizard had sneaked into their territory and cast a stun spell on each of them, ensuring that they would not be disturbed by any noise or movement. In the middle of the park, there was a circle of large stones that looked ordinary and ancient. They were called Stonehenge by the Muggles, and they had attracted many tourists and researchers over the years. But none of them knew the true nature of these stones, or the mystery that lay behind them. As the night progressed, a thin mist began to envelop the stones, creating a mysterious atmosphere. The stones seemed to come alive, emitting a faint and subtle aura that only a few could sense. In fact, the Muggles had discovered this phenomenon a long time ago, but after a series of experiments and research, the Muggle scientists could not give a reasonable explanation. In the end, they could only attribute this phenomenon to the abnormal geomagnetic field here. This Stonehenge is broken, and the missing pillars are the key to opening the ruins. For a long time, we found one pillar, but still failed to make up for it. In front of the stone gate that marked the entrance to the portal, Cleodna spoke with a hint of regret in her voice. She was a druidess, a descendant of an ancient magical tradition that had been almost forgotten by the modern wizarding world. She wore a simple linen robe that was slightly yellowed by time, and held a grapevine wand in her hand. Her hair was green as grass, and fluttered gently behind her. She looked like a fairy from a storybook, but her eyes were cold and sharp. She fully met Brian's image of this mysterious queen of banshees. Brian pressed his palm against one of the pillars that formed the gate, feeling the warmth that radiated from it. He wondered what kind of magic was hidden inside these stones, and what kind of world awaited him beyond them. After a while, he didn't ask how to open the door, but turned his head and looked at Cleodna, who seemed to have no emotional fluctuations at any time. He casually asked, "How many times have you failed?" "I've been in 3 times. Cleodna replied indifferently, "My teacher has been in 5 times, Mr. Watson. There is a suppression that ordinary people can't resist in the space behind the door. Of course, it won't bring too much trouble to such a powerful wizard as you." Brian knew that Cleodna's ordinary people were not Muggles, but other wizards who were not as skilled or experienced as him. He was not too worried about the suppression, as he had faced many dangers and challenges in the underground world. He was more interested in finding out why he was here in the first place. Because of incompleteness, when we enter the door, our position is also random and not fixed. The predecessors of Druidism left a mark in the center of the ruins. I can reach there by relying on the mark, but Mr. Watson, you may need to rely on your own strength to reach the center of the island. Cleodna explained further as she pointed her wand at the stone gate. Brian noticed that she used the word island, which confirmed his suspicion that they were going to enter another dimension that was isolated from the rest of the world. He nodded without hesitation. He knew that this trip was not only to help Cleodna get her so-called holy relic that belonged to Druidism from Merlin's eternal resting place, but also to figure out why the ancestor of Druid's prophecy had something to do with him. Prophecy is something that seems illusory, but also follows logic and causality. Brian never thought that he would encounter such a thing just because he was unlucky. Then open it, Miss Cleodna. I can't wait to see what's inside. Brian shook out his wand from his sleeve and stepped back a few steps. He spoke with a cold and calm tone, but his eyes betrayed his excitement and curiosity. However, before Cleodna could perform the opening spell, she stopped and looked at him with a serious expression. Before entering the ruins, we will encounter some obstacles. Mr. Watson, you need to be mentally prepared. She warned him as she aimed her wand at the huge stone gate in front of them. Brian raised his eyebrows and asked. What kind of obstacles? Cleodna did not answer directly, but said with a slight tremor in her eyelashes as she stared at the stone gate. When the pillars are in place, this stone gate will become its original appearance, and Mirror of East. I think you must have heard its legend. Brian felt a chill run down his spine as he heard the name of the mirror. He had indeed heard of it, and he knew what it could do. It was a mirror that showed the deepest and most desperate desire of one's heart. It was a mirror that had driven many people mad with longing and despair. Mirror of East, mirror reflecting inner desire. Brian nodded and muttered something under his breath. His face was expressionless, but that was a sign of his inner calmness. He quickly ran his occlumency shields in his mind, hiding his astonishment very well from the mysterious woman beside him. Mirror of East has two sides, one can reflect people's deepest desires, and another one is used as a door for ruins. Only those who dare to face their past that they least want to recall have the qualification to step into ruins. Cleodna's voice was low and solemn, as if she was reciting a sacred oath. Brian's eyebrows moved imperceptibly as he searched quietly for memories in his mind. There were many things he didn't want to look back on, and some things about Mirror of East that he had never read or heard before. He wondered how she knew so much about the mirror. The existence of Mirror of East was not a mysterious secret. In many books introducing legendary alchemy items, there were introductions about this magical mirror that could reflect people's hearts. However, Brian had never heard before that Mirror of East had two sides, and that they had different effects. In addition, there was another problem that puzzled him: why would the mysterious ruins that Brian had not yet entered use Mirror of East as a door? What was the connection between the mirror and the ruins? There was no consensus in the wizarding world about the creator of Mirror of East. Even if Cleodna told him now that the mirror was made by Merlin, Brian would not be too surprised. But there was something about the name Eris that caught his attention. He was sure that even many muggles were familiar with it. In Greek mythology, Eris was the sister of Ares, the god of war, and the daughter of Zeus, the father of heaven, and Hera, the queen of heaven. She was the goddess of dispute and discord. Among her myths, the most famous one was the Golden Apple controversy, which sparked the Trojan War. Thinking of this, Brian's eyelids trembled violently. If it weren't for the emotional disguise through occlumency, he might have gasped in shock. Island, Golden Apple, Druidism. Several nouns flashed through Brian's mind like lightning, making him guess, or even confirm, that he had found out the truth. Since he learned about Merlin's eternal resting place from this mysterious woman, Brian had only taken it as a joke. In modern wizarding world, Merlin, who had almost become a mythical figure, how could his resting place appear easily? But now, Brian was not so sure about his judgment. The central belief of ancient Druidism, the most important island in Legend of King Arthur, and the ideal holy land in Muggle Celtic mythology, Avalon Island. In addition to Blessed Island and Heavenly Island, there was another very easy to ignore alias, Golden Apple Island. Could it be that behind this door was really Merlin's eternal resting place? In a few moments, Brian's palm was sweaty and his lips were tightly closed. He resisted asking Cleodna beside him anything, but his heart was a mess. Cleodna noticed Brian's strangeness, but she didn't say anything. After glancing around cautiously, she raised her wand and pointed at the boundless night sky. A stone pillar with a primitive and ancient aura appeared in a dazzling white light. Brian took a deep breath and let his calm reason take over his body again. He said nothing, but his nerves were tense and focused on Cleodna's actions. He had to be so careful because this druid priestess beside him who was bathed in vague light and shadow hid too many secrets in her heart. He had to guard against her. 0106 The past. At the end of October 1979, as the night fell, the streets and alleys of Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland, were bathed in a festive atmosphere. The city was celebrating Halloween, the ancient Celtic festival of Samhain, when the veil between the living and the dead was said to be the thinnest. However, the untimely, off-season thunderstorm could not stop people from dressing up in costumes, carving pumpkins, and trick-or-treating. The rain poured down relentlessly, creating puddles and splashes on the cobblestone pavement. The wind howled and whipped the branches of the trees, making them creak and groan. The lightning flashed and illuminated the dark sky, followed by the thunder that shook the windows and doors. On the south shore of Fourth Bay, Holyrood Palace, Holy Cross Palace, standing at the end of the Royal Mile, was brightly lit. The palace was the official residence of the British monarch in Scotland, and had witnessed many historical events and intrigues. The dense rain curtain draped a hazy coat over this ancient palace soaked in historical atmosphere, but it still could not stop the murderous and bloodthirsty aura that lingered around it. Inside the palace, a secret meeting was taking place among a group of fanatics who called themselves the Holy Thorns. They were a radical faction of the Church, who believed that they were chosen by God to purge the world of all evil heretics and sinners. They had a special hatred for Druids, whom they considered to be even more evil and blasphemous than ordinary magic users. They had also infiltrated many institutions and organizations in the Muggle world, using their influence and resources to further their agenda. A roar that could overwhelm billions of drops of rain hitting the ground at the same time sounded sharply and harshly. The garage of the palace opened wide, and 13 black cars drove out of the garage one after another. They were armored vehicles with tinted windows and bulletproof tires. They carried weapons and explosives that could cause massive destruction. Along the predetermined route, they broke through the rain curtain and disappeared into the night. Their destination was a remote village in the Scottish Highlands, where they had received a tip that a group of heretics were hiding. Tonight, they would launch a surprise attack on them, hoping to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Tonight, the Holy Thorns would defend the glory of the Lord. In the city center, a happy birthday song came from a 3-story building with a Georgian design style. The building was painted in a warm yellow color, with white window frames and flower pots on the balcony. It looked cozy and inviting in contrast to the gloomy weather outside. Outside the door, pumpkin lamps hanging on the eaves swayed in the wind and rain, and their swaying rhythm seemed to be celebrating for the little owner in the house. In the fireplace by the wall, neatly stacked oak wood was burning vigorously. The fire crackled and cast a warm glow on the living room. On the wall opposite to the fireplace, wrapped by mistletoe around the edge, a golden apple made up of thousands of strange golden acorns shone brightly under the firelight. The golden apple was a magical artifact that belonged to Cleodna's family. It was passed down from generation to generation among her ancestors, who were Druids from Ireland. The Druids were an ancient order of priests who worshipped nature and practiced magic based on natural elements and cycles. They had a deep connection with plants and animals, especially trees. The golden apple was said to contain the wisdom and power of all Druids who ever lived. Mr. Coffee leaned on the windowsill and withdrew his gaze from the endless darkness outside. He turned to look at the dining room, where his family was having a birthday dinner for Cleodna. His daughter, who was wearing a golden gauze dress and a crown made of vines on her head, was smiling very happily. She looked like a fairy princess from a storybook. His eyes showed infinite love. However, there was always anxiety on that handsome face that could not be dissipated. He knew that his daughter's life was not as simple as it seemed. He knew that she had inherited not only his magic, but also his destiny. "Dear." The graceful Mrs. Coffee gently brushed her daughter's temples. She noticed her husband's strangeness. Taking advantage of her daughter's conversation with her grandparents, she walked quickly to the window and tried to use a smile to dispel her husband's uneasiness. "This is a rare opportunity for reunion, dear. You should spend more time with your family." "Sorry, Hira." Faced with his wife's concern, Mr. Coffee also smiled hard. He looked again at the stormy night outside with thunderous rumbling. After a while, he sighed heavily. "I just feel very uneasy in my heart, Hira. I always feel that something is going to happen." A slender hand pressed on Mr. Coffee's heart. The palm felt his chaotic heartbeat. Mrs. Coffee sighed slightly. "I know what you are worried about, dear, but..." Mrs. Coffee looked at her daughter who jumped into her father's arms and was acting coquettishly. She lowered her eyes and sighed again. "This is her wish, dear. She hopes to spend this birthday with her grandparents. You know that she will have a heavy burden on her in the future. I can't refuse." Mr. Coffee said nothing. He gazed silently at his daughter who was as lovely as an elf. In his light green eyes, there was not only pain but also hatred. "When we go back this time, I want to persuade my teacher to move all his disciples out of the jungle. There are many clues that show that it is no longer safe there." After a long silence, Mr. Coffee spoke again, but his words made Mrs. Coffee frown. "Where do you want to go?" "The Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts. It is very suitable for us to live there. The centaurs are not a problem. We all respect nature and stars. We can get along well with them." Mrs. Coffee's hand left her husband's chest. She frowned more tightly. After a little silence, she directly pierced her husband's hidden reason. "Do you want to get the protection of that wizard Albus Dumbledore, dear? That would be the best result, wouldn't it?" Mr. Coffee was not surprised that his wife saw through his little thoughts. He said frankly. "Dumbledore's strength and magnanimity are obvious to everyone. If we can get his protection, then we can get a chance to breathe." I mean, we don't have to be so anxious to get that. If it were at any other time, I might support your bold attempt, dear. Mr. Coffee hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by his wife. But you and I both know that this is not a good time. Those wizards are facing big trouble themselves right now. That guy who is called the Dark Lord by wizards is making waves in the wizarding world. Albus Dumbledore is overwhelmed by it all. If he openly accepts us at this time. Boom. The dazzling lightning lit up the earth, and the deafening thunder covered up the footsteps of death approaching. When the buzzing roar subsided, Mrs. Coffee continued to express her opinion. Do you think he will attract another enemy that he may not be able to cope with even if he tries his best? Mr. Coffee's breathing became rapid. He had considered these things, but he had hopes in his heart. Dumbledore is a kind wizard. I think you should know that we and the wizards were once one. He won't stand by and watch us die. That was more than a dozen centuries ago, dear. We have parted ways with them long ago. Maybe Dumbledore is noble and will sympathize with our situation, but I think a wizard like him will definitely not be kind to the point of being stupid. He will definitely not. Dad, Mom. The gradually tense conversation atmosphere between the two affected the other people in the house. The little girl at the dining table got a reminder from her grandparents. She tilted her head and blinked her pure little eyes at the hall. Go and bring your mom and dad back, lovely little elf. Yes, sir. The grandfather with white hair whispered in her ear, and the reminded little girl immediately jumped out of her grandfather's arms, making everyone in the house laugh with her cute and mischievous appearance. Mr. and Mrs. Coffee took a deep breath and eased the slightly tense atmosphere between them. They opened their arms and greeted their daughter, who had a red face and an innocent smile on her face. Boom. At this moment, the earth suddenly fell into violent tremors. The space above the first floor of the house disappeared as if it had been hit by a big hammer. The dust in the sky had not yet had time to show off, but it was already mixed with rainwater into mud. The suddenly darkened world, a cluster of white holy light fell from the sky like a meteor, piercing into the ground. The bright red blood, the piercing screams, the cold crying could not be suppressed by the thunderous thunder. Woo, I will take revenge. Among the broken walls, the little girl stood in a pile of acorns stained red by blood and cried helplessly. Several bodies with no light in their eyes fell before and after her, their palms weakly reaching out to her. I will kill you all. The childish voice made an unyielding oath to fate with deep hatred. Although determined, it could not make fate move. Evil heretics. A cold verdict came from the rain curtain, and the holy light that washed away the earth flashed again, replacing the blackness that enveloped the world in an instant, trying to wipe out all the seeds that dared to resist in the soil. In the broken fireplace, the charred oak suddenly bloomed with bright green light. A small sprout stretched its body and grew out of the ashes, symbolizing death. In a blink of an eye, it became a towering tree, blocking the holy light. I'm sorry, Clyodna. The old priest with green hair and green eyes ignored the howls of those believers who were pierced by the treetops. He walked step by step to Clyodna's side and gently hugged her frail shoulders. On his old face, rainwater mixed with tears and sweat ran freely. Why, teacher, sob, why don't they leave us alone? The little girl no longer suppressed her crying and burst into tears. She sobbed uncontrollably, letting out all her emotions. We almost forgot where this hatred started from, Clyodna, and we don't know when it will end. The old priest's voice was sad, but his green eyes showed perseverance. The only thing we can do is fight to the end. Author's note: this text is a work of fiction and does not reflect any real religious views or beliefs. It is intended for entertainment purposes only and does not aim to offend anyone's sentiments. 0107 Colorless Realm. So. Standing in front of the arched water mirror that shimmered with a faint blue light, Clyodna saw a circle of golden runes on the edge of the frame, glowing softly as if they were alive. She waited for the picture in the mirror to dim, indicating that the connection was ready. She turned her head slightly and looked back at Brian, who was standing behind her with a complicated expression on his face. He seemed to be struggling with some inner conflict. She nodded at him calmly, showing no signs of any abnormality on her face. I'll wait for you in the temple at the center of the island, Mr. Watson. After saying that, without waiting for Brian's response, Clyodna stepped into the rippling water mirror with a determined look in her eyes. She completely disappeared from Brian's magic sense, leaving only a faint trace of her fragrance in the air. Hey! The cool night breeze on the plain brushed over Brian's face, making him shiver slightly. The messy grey hair danced in front of his eyes under the starlight, but he didn't move at all. He just stared at the mirror surface with a gloomy look in his eyes. In his heart, he suddenly began to doubt his decision. The trouble that this woman carried on her back was bigger than Brian had imagined. He didn't know if his insistence on unraveling the prophecy and his connection with her was right or wrong. But in the dark, there seemed to be a voice constantly urging him in his mind to enter the world behind the mirror, otherwise, he would regret it for life. This intuition that was almost like a prophecy was so irresistible that it prevented Brian from wanting to turn around and leave. After hesitating for a long time, Brian still stood in front of this mirror of Eris that was unknown to the world. Along with the humming sound, the clear water mirror gradually blurred. A few seconds later, a picture appeared in front of Brian's eyes, making his eyebrows rise high. In the cold world, the snowflakes falling slowly from the gloomy sky looked like white feathers floating in the air. The biting cold wind outlined by the snowflakes seemed to be the only thing moving on the earth. London was frozen in this rare cold winter for decades. The streets were covered with thick snow, and the buildings were shrouded in frost. The people who lived here had lost their vitality and hope. A woman in her early 20s, with her hair frozen into lumps, skinny and ragged, holding a swaddle, staggered through one street after another in the city. She had no destination, only a vague desire to survive. The baby who was born less than 2 days ago in the swaddle tried to open his eyes and look at the sky. His cry was more like a whimper before dying. He was hungry and cold. Brian stood in front of mirror of Eris and silently watched the flickering light and shadow in the water mirror. In his heart, he felt a surge of emotion that he had not felt for a long time. He thought he had forgotten that past event that had changed his life forever, but now it came back to him like magma erupting from a volcano. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to that moment when he first came to this world, which was also the most powerless and helpless moment of his life. Pitiful. With the soft chant disappearing in the wind, Brian's voice also disappeared on this plane with brilliant stars. He felt different from apparition where his whole body was stuffed into a soft tube. It was more like the feeling of crossing through time and space. He lost his sense of body and felt like only a ball of thoughts wrapped in bubbles was traveling through the sea of stars at an unimaginable speed. In this state, time could not be perceived or measured. Brian could only go with the flow. His vision locked on that white light ball that seemed to never be reached in the far distance. It was like a beacon guiding him to his destination. His consciousness gradually lost in the boring howling sound. Ding! Like waking up from a dream of life, a sudden and crisp sound of wind chimes in his ears made Brian's silent consciousness stir up waves again. Brian looked around instinctively, trying to find out where that sound came from. But except for the door behind him, there was nothing human-made in this boundless space. It was like a void that had no color or shape. Suddenly, Brian seemed to have noticed something. He quickly looked down at his feet and found that he was not standing on solid ground, but on a lake that was as boundless as the sea. However, this lake had no waves and was as calm as a mirror. Brian frowned and lifted his toes to touch the water surface. He expected to feel some resistance or splash, but he was surprised to find that the water surface was as hard as steel. He reflected his figure perfectly on the water surface without any flaws. The water surface rippled with one circle after another, creating a beautiful pattern. But after a few breaths, it returned to its original state. He continued to press down on the water surface with his toes, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the water surface or make any sound. This was really a wonderful thing. He didn't use any magic himself, but he could stand steadily on the lake surface as if it was a solid floor. Just this point made him feel how extraordinary the secret place was. Brian lowered his head and quietly looked at the lake under his feet. He wanted to see through its mystery and find out what kind of magic was at work here. But suddenly his expression changed subtly. What caused his reaction was not the mirror-like flat lake surface, but his own reflection in the lake. No color. Brian's eyes widened and looked at his right hand holding the wand. And this look made him frown even more. This was not an illusion or a mistake. The reflection of the water surface was indeed a true reflection. The self in his vision had indeed lost its color. Whether it was the old wizard robe that had faded over time, the fair palm that had touched many things, or the black wand that had accompanied him for many years, they all turned into a lifeless grey. It seemed that there was an invisible, mysterious, and powerful force that stripped away the color of everything in this space. In an instant, Brian's eyes swirled wildly with curiosity. The strong and sharp magic poured out of his thin body endlessly, like a raging storm. The storm formed by the magic messed up the reflection in the lake, but it didn't cause any change to the secret place that had been silent and sleeping for countless years. However, Brian, who had raised his magic sense to the limit, still made some discoveries. He randomly chose a direction and walked a distance on the lake surface. Then he stopped with a solemn expression. That's right. The time in this secret space is being disturbed by some powerful weird magic. The flow rate is not uniform. There are subtle changes. Brian muttered in a low voice, then looked at the empty world with his lips tightly pressed. The woman Clyodna outside said that she would wait for him in the temple at the center of the island, but there was nothing here, neither an island nor a temple. There was only a vast lake and a starry sky above it. Where was he supposed to go? Aha, finally got in. Just as Brian was pondering with his eyebrows down, a cheerful laugh from somewhere in front of him made Brian's hair stand up and show a stunned expression. Someone followed him into the secret place. How could it be possible? Brian fixed his eyes and saw that in the midair 20 feet away from the lake surface, the calm space suddenly twisted like a distorted mirror. Then, a pair of strong and powerful hands reached out from the twisted space. They were covered with scars and tattoos, showing signs of many battles and adventures. He seemed to be breaking through some obstacle, struggling with his arms, and squeezing his body in bit by bit. Brian had seen many strange and bizarre things in his life, but nothing compared to what he was witnessing now. He was so stunned that he forgot to be alert and just gaped at the figure that was forming in mid-air. Boom! The figure landed on the ground with a deafening noise, unlike the soft splash that Brian made when he hit the lake surface. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck the lake, sending waves flying in all directions. The figure's weight was so immense that it bent the lake surface, as if a giant celestial body was warping space with its gravity. This can't be. This is too absurd. Brian looked at the profile of the middle-aged wizard who wore a retro-style robe that seemed to belong to another era, had red hair that reached his shoulders and contrasted with his pale skin, and was unaffected by the mysterious force in the space. He spoke with a dull and incredulous tone. Brian recognized this legendary wizard. He had seen him in many magic books, biographies, paintings, and not only him, but probably every wizard in the world would know this man. Godric Gryffindor. 0108 Disbelief. Brian felt his face contort into a ridiculous expression, but he was too horrified to close his gaping mouth. He gazed at the red-haired man who radiated a domineering aura, rubbing his eyes frantically, hoping that he was seeing things. This can't be real. Brian muttered under his breath, trying to make sense of the absurd scene before him, but he could find no rational explanation that could account for his shock and disbelief. He had indeed sensed the anomaly of the time flow that pervaded this space, but that did not mean that he would accept the sight of Godric Gryffindor standing alive in front of him. He was one of the 4 legendary founders of Hogwarts, a formidable wizard who had been almost mythologized by history. His thoughts and ideals still influenced the magical world profoundly even after a millennium. What kind of power could bring Godric Gryffindor across 1,000 years and make him appear in front of him? A time turner? Brian briefly entertained this idea, but he dismissed it in less than a blink of an eye. That was a joke. For a wizard like Gryffindor, whose magic was as deep as the ocean, there was no time turner that could affect his temporal stability. Even for wizards like Dumbledore or Brian himself, if they gathered all the power of all the time turners in the magical world, they probably couldn't rewind their time by even a single day. Besides, the past was fixed, but the future was uncertain. The power of the time turner could only cut into the cracks of time and take people back to the past, but it was impossible to take people to the future, especially 1,000 years ahead. Not even the most mysterious and powerful ancient magic could achieve that. Who are you? Cold sweat broke out on Brian's forehead like dewdrops on green leaves at dawn. He took a shallow breath and pushed everything like Merlin's ruins, Cleodna, and prophecy out of his mind. His brown pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks and stared at the man who was only a few steps away from him. The man who had suddenly appeared seemed to have not noticed Brian behind him at all. He looked around with curiosity and fascination, examining the surroundings and the ground under his feet. He stood there casually, but the whole world of ruins seemed to be wary of him. Red hair that shone like fire, a sword scar on his square face that added to his rugged charm, a sturdy body that resembled a knight in armor, and a delicate mithril sword on his waist that did not require a wand. All these details indicated that he was Godric Gryffindor. But wait, that sword. Brian's body jolted slightly, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The sword on this man's waist was not Gryffindor's sword. A few months ago, in Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, Brian had witnessed Potter fighting with the basilisk using that famed sword. It was a shiny silver sword with dazzling rubies as big as eggs embedded on the hilt. The overall shape had a strong style of fairy tale-made objects. The sword on this mysterious man's waist was also silver, but there was no ornamentation on the hilt. The style of the sword was also simple and plain. Compared with Potter's sword that looked like a masterpiece of art, this sword was more practical and efficient. Brian pursed his lips and his eyes gradually lost their panic. Instead, he showed some gloominess. Could it be that this man just resembled Gryffindor and was also an avid admirer of Gryffindor? So he deliberately imitated his appearance and style? This explanation was more plausible than Gryffindor himself coming to modern times across 1,000 years and easier to digest. But Brian still didn't dare to lower his guard because although he couldn't detect any magic in this man's body, he felt intimidated by his strong sense of danger. This level of intimidation was something that even Dumbledore couldn't produce. He wanted to ask again about the man's identity, but before he opened his mouth, the man's self-talking words had already answered Brian's doubts and once again shattered his psychological defenses. The red-haired man who was examining the man in front of him suddenly lifted his head and looked at the sky that was cloudless and pale grey. Then he broke into a grin and said, "I found you, ha 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 ha. It seems that the shattered stone pillars that Rowena found in Helga's prophecy were not wrong." Rowena and Helga. Brian could no longer deceive himself. This man was indeed Godric Gryffindor. But this brought him back to the original question, how did Gryffindor manage to do it? "Mr. Gryffindor. You. Brian's voice was hoarse and he opened his mouth with difficulty, but the red-haired man still ignored Brian. Instead, he unsheathed his sword from his waist. Under Brian's startled gaze, he conjured a lion that was half bigger than the normal size, with 2 eyes that sparkled like rubies and a mane that blazed like fire. Then he leaped up and landed on the back of the majestic lion. And this effortless and natural scene overturned a fixed notion in Brian's mind. He didn't find it strange that Gryffindor could use the silver sword as a wand. Mithril was a kind of magic metal with excellent magic conductivity, but because of its scarce output and high price, and its compatibility with modern spells was not as high as wooden wands, it was gradually phased out. Brian was also not surprised that Gryffindor's patroness was a magical creature. Many books that recorded history had mentioned this sporadically. It was extremely rare for magical creatures to be patronuses, but not impossible. Just like Dumbledore's silver phoenix and his own patroness, they were both magical creatures. Brian was astonished that Gryffindor rode on his own patroness. As the only spell that could have a positive suppression effect on Dementors, it was well known that the patroness charm was a very advanced white magic spell. The core of this spell was not just pure magic, but the product of the combination of magic and the positive power in the wizard's heart. Of course, the patroness could not only be used to deal with Dementors, but also as a messenger with some casting skills. But using the patroness as a mount? Brian couldn't comprehend. The patroness was a magical creature without a physical body, right? As a wizard with excellent magical talent that Dumbledore called unparalleled and with his outstanding magic perception ability, Brian could see the general principle of most magic after a few glances. But the patroness summoned by Gryffindor, Brian had to admit that he didn't understand how he did it at all. Just like he couldn't sense any magic in Gryffindor's body. Godric Gryffindor wouldn't be kind enough to explain his magic principles. In fact, he never looked at Brian from beginning to end, as if he didn't exist at all. He raised his square face and his eyes that were embedded on his face locked on the sky. He jumped up and the lion under him carried him swiftly to the boundless sky. Brian's eyes followed him. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and made a new discovery. Under the grey-white sky, there was a very inconspicuous black spot in the farthest part of his vision. If you put it in the outside world, you would only think of it as a muggle plane or a bird or something, but in this empty ruin, it seemed out of place. Avalon Island, it's actually floating in the sky. Brian squeezed out a sentence from his teeth, but he didn't have time to deal with it for the time being. He looked at the fire-red lion that quickly became smaller in his vision. Brian took a deep breath and jumped up in the next second. He transformed into a shadow and also soared to the sky. 0109 Confusion. Who? In the grey and desolate world, 2 figures, one red and one grey, soared in the high sky, like 2 meteors, streaking from the earth to the sky. They left behind a trail of light that contrasted with the gloomy surroundings. Mr. Gryffindor. Brian's loud call overpowered the whistling wind in his ears, but the red-haired man seemed oblivious, his eyes only fixed on the island floating in the sky. He had a determined and solemn expression on his face, as if nothing else mattered to him at this moment. Brian closed his mouth. The cold and sharp wind made him slightly detached from the absurd fact that Godric Gryffindor appeared alive in front of him, and his brain finally began to work again. Gryffindor was not deaf and blind, he was right next to him, shouting several times in a row. How could he not even glance at him? Even if he was as weak as a bug in Gryffindor's eyes, he would not ignore him so much. What state was Gryffindor in? Did he really exist? Brian soon had no energy to think about this question. When he flew over a certain boundary, Brian's face changed abruptly, and he almost turned back into human form from the shadow state. He felt a surge of nausea and dizziness that made him want to vomit. The magic overflowing with strong death and decay made the space viscous. Brian felt like a stunt diver, suddenly hitting the water surface from high altitude. That nauseating and irresistible magic did not make him faint. He clenched his teeth and endured the pain that seemed to tear his soul apart. At this time, riding on the lion patroness, Gryffindor, who was leisurely and comfortable, also looked slightly solemn. He raised his silver sword again, slashing at the void in front of him one after another. There was no gorgeous spell light flashing, but with his slashing, the dark space became much clearer, like the floating turbidity on the water surface was cut open, revealing a crack-like, much clearer lake surface, and behind him, Brian, who had a faint sense of suffocation, breathed a sigh of relief. He did not dare to be careless, closely following Gryffindor's cut-clean lake surface flying. This was too strange, wasn't it? Brian did not have much in-depth understanding of the Druid sect, but he at least knew that this sect was advocating nature. From Cleodna's body, he could feel a natural freshness and magic full of vitality. But as the ancient Druid sect's land of faith, the legendary Avalon Island that appeared in myths and legends, why would be shrouded by such strong and unpleasant death and decay? What secrets were hidden in Merlin's ruins that Cleodna mentioned? Could it be that Merlin had turned into a corpse? As they flew rapidly in the high sky, the black dot in their sight also enlarged quickly. 10 minutes later, Brian could clearly see the outline of Avalon Island. He also finally understood why this island had the nickname of Apple Island. because from below it looked like a huge island with a peculiar shape similar to an apple. It had a round body and a protruding stem on top. It was covered with lush green trees and flowers that contrasted with the barren land below. A huge island that floated in the high sky under an unimaginable force. It defied gravity and logic. It was a miracle of magic that Brian had never seen before. This scene, Brian could be sure that he would never forget it for life. In a trance, he remembered many years ago when Professor Snape came to his orphanage where he lived. He showed him magic in the dormitory. It was just a simple transfiguration spell that overturned Brian's perception of the world and shattered his worldview. And now, Brian once again faced that state of mind. He felt awe and wonder mixed with fear and anxiety. He felt like he was entering a realm that he did not belong to. A realm that was beyond his comprehension and control. Incredible. How did they do it? Brian looked at the island above with a magical perspective. He had an illusion that one of his feet was still in the magical world. And another foot had stepped into the illusory myth. Of course. If he just looked at this magical masterpiece from an observer's perspective, it would undoubtedly make Brian feel amazed and appreciated. But when he thought that he might have an unclear relationship with such a great relic, Brian's heart sank. He seemed to feel that invisibly. There was a terrible hand dragging him into the mud, wanting to swallow him up. Or more accurately, he had been in the quagmire for a long time. But now, the monster lurking in the quagmire finally stretched out its hideous claws to him. Hoolah! A sudden dizziness came without warning. The world in front of Brian shook violently. The powerful magic field around him also underwent some violent changes. In an instant, he was forced out of the shadow state by this turbulent magic environment and showed his original form. He felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone had stabbed his brain with a needle. The world turned abruptly. The original island above. The behemoth-like island suddenly moved to the bottom of his feet. And the boundless lake that he stepped on when he entered this magical relic suddenly appeared above his head, becoming another piece of pure sky. It was a bizarre and surreal sight that made Brian doubt his own senses. Gryffindor seemed to have expected this change. He just curled his lips and said interesting, and then grabbed the lion's fiery red mane with his left hand and took the lead in rushing towards the island below. He looked calm and confident, as if he had seen through the secrets of this world. But Brian encountered a lot of trouble. The chaotic magic field. The strong and evil magic around him that suddenly increased several times had a great suppression on him. He fell freely in midair like a free fall. He threw out several spells in a row to stop his body from falling. But they all ended in failure with the sparks from the tip of his wand. He felt helpless and desperate, as if he was falling into an abyss. Ridiculous. Was he going to fall to death here? Brian clenched his teeth. Looked at the ground below. Countless grey smoke rising from the bones of various magical animals that had fallen down. His eyes were hateful. He resisted the panic. And suddenly shook his wand again. Under Brian's body, the dead air suddenly became windy. The head-on hurricane constantly weakened the downward momentum. Finally, when he was still 10 feet away from the ground, Brian regained control of his body and fell into the mud with a thud. It was not until a few seconds later that Brian, who had a wooden head, stood up from the mud. He just glanced at the scene in front of him, and was about to raise his wand to remove the mud, but his movement froze. Brian had never seen the end of the world, but he believed that if there really was a day when the end of the world came, the world's end would be nothing more than the scene in front of him. This place seemed to be a lush forest before, but now it was a graveyard of life. Those towering trees that used to reach the sky had all broken and lay horizontally under the water, leaving only some sparse and charred wood standing crookedly in the endless swamp. In front of him, countless grey smoke rose from those fallen bones of various magical animals. In his ears, filled with faint ghostly howls. Everything in sight was obscure and incomprehensible, like the day and night transition in rainy weather, full of death and ominous magic. Invisibly, this suppressed Brian's mood, making him feel despair uncontrollably. And in this extremely horrible picture, Brian's heart strangely rose a trace of enlightenment. He vaguely felt that the culprit that caused this scene was probably the legendary magical item that Clyodna wanted to take out from this island. With its power, maybe we can have a peaceful place to live. Brian's mind suddenly recalled what Clyodna had said to him before. He was quite skeptical at that time, but now he did not dare to have any contempt. Several generations of druid priests have entered this world many times, trying to take it out but have failed, but the divination result is that probably only I could take out that item. Brian pursed his lips, his eyes drooping, whispered softly, feeling uneasy in his heart, because what was happening to him now seemed to touch on the most unknown mystery of the magical Harry Potter world. Gryffindor stood on the bank behind Brian and looked at this world where death was singing and dancing with anger in his eyes. But as powerful as he was, he seemed helpless against this world of misery. He could only sigh softly. He felt pity and sorrow for the lost lives and beauty of this land. He wondered what had happened here and who had done such a terrible thing. Brian turned around and looked at Gryffindor, who brought him an unprecedented shock but ignored him with an inexplicable look. After a while, he suddenly raised his wand and shot a spell fiercely at Godric Gryffindor. Author's note: I have been sick since yesterday. I have the draft chapters ready, but the update time may be few hours early or late. 0110 Doubts and Answers. Whoosh! A cracked branch, covered with slimy algae and rotten leaves, floated up from the murky water. Brian seized the opportunity and swung his arm with all his strength, hurling the branch towards the figure standing on the shore. The branch suddenly cut through the space filled with the breath of death, and went straight for Godric Gryffindor's foot. Swoosh! The branch pierced through his foot like a spear and nailed it firmly into the muddy ground, but there was no trace of blood or pain left on his face. So it's still an illusion after all. Looking at the trembling branch and Gryffindor, who had no change in his expression, Brian breathed a sigh of relief. It was not an easy decision to make to test one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, with his own hands. It required a lot of courage and curiosity. Brian stared quietly at this illusion that was flawless and almost indistinguishable from reality. His heart was still filled with confusion and wonder. He could not find any similar precedent in any magic book, and no one could tell him what was happening. He had to rely on his own wisdom to guess. Apart from that, he had no other way. Without a doubt, Godric Gryffindor had visited this secret place in the long years between. His traces were recorded by the chaotic time sequence of this place, and appeared in front of me as an illusion. Brian narrowed his eyes, his penetrating gaze seemed to see through the secrets left by time. He murmured in a voice that only he could hear. Then what was the effect of Gryffindor slashing his sword in midair before? Brian wondered. I get it, I exist between his exploration tracks of this place. Those clean cracks were created by Gryffindor thousands of years ago. What a formidable wizard. If it were Brian himself, he might not be able to make the effect of a spell last for thousands of years. Those spells that involved rules and could run on their own by integrating with nature could indeed last for a long time, but that was outside. The magic environment here was so strange that no spell could withstand its erosion. Then, did the previous generations of priests of the Druid sect also see Gryffindor's illusion, or did they not? This question, Brian could not answer for the time being, but he had a vague feeling that perhaps Cleodna and her predecessors had never seen Gryffindor's traces. Otherwise, they would have gone to Hogwarts for help long ago. But why such a coincidence? All coincidences are intentional. Brian did not believe that it was just a simple coincidence that Gryffindor's illusion appeared in front of him as soon as he entered this secret place. Then, what exactly triggered this phenomenon? Suddenly, Brian frowned and thought of a possibility. I had a burst of magic on the lake surface before. After that, Gryffindor appeared. Is he waiting for me? Although he had roughly figured out the state of Gryffindor in front of him, there were still many doubts. Why did Gryffindor look for Avalon Island? What he muttered in his mouth, the stone pillars that Rowena found, Helga's prophecy. The 4 founders seemed to be planning something very important thousands of years ago. In addition, this island was supposed to be a holy land of the Druid sect that revered life, but it was a scene of doom. And it was called the place where Merlin rests forever by Cleodna. The results of the divination by Druid's previous generation priests. Everything seemed to have something to do with him. While Brian was thinking, Gryffindor, who was looking around with keen interest, seemed to have found something. He waved his hand and dispersed his silver lion patroness, which roared loudly before fading away. He turned around and walked briskly in one direction along the shore. Brian did not dare to neglect and quickly got out of the mud on the shore and followed behind Gryffindor's illusion. The two walked along the shore for about 2 minutes. Then, a simple but well-made oak boat appeared in Brian's sight. It was tied to a wooden stake by a rope and swayed gently on the water. There were some dried leaves and twigs on it, indicating that it had been here for a long time. At this point, Brian had no doubt that this sky island he was on was indeed the mythical Avalon Island. He had read both Muggle and Wizard books that had clear records of Avalon's features. It was an island surrounded by swamps, forests and fog. And the only way to reach the center of the island was by boat. For a legendary wizard like Godric Gryffindor, the evil magic that permeated death and decay on this island could not pose much of a threat to him. He could easily fly over the swamp under the fog with his patroness just now and go directly to the center of the island. But he chose not to do so. After entering the island, Gryffindor became silent. He stared at the island with deep and solemn eyes. In his eyes, it seemed that he was brewing some kind of determination or resolution. With a neat and agile leap, Gryffindor stepped onto the boat, but the draft of the oak boat did not change at all. Even the narrow hull did not sway at all. But when Brian jumped on the boat, the hull suddenly sank by 2 feet. Brian's eyes moved slightly. This phenomenon once again confirmed Brian's guess. The Gryffindor who appeared here was not his real body, but an illusion created by the chaotic time sequence of this secret place. Judging from the size, this boat seemed to be able to stand only one person. He stood in the center of the cabin and Brian could only squat in the stern with his body half bent. Of course, Gryffindor's current form was worse than a ghost. Brian could directly pass through his body and sit more comfortably. But out of caution, and respect for Godric Gryffindor himself, Brian did not choose to do so. He looked at Gryffindor's back with a respectful and curious look in his eyes. A few months ago, when Brian was still teaching at Hogwarts, he had talked to Potter and Granger about his mysterious purple eyes one night. When he said that he had been thinking about how to fight against a wizard like Dumbledore since he was a teenager, the two little guys were shocked and incredulous. They probably thought it was something impossible to do. And Brian thought that any powerful legend would be surpassed by later generations. At this moment, Brian still thought that this idea was correct. But for the four founders of Hogwarts, he had to admit that they were in a different league. From the tip of the iceberg that Gryffindor had just shown, to be honest, Brian had no idea how to match such a powerful wizard who could affect time and space with his magic. Sensing that someone had entered the cabin, the oak boat automatically sailed into the center of the swamp, smoothly without any waves, as if sailing on ice. Meanwhile, Brian also became like Gryffindor, attracted by the scenery in the swamp. He saw many bones of magical creatures lying in the shallow water and frozen in midair by the fog. Brian was not an expert on magical creatures, but he had seen a lot of them. He could vaguely recognize that there were many kinds of bones, such as three-headed dogs with sharp fangs, dragons with scorched scales, unicorns with broken horns, hippogriffs with torn wings, goblins with twisted faces. Many magical creatures were natural enemies, but they lived here peacefully thousands of years ago. But now, they were all deprived of their lives by the evil magic on the island. At this moment, a huge humanoid skeleton gradually emerged from the faint fog. This skeleton seemed to belong to a giant, but it was much larger than any giant Brian had ever seen or heard of. The giants in the magical world today were only about 20 feet tall, but this skeleton was as tall as the newly built 6-story dormitory building in the orphanage. Silently, Brian opened his mouth wide as he looked at the skeleton that towered over him like a mountain. 0111 Island of Death. This time, even Gryffindor's rock-like expression showed some astonishment, along with Brian's. They both gazed at the huge skeleton that emerged from the misty fog. It was a colossal creature that had long been extinct, with a skull that could swallow a whole boat and ribs that arched like bridges. Its bones were draped with moss and vines, as if it had been part of the swamp for ages. It was a relic of a forgotten era, a testament to the ancient glory and tragedy of magic. Brian felt that he had been stripped away from reality. The oak boat under his feet was not parading in the swamp, but wandering in the long river of time. Some ancient wizarding scenes that were older than 1,000 years ago were leaking through the gaps of time. The mottled light and shadow brought great shock to Brian's soul. He saw flashes of battles and rituals, of glory and decay, of magic and mystery. He felt like he was traveling through history, witnessing the rise and fall of civilizations. The world was still intact, the magnificent era of magic. Gryffindor finally spoke again, sighing deeply. However, his unconscious murmurs made Brian frown. What did he mean by the world was still intact in the era of magic? Was there anything missing in the present world? Brian suddenly regretted that he had spent most of his time studying spell models in Professor Bin's History of Magic class. If he had listened carefully, maybe he could understand what Gryffindor's words meant. But this might not be the case either. The secrets of these unknown times must have been far beyond the modern wizarding history revised by modern wizards. Perhaps even in the era of the four founders, there were also secrets that only a few people knew. The eerie screams of the female ghosts around them disappeared, and the world fell into eternal silence. The boat carrying the two of them sailed into a deeper fog, and the visibility was very low. Brian could only see the scenery within 10 feet of his side. Gryffindor waved his sword again and began to slash the space in front of him, dispelling the evil breath of death in the air. Brian didn't know if the previous generation priests of the Druids who came here also followed Gryffindor's traces of time to enter the center of Avalon Island. If not, Brian didn't know how much price they had to pay to get here step by step. If Brian broke in alone without any external help, he would not be able to get here without a few days. It was also thanks to Cleodna, that woman who thought so highly of him and thought he could deal with the dangers in the ruins. Just then, many fist-sized yellow lights suddenly appeared in the misty fog, like lanterns hanging in midair, swaying slightly. Brian was suddenly alert. Since he entered this island, he hadn't seen anything that could move except Gryffindor. Unconsciously, he stood up from his half-squatting position, stepped on the hull of the oak boat with one foot, and leaned out half of his body over the mirror-like calm water. The frequency of those lanterns swaying gradually increased. Hundreds of yellow light clusters emitted mysterious magic. Brian vaguely sensed something wrong, because he felt a strong charm from the magic. And when he was about to forcibly break off his gaze and withdraw his body, those light clusters suddenly brightened up like they were stimulated by something. Brian felt dizzy and lost his balance and fell into the lake. Boom! As if a drop of water fell into a boiling oil pan, the calm lake and fog above it boiled like boiling water. The world shook suddenly. What a shame! At that moment when his body lost balance, Brian knew that he had been tricked. At the same time, he also guessed what those lanterns were. They were a group of hinky-punks who liked to live in swamps and confuse wizards. Because they were in a special state between illusion and reality, they escaped death by luck and accidentally gained several times stronger under the influence of death and decay magic. As a powerful wizard, Brian was also agile. He only took less than 3 seconds to fall into the water and turn over to get back on board. But the shaking world still couldn't calm down, but became more and more intense. Mr. Gryffindor Brian looked at the bones around him that had been sleeping in death but awakened by his stimulation, and said jokingly, "Do you have any way to make this boat go faster? I seem to have caused some trouble." Godric Gryffindor ignored the bones that had been sleeping in death but awakened by Brian's stimulation. This was natural, because he did not exist in this time and space and could not give Brian any help at all. Splash! The world that had been silent for eternity suddenly stirred up a strong wind that made waves on the shallow lake. The fog around them also quickly dispersed in the strong wind. In addition to those skeletons of Cerberus, dragons, and flying hippogriffs, the huge skeleton of a titan-like giant also stood up completely. The hollow eye sockets stared at Brian accurately. What this army of undead was going to do next was self-evident. If Thanatos saw you, I'm afraid he would drool. Brian used jokes to suppress the horror in his heart. The magic that gushed out of his body made his wizarding robe swell. His lavender pupils shot out a solemn and sharp look. Roar! The giant skeleton roared and shook the sky. The raging waves wrapped in ominous magic rushed wildly. Even the pure land created by Gryffindor was polluted. Brian was once again suppressed by the evil death breath that filled this place. The fire dragon swooped down from the air, the Cerberus shook its ferocious heads, and bared its teeth and ran on the waves. In an instant, Brian was surrounded. And just when the first bone dragon approached the oak boat within 100 feet, Brian swung his wand vigorously. With a sharp scream, a giant water snake as tall as a giant stood up from the rolling waves. A tail swing that weighed like 10,000 caddies directly smashed those small fire dragons and Cerberus into bone dust, splashing all over the sky. In the sparse scorched forest, two huge creatures stared at each other across a negligible distance. What lingered around them was an indescribable killing. Boom! A strong shock wave like a meteor hitting the ground swept across, overturning everything in sight. The giant skeleton grabbed the head of the water snake transformed by Brian with one hand, and closed its hard bones. With a snap, it directly crushed the water snake's head. Brian's face didn't change. He continued to circle his wand, and those splashes in midair reassembled into the water snake's head. At the same time, the huge snake body rose up and wrapped around the giant skeleton's body, trying to strangle it. Hey! The scene of two epic-like powerful magical creatures fighting in the most direct way could bring an unparalleled impact to the soul. Brian stood in the white barrier that protected the oak boat, his grey hair flying, his cheeks flushed, and an unprecedented excitement was washing his soul. "Let me see your skills, big guy." Brian's eyes were bright, and he shouted excitedly. Then, the tip of his ebony wand spewed out magic fire. The golden flame ignited the lake water and dyed the grey sky gold. In a few moments, another mountain-like golden flame giant snake descended on the world. The roar it made caused some ripples in space. Two giant snakes like earthly pythons wrapped around the giant skeleton's arms with their heads, and their bodies coiled around the huge bones and tightened with all their strength. The rumbling sound like the earth collapsing was endless, and the sound of steel twisting in the air was shocking. The giant skeleton roared again and again, but no matter how many times it crushed the heads of the water and fire snakes, Brian would repair them in time and continue to fight with it. To be honest, since he studied at Hogwarts, he had fought with that black witch in the Forbidden Forest until now. This was the first time that Brian showed all his strength in such a rough way. The boat was still moving forward. Not far away, a magnificent temple finally showed a vague outline. 0112 temples and murals. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heart echoed in his ears as he surveyed the aftermath of the devastating battle that had ravaged the land. The once lush and verdant island was now a barren and desolate wasteland, littered with corpses and debris. Brian jumped off the oak boat that had carried him across the treacherous waters and stood on the shore, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He felt a surge of exhaustion and pain from his wounds, but he ignored them and reached for his backpack. He took out a few bottles of magic potions and drank them wildly, not caring about the taste or the cost. The precious potions worth thousands of galleons were swallowed into his stomach, replenishing his depleted magic and healing his injuries. Brian smacked his lips, with a look of dissatisfaction. He wished he had more potions, but he knew he had to save some for later. The moment he stepped on the land, the bones that were still moving in the swamp immediately lay low, as if sensing his presence and power. They dared not to challenge him, for they knew he was a formidable foe. Brian had fought his way through countless enemies, using his wand and his wits to survive. He had seen things that would make most people lose their sanity, but he had persevered. As if it was a trial, and Brian passed the test with his strength. Clang hoi! He casually threw away a few empty bottles, looking at the swamp that was almost plowed over by his spells and footsteps. Brian let out a sigh of relief. He had finally reached his destination, but he knew that the hardest part was yet to come. However, when he checked the amount of his mana level, he showed a bitter smile. It was indeed enjoyable, but I hope there won't be any more trouble in the future. As he said that, Brian gave a kick to an ugly one-legged creature lying at his feet, which was bound by magic ropes. It was a hinky-punk, a creature that usually appeared as a flickering light in dark places, luring travelers into bogs and marshes. But these hinky-punks had developed real bodies under the nourishment of the thick evil magic on the island. This situation was very special and rare, so Brian took one that was not affected by the battle just now and planned to take it out for a good study. He hoped to find out more about the secrets of this island and its inhabitants. He stored the special hinky-punk away in a magical cage, turned around and saw that Gryffindor had walked up a gentle slope along a path covered with withered thorns and vines. The founder of Hogwarts was wearing his signature red cloak and silver armor, holding his sword. He looked majestic and heroic, but also solemn and grim. He was standing on the high ground and looking at the temple not far away with a determined gaze. Seeing this, Brian did not delay, and ran after him. Although he was just a phantom recorded by the chaotic time and magic, Brian felt inexplicably at ease following him. Perhaps, Godric Gryffindor was such a man who had a sense of security. He radiated confidence and courage, inspiring others to follow him into danger. In the center of the island, a huge and magnificent temple that exuded historical breath stood silently there, not knowing how many years it had existed. It was surrounded by a circle of stone pillars that formed a protective barrier against intruders. The temple was the heart of the island, where its secrets and mysteries were hidden. Staring at the temple, Brian's eyelashes trembled, showing some confusion. Sitting on the steps, the rectangular temple was built entirely of white marble. The huge building was supported by nearly 100 giant marble pillars that were carved with intricate patterns and symbols. The walls that formed the main body of the building were dilapidated and many places had even collapsed into large holes, revealing glimpses of what lay inside. The roof was adorned with statues of gods and goddesses, but some of them were broken or missing. This was a typical ancient Greek-style temple, and Brian's confusion came from this. As the holy land of the ancient Druid sect, how could there be such an irrelevant Greek temple in the center of the mysterious Avalon Island? This was as strange as Hogwarts Castle turning into a vampire castle. It was simply unreasonable. Brian thought he would see a wooden palace built on a huge oak tree here. Is Cleodna there? Brian's gaze passed over Gryffindor's sturdy body and looked at the temple. He vaguely felt where her magic was. After a short thought, Brian waved his wand to cover his breath and hide his figure. Before meeting Cleodna, Brian wanted to explore with Gryffindor, to see what else the temple had to offer. Surprisingly, the decay and death atmosphere that filled the space around the temple in the center of the island was not as heavy as Brian expected. It seemed that there was some strange power suppressing that thing. The two resumed their steps, but they hadn't walked far before Brian suddenly stopped and looked ahead with a serious expression. In his sight, many figures overlapped continuously in front of him, creating a blurry and distorted image. He was familiar with this figure because it was his own back. He realized that he was seeing himself from different points in time, as if he had been here before or would be here again. The chaos of time here has suddenly increased by many levels. It should be caused by two powerful magics counteracting and interfering with each other. Tisk tisk, an unheard of wonder. Brian resumed his steps again, but as he approached the temple, strange phenomena happened again. Gryffindor was not affected at all. His trajectory towards the temple was a straight line. He walked steadily and calmly, as if he knew what he was doing. But Brian, who followed behind him, seemed to be constantly using Phantom Shift, a spell that allowed him to teleport short distances. 1 second he was behind Gryffindor, and the next moment he flashed directly to the front. Then he floated above Gryffindor's head, as if gravity had no hold on him. Without much thought, Brian knew that this space had been twisted and misplaced by the chaotic magic. Fortunately, this displacement was still continuous and predictable. If there were spatial gaps, it was very likely that one step out would result in Brian's foot being cut into two pieces, or worse, being trapped in a void of nothingness. The many bizarre phenomena caused by magic here, if studied separately, could definitely write a few papers that would shock the magical world. But after seeing a lot, Brian's nerves also became tough. After all, this was the land of myths, where anything was possible. Gryffindor did not go to the steps of the temple entrance, but stopped at a large hole in the side wall of the temple, staring at the space inside the temple. Brian also struggled to his side, glanced at the temple a few times, and did not marvel at the magnificent temple supported by those magnificent pillars. Instead, he frowned at the jagged corners of the wall that were broken and rotten. He left Gryffindor and walked forward alone, squatting on the ground and digging up the loose soil with his palm. He soon made a small pit, revealing a layer of hard rock underneath. Sure enough, this temple is not the original building of Avalon Island, but the whole temple was forcibly lifted and moved here. Such a huge and magnificent building, if it really belonged to Avalon Island, then when it was built, the builders would not have failed to build a foundation. In addition, the traces of broken corners around the temple that touched the ground, Brian was sure that this temple was moved from somewhere else. Is this still the magical world of Harry Potter? Brian shook his head, his expression solemn. He wondered if Avalon Island was really as Cleodna had claimed, the place where Merlin rested forever. If that was true, then everything he saw before him, including the temple, the many wonders on the island, and even the island itself floating in the sky, must have been Merlin's creation. Did Merlin ascend to godhood? How far can the wizards of that era go? Brian asked in awe. He lived in the modern magical world, where he could not imagine the glory of the ancient times when wizards ruled the land and were revered as gods by muggles. Magic has a gap. Some extremely important events have been forgotten. Or deliberately erased. Brian muttered softly. He had this guess not only because of what he witnessed along the way, but also because of Gryffindor's casual remark. The world was still intact, a magnificent era of magic. As he looked at everything around him that seemed like a miracle, Brian suddenly thought of what Voldemort had done when he was alive, and felt a surge of disgust. Voldemort was obsessed with power, he craved others' fear, he sought immortality, no wonder he had great strength, but Albus Dumbledore always regarded him with disdain. Voldemort did make a lot of efforts to ensure that he would not die, but those efforts were nothing but holes he dug for himself. His path of magic had been severed long ago. He never understood the true meaning of magic, love, creativity, wisdom. Brian suppressed his contempt for Voldemort and followed Gryffindor into the temple. His eyes swept around, and saw that inside was even more dilapidated than outside. The walls and pillars were cracked and crumbling, the floor was covered with dust and debris, the ceiling was missing in some places, letting in the sunlight and the wind. Time and space were still as chaotic as outside. Brian felt dizzy and nauseous as he moved through the distorted dimensions. There was only one thing that surprised Brian. The magic inside the temple was very pure, without any trace of evil from outside. It seemed to have been purified. Gryffindor who entered here behaved a little abnormally. According to common sense, anyone who explored this temple for the first time should go to the hall where Cleodna's magic was. But he did not do so. Instead, he looked solemn and stepped over a pile of rubble, passed through a cracked wall, accelerated his pace, and went in a clear direction. Brian only hesitated for a very short time before following him again. Compared with the woman in the hall, Brian who graduated from Hogwarts obviously trusted Godric Gryffindor more. The two crossed the temple and passed many rooms along the way. The ashes and wooden shelves that were smashed into pieces should be libraries. The rooms with many bones and rotten equipment that could not be distinguished seemed to be where wizards did research. In addition, there were some rooms for daily life. It seemed that this place used to be someone's residence. Gryffindor's speed was very urgent. Brian who was restricted by chaotic time and space had to run all the way to keep up. He felt his magic fluctuate and his vision blur as he moved through the distorted dimensions. 20 minutes later, they stopped in front of a huge stone wall with a dark color after crossing many obstacles. Godric Gryffindor was a person from 1,000 years ago, and this temple was undoubtedly built in an even more ancient era. After being ravaged by time and magic anomalies, almost nothing inside the temple remained intact, including the main body of the building. But this huge stone wall that stood abruptly among a pile of rubble in front of them was intact as before. And it didn't even have any dust on it. It looked like it had been polished recently, reflecting the light and the shadows. Is this the battle? Gryffindor stared at the stone wall with interest, and the words he blurted out unexpectedly made Brian, who was puzzled by why the stone wall was not damaged, come back to his senses. He also raised his head and focused his attention on the wide stone wall. The carved lines were rough, like primitive people recording things on the cave wall. But they also had a certain artistic sense, conveying emotions and stories. The first scroll on the far right of the stone wall seemed to record a piece of land with undulating mountains, ancient city-states, and lakes. This seemed to be a simple landscape scroll, but what puzzled Brian was that at the top of the stone wall, far away from the land in the scroll, there was an irregular closed figure filled with many chaotic lines that seemed to represent wind. It looked like the outline of a jellyfish swimming in water. Brian frowned and stared at the pattern that was neither sun nor cloud, and looked gloomy. He was a little confused, but he also felt vaguely that it was very important. He wondered what it meant, and why it was placed above the land. He was curious and walked quickly to the second mural. He stepped back a few steps and looked up. He found that at the top of the stone wall, there was still that jellyfish, but the situation on the ground had changed dramatically. On the vast land, a tense confrontation was taking place. One side of the confrontation was a warrior riding a tall unicorn, with a cape behind him that showed his heroic spirit. He held a sword with a gorgeous shape and looked coldly at the sky. From those simple lines, Brian could feel the king's aura around this warrior like a war god. Behind the warrior was an endless and huge Muggle army. They were led by 12 knights who were also heroic. They wore armor and helmets, carried shields and spears, and rode horses or dragons. The whole army stood silently like iron, exuding an oppressive atmosphere. The other side of the confrontation had only one person. She hid under a large black robe that covered her whole body except for her hands and feet. Brian guessed from her slender wrist exposed outside the black robe and holding a strange wand that she was a woman. She stood alone on a high platform surrounded by flames, looking down at her enemies with contempt. Behind her were countless dark creatures, giants, trolls, werewolves, vampires, dementors. They roared and howled, eager to join the battle. About the two sides of the confrontation, Brian had some guesses, but he did not say a word. He silently went to the third mural. The magnificent and extremely tragic war began. The forest was leveled, cracks were everywhere on the ground, and lakes as vast as oceans evaporated. On a large piece of stone wall representing the sky, there were many cracks carved, as if space was also torn apart by the fierce magic clashes. This third mural was still clear, but Brian frowned. Can Muggle warriors and knights have the ability to compete with such legendary wizards? Brian wondered in his heart, but then he suddenly glanced at Gryffindor who wore a silver sword and was also watching the mural. His doubts were somewhat relieved. He realized that the warrior in the mural must be King Arthur himself, and the 12 knights behind him must be his loyal companions, the Knights of the Round Table. The fourth mural recorded the result of this battle. The witch did not seem to have changed much. She still floated in midair, looking indifferently at the land where blood flowed everywhere and Muggle limbs were everywhere. She seemed to have no emotion, no fear, no regret, no joy. She was like a cold machine, executing without hesitation. On the ground, only one warrior stood with his sword, and his cloak that was torn but still fluttering behind him vaguely showed his perseverance. He was covered with wounds and dirt, but he did not fall. He was like a lone hero, facing the overwhelming enemy with courage and dignity. Brian, who was immersed in that war, unknowingly walked to the center of the stone wall. In the fifth mural, the warrior's mount became a winged horse. He rode it with a desperate and tragic determination towards the witch. He knew that he had no chance of winning, but he still chose to fight for his people and his land. He was willing to sacrifice himself for a greater cause. Because she had summoned an island that was almost squeezed into the entire stone wall, huge beyond measure. The direction of her gaze was the city-state in the far distance. It was Camelot, the capital of King Arthur's kingdom. She wanted to destroy it, along with everything that King Arthur had built. Avalon Island. Brian squinted his eyes and gave his judgment. Before, when he followed Gryffindor flying to the island, he had seen its outline below. It was easy to recognize. In this mural, there was another very important detail. At its junction with the sixth mural, there appeared an old wizard with flying beard and hair, whose figure resembled Dumbledore somewhat. He was rushing to the battlefield at high speed. He wore a long robe and a pointed hat, and held a staff that emitted a bright light. He looked wise and powerful. Merlin. Brian pursed his lips and muttered. There is a small square in the depths of Nocturne Alley. There stands a white marble statue of Merlin on it. This statue is also the entrance to the underground world located in London. Brian often enters and exits from here. He is very familiar with Merlin's appearance. There is no doubt that the sixth mural depicts Merlin and King Arthur fighting against that witch together. The earth turned upside down, magma surged from deep underground to skyward. The air was filled with fire and smoke, lightning and thunder. The three figures in the mural were blurred by the chaos, but their magic beams were clearly visible, red for King Arthur, blue for Merlin, and green for the witch. Brian felt as if he had witnessed a god war lost in time. In this mural, there was also something that Brian cared very much about. In the previous 5 murals, the jellyfish at the top of the stone wall stayed in the same position without moving. But in the sixth one, the outline of the jellyfish seemed to be shaking violently. About a tenth of its area had already detached from the stone wall and disappeared. It looked like it was breaking apart and falling down. The seventh mural recorded something that made Brian extremely astonished and made Gryffindor's eyes fierce. Under the joint efforts of Merlin and King Arthur, that witch had already been defeated. She fell from the sky to Avalon Island, which had returned to the ground. She lay motionless on the grass, her black robe torn and her wand broken. But there was a vague figure that looked very much like the one that Brian had seen in the underground world. The old wizard who was fooled, in Ch1, and died before changing into a Grim Reaper-like shadow, similar shadow emerged from her body. In the penultimate mural, the jellyfish that continued to detach from the stone wall had completely disappeared. What also disappeared was that witch. She held a strange staff in her hand by the Grim Reaper who was also defeated. And this Grim Reaper was making a throwing motion, as if he wanted to throw away the staff in his hand. 0113 Mysterious Domain. Brian felt a surge of emotions as he witnessed the amazing god war recorded on the stone wall. The murals depicted the epic struggle between the 3 powerful wizards and the mysterious witch who wielded the power of death. Brian could not help but empathize with their pain, fear, and courage as he followed their fates through the images. He felt a pang of sadness when he saw the final mural, where the death god and the brave warrior who fought her with his sword were both gone. Brian guessed that they had sacrificed their lives in this battle, leaving behind only Merlin, who stood alone in front of the temple where Brian was now. Merlin's eyes were fixed on the jellyfish that had gradually faded away since the sixth mural, indicating that something had left the earth after the war. Brian could sense the heaviness and desolation that surrounded Merlin, even from the simple line drawings. He wondered what Merlin was thinking and feeling at that moment. Brian stood in front of the tall stone wall for a long time, silent and thoughtful. He remembered Gryffinder's words when he first entered this secret realm, "The world is still intact." He looked at Gryffindor, who was also staring at Merlin's lonely figure with a solemn expression on his square face. Brian felt a surge of curiosity and asked softly, "Is this what you meant by the world is still intact, Mr. Gryffindor?" Brian probably understood that a long time ago, there seemed to be something on the earth, and the serious chain reaction caused by that war made that thing leave the earth. He thought about the decline of the wizarding world for 1 or 2,000 years, and how the wizards who were once revered as gods by the Muggles fell into a miserable situation where they had to hide from their enemies and fear for their lives. Brian had reason to believe that that thing was very important to all wizards, and perhaps to all living beings. The murals did not explain anything about the witch or the death god who fought against Merlin and his allies. Who was she, and what was her motive? What was her fate after she was defeated? Did Merlin kill her, or did she escape? And what about Merlin himself? Where did he go after this battle? Did he stay in this temple, which was his last refuge? Did he move Avalon Island to this hidden space and live alone until he died of old age or loneliness? Something must have happened later, right, Mr. Gryffindor? Brian shook his head slightly and turned his gaze to Gryffindor, who seemed to know more than he let on. He had this guess for a simple reason. Gryffindor had not entered this secret realm by accident. 1,000 years ago, he and the other 3 founders of Hogwarts must have discovered some incredible secrets and planned something together. Brian recalled that when he entered this secret realm, his magic triggered Gryffindor's phantom that was left in the chaotic time sequence. The phantom appeared as if it expected him to be here, implying that their plan had something to do with him. On the other side, Cleodna's teacher, the prophecy of the previous generation priest of Druidism, also involved him in this mystery. Brian frowned tightly. He felt a strong sense of danger from the conspiracy that shrouded him. He tried to guess the identity of the witch in the mural. He searched his memory for any clues from Muggle mythology, wizarding books, or Druidic lore. He noticed that she had summoned Avalon Island, which suggested that she had a close connection with Druidism. He also remembered that she had used a dark magic that resembled necromancy, which made her an enemy of life itself. He locked in a name in his heart, Morgan Le Fay. Morgan Le Fay was a legendary dark witch who was also known as Morgana or Morgane. She was said to be the queen of Avalon Island and a powerful enchantress who practiced dark arts. She was an adversary of Merlin and King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table, who represented justice and light. She was often portrayed as a goddess of darkness and death in ancient tales. Brian vaguely remembered that he had read in a magic book that some people believed that an evil soul was attached to Morgan Le Fay, influencing her actions and making her more wicked. When he saw this before, Brian thought it was nonsense, but now he realized that it might not be completely unfounded. Gryffindor ignored Brian, who was lost in his thoughts. He had already digested the content of the murals and decided on his next move. He simply turned around and used his silver sword to easily split open the broken wall that blocked his way. He walked towards a direction with a clear purpose, the front hall of the temple, which was exactly where Cleodna was waiting for Brian. Brian felt a surge of disbelief and fear as he saw the scene in front of him. He had to bite his tongue hard to suppress his doubts and calm his nerves. He took a deep breath and followed Gryffindor quickly, hoping that the legendary wizard knew what he was doing. This bizarre secret realm trip was nearing its end, and Brian had no intention of dying here. On the way forward, Brian took out several bottles of magic recovery potion from his pocket and drank them wildly. He felt the liquid burning his throat and filling his body with a tingling sensation. His physical ability to accommodate and convert magic was limited. Drinking magic recovery potion so violently brought Brian a lot of pain, but he clenched his teeth and tried his best to digest the magic in the potion and store it in his magic organ. He knew that he would need every bit of magic he could muster for the upcoming confrontation. Because he had already prepared to meet frankly with that woman, Cleodna, who had lured him into this trap. 2 people came to the wall behind the hall, where a small door was hidden. They could enter the front hall of the temple through that door. But, Gryffindor and Brian almost stopped at the same time, as if they had hit an invisible wall. Chaotic time domain. Staring at a few steps away, a spherical blurred space that penetrated through the wall, Brian's eyes showed a strong dread. He could feel the distortion of time and space emanating from the sphere, as if it was tearing apart the fabric of reality. He guessed that the hall of the temple, behind the wall in front of him, probably contained the holy relic that Cleodna and many modern priests of the Druid religion dreamed of taking back. At the same time, he also understood why they had not been able to do so for so many centuries. The chaotic time domain was a formidable barrier that no ordinary wizard could cross. Brian looked at a stone next to his foot, lightly touched it with his wand, and made it levitate. He then flicked his wand and sent the stone flying into the blurred, twisted, bubble-like time domain. Rustle. The stone that only entered the dangerous domain by 5 feet seemed to have gone through thousands of years in the blink of an eye, and turned into countless dust particles. And those dust particles did not float to the ground, but froze in mid-air. After a few breaths, the color gradually faded until they disappeared completely. Brian's eyes twitched madly, and he had an urge to curse. What a joke! Did the previous generation priests of the Druid religion make a mistake in divination when they offered sacrifices, or did that woman Cleodna have a problem with her brain that caused her to misjudge his ability? The power of time was not to be touched. Such a dangerous domain, since they had seen it, why did they think he had the ability to break through it? Indeed, Godric Gryffindor might have this ability, but Brian was not confused. The one in front of him was just an illusion recorded by the chaotic time sequence that enveloped Avalon Island. Even if Gryffindor broke through the time barrier 1,000 years ago, but after 1,000 years, this barrier had been repaired. He would not be stupid enough to hit his head on it and end up with nothing left. Since he was sure that he didn't have the ability to break through the time domain, Brian didn't hesitate for long. He turned around and wanted to leave. The main door of the hall should be normal. Otherwise, Cleodna wouldn't be able to enter the temple. He planned to change his direction and enter the front hall. There, he would first beat up that woman badly, and then interrogate her well. As for Gryffindor's next move, Brian had also anticipated it. He might be like himself, unable to break through the domain, or he might really defy the power of time and enter the domain. But the final result should be that he didn't get anything from it. This was certain. Otherwise, why would those guys from the Druid religion still be obsessed with this place for so many centuries? Don't be afraid, follow me. And just as Brian turned around and was about to leave, a slightly solemn voice from behind made Brian's pupils tremble violently. His whole body stiffened. 0114 The Staff and the Sword, Part 1. Brian suddenly turned his head, staring at Godric Gryffindor, who raised his silver sword and faced the time domain, with an incredible look. His heart was pounding wildly and every cell in his body was trembling. How could it be? Did he just hear a hallucination? He felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that the voice he heard was not his own, but Gryffindor's. Brian looked around with a frightened look, scanning every inch of the slightly dim temple, but after a few rounds of inspection, he found no trace of any hidden wizards. In the dilapidated room, apart from him and Gryffindor, there was no one else. No one else who could have spoken to him in such a familiar and intimate tone. Did you just talk to me, Mr. Gryffindor? He asked in a shaky voice, hoping for an answer that would dispel his confusion. But to Brian's dismay, Godric Gryffindor, who had shattered his worldview, suddenly returned to his previous appearance, ignoring Brian's repeated calls, but holding the sword hilt with both hands, raising the silver sword and not moving, as if observing the time domain in front of him with great concentration. What's going on? Brian muttered breathlessly. Could it be that Gryffindor was accompanied by someone 1,000 years ago, and he was just talking to his companion? But the person's strength is far inferior to Gryffindor's, and not enough to interfere with the sequence. No, along the way, Gryffindor never had a conversation with anyone. It can't be like this. Brian's current knowledge base was already unable to come up with a reasonable explanation. He stared blankly at Gryffindor's back and suddenly felt at a loss. He felt like he had stumbled into a mystery that was beyond his comprehension. Swish! Just as he hesitated, the silver sword in Gryffindor's hand suddenly bloomed with light. The straight and sharp silver sword body was wrapped by a transparent, water-like magic force. It was a strange power that Brian could not understand, but even across the river of time, it still gave him a feeling of horror. It was like a force that could cut through anything in existence. For Gryffindor, dealing with such a strong time turbulence was still not an easy and casual thing. It was like cutting meat with a blunt knife, or cutting wood with a rusty saw with serrated teeth. The sword body moved slowly and hard. The effort made Brian hold his breath. But anyway, Gryffindor really cut out a few feet of clear space in the distorted and blurred space. Then he stepped into the edge of the area that was originally covered by the time domain and raised his long sword again. And in Brian's vision, when Gryffindor stepped into the time domain, the Gryffindor that had existed since entering the secret realm disappeared. Only he was left alone, looking at the suddenly flat area in a daze. Is it Gryffindor who appeared in the modern wizarding world, or did I unknowingly go back to 1,000 years ago? Neither situation is possible. This is just Brian's random guess in extreme astonishment. Then should he follow in or not? For such an incomprehensible and dangerous situation, as a qualified Slytherin, he should not try it easily. But if he only cares about risk, then Brian might as well stay at Hogwarts and teach under Dumbledore's eyelids. Brian's hesitation in his eyes dissipated. A firmness emerged from his light purple eyes. He clenched his teeth and stood in Gryffindor's position. He took a deep breath and stepped into the time domain. Hey! It was like being thrown onto a high-speed train from a stationary state. The sudden dizziness almost made him fall into the dangerous chaos on both sides. Gryffindor reappeared in his sight. But it was not a solitary back figure. It was like when he approached the temple before. Brian was in the same state as overlapping forward figures. Brian turned his gaze to the narrow clear space on both sides. The chaotic sequence like an abyss. He thought for a while and reached into it with his hem. The result was like that stone. It made him sweat coldly. When passing through the barrier, all the sights outside were covered up. And every second of time passing by was as long as a whole year. Brian dared not be careless. Because being careless would result in turning into dust and disappearing into nothingness. He didn't know how long it took. Gryffindor disappeared from sight again. For this, Brian didn't feel nervous. His uneasy heart calmed down a lot instead. Because he inferred that Gryffindor had broken through the barrier of time and entered the inner space. The space where the ultimate secret of the Druids was hidden. Another dizzy spell like the world spinning around. Waiting for the world to clear up. Brian, who suppressed the fainting feeling, suddenly realized that he had passed through that small door covered by the time domain and stood in the simple and empty but magnificent temple hall. He felt a surge of awe and curiosity as he looked around the ancient and mysterious place. He saw Cleodna standing at the door of the temple, looking at the direction of the swamp that was covered by the fog again with a worried look. Brian thought for a while. It should be his own movement that attracted her attention before. But trapped by the chaotic space, she didn't dare to leave easily. Brian was in the range of the time barrier. His magic and figure were perfectly hidden. Cleodna didn't notice that the Brian she was waiting for had quietly entered the temple. And he was only one step away from the holy artifact that Druids had been dreaming of for centuries. In the center of the circular altar built of grey rocks, there was a staff with a strange shape. The staff stood upright. The endless death and decay was being poured into the earth from its tail and embedded in the altar. And this was also the culprit that turned the original vibrant Druid holy land, Avalon Road, into the end of the world like a barren land. Even if Brian had never seen it, but when his eyes fell on it for a moment, he knew its name. Caduceus, the staff of Hermes, the messenger of Greek mythology. And it was only a few steps away from him. Gurgle. Like a vast ocean, but also exuding a hellish breath, Brian's heart beat wildly, swallowing saliva unconsciously. If there really are artifacts in Harry Potter's magical world, then there is no doubt that Caduceus is one of them. His eyes were attracted by the two intertwined black pythons on a golden staff. He had forgotten to think about why this artifact appeared in Morgan Le Fay's hands inexplicably, and how it became the holy artifact of the Druid sect. Wow, interesting staff. Compared to Brian's dullness, Gryffindor looked calm with a smile. He walked onto the altar and circled around Caduceus. He examined it with curiosity and admiration, as if he had found a new toy. I think Salazar will love you very much. After saying this sentence, Gryffindor suddenly reached out to Caduceus. It seemed that he wanted to take this staff back and give it to his best friend. But at the moment he heard this sentence, Brian's body trembled violently. He stared at the two black pythons with wide eyes. The more he looked at them, the more familiar they became. The more he looked at them, the more shocked he became. In the end, he was almost sure of his discovery. Those two things wrapped around the golden staff were not pythons at all, but two miniaturized basilisks. Brian had just dealt with a very real basilisk a few months ago, in Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. He still remembered its terrifying gaze that could petrify or kill anyone who met its eyes, and its venomous fangs that could destroy any magic. Thinking of the Chamber of Secrets, Brian suddenly clenched his wand and moved his dry lips. Could it be that Slytherin built the Chamber of Secrets to cultivate basilisks and study Caduceus? It wasn't to deal with those little wizards with muggle blood. He whispered in disbelief, as if he had uncovered a shocking truth that had been hidden for centuries. 0115 The Staff and the Sword, Part 2. The breadth of one's mind determines how much of the world one can see. Ever since Brian heard about the legend of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets from one of his housemates at Hogwarts, he had been haunted by this question. Why did Salazar Slytherin, who might have been the most formidable and enigmatic of the four founders, have such a prejudiced mind that he built a hidden chamber to slaughter the muggle-born or half-blood wizards who came to Hogwarts in later generations? Was it his belief to uphold the purity of blood that drove him forward on the noble path of magic? This doubt lasted until a few months ago, when Brian witnessed the innermost secrets of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets with his own eyes. He finally had a clue to believe that Salazar Slytherin's purpose of building the chamber was probably not that simple. And the twin serpent staff in front of him, which radiated a breath that made his heart flutter, further proved this point. Although Brian still couldn't figure out what was hidden behind the mysterious door in the cave, it was obvious that Slytherin's purpose of leaving the basilisk in the outer chamber was not as simple as the rumors said. Bang! The sudden explosion jolted Brian, who was engrossed in his guesses. He looked up and saw that the twin serpent staff, which had been dormant, burst out a ball of grey plasma at the moment when Gryffinder's palm approached it, and also accompanied by a strong repulsive force. Gryffindor, whose palm was scorched, was flung back several steps and almost fell out of the altar. As Rowena said, the indestructible twin serpent staff only obeys its own master. Gryffindor, who was frustrated, shook his hand with a grin on his handsome face. It's worthy of being the ancestor of those troublesome brats from Gryffindor. Seeing this scene, Brian's face darkened. It seems that I can't bring you a gift, Salazar. Gryffindor blew on his smoking palm and said regretfully. Then he shifted his gaze and focused on the edge of the altar, where a sword with a golden hilt and a glittering blade was inserted on the steps. The brave and fearless king of Camelot, Arthur Pendragon's sword Excalibur. Gryffindor put down his obsession with bringing a gift to his friend. He walked over to the sword and squatted down. His eyes sparkled with awe. An admirable warrior, what a pity, Gryffindor said with regret. If you and I lived in the same era, we would be each other's strongest opponents and most cherished friends. Buzz. As soon as Gryffindor's words fell, the sword of Gryffindor, which had suppressed the power of the twin snake wand for centuries with faith and courage, suddenly trembled violently, as if eager to break free from the earth. Do you want to follow me? Gryffindor seemed to understand the humming of the sword. He looked surprised, but then he said with a smile. Indeed, a sword like you should appear on the battlefield, rather than in this dark and silent world forever, but... Your mission? Gryffindor looked at the twin snake wand, which still released a deathly aura that withered everything even under the pressure of the sword of Gryffindor and Merlin's magic, and showed some hesitation. No way. Gryffindor had not made a decision yet, but Brian, who was watching this scene from the side, had a subtle change in his expression. He looked at the silver sword in Gryffindor's hand that originally belonged to himself, and then at the sword of Gryffindor that had been recorded in the legends of both Muggles and Wizards. He had a guess in his heart. All right, old friend, it seems I need to ask you for a favor. As expected, after a brief hesitation, Gryffindor sadly looked at his own sword. Clang! The sword of Gryffindor, which had been mute for centuries, burst into blinding golden light and magic in midair as soon as Gryffindor uttered those words. The spacious temple hall and even the whole Avalon Island floating in the air suddenly shook violently. The two snake monsters on the twin snake wand slithered along the golden rod as if they still had life. Their orange pupils showed intense hatred, but in the end they reluctantly closed their eyes under Gryffindor's pressure. Whoosh! The sword of Gryffindor that radiated golden magic and light quivered in midair, then cut through the air and fell swiftly into Gryffindor's empty palm. As soon as Gryffindor's words fell, Excalibur, which had been suppressing the power of the twin serpent staff with faith and courage for centuries, suddenly trembled violently in midair. It seemed impatient to break free from the earth. The two snake monsters on the wand coiled along the golden rod. Their vicious mouths full of poisonous teeth spat out grey magic that made life shudder. Gryffindor's red hair danced wildly. His sturdy body burst out with an overwhelming aura that seemed to shatter the sky and earth. He held his silver sword upside down and looked determined. He plunged his own sword into the hole on the ground. Then he put both hands on the hilt. The thick and red magic like magma flowed into the ground through his sword as a medium. Brian watched what happened in ancient times that no one knew about. Even though he couldn't feel Gryffindor's powerful magic that was beyond words due to the barrier of time, his emotions were still aroused. Under Gryffindor's forceful suppression, the shaking vision soon calmed down. The hot magic gradually spread along the cracks on the altar and formed an alchemical pattern around the twin serpent staff. The two snake monsters attached to the wand seemed to have life. Their orange pupils showed bitter resentment. But in the end, they reluctantly closed their eyes under Gryffindor's pressure. Whoosh! Excalibur, which emitted golden magic and light in midair, trembled incessantly. Then it cut through the air and fell into Gryffindor's empty palm. Gryffindor's famous sword is Arthur's Excalibur. Brian looked astonished. He felt like his worldview was overturned. But soon he muttered in confusion. The documents about Gryffindor's sword clearly state that Gryffindor's legendary sword was forged by goblins. The shapes of these two swords are not alike at all. Since entering this secret realm, Brian felt like he was reliving his first year at Hogwarts. There were too many things that perplexed him. But his doubt about Gryffindor's sword was soon answered by what happened next when Gryffindor held Excalibur. The golden and red magic immediately began to clash fiercely. The sword that carried the will of its original owner, like Excalibur, would not submit to anyone without a reason. The prerequisite for owning it was to conquer it first. Endless golden and red lights blurred Brian's vision. Even the traces of Gryffindor that had been left here for thousands of years were disturbed. The man's figure, who was as hot as magma, seemed like a TV screen that was affected by strong electromagnetic interference. It appeared flickering and fuzzy. Brian heard Gryffindor's hearty laughter in his ears. In the vague light and shadow, Gryffindor, who was facing Brian, raised a piece of melted metal and said with pride, "I will ask the finest goblins with the most exquisite skills to reforge your body. After that, you will have a new name and continue your legend." Gryffindor's exploration of the secret realm was drawing to a close. He reached into his wizard robe and threw a stone pillar with cracks on the surface into the air. Brian gazed at the stone pillar that looked identical to the one in Cleodna's hand. He instantly thought of Gryffinder's first words. Gryffindor seemed to be able to locate the space inside and outside the secret realm through this stone pillar. He squeezed half of his body into the fuzzy and twisted space, as if he was about to leave. By the way, just when Brian thought he was going to say goodbye to Gryffindor's time trace, Godric Gryffindor suddenly stopped his movement and turned his head to look at Brian with a smile. Since Gryffindor's phantom appeared, they had walked together all the way. Their eyes had crossed many times, but Gryffindor's focus had never been on Brian. He looked through his figure at other things. But at this moment, his gaze seemed to cross time and fall on Brian Breen, who was 1,000 years later. Brian realized this at once. He breathed quickly and looked astonished. He thought of Gryffindor's previous sentence, "Don't be afraid, follow me." He was almost certain that Godric Gryffindor seemed to be able to see himself in the future through some means. In Salazar's Chamber of Secrets, there are answers to all your curiosities. Gryffindor said this sentence to Brian, then he smiled again and disappeared into the distorted space. Author's note: is the name Twin Serpent Staff good or Twin Basilisk? 0116 chess piece. Wow! As soon as Godric Gryffindor vanished into thin air, the space in the altar that was distorted by his powerful magic returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. When the light and shadow settled down again, the altar floor was covered with a thick layer of dust that had accumulated over the centuries. The time barrier that isolated the altar from the outside world still existed, and the woman Cleodna still stood at the magnificent gate of the temple, looking at the direction of the swamp with a hopeful expression, unaware that Brian had quietly entered the altar and was only one step away from the twin serpent staff that the druids had coveted for so long. Brian stared at the silver sword that was deeply inserted in the ground, his expression dull and confused. The sentence left by Gryffindor before he disappeared was always echoing in his mind. The Chamber of Secrets of Salazar Slytherin. All the answers to your doubts are there. Brian's breathing unconsciously became heavy and fast. Since he saw that fragment of memory that he had sealed in his subconscious, he knew that one day he would have to face the challenge of opening the Chamber of Secrets, but he didn't expect that the reason for having to open it turned out to be a revelation left by Gryffindor, one of the legendary founders of Hogwarts. All your doubts. How many puzzles were there in Brian's heart? If he counted them carefully, there were too many to list. Before entering this secret realm, he just wanted to figure out why the druid prophecy involved him, and what was the place where Merlin sleeps forever that Cleodna mentioned. But after entering the secret realm until now, he not only failed to solve the previous problems, but also encountered more mysteries and secrets. The four founders planned to destroy the twin serpent staff, which was unquestionable. They had left clues and hints throughout history for this purpose. Salazar Slytherin created the Chamber of Secrets and cultivated a real snake monster, a basilisk, for this purpose. He also hid his own secrets and legacy in that dark and hidden place. Godric Gryffindor may have known Brian's existence through some means, perhaps prophecy or divination, before entering this secret realm, and after entering the secret realm, he helped Brian approach the twin serpent staff with unheard-of methods and ways. He even used his own sword as a key to unlock the seal of the staff. Why do both the four founders and the druid prophecy think I can pick up the twin serpent staff? The indestructible twin serpent staff only obeys its own master. Brian did not forget Gryffindor's words, nor did he forget the scene when Gryffindor tried to pick up the twin serpent staff and this staff burst out with a dazzling light and a terrifying force. That power was so strong that even Gryffindor, one of the greatest wizards of all time, could not resist it and was thrown back by it. In the center of the altar, the mysterious staff that should only exist in myths and legends lay quietly on a stone pedestal. It silently faced Brian's gaze, as if waiting for him to make a decision. Why do they have to destroy you? Even at the expense of planning 1,000 years in advance. Two of the four founders left traces in front of Brian. What did Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff do? Did they also leave some clues or messages for him somewhere? Brian had a strong feeling that if he insisted on investigating it, then they would sooner or later appear in front of him in some way or another. In addition to these questions, seeing the mural on the huge stone wall in the back hall also left him puzzled and curious. How did the twin serpent staff appear in Morgan Le Fay's hands and become the holy object of the druid sect? How did she use it to create such a powerful magic circle that could manipulate time and space? In addition, what was the shadow in Morgan Le Fay's body that was mentioned in both rumors and murals? Was it related to her mysterious origin or that dark jellyfish thing? At the end of the mural, Merlin was depicted as standing alone in front of this temple. He held Arthur's broken steel holy sword in his hand and used it to suppress the twin serpent staff. What happened after that? Where did Merlin go? Did he disappear in time like Gryffindor said? Or did he go to another place where no one could find him? The conspiracy behind all these puzzles was like a big net covering Brian's head, making him feel unspeakable depression and suffocation. He felt like he was caught in a maze with no exit. Brian's eyes flickered with uncertain light, and his heart even rose up with some thoughts of no longer entangled in these things. He thought of giving up on getting to the bottom of it and just focusing on studying magic, improving his strength, and living a normal life. Da 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 da. The sound of footsteps echoed in the ancient altar, breaking the silence that had lasted for thousands of years. After Gryffindor, this altar once again had a wizard visit, a young man who had unwittingly stepped into a secret realm that was beyond his imagination. Thousands of years have passed. The magic circle left by Gryffindor at that time was full of cracks. Many magic nodes were blocked. The magic flow was not smooth. This also caused the power of this artifact to leak out again and inject into the earth. The evil magic power that makes life wither and decay. If Brian chooses to give up trying and leave the twin serpent staff here, then one day in the future, Avalon Island will collapse completely under the erosion of this kind of magic power. This space will also be lost in the boundless space, becoming a forgotten ruin that no one can ever find again. Maybe she felt tired. The Clyodna at the temple gate gave up looking. She looked at the hall wrapped in a hazy barrier. She couldn't see the situation inside the altar. Then she crossed her arms around her knees and sat on the white stone threshold of the gate, resting her chin on her hands. When no one was there, Clyodna's emerald eyes showed some confusion, and her slender and delicate figure revealed a sense of desolation and helplessness. She looked like a lonely fairy who had lost her way in the mortal world. Brian stared at the female priest who was probably at the age of just being graduated from Hogwarts in the wizarding world behind the barrier. He sighed heavily and felt some pity in his heart. He didn't know whether the druid sect knew or not what was on the altar behind the barrier. He didn't know what they expected to find there, or what they hoped to achieve with it. He didn't know where they got the revelation that the twin serpent staff could help them get rid of the predicament of being hunted. After seeing the battle on the mural and the strength shown by Gryffindor, he was not doubting the power of the twin serpent staff, but everything existed. The clues all showed that everything was not so simple. He and the druid sect are probably being used as pawns to achieve some mysterious and sinister goals. Is it escape or face it now? Brian looked around this magnificent temple expressionlessly, weighing and hesitating in his heart. He knew very well that this was a decision that concerned his future destiny. Different choices would lead him to two completely different paths in life. After hesitating for a while, suddenly, Brian shook his head slightly and showed a mysterious smile. Actually, there was no need to hesitate, wasn't it? He had already made a choice. Standing in front of the strange staff, Brian's heart beat unconsciously faster, and his breathing became rapid. He felt a strange attraction from the twin serpent staff, as if it was calling him to touch it, to claim it as his own. In these years, he has traveled in the wizarding world and has seen many rare and precious magical items that have left a name in history, but he has always been indifferent to those things. Even the crown of Ravenclaw, one of the four founders' relics, was handed over to Dumbledore without any hesitation. The real reason for doing this was actually that Brian has always believed that the power in his own hands was the real power, and the strength obtained by relying on external objects would eventually be stripped away by someone or something stronger. But this staff gave Brian a very different feeling. It seemed to contain an ancient and mysterious power that transcended time and space, life and death, light and darkness. It seemed to be able to grant him any wish he desired, as long as he could master it. If he could really use the power in the twin serpent staff, then he would almost immediately become an invincible existence in the contemporary wizarding world. Whether it was Albus Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the present day, or Voldemort, who was lurking in the dark and peeping at the wizarding world, waiting for an opportunity to rise again with his army of Death Eaters, or Gellert Grindelwald, who was bound in Nurmengard and had lost his faith after being defeated by Dumbledore, they would all be nothing to fear. If he could use the power of the twin serpent staff, Brian could even integrate all the magical civilizations of all countries on Earth, establish a great and magnificent magical dynasty that would rule over all wizards and witches, and march into the Muggle world with his loyal followers. In the end, he would become a veritable Earth monarch, the supreme ruler of all living beings. In the contemporary wizarding world where the power of wizards has declined to this point, if Brian was determined to do so, with his wisdom and the power of the twin serpent staff, no one was qualified to be his stumbling block. 0117 Breaking the Shackles. Human ambition, like a raging fire, will grow more and more intense with the increase of power. Brian is not a saint. In fact, he knows that only those who are dead and gone can be qualified to be saints. Brian does not covet power, because he has a clear vision that the core of power is strength. A wizard like Cornelius Fudge, whose power is completely built on the fragile order of the Wizarding Society, has unstable and ephemeral rights. Brian's desire for strength is stronger than most people. The source of this desire is partly his biological nature, and partly because the unexpected crossing made him feel his own powerlessness. He eagerly wants to have the power to determine his own destiny, to be the master of his own fate. And now, this power that can contend with fate is in front of him, within reach, tempting him with its irresistible allure. As his mood changed, the magic power around Brian surged violently, like a stormy sea. Ambition was like a runaway wild horse, rampaging in his heart. Pictures appeared in his mind, which were the pictures of him fulfilling his dream. He established an epic and magnificent magic dynasty. Hundreds of thousands of wizards from all over the world gathered together and looked at him in the clouds with extremely respectful eyes. Behind the wizards, billions of muggles shouted his name, as if praising a god. What a wonderful picture! Brian closed his eyes and hugged nothingness and muttered, his voice full of longing and ecstasy. Since humans have civilization, no one can compare with his achievements. Since ancient times, no one has been stronger than him. He will live forever, his words will be revelations, his statues will be built on the highest place on earth, his greatness will be remembered by the years, and will be remembered regardless of changes in the world and vicissitudes of life. And now, only one step away from all this, that is to pull out the Twin Serpent Staff and submit to the power of the Twin Serpent Staff. As long as he submits to it, he can easily solve the hidden dangers in the wizarding world today. Albus Dumbledore will respectfully hand over the title of the greatest wizard of this era with both hands. Just submit. Brian muttered again while closing his eyes and immersing himself in fantasy. He kept repeating the word submit. His straight back unconsciously curved, and his knees also bent. It seemed that he was about to kneel before the Twin Serpent Staff, surrendering his will to it. The two closed-eyed snake monsters clinging to the golden staff opened their hideous mouths at Brian, as if showing a silent sneer. The indestructible Twin Serpent Staff only submits to its own master. Just before Brian completely lost himself in ambition and desire, a red-haired Godric Gryffindor appeared in front of him, and his previous self-talk sounded like thunder in Brian's mind, making him suddenly open his closed eyes. Whoosh! In an instant, Brian's mind shattered and dissipated those false pictures like bubbles. The clear reason regained control of the pale purple eyes. Cold sweat slid down his pale cheeks like water droplets. His heart beat like a drum. Brian staggered back several steps. He looked at the still silent staff with indescribable horror. It was close. Just close. If it weren't for remembering Gryffindor's words at the last moment, Brian almost became a puppet of this artifact. Terrible. Brian murmured with lingering fear. The short 10 seconds just now was probably the most dangerous moment since he entered the wizarding world. The Twin Serpent Staff only submits to its own master. This means that only its master can use the power of the Twin Serpent Staff. Is Brian its master? Of course not, its master is the legendary Dark Witch Morgan Le Fay or the shadow hidden in Morgan Le Fay's body, not Brian Watson. Only with my help can you take out the sacred artifact belonging to the Druid religion from Merlin's resting place. Brian looked at Cleodna at the door with a pale face. The little pity in his heart disappeared cleanly. He suddenly had an urge to curse her for her deception and manipulation. Wiping off the cold sweat on his forehead, Brian turned around and wanted to leave. He wanted to check whether the passage that cut into the time barrier still existed. But as he turned around, Brian's face suddenly stiffened and pain appeared on his pale face again. Magic inside the barrier, the magic power existing in the time gap suddenly became restless and poured into Brian's body endlessly. It only took a breath of time for Brian to understand what had happened. Magic riot. He actually encountered a magic riot again. Including the magic awakening in childhood and the sudden increase of magic power caused by mood changes at Hogwarts a few months ago, this was already the third magic riot that occurred on Brian's body, and this time it was triggered by Brian successfully resisting the temptation of the Twin Serpent Staff. Reason overcame the ambition to control the power far beyond his own ability. The soul is the source of magic. Whenever it undergoes a purification or refinement, the wizard's magic power experiences dramatic fluctuations or tremendous transformations. For a talented wizard like Brian, this change was especially obvious. With the experience from the last time, he handled this kind of thing much more easily. As soon as he realized what had happened, he activated the magic engraved in his eyes. The vortex rotated at full speed, like a powerful engine. It compressed and stored the misty magic power in his eyes. As this process continued, his eyes turned into a deep purple color, like a bottomless abyss. What is this? A blessing in disguise. He scratched his hair and showed a wry smile, looking at the two pure purple gems reflected in the water mirror. Even the shape of his pupils became vague. The feeling of fullness and swelling in his body and eyes told him that he had grown stronger again. This is not to say that he already has the power to crush Albus Dumbledore immediately, but that his actual strength level has once again approached his boosted strength. The problem is, how can I see people with this look in the future? I'm afraid even the stupidest people will realize that something is wrong with my eyes. Brian felt happy for his breakthrough on the path of magic, but also felt troubled by the small problems it brought. If he didn't deal with it, his appearance would definitely be regarded as a freak by people. After thinking for a while, Brian turned his wand against his eyes. A strand of silver mist came out from the tip of the wand and floated to his eyes, and piled up into a layer of thin lenses near his eye sockets. As the silver mist disappeared, the color of Brian's eyes faded at a speed visible to the naked eye until they returned to their original brown appearance. Although it can't fool Dumbledore's level of wizard's eyes, other people should not be able to see through this very practical illusion magic. I have to say thank you to you, Professor Lockhart. Brian sighed and dispelled the water mirror, smiling. He remembered how he learned this illusion magic from Gilderoy Lockhart's book on how to make himself look more handsome. 0118 The End of the Ruins, Part 1. As expected, I was tricked again. Looking at the stone pillar that vanished in the shimmering barrier, Brian muttered through clenched teeth. He felt a surge of anger and frustration in his chest. Logically, since he could follow the faint time trace of Gryffindor and penetrate the barrier to enter the inner space, it seemed to indicate that the safe crack had existed for 1,000 years, but now, the crack disappeared strangely after Brian passed through. It was as if someone had deliberately closed the door behind him, trapping him inside. No wonder the priests of the Druids have never found the crack for so many centuries. It seems that this is what Godric Gryffindor left for me specifically. Brian pursed his lips, his voice was gloomy and bitter, without a trace of hope. Without that passage, Brian could not leave the altar by his own power, which meant that, except for trying to pick up the twin serpent staff again, he had almost no way to think of. Brian didn't know why the four founders of Hogwarts left so many arrangements and backups, and what their purpose was to destroy the twin serpent staff, but he couldn't agree with their behavior of involving him unreasonably. He felt like a pawn in a chess game that he didn't understand, manipulated by forces beyond his control. Staring at the mysterious staff, which lay on the ground like a dead snake, after a long time, Brian sighed softly, his sigh was full of helplessness. From the perspective of the modern magical world, Brian was a powerful wizard in every aspect, but for the Hogwarts giants of 1,000 years ago, or even Merlin who had become a mythical figure in the distant past, he was undoubtedly weak. He was like a child facing a mountain, unable to climb or move it. Weakness is a sin, whether in the Muggle society or the wizarding world, this is an unbreakable truth. Blaming those who have been swallowed by time and have already died has no use. If you want to blame, you can only blame his own weakness. He realized that he had overestimated his own abilities and underestimated the dangers of the island of Avalon. The island of Avalon had been sleeping in the embrace of death for more than a dozen centuries, and during this long time, no one had set foot on this mythical island except for the previous priests. With her arms around her knees, Cleodna looked at the direction of the swamp, and her eyes were worried and anxious. She bit her lower lip nervously, wondering what was happening inside the temple. From what she heard and investigated, Brian Watson seemed to be a very powerful wizard, but this kind of power needed to be contrasted with the background of the modern magical world. If placed in the ancient magical era that had been mythologized, Brian Watson was not so amazing. He was like a candle in the sun, dim and insignificant. In the depths of her heart, Cleodna had always had doubts about her teacher's prophecy, and she didn't understand why a wizard who had never had anything to do with the Druids was considered to have the ability to help them get the holy relic recorded in the records. She wondered if her teacher had made a mistake or had been deceived by some false vision. And the reason why she invited Brian Watson here at the risk of exposing the island of Avalon was actually more of a desperate move when she was forced to do so. She had no other choice but to trust her teacher's words and hope that Brian Watson could succeed where so many others had failed. The dead air suddenly rippled with a breeze, and the dust on the ground danced with the wind, drifting to the unknown distance. Cleodna looked at the flying dust with a sense of loss, feeling that her fate was like dust, blown by the whims of the gods. No, how could there be wind on the island of Avalon? It has been clearly dead for more than a dozen centuries. Cleodna clenched her grapevine wand and stood up in horror. Suddenly, she turned around and saw a thin figure walking down from the ancient altar on the ground behind the quickly dissipating time barrier, and walking towards her. Her heart skipped a beat and her breath caught in her throat. Looking at Cleodna's red lips, which were slightly parted in surprise, Brian, who was gloomy all over, raised the twin serpent staff that had cut off contact with the earth and restrained its own evil magic power, and showed a cold smile. His eyes were dark and unfriendly, and his face was pale and tired. I have fulfilled my mission, Miss Coffee. When did Brian Watson enter the temple? How did he break through the chaotic space-time barrier that so many previous priests had no way of? These doubts became insignificant when Cleodna saw the twin serpent staff. She felt a shock and a thrill in her chest, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Give it to me. She stared blankly at the staff, her delicate body trembling slightly. For more than a dozen centuries, hundreds of previous priests sacrificed themselves, countless believers died, death and blood haunted them like a curse, those unforgettable hatreds surged like waves, making Cleodna unable to maintain the calmness disguised by magic. Give it to me. She screamed with a hysterical despair, and hatred made her beautiful face twisted. She felt a burning pain in her chest, as if her heart was being torn apart by the memories of the past. She had waited for so long, endured so much, and sacrificed so much, for this moment, for this staff, for this holy relic that could restore the glory of the Druids. The tears in the air reflected Cleodna's desperate expression, and her eyes were red and swollen. She looked like a wounded beast, ready to pounce on anyone who dared to stand in her way. Brian's eyelids twitched slightly, and his heart throbbed a little, but he stopped and did not move forward. His calm tone was a bit indifferent, and his words were like ice, cold and sharp. I have some doubts in my heart, Miss Coffee, unless you can answer my doubts, otherwise, I think it's better to keep this staff in my hand. Brian's decisive refusal made Cleodna angry, and she raised her wand with a formidable magic power, as if Brian was unwilling to hand over the twin serpent staff, she would kill Brian Watson without hesitation. Anger often drives us to make stupid moves. Brian said with a mocking smile, as if he could see through Cleodna's mind. And stupid moves often make us pay a huge price, Miss Coffee, do you want to test this truth with your own actions? The wizards who are active in the underground world of Nocturne Alley mostly think that you are a wizard who values reputation, not to mention this, we have signed a magical contract, Mr. Watson. Brian's cold words were like a cold wind, making Cleodna regain some reason. Her reason was struggling hard with those tragic past events, which made her always on the verge of collapse. She tried to appeal to Brian's sense of honor and obligation, and reminded him of the binding force of the contract. She hoped that he would not break his promise. You need to give me the holy relic of the Druids in the land of Merlin's eternal sleep. If you violate the contract, you will receive severe punishment, even a wizard like you can't bear the power of the contract backlash. She said with a stern voice, trying to intimidate Brian with the consequences of his actions. She knew that the contract was her only leverage, and she had to use it to the fullest. Magic follows rules, I can't escape the shackles of the contract. Brian nodded slightly, acknowledging Cleodna's words, but before Cleodna showed a happy expression, he suddenly snorted. But there is a trivial loophole in the contract, Miss Coffee, I regret that you didn't find it. The land of Merlin's eternal sleep, that is, where Merlin was finally buried, please tell me, where is his tomb, where is his corpse, Miss Coffee, if you can't give a reasonable explanation, it means that this twin serpent staff is just what I found on the island of Avalon, and not in the land of Merlin's eternal sleep, whether it is the holy relic of the Druids or not. Looking at the stunned and speechless Druid priest, Brian, who was gloomy by the conspiracy, finally showed a happy smile. You who always like to stay in the woods probably don't realize that the outside world is very sinister, Miss Coffee. 0119 The End of the Ruins, Part 2. As Brian uttered his final words, they reverberated in the empty temple hall, creating a chilling echo that filled the air with a mysterious atmosphere of killing. Across a distance of 50 feet, the two people locked their gazes, seeing the unyielding determination in each other's different colored pupils. Brian's eyes were a deep blue, like the ocean, while Cleodna's eyes were a bright green, like the forest. It seemed that a fierce conflict was inevitable. Brian looked indifferent, his face showing no emotion. He was confident in his own strength, but he had never fought with a druid before, and he was also on guard against whether Cleodna had any means that a wizard could not imagine. And just as he was on alert in his heart, the burning sensation in his palm made him startled, and then his face changed. He felt a sudden pain, as if his hand was being bitten by a venomous snake. Since overcoming the temptation of power, until Brian cut off its connection with the earth, the twin serpent staff was like an ordinary staff, without any resistance or strange phenomena. Brian easily pulled it out from the stone pedestal, and after he got it, the time barrier around the altar also dissipated. Everything was so simple that it was unbelievable. But without any warning, the two basilisks carved on the staff opened their clear yellow eyes again, and a force of resistance that was hard to resist suddenly surged from the cold staff, just like the previous time when it bounced off Gryffindor's grab. The staff seemed to have a will of its own, and it did not want to be taken by Brian now. In the blink of an eye, Brian threw the twin serpent staff into the air, summoning a silver metal shield to block in front of him. He did not know what the staff was going to do, but he did not want to take any chances. The sudden change also stunned Cleodna. She looked at the twin serpent staff spinning in the air, and only hesitated for a very short time, then threw away her hesitation, and brought a desperate determination, summoning the golden staff to her hand. The Millennium Vision was realized like this, and Cleodna was also a little dazed and speechless, but the abnormality of the twin serpent staff continued, and a heart-pounding grey magic power surged from the golden staff. The basilisk with open eyes climbed on the golden staff and spit out thick black smoke. The smoke gathered into a grim reaper-like figure in mid-air, staring at the somewhat at a loss Cleodna below. The figure was cloaked in a dark robe, and its face was hidden by a hood. Only a pair of red eyes could be seen, glowing with a sinister light. Hum! The majestic humming sound echoed in the temple, and Brian looked solemn. He suddenly remembered the scene he saw on the mural, the hidden shadow that emerged from the body of the legendary Black Witch Morgan Le Fay when she was about to lose to Merlin and King Arthur. He had a bad feeling about this, and he wondered if the shadow was somehow related to the twin serpent staff. Why do you do this? The humming sound from the shadow contained a revelation that Brian could not understand. This revelation seemed to contain some incredible information, which made Cleodna's green eyes show a gradual change from confusion to disbelief, and even asked in disbelief. She could not believe what the shadow was telling her, and she felt a surge of anger and fear. What exactly did you hear? The mysterious and weird scene that happened in the empty temple hall made Brian frown, and he asked Cleodna loudly. He wanted to know what the shadow was saying, and what it wanted from them. He sensed that this was not a good sign, and he prepared himself for a possible attack. The priestess of the Druid sect seemed to have heard something extremely absurd, and the green eyes showed all the astonishment. From the expression on her face, she seemed to resist the revelation given by the shadow and the twin serpent staff very much. She clenched her teeth, and shook her head, as if trying to reject the voice in her mind. As a response to Cleodna's resistance, the humming sound from the shadow became more sharp, as if ordering her to execute the absurd order it issued. The sound was like a knife, cutting through the air, and piercing into Brian's ears. He felt a chill in his spine, and he wondered what the shadow wanted from them. "Tell me, what is it saying?" The mysterious and weird scene that happened in the empty temple hall made Brian frown, and he asked Cleodna loudly. He wanted to know what the shadow was saying, and what it wanted from them. He sensed that this was not a good sign, and he prepared himself for a possible attack. He held his wand tightly in his hand, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Cleodna gradually became calm. She looked at Brian, her eyes still unwilling, but for some reason, Brian also noticed some apologies in this woman's complicated eyes. She seemed to regret something, and she also seemed to pity him. She opened her mouth, and said in a low voice, as if she was confessing a sin. "I don't know much more than you, Mr. Watson, anyway, thank you for getting it for us." When she finished this sentence, in mid-air, the shadow that had completed its mission suddenly disappeared. It vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Before Brian could react, the twin serpent staff that was not driven by anyone suddenly floated above Cleodna's head, bursting out a grey halo, and directly took Cleodna away from the temple with a flash, and disappeared. It was like a portal, opening and closing in an instant, leaving no trace behind. "Wait!" Brian yelled and ran towards the spot where Cleodna had just stood. He tried to use the residual magic in the air to lock onto Cleodna's position and chase her with apparition, but the chaotic magic field in the ruins and the spatial restriction were stronger than the anti-disapparition jinx. Brian's figure suddenly blurred, as if he was about to squeeze into the air, but the next second, he was repelled. He felt a powerful force pushing him back and he stumbled and fell to the ground. "This woman!" Brian almost cursed. He still wanted to try to locate again, but at this time, the temple suddenly shook violently, and the sudden weightlessness made Brian stunned for a while. Crash! He heard a loud noise, and he saw the ceiling of the temple collapsing, and the stones falling down like rain. The ruins is collapsing. The space created by magic quickly collapsed, and the earth cracked open with shocking cracks. The world began to tilt in Brian's eyes. All these signs indicated that this ruins that had existed for more than 1,000 years was about to collapse after the twin serpent staff left. If he couldn't leave here before the ruins collapsed, then he might be banished to the chaotic void and never come back. Thinking of this, Brian didn't dare to delay, and prepared to leave the hall immediately, fly to the door that entered the ruins, and leave the ruins, but when he stepped forward, he suddenly remembered something and looked at the altar. His sight fell on the silver sword that belonged to Gryffindor. The sword was still stuck in the stone pedestal, and it shone with a faint light. It was a relic of the ancient wizarding world, and it had a great value. Brian hesitated for a moment, and then decided to take the sword with him. He ran to the altar, and pulled out the sword with a strong force. He felt a surge of power in his hand, and he admired the sword for a moment, before putting it in his robe. He then turned around, and ran to the exit of the temple. He saw a huge stone door, carved with mysterious runes, and it was slowly closing. He realized that he had no time to waste, and he sprinted towards the door, hoping to make it in time. He barely managed to squeeze through the door, before it closed completely. He felt a gust of wind blowing on his face, and he saw the bright sunlight outside. He was relieved, and he thought he had escaped from the danger. But he was wrong. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw a scene that made him speechless. He saw the Stonehenge Park, where he had entered the ruins, but it was not the same as he remembered. There were hundreds of muggles, standing around the stone circle. They were looking at him with curiosity, shock, and fear. They saw him coming out of the stone door, wearing a strange robe, and holding a wand and a sword. They saw the dust and smoke behind him, and heard the rumbling sound of the collapsing ruins. The originally noisy Stonehenge Park became extremely quiet in an instant. Hundreds of muggles stared dumbfounded at the few huge stones that suddenly fell down, and the young man in a strange robe who ran out of the waving dust. They did not know what to say, or what to do. "Who are you? What did you do?" The Muggle guide who specialized in introducing the origin of Stonehenge looked at the grey and gloomy young man and asked stutteringly. He was scared and confused, and he wondered if he was dreaming. Brian ignored him, and looked around. He saw the familiar scenery, but he also saw something different. He saw the cars, the buses, the signs, and the people. He saw the modern world, and he felt a sense of alienation. He glanced at the sun hanging in the middle of the sky, emitting infinite light and heat, and Brian was in a trance for a moment. He and Cleodna entered the ruins in the second half of last night, and they only stayed for a few hours inside, but when they came out it was already noon. No. What date is it today? Brian looked at the Muggle guide and asked in a deep voice. He had a bad feeling, and he hoped he was wrong. July 28th, sir. You. It's been 5 days. The time flow speed of the inner and outer space is different. At this time, a snow-white owl that had been hovering in the high sky for several days swooped down and landed directly on Brian's shoulder, and tilted his head and pecked Brian's cheek hard, seeming to have been waiting for a long time. Brian ignored the whispering Muggles and unfolded the letter paper. He only glanced at it twice, and a tick mark appeared on his forehead. Thank you, little guy, I already know. Brian smiled slightly at the snow-white owl and nodded in thanks. This very smart owl pecked Brian's earlobe again with his beak, urging him to leave quickly, and then flapped his wings and flew away, soon disappearing from people's sight. There was a commotion not far away, and several Muggle policemen were squeezing through the crowd and rushing towards the precious historical relic that was destroyed. Brian turned around and waved his wand, restoring the massive stones that had lost their magic, and then, with a slight apology, addressed the Muggles who were questioning their sanity. I'm sorry to disturb your tour, I'll leave right away. Obliviate. 0120 The Disley's Abnormality. Dear readers, I dedicate this chapter to the memory of Michael Gambon, who passed away today on September 28, 2023. He was the actor who portrayed Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of his time, in the Harry Potter films. He was the true embodiment of Dumbledore's wisdom and courage. He brought magic and joy to millions of people around the world with his unforgettable performances. Rest in peace, Sir Michael. You will always be our Dumbledore. Please raise your wands up for him. For most young wizards from wizarding families, the summer vacation time at Hogwarts is very wonderful. At home, they don't have to worry about those boring magic courses. They can sleep until noon every day, enjoying the softness of their beds and the warmth of their blankets. After lunch, they can take out the flying broom from the broom shed and fly freely around the lawn of the house, feeling the wind in their hair and the sun on their skin. They can also play Quidditch with their friends or siblings, or explore the nearby woods and fields for magical creatures. They enjoy the pleasant holiday time, full of fun and freedom. The homework assigned by the professors at school will not cause them too much trouble, because their parents or brothers are all graduated from that school with qualified grades. It is easy to guide the young wizards to complete their holiday homework, giving them tips and tricks on how to write essays, brew potions, or cast spells. They can also borrow books from the family library or visit the local magical shops to get more information and supplies. They are confident and proud of their magical heritage and abilities. In addition, all the wizarding families who are still rich will use the summer vacation time to take their children to visit the magical world's scenic spots and increase their knowledge. They can travel to different countries and continents, using flow powder, portkeys, or apparition. They can see the wonders of nature, such as the Great Lake of Scotland, the Black Forest of Germany, or the Himalayas of Nepal. They can also visit the historical and cultural sites, such as the Ministry of Magic, the Leaky Cauldron, or the Gringotts Bank. They can learn more about the history and traditions of the wizarding world, and meet other wizards and witches from different backgrounds and cultures. Harry coveted this kind of life, because by comparison, the days at the Dursleys were too bad. He hated living with his only relatives in the world, who treated him like a burden and a freak. He wished he could escape from them and find a place where he belonged and was accepted. Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and their son Dudley are Harry's only relatives in the world, but if there is a choice, Harry would rather not have such a large family of relatives, and would rather grow up in an orphanage. Harry is not ashamed of his own thoughts. After all, the orphanage will not let him live in the storeroom under the stairs for several years, right? They will not starve him, beat him, or lock him up. They will not make him wear Dudley's old and oversized clothes, or do all the chores in the house. They will not call him names, or mock him, or ignore him. They hate each other, and this hatred reached its peak after Harry's 11th birthday, when he was admitted to that freak school. Harry was overjoyed when he received his letter from Hogwarts, and learned that he was a wizard. He discovered a whole new world, where he had friends, mentors, and adventures. He finally felt happy and alive and free. But the Dursleys were horrified and furious when they learned that Harry was a wizard. They tried to stop him from going to Hogwarts, by hiding his letters, moving to a remote island, and even attacking the messenger who came to deliver his letter, a half-giant named Hagrid. They failed, of course, and Harry left them with a bang, literally. He turned Dudley into a pig, and flew away on a flying motorcycle. He never looked back, and never regretted it. In Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the young wizard Harry hated the most was undoubtedly Draco Malfoy of Slytherin School, a boy of family that was the most flagrant in the magical world, hated muggles or half-blood wizards. Draco was a spoiled and arrogant brat, who looked down on everyone who was not pure-blooded or rich. He was a bully and a coward, and always hid behind his cronies or his father. The Dursleys were completely opposite, but not in a good way. The attitude towards magic of Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley was like people in the Middle Ages, wishing to send everything related to magic or things to the gallows. They were ignorant and prejudiced, and always denied the existence of magic or anything that was not normal. They were narrow-minded and selfish, and always cared about their reputation or their possessions. They were the worst kind of muggles, and always hated Harry and his world. Many nights when he had to hide in the bed and complete his summer homework with a flashlight, Harry had fantasized about what interesting sparks they would collide with each other if the Dursleys met the Malfoys. He imagined the chaos and destruction that would ensue, and the laughter and satisfaction that would fill him. Of course, this is just Harry's fantasy of making fun of himself. Under normal circumstances, these two families are impossible to meet each other. They live in different worlds, and have nothing in common. They would never cross paths, or even know each other's names. They would never have any reason to interact, or even acknowledge each other's presence. They would never, ever meet. Or so Harry thought. Today is Saturday. Because of the shrinking potion paper assigned by the most annoying professor in Hogwarts, Harry almost didn't sleep last night, which directly resulted in him unfortunately missing the normal breakfast time of the Dursleys. He had to stay up late to finish his essay. He had to write about the ingredients, the procedure, and the effects of the shrinking potion, which was one of the most difficult and dangerous potions to brew. He had to use his own words, and not copy from the textbook, or else he would get a 0. He had to do his best, and not make any mistakes, or else he would get a detention. He hated the shrinking potion, and he hated the professor who assigned it. When Harry came to the dining table in the kitchen downstairs with hurried steps, he found that there were only a few empty greasy plates on the table, and Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley were sitting around the table watching TV. This was not surprising at all. Where Dudley appears, it is wishful thinking to have something to eat if you get up late. Dudley was a glutton and a pig, who ate everything in sight, and never left anything for Harry. He was always hungry and greedy, and never shared anything with Harry. Seeing Harry standing at the stairway, his expression was not very pleasant. Dudley, who was fat and almost as young as a whale with a tuft of blonde hair on his head, showed off the cream cake in his hand. His thick lips that were almost the same as sausages were smeared with cream. It looks like Uncle Vernon's thick mustache, which was always twitching and snorting. Dudley smirked and snorted, and took a big bite of the cake, making a loud and disgusting noise. He wanted to make Harry jealous and angry, and make him lose his temper. I had a nightmare last night, so. But Aunt Petunia, who had a horse face, strangely poked her little darling under the table and stopped him from laughing at Harry. And Uncle Vernon, who loves to roar at Harry, did not yell at him that he was an ungrateful bad boy, but instead pointed his short and thick purple finger at the kitchen counter. There are still a few pieces of bread and fried eggs left for you, kid. When he said this, Vernon gasped, and his huge body that was bigger than Dudley shrank, as if he was trying to suppress his anger. Oh, okay. Harry said in a flat tone, as he looked at the 2 dry slices of bread that were supposed to be his breakfast. He knew that the Dursleys must have made a huge sacrifice to spare this meager food for him, instead of letting Dudley devour it as usual. They probably had to buy Dudley another new game computer or a remote control plane or something, just like the new color TV that was now hanging on the wall of the kitchen, adding to the clutter of electronic gadgets. In fact, if this had happened in the summer vacation last year, Harry might have been astonished by the rare kindness shown by the Dursleys. But he had grown used to their strange behavior in the past 2 weeks. He had a feeling that they were hiding something from him, something that they didn't want him to know. At first, Harry thought that they were in a particularly good mood because of some lucky event. The first week of the official start of the summer vacation, Uncle Vernon's company had given him a new car, a sleek and shiny model that he parked proudly in the front garden. He and Aunt Petunia had been loudly discussing its features and price, so that the neighbors on Privet Drive could hear them and envy them. But later, Harry realized that there was more to it than that. He knew from his years of living with the Dursleys that no matter how good things were going for them, they would never treat him nicely for more than 2 days. There was something else that was making them act so unnaturally. Dudley had turned his piggy face to the TV screen, where a cartoon was playing, but his large ears were pricked up, listening intently to the conversation. Harry sat in his usual spot at the table, the farthest from the window, and chewed on his bread slices quietly, pretending not to notice the furtive glances that Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia exchanged. They were planning something, Harry sensed it, but he decided not to say anything. He wanted to finish his breakfast as quickly as possible, and retreat to his room, where he could be alone with his thoughts. He was not sure what the Dursleys were up to, but he doubted that it would be anything good for him. If he angered them, they might take away his food for the next few days, or lock him in his cupboard under the stairs, or worse. He had experienced all of these punishments before he went to Hogwarts. "How are you learning, kid?" Uncle Vernon finally broke the silence, his voice loud and gruff. He and Aunt Petunia seemed to have reached a consensus, after a long intense debate. It was still Uncle Vernon who spoke, but he looked like he was swallowing a bitter pill. Every time he uttered a syllable, his shoulders twitched violently. Harry felt his body tense up, and he had a sudden premonition that he was about to find out what had been bothering him for so long. Uncle Vernon's question was so unexpected, that Harry was stunned for a few seconds. He tried to figure out what Uncle Vernon was talking about, and then he felt a shock of disbelief and fear. He widened his bright green eyes, hidden behind his round glasses, and stared at Uncle Vernon incredulously. If there was anything absolutely forbidden to mention in this house, it was anything related to magic. Harry had learned that the hard way, ever since he was a baby. The Dursleys hated and feared magic, and they hated and feared him for being a wizard. They had tried to stamp out any sign of magic in him, and they had punished him severely whenever he did something unusual or accidental. They had never spoken about his true identity, or his parents, or his school. They had pretended that he was a normal boy, a very bad and ungrateful one, who deserved nothing but contempt and cruelty. But now, they were the ones who brought up the topic of magic. Harry felt like he was dreaming, and he wanted to pinch his cheek to see if he was awake. "You mean in Hogwarts?" Harry blurted out, without thinking. He saw Uncle Vernon's face turn from red to purple, and Aunt Petunia's thin shoulder blades poke through her skin, as she clenched her teeth. He realized his mistake, and quickly changed his words to something less provocative. He said nervously, "I learned something, I will only be in the 3rd year after the summer vacation, so there are still many things I don't understand." The kitchen was plunged into a weird silence again. Dudley pretended that he didn't care about this topic, but his ears betrayed his curiosity. Aunt Petunia stared at the greasy plates on the table, with a blank expression on her face, but her eyes were cold and hard. And Uncle Vernon, his 2 fists the size of sandbags on the table, clenched tightly, trying to digest the shame of having to talk about this. This weird picture was horrifying, and Harry felt a surge of nausea in his stomach. He wished he could escape from this nightmare, and go back to his normal life of being ignored and mistreated by the Dursleys. He didn't mind if he had to starve for a few days, as long as he could get rid of this awkward and uncomfortable situation as soon as possible. But deep in his heart, Harry was also a bit curious and eager to know why Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, who hated magic so much, had decided to break their silence and talk to him about it. What had changed their minds? What did they want from him? "A kid." Finally, Uncle Vernon spoke again, his voice hoarse and raspy. He looked like he was struggling to find the right words, and he avoided Harry's gaze. But his question made Harry more confused, and even a little scared. "Do you have a way to treat people there?" 0121 Vernon's boss. Harry didn't answer the question right away. In fact, he was still in a state of shock that Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had mentioned magic on their own, without any provocation from him. The confusion and disbelief in his eyes seemed to be a mockery and provocation in Uncle Vernon's eyes, and this also further pushed Uncle Vernon's tense nerves to the brink of breaking. Harry could see the veins on his uncle's forehead throbbing, and his face turning redder by the second. "Answer my question, boy." Uncle Vernon finally stopped suppressing himself. He roared at Harry loudly, his voice echoing in the small kitchen. Hearing this familiar roar, Harry felt a bit more comfortable, as if everything was back to normal. He knew how to deal with his uncle's anger, he had done it for years. "If you mean some minor problems, such as pimples, insomnia, or some light injuries, maybe I can handle them," Harry hurriedly said, trying to sound calm and reasonable. No one likes the feeling of hunger, and that's the same for everyone. If possible, Harry would also try to avoid offending the Dursleys, even if they don't like each other. Although he didn't know why they were interested in this, he still answered the question truthfully, hoping that they would leave him alone after that. "Is that all you can do?" Dudley's sneer cut through the air, making Harry's ears ring. Aunt Petunia joined the topic, and looked at him suspiciously, her thin lips pursed tightly. She leaned forward, as if trying to read Harry's mind. "What about more serious problems?" To be honest, Aunt Petunia's question made Harry a bit unhappy. He was just a young wizard who had just graduated from 2nd grade, what did they expect him to do? Moreover, when it comes to healing, it's hard to get around potions, and potions are the subject that Harry is least good at among all the magic subjects. He had barely passed the exams, thanks to Hermione's help and notes. More serious problems, if you mean poisoning. Harry remembered that in the 1st year of potions class, Snape seemed to mention something that had a strong detoxifying effect. It was a plant called bezoar, and it could cure most poisons. Harry frowned and racked his brains, trying to recall the details. The reason why he was so hard thinking was not because Harry was eager to show off in front of the Dursleys, but because he didn't want to give the Dursleys a chance to mock magic because of his lack of magic skills. He wanted to prove to them that magic was not useless, that it could do amazing things, that it was part of who he was. At this moment, Harry suddenly missed Hermione a bit. If it was Hermione facing the Dursleys' questions, Harry was sure that her answer would make the Dursleys dumbfounded. She would have listed all the possible ways to heal various ailments, from spells to potions to charms, and she would have cited the sources and examples with ease. She would have made the Dursleys feel ignorant and foolish, and Harry would have enjoyed watching their expressions. Not poisoning, boy. Uncle Vernon, who was purple-faced, shouted, interrupting Harry's thoughts. It seems that those tricks can't make you smarter, can they? Harry, who was sprayed with saliva, immediately looked cold. He stared back at Uncle Vernon's eyes, and said unhappily. Wizards can deal with a lot of problems, how do I know what you want to ask? He had had enough of their questions, their insults, their disdain. He felt a surge of anger and defiance in his chest, and he wished he could use his wand to hex them all. But he knew he couldn't, he knew he had to follow the rules, he had to endure until he could go back to Hogwarts. Let me talk to him, Vernon. Aunt Petunia stood up nervously as soon as Harry finished that sentence, and before Uncle Vernon exploded, she drove Uncle Vernon and reluctant Dudley to the living room, telling them to watch TV and calm down. Then she returned to the kitchen, glaring at Harry, who was not convinced, and said sternly. You should show respect to every member of this family. If it weren't for our mercy to take you in, your best outcome would be to become a homeless person who can only sleep under the bridge. Facing Aunt Petunia's scolding, Harry kept his face silent, because he had heard similar words countless times over the years. Whenever Harry showed a questioning attitude in front of them, they would say so mercilessly, as if it weren't for their shelter, his final fate would be to be locked up in a Muggle prison. They never cared about him, they never loved him, they only saw him as a burden and a freak. Harry knew that, and he hated them for that. In the next 10 minutes, the scolding came at Harry like a storm. Of course, they were all old and cliched words. Even Dudley, who loved to see Harry being scolded, yawned and moved his steps to the living room to turn on another TV. He was bored of his mother's nagging, and he wanted to watch something more interesting, like a wrestling match or a car chase. Taking advantage of Aunt Petunia's tiredness and gasping, Harry, who had only a trace of reason left and insisted on not leaving directly, asked gloomily. What do you want to do? Facing Harry's question, Aunt Petunia didn't answer right away, but kept a strange silence. Harry could see that talking about this might take a lot of courage for them. I've heard before. Just as Harry couldn't help but urge again, Aunt Petunia finally opened her mouth. She spoke in a slow and hesitant tone, and when she spoke, her already long horse face stretched even longer, as if she was trying to avoid looking at Harry directly. You have a hospital there, specializing in treating various, difficult and complicated diseases and whatnot. A hospital for treating difficult and complicated diseases. Harry's eyes showed confusion. He wondered if there was such a place in the wizarding world. He had never heard of it before, he had never seen anyone get seriously ill or injured in his 2 years at Hogwarts. The only time he had visited the hospital wing was when he had broken his arm during a Quidditch match, and Madame Pomfrey had fixed it in a matter of seconds. But soon, Harry realized that the question he was struggling with was very stupid. Of course the wizarding world should have a hospital, he just didn't hear about it, just like last year he learned from Malfoy's mouth that there was a prison in the wizarding world that would make wizards feel terrified just by mentioning its name, called Azkaban. In fact, these things are just the simplest common sense for children who grew up in wizarding families. Harry believed that Ron must know the name of the hospital in the wizarding world, it's just that for a little wizard like him who grew up in the Muggle world, it's a novelty. He wished he could ask Ron or Hermione about it, but he knew he couldn't. He had to wait until the summer was over and he could return to his real home. If I remember correctly, it should be called St. Mungo's. Aunt Petunia tried to say it lightly, to cover up the pain and shame of bringing up those unbearable past. How do you know? Harry was about to ask in surprise, but he reacted quickly and shut his mouth, because he realized that the person in front of him was his mother's sister. If his mother's teenage years were not living in a family as bad as his, she must have talked about the wonderful magic world in front of her family many times. Oh, well you're right, it's called that. Harry said a bit nervously, hoping that Aunt Petunia wouldn't notice his lie. There was no doubt that he lied, because he didn't know the name of the hospital at all, and the reason why he lied was very simple. First, he wanted to figure out why the Dursleys would talk to him about the magic world. Second, it was the strange pride. He was the one who received the orthodox magic education at Hogwarts, but Aunt Petunia knew something that he didn't know, which made Harry a bit unacceptable. He felt a surge of jealousy in his chest, and he wished he could know more about his parents and their world. Ahem. In the living room, Uncle Vernon, who was watching TV with Dudley, coughed heavily, and Aunt Petunia in the kitchen immediately knew that she should speed up the process. She took a deep breath, looked down, and looked expressionlessly at the pair of green eyes that always made her unhappy, and said in a calm tone. I think you should remember the company your uncle works for, right? Grunnings, they make drills. Harry glanced at the living room and said quickly, feeling a bit impatient. He didn't care about his uncle's work, he didn't care about drills, he didn't care about anything that had to do with the Muggle world. He wanted to know what this was all about, what they wanted from him, what they expected him to do. Aunt Petunia nodded slightly, looking satisfied, as if she had passed a test. She leaned forward, as if trying to get closer to Harry, and lowered her voice. as if afraid of being overheard by her husband and son. Then you should also remember who the owner of this company is, right? We've mentioned him many times when we talked about your uncle's work at home. This time, Harry didn't answer so smoothly, he frowned and thought for a while before saying slowly. Claude Watson. What about him? He vaguely remembered the name, he had heard it a few times when the Disleys were bragging about their social status and connections. He has cancer. Aunt Petunia said heavily, dropping the bombshell that made Harry's eyes widen in shock. He didn't know much about cancer, he had only heard of it as a deadly incurable disease that affected muggles. 0122 reasons. Claude Watson, the boss of the drilling company where Uncle Vernon works. It was a name that he had heard countless times from his aunt and uncle, the Disleys, who had taken him in reluctantly after his parents died. Claude Watson was the boss of Grunnings, the drilling company where Uncle Vernon worked as a director. He was a man of great importance and influence in the Muggle world, or so the Disleys claimed. If this had been 2 or 3 years ago, before Harry discovered that he was a wizard and started attending Hogwarts, he would have been able to say Claude Watson's name without hesitation, even though he had never seen his face. That was not surprising, considering how often the Disleys talked about him and his achievements. In fact, the word often was an understatement. The Disleys practically worshipped Claude Watson and never missed an opportunity to praise him. Whenever they discussed the generous benefits that Uncle Vernon's company offered, or the impressive growth that the company had achieved over the years, Uncle Vernon always spoke with the utmost respect and admiration about Claude Watson and his wise and brilliant decisions. He sounded like a loyal and devoted follower, eager to please his leader and emulate his success. Harry could not help but think of an inappropriate comparison. He suddenly remembered the house elf named Dobby, who belonged to the Malfoy family, a group of evil wizards that Harry had encountered last year. Dobby had the same attitude when he talked to Harry, calling him a great and noble wizard, even though Harry felt he had done nothing to deserve such praise. But since Harry had entered the magical world and spent 2 summer vacations away from the Disleys, he had not heard them mention Claude Watson much. He had assumed that they had lost interest in him, or that he had retired. He was wrong. It turned out that Claude Watson had been diagnosed with a terminal illness that had no cure in the Muggle world. He had been suffering from a rare and aggressive form of cancer that had spread throughout his body. Oh, that's unfortunate. Harry frowned and said in surprise, when did it happen? 2 years. Or 3 or 4 years. Aunt Petunia said dryly, as if she did not care about the exact date. Anyway, this news only became known in your uncle's company recently. Before that, Vernon and his colleagues always wondered why Mr. Watson did not show up at the office often. He used to come every day, assign work tasks to Vernon and them, and tell them the direction of their efforts. Harry realized what the Disleys had in mind. They wanted him to use his magic to heal Claude Watson, the owner of Grunnings. They expected him to break the wizarding law and jeopardize his own future for their greedy benefit. Harry was well aware of the penalty for violating that law. He had gotten a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic the previous summer, when he had flown his uncle's car with Ron to escape from the Disleys' house. They had locked him in his room and tried to prevent him from going to Hogwarts. The letter, written by Mafalda Hopkirk and delivered by a flock of owls, reminded Harry that he had breached the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, and that he would be expelled if he did it again. Source: books. We are not allowed to show magic to Muggles. I mean, people who don't understand magic. You know, you've seen it. Last summer, I received a warning letter. Harry said firmly, hoping to end the conversation. About that, I have discussed with Vernon, Aunt Petunia said breathlessly, ignoring Harry's protest. If someone troubles you, we will help you explain. Vernon's many colleagues are trying their best to find doctors with high medical skills. Of course, the possibility of curing that kind of disease is not great, but as long as they can help Mr. Watson survive for 2 more days, or recover some spirits. You understand what we mean. Vernon has been working as a director for some years, and he is very capable. He should show his talents in a higher position. Aunt Petunia repeated with a heavier tone, as if she was trying to persuade Harry and herself. We think you should do something about this. I think you might think so too. After all, without us, you would be on the street. Harry was sending out messages of resistance all over his body. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved in this trouble, but Aunt Petunia, who had already opened the topic, seemed unwilling to let go of this opportunity. There must be people who have had this disease in your place, right? How does that hospital called St. Mungo's deal with it? The money matters are up to me and Vernon. As long as they can come up with some medicine that works. Aunt Petunia said desperately, clutching Harry's arm. Harry Potter felt a pang of doubt and confusion as he listened to Aunt Petunia's question. He did not know how capable St. Mungo's hospital was. He was wondering about another question, one that he had never thought of before. Were there any wizards who had suffered from cancer? Harry racked his brain for any information that he had learned from the magical world since he had first come into contact with it 2 years ago. But whether it was the casual conversations that he had with his friends and classmates, the wizarding magazines and newspapers that he had read in the library or the common room, the off-topic talks that the professors sometimes gave in their classes, or the times that he had lain in the hospital wing and listened to Madame Pomfrey's nagging about the strange diseases that the young wizards had contracted in the past, none of them seemed to have anything to do with this. Harry's long silence made Uncle Vernon, who was worried about his future, impatient. "You have to be grateful, kid." Uncle Vernon's voice snapped Harry out of his thoughts. He saw his uncle's face turn red with anger and frustration. He heard him stomp on the wooden floor of the living room, making the furniture shake and the pictures rattle. He watched him slam his fist on the door frame of the kitchen, making it crack and splinter. "We saved you from starving." Uncle Vernon roared at Harry, as he stood at the kitchen door and glared at him. "We gave you clothes to wear, let you go to school, and gave you Dudley's old bedroom. If you know how to spell the word grateful, you should be happy to agree to this." Harry felt a surge of resentment and defiance. He wanted to retort that the Dursleys had only adopted him because the Muggle law required them to do so, that they had only let him go to school because it was free, and that the clothes in the bedroom were all Dudley's cast-offs that he had outgrown or broken. He wanted to remind them that they had treated him like a slave and a freak for 10 years, until he received his letter from Hogwarts. He wanted to tell them that they had no right to ask him for anything, let alone something so dangerous and illegal. But he bit his tongue and kept silent. He knew that if he said anything like that, the Dursleys would lock him in the cupboard under the stairs with an iron chain and never let him out. They would not let him go back to Hogwarts. "I have a condition," Harry finally said, breaking the tense silence. He raised his head and looked at Uncle Vernon, who was panting and sweating. He spoke in a gloomy and reluctant tone. "You have to give me back my magic books. I need to finish my summer homework. How dare you make conditions?" Uncle Vernon bellowed, as he slammed the door frame that was about to fall apart. He yelled, "Look at you, don't know how to be grateful, just like, I knew your true colors a long time ago, kid." "Vernon, the neighbors will hear," Aunt Petunia whispered a warning, as she looked around nervously. She did not want anyone to know about their abnormal nephew and his abnormal request. She then looked at Harry, with a cold and dry stare. Her chest was heaving, and it seemed that Harry's ungrateful attitude also made her angry. But Harry did not back down. He had had enough of the days when he hid under the bed at night and wrote his summer homework by flashlight. He had to take this opportunity to get back all his magic books, or he would fall behind in his studies. He could imagine that when school started next term, his potion teacher, Professor Snape, who hated him with a passion, would not let him go easily. He would deduct points from his house, or give him detention, or worse. "You have to promise." Aunt Petunia finally gave in. She turned pale and gritted her teeth, as she said, "You won't make any weird noises, and you won't mention anything about your side in front of the neighbors." "No problem," Harry said quickly, feeling a sense of victory. It was not easy to make the Dursleys give in, even a little bit. But he immediately added, "I have to go and see this Mr. Watson's situation first." Under Aunt Petunia's sudden alert gaze, Harry shrugged and said, "Only by figuring out the situation can I ask my friends to find out." "Okay." This was a reasonable request, and even Uncle Vernon could not find any fault with it. He gasped and said reluctantly, "I and your aunt and Dudley plan to visit him tomorrow. You can go with us, but I warn you, kid." Uncle Vernon bent down his oppressive huge body, and his eyes flashed with threat. He said, "Mr. Watson is a very decent gentleman. If you dare to make any trouble in his house, kid, I promise you will regret being born." 0123 Watson Manor. "Why did I take on this task?" Harry muttered to himself as he lay on his narrow bed, feeling every bone in his body ache. He had just endured a long and exhausting day, and he wished he could erase it from his memory. He took off his round glasses and closed his eyes, hoping to fall asleep quickly and forget his troubles. The reason why he was so tired was not because today was the day of the big cleanup, when he had to scrub the floors, dust the furniture, and wash the dishes for the Dursleys. Nor was it because he had been busy in the garden all day, trimming the lawn, sprinkling manure on the delicate flowers in the flower bed surrounded by the fence, and dodging the angry bees that buzzed around his head. In fact, the Dursleys didn't assign him any household chores today. It was because, since the matter was settled at breakfast, in order to avoid Harry making a mistake when visiting the Watson Manor tomorrow, they gave him an emergency training. From the posture of walking, the expression of smiling, the tone of greeting to the etiquette of dining, they tirelessly and endlessly told him all kinds of details, which were as boring and tedious as the only ghost professor's history of magic course at Hogwarts. Harry had to practice how to shake hands, how to bow, how to compliment, how to eat with a fork and knife, and how to avoid any mention of his magical school. The bedroom light was off, but the living room downstairs was still brightly lit, and there was a rustling noise from time to time, which was Aunt Petunia making a decent dress for Harry urgently. Before going to bed, they realized that Harry didn't seem to have a decent dress that was suitable for visiting those upper-class people. He only had his old and worn-out clothes, which he had inherited from his cousin Dudley, who was much bigger and fatter than him. It was too late to go out and buy one now that the night was deep and the shops were closed. After a lot of fuss, Aunt Petunia, who suddenly became much smarter for her husband's future and the family's wealthy life, remembered the dress they had prepared for Dudley last summer to entertain the Mason couple, the builders. The Masons were another potential client of Uncle Vernon, and he had invited them to dinner at their house, hoping to seal the deal with them. That brand new dress Dudley only wore once and never wore again, because with the speed of Dudley's body expansion, he rarely had clothes that could last for 2 years. It was a dark blue suit, with a white shirt, a red tie, and shiny black shoes. It was supposed to make Dudley look elegant and mature, but it only made him look like a giant balloon. Now, Aunt Petunia only needed to cut open that dress and sew it up, and she could make 2 or 3 dresses for Harry with those fabrics. She was not very skilled at sewing, but she was very fast and determined. She used scissors, needles, threads, and pins to transform the suit into something that could barely fit Harry's slim figure. She didn't care about the quality or the style, as long as it looked decent enough to fool the Watsons. Why did I have to take on this task? Harry buried his head in the quilt and hammered the bed with regret, but in fact, he knew the reason. He had agreed to go with the Dursleys to the Watson Manor, not because he wanted to please them or to help them, but because he had a plan of his own. Not only because this was a great opportunity to get back his magic books and flying broom, which the Dursleys had locked away in the cupboard under the stairs, fearing that Harry would use them to cause trouble. Harry had missed his books and his broom terribly, especially since he had not received any letters from his friends at Hogwarts for the whole summer. But also because he wanted to teach the Dursleys a lesson. The Dursleys always treated magic with the most contemptuous attitude, they always called magic a trick to fool people, a freakish and unnatural thing. Harry was very angry about this, but helpless, as he was not allowed to use magic outside of school, under the threat of expulsion. But the appearance of this matter gave Harry a chance. If he could really play a role, then the Dursleys might be able to take magic a little more seriously. In this way, before he graduated from Hogwarts, the few summers he had to go through might be a little better than now. He might be able to get more freedom, more privacy, more respect, and more fun. Harry thought so, and fell asleep with the mechanical cutting sound. I hope you all understand the importance of today's visit. Early the next morning, when the golden sun was still a bit cold, everyone in the house gathered in the living room and listened to the speech of the man of the house. Uncle Vernon was wearing his best suit, a dark grey one with a purple tie. He had combed his hair carefully, and he had shaved his mustache neatly. He looked nervous and excited, and he spoke with a loud and authoritative voice. Last year at this time, if I could have made that order, then we should have been living in a luxury villa on Majorca Island by now, but because of some accidents, we lost that great opportunity to change our fate. Harry lowered his head, wearing a dress for the first time in his life, and feeling a bit uncomfortable all over. He knew what Uncle Vernon was talking about, but it wasn't his fault. Who could have expected Dobby to show up at home at that time, and in order to stop him from going back to Hogwarts, he threw a whole cake on the heads of that Muggle couple? It was obvious that visiting Mr. Watson made the Dursleys nervous. On the way to the Watson Manor in the rich area of Mayfair in Westminster, London, the car was quiet and depressing. Even Dudley was constantly adjusting his fancy bow tie on his invisible neck, but he didn't dare to ask a word. Apparently, he knew this was not a place where he could act spoiled and show his personality. Harry, who was squeezed by Dudley to the side of the car door, was also affected by this atmosphere, and felt a little nervous. He tried hard to recall how Madame Pomfrey always asked him about his problems when he stayed in the hospital wing at Hogwarts. He wished he could be there now, instead of being dragged to this boring and awkward visit. As soon as they entered the Westminster Mayfair area, the sky seemed to become bluer. The air was fresh and clean, and the streets were wide and elegant. The houses were large and luxurious, with beautiful gardens and fountains. The people were well dressed and refined, walking their dogs, riding their bikes, or chatting with their friends. Compared to other residential areas in London, there were very few people here, and the fresh air was filled with a refreshing rose fragrance. Harry could smell the flowers, and he felt a slight headache. He was not used to such a strong scent. Aunt Petunia opened the window and looked at the large green grasslands on both sides of the road with envy and jealousy. She admired the ladies who were holding expensive dogs and talking and laughing comfortably on the grass, without having to worry about housework. This kind of life was what she dreamed of. She imagined herself living in one of those mansions, wearing a silk dress, a pearl necklace, and a hat with a feather. At the end of the spotless road, a huge white mansion with gold decorations stood out in the sun, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. It was the Watson Manor, one of the most prestigious and exclusive residences in the area. In the middle of the neat lawn in front of the mansion, there was a huge fountain that sprayed water up to 60 feet high. The water sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight, and created a rainbow in the air. Around the wall, there was a row of neat maple trees, and dozens of gardeners were climbing up and down on those trees, busy trimming the overgrown branches and leaves. They wore green uniforms, and carried scissors, saws, and baskets. They worked silently and efficiently, making sure that every leaf and twig was in perfect shape. This is it. Uncle Vernon lowered his voice and said, as he parked the car near the gate. He looked at the mansion with awe and admiration, and he felt a surge of excitement and anxiety. Dudley greedily looked at all this, his fat face stuck to the window and deformed, while Harry was not interested. Indeed, this mansion was one of the most luxurious houses he had ever seen, but in his heart, the Hogwarts castle was his paradise. I'm Vernon Dursley, I'm here to visit Mr. Watson, we have an appointment. Harry looked at the stern-faced guard in front of the big iron gate, and Uncle Vernon, who was trembling, suddenly felt like laughing. To be honest, he had never seen Uncle Vernon talk to anyone in this tone. Uncle Vernon was usually loud and rude, and he liked to bully and boss people around. But now, Uncle Vernon was acting like a polite and humble guest, and he was trying to please the guard, who looked at him with scrutiny and suspicion. He checked his name on a list, and he nodded slightly. He pressed a button, and the gate opened slowly. He gestured for them to enter, and he said coldly, "Follow the path, and wait at the door. Someone will come to greet you." Since outside vehicles were not allowed to enter the mansion, Harry had to follow the Dursleys, who were holding flowers and fruit baskets, and walk towards the mansion. They walked along the straight road paved with warm stone, which felt smooth and soft under their feet. They passed by statues, hedges, and flower beds, which were arranged in symmetrical and harmonious patterns. Perhaps because of the serious illness of the owner of the mansion, the closer they got to the mansion, the more solemn the air became. Even the workers who passed by them and bowed to them had very serious expressions on their faces. They spoke in low voices, and moved quickly and efficiently. Through all this, Harry probably understood that the owner of the mansion was in a very bad physical condition. "Ah, Mr. Lawrence!" Uncle Vernon, whose red face was covered with sweat, suddenly exclaimed with joy. He left behind Aunt Petunia, who was walking stiffly, and walked towards a thin man with shiny hair, a small mustache above his lips, wearing a suit without a wrinkle, who looked quite old. He was standing at the door of the mansion, and he was holding a clipboard and a pen, and he seemed to be in charge of everything. "That's Mr. Watson's butler," Aunt Petunia whispered, tilting her head slightly. "He has been conveying Mr. Watson's instructions for the past 2 years, very trusted, remember to be respectful to him, especially you." Harry of course knew who the you in Aunt Petunia's reminder was. He glanced at the butler and wondered why he suddenly thought of the very unpopular castle caretaker Filch at Hogwarts. Maybe they both do similar jobs. Harry, who barely squeezed out a smile at Lawrence, thought to himself. 0124 photo. The interior decoration of the house was worthy of its magnificent and luxurious appearance. Every piece of mahogany floor in the spacious living room was shiny and new, as if it had been wiped with a stain remover. A large chandelier made of thousands of pure crystals hung from the 50-foot-high ceiling, emitting a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight that entered the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The walls were adorned with exquisite paintings and sculptures, displaying the refined taste and wealth of the owner. The furniture was elegant and comfortable, inviting the guests to sit and relax. The mansion steward Lawrence led the terrified Dursley family to the right side of the living room, bypassing a few bends and stopping in front of an elevator hall. Vertical elevators are usually only found in Muggle malls and high-rise office buildings. The fact that there was an elevator in this building surprised even Harry, who thought that Uncle Vernon's boss must be a very rich guy. "Sorry, Vernon." The elevator dinged and stopped on the 3rd floor. After they got out of the elevator car, the mansion steward Lawrence turned his head and looked at the Dursleys, who only showed flattering smiles, and apologized. His voice was polite but distant, as if he was used to dealing with all kinds of guests. He wore a neat suit and a badge with his name and position on his chest. He had a thin face and a pair of glasses that made him look smart and serious. "Mr. Watson is currently undergoing treatment. According to the doctor's instructions, he will be able to see you in about an hour. Can I trouble you to wait in the reception room for a while?" "Of course not, Mr. Lawrence." Uncle Vernon nodded repeatedly. "We'll follow your arrangements." He tried to sound confident and friendly, but his voice betrayed his nervousness and anxiety. He hoped that Mr. Watson would be in a good mood and appreciate his visit. After several young maids served them tea and closed the door of the reception room, there was a sigh of relief in the elegantly decorated reception room. Uncle Vernon, who had been holding his big belly for a long time, collapsed on the soft sofa. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and took a deep breath. He felt like he had just escaped a dangerous situation. He looked around the reception room, admiring the expensive ornaments and the cozy atmosphere. He felt a surge of pride and envy. He wished he could live in such a place someday. "This house is really luxurious, Vernon." Aunt Petunia's voice trembled with excitement. She was sitting next to Uncle Vernon, holding his hand and smiling brightly. She was wearing a new dress and a pearl necklace that she had bought specially for this occasion. She wanted to impress Mr. Watson and his family with her appearance and manners. She also wanted to show off to her friends and neighbors later. She imagined their jealous and admiring faces, and felt a thrill of satisfaction. I dare say, if Yvonne knew I had been a guest in such a magnificent mansion, she would be jealous to death. Harry raised his eyelids. Yvonne was Aunt Petunia's good friend. They both loved to gossip about their neighbors. They often exchanged phone calls and visited each other's houses, pretending to be friendly and caring, but secretly competing and criticizing. Harry hated them both. Mr. Watson inherited this mansion and the drilling company from his father. Uncle Vernon said to Aunt Petunia and Dudley. He was only in his early 20s at the time, and everyone looked down on him. They thought he would ruin the company, which was already in a bad situation. But who would have thought that he would lead the company out of the mud with his own intelligence and diligence? Actually, Uncle Vernon had said these things countless times at home, and even Harry knew them by heart. But Uncle Vernon never got tired of telling them over and over again. He admired Mr. Watson as his idol and wanted to be like him, successful and powerful. He's really admirable. How did I do, Mom and Dad? Dudley stood up and tried to smooth out the wrinkles on his stomach, but after a few attempts, he knew he was wasting his time. He raised his head and showed a disgusting smile, looking at his parents. He was wearing a suit that was too tight and too small for him, making him look like a stuffed sausage. He had practiced his speech and his gestures in front of the mirror for hours, hoping to impress Mr. Watson. Great, my darling. Aunt Petunia immediately got up and hugged Dudley's arm, proud tears in her eyes. She kissed his cheek and stroked his hair, as if he had just won a Nobel Prize. She thought that Dudley was the most wonderful and handsome boy in the world. She loved him more than anything else. She spoiled him and pampered him, giving him everything he wanted and more. Not a bit rude, a standard little gentleman. Just like his dad, who's seen a lot of big scenes. Uncle Vernon also chuckled. He patted Dudley's shoulder and winked at him, as if they were sharing a secret. He thought that Dudley was the most talented and promising boy in the world. He believed that he would follow his footsteps, and that he would be successful more than him someday. Dudley proudly shook his chin. He looked at Harry, who was sitting there silently and expressionlessly, and a malicious light flashed in his small eyes. Oh, but I think we have someone here who seems to be scared silly, don't we? Even if I were scared silly. Harry, who immediately understood who Dudley was talking about, said angrily. He saw that the Dursleys seemed ready to scold him, so he preempted Dudley by saying quickly. You told me many times yesterday that without your permission, I'm not allowed to move around or say a word. Fine, boy, you have some memory. Uncle Vernon gasped, muttered, but then his tone became arrogant again. You know what to do when you meet Mr. Watson, don't you? Yes. Harry said sullenly. Observe Mr. Watson's physical condition carefully, and listen carefully when you ask him about his health in a clever way. Good. Uncle Vernon gulped down the black tea in the exquisite teacup, nodded satisfactorily. He felt the warm liquid soothe his throat and calm his nerves. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and he didn't want to miss his chance. He leaned forward and whispered to Harry, who was sitting across from him. After the meeting, I'll tell Mr. Watson's steward that we have a friend who is very good at dealing with this kind of disease. Everyone knows that this disease is incurable, but Lawrence is desperate now. As long as you promise him that you can come up with a way to make Mr. Watson feel a little better, he will persuade Mr. Watson to try. When Uncle Vernon told him his specific request yesterday, the first thing that came to Harry's mind was the stimulant potion. It was safe and harmless, and very common in the wizarding world. It could boost the energy and mood of the drinker, and make them feel more alert and lively. It was not a cure, but it could at least give Mr. Watson some temporary relief. Harry believed that if he sent a letter to Ron, he could easily get him a large jar. Ron was his best friend, and he knew that he would help him without hesitation. Of course, the biggest problem was still whether giving a wizard's potion to an unsuspecting muggle would violate the wizard's secrecy law, and how serious the situation was. Harry had learned from his school, Hogwarts, that there were strict rules and regulations about the use of magic in the muggle world, and that there were severe consequences for breaking them. On the way here, Harry was still thinking about these questions. According to his guess, this should not be a very serious offense. Think about it, how many muggle-born wizards are there in the wizarding world now? Those wizards have muggle relatives, and what if their relatives have some problems that muggle hospitals are not good at treating? They would probably resort to magic. Harry remembered that Hermione, his other best friend, was a muggle-born, and that she had once told him that she had used magic to fix her parents' teeth. She had said that it was a minor thing, and that no one would notice or care. Harry hoped that she was right, and that he could do the same thing for Mr. Watson. What helped him decide to do this without fear of punishment was also another thing. That was when he started his second year, because Dobby, the house elf who wanted to stop him from going back to Hogwarts, blocked the platform 9 3/4, he and Ron missed the Hogwarts Express. They had no choice but to drive Mr. Weasley's modified car to Hogwarts. The car was a blue Ford Anglia, and it had been enchanted by Mr. Weasley to fly and become invisible. It was a clear violation of the wizard's secrecy law, and it had caused a lot of trouble and commotion. Harry and Ron had been seen by several muggles, and they had crashed into a giant tree called the Whomping Willow, which had attacked them and the car. They had been lucky to escape with their lives, and they had been scolded and punished by the school and the ministry. Harry learned an important lesson from that adventure. He discovered that Mr. Weasley, who was supposed to enforce the law against tampering with Muggle things, was actually fascinated by Muggle inventions and culture. He even had a collection of Muggle gadgets and books that he kept hidden. This made Harry realize that the wizarding world was not as strict and uniform as it seemed. There were probably many wizards who had their own hobbies, passions, and quirks that broke the wizarding laws in private. As long as they did not harm anyone, no one will care about such things. Oh, come and look at this picture, Petunia and Dudley. Waiting was always long and boring. Uncle Vernon, who had nothing to do, looked at the commemorative photos hanging on the walls of the reception room. He stopped in front of a black and white photo at the door and pointed at it. It was a group photo of Mr. Watson and his employees, taken many years ago, when he had just taken over the company. They were all smiling and posing in front of a large sign that read Grunning's Drilling Company. Vernon was among them, standing next to Mr. Watson, looking young and happy. He felt a surge of nostalgia and pride, as he remembered the good old days, when he had joined the company as a junior manager, and when he had met Mr. Watson for the first time. This is a group photo of Mr. Watson and everyone when he just took over the company. He was handsome and charming, and many girls in the company admired him. Ah, I was so thin then, less than 200 pounds. He chuckled and rubbed his belly, as if he was trying to make it smaller. Yeah, just more than twice my weight. Harry looked at Uncle Vernon's fat body and nodded sympathetically. He felt sorry for him, but not in a good way. The Dursleys' house was full of Dudley's pictures, but there were very few of them as a couple, and they were basically in their bedroom. That place and Dudley's bedroom were absolutely forbidden for Harry to enter. Before he went to Hogwarts, those two rooms were cleaned by Aunt Petunia herself. She had never let Harry touch anything that belonged to her or her son, and she had always kept them away from him. Looking at the three people who were talking enthusiastically in front of the picture, Harry, who was sitting quietly in his chair, also felt a bit curious. As Harry wondered if Uncle Vernon was really a little thinner than a whale when he was young, the door of the reception room opened quietly. The old steward who had led them before appeared again, but there was a deep worry on his brow. Mr. Watson is very tired, Vernon. It's best to keep the meeting time within 10 minutes. Uncle Vernon nodded and bowed, and as soon as the old steward left the reception room, he turned his head and gestured for Harry to follow him. He gave him a stern and menacing look, as if he was warning him to behave. Come on, boy, this place is huge. If you get lost, you might starve to death before the staff here find you. He snapped. Harry wished he could take the Dursleys to Hogwarts for a tour, so that they could see what a magnificent castle it was. He got up slowly and walked towards the door with a gloomy face. As he passed the picture that Uncle Vernon had mentioned earlier, he glanced at it curiously. Clang! Harry gasped, ignoring the bump on his forehead from hitting something, and stared at the man in the middle of the picture, muttering incredulously. Professor Watson. Author's note: I think there must be a stimulant potion in Wizarding World like energy drink, but there must be also some which are good for health, like some potions may be used by St. Mungo's hospital regularly to energize the patients. I don't have much knowledge about the medicines, so these are just theories. 0125 Dying Man. Harry had been staring at the name Claude Watson since yesterday morning, trying to find any connection between him and Professor Watson, the former Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts. But he could not think of anything, except for the coincidence of their surname. After all, Watson was a very common surname among both Muggles and Wizards, just like the name Tom. Harry knew two Toms, one was the most evil wizard in history, for him, and the other was the friendly owner of the Leaky Cauldron. No one would ever suspect that they were related, right? But when Harry saw the photo of Claude Watson in the mansion, he felt a jolt of shock. The man in the photo looked almost exactly like Professor Watson, except for the grey hair and the wrinkles on his face. They had the same sharp eyes, the same thin lips, and the same angular jaw. Harry could not help but think of his own father, James Potter, who had died when he was a baby. Everyone who had met his parents would say that Harry had inherited his father's appearance, except his mother's green eyes. Harry remembered what Professor Watson had told him once, when they were alone in his office. I grew up in an orphanage, Harry. I never knew my parents, or why they abandoned me. I only learned that I was a wizard when I received my letter from Hogwarts. It was the best day of my life. If Claude Watson was really Professor Watson's father, then why did he leave his son in an orphanage? Why did he never look for him, or tell him the truth? Harry felt a surge of anger and sadness for Professor Watson, who had been one of his favorite teachers at Hogwarts. Professor Watson had arrived at Hogwarts a year ago, as an investigator appointed by the board of directors to look into the Chamber of Secrets incident. But soon, he became the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, after the previous one, Professor Lockhart, was in hospital bed. Harry, who had experienced 3 different teachers of this course, could swear that Professor Watson was the best of them all. Of course, that was not saying much, considering that the other 2 teachers, Quirrell and Lockhart, one of whom was possessed by Voldemort, and the other who was proven to be a big liar, being better than these 2 people, seemed to prove nothing. But many senior wizards, and professors of other courses at Hogwarts, praised Professor Watson as the most decent defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts in the past decade or so, which proved his strength. In addition, Professor Watson was also the most powerful wizard Harry had ever seen. He would never forget how he had saved him from the basilisk in the Slytherin chamber, killing the giant snake with a single spell, as if it was nothing. Of course, Dumbledore must be better than Professor Watson, although Harry had never seen Dumbledore make a move, but he firmly believed so. Professor Watson had left Hogwarts soon after the Chamber of Secrets incident was over, without saying goodbye to anyone. He had disappeared as mysteriously as he had appeared, leaving behind many questions and regrets. Harry and his friends, Hermione and Ron, had missed him a lot, but they also respected his choice. They knew that everyone had the right to choose their own path in life, even if it meant leaving behind the people who cared for them. As soon as the Dursleys took a few steps away from the old housekeeper, they turned their heads and shot Harry a furious look. He had embarrassed them in front of their host. Dudley, who was always ready to mock Harry, sneered at him with his piggy eyes. But Harry did not care about their reactions. He was too stunned by the photo he had seen in the hallway. It showed a man who looked remarkably like Professor Watson, the former defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. Harry wondered if the man in the photo was really Professor Watson's father. If so, why did Professor Watson, who came from such a wealthy and influential family, end up in an orphanage? Harry pursed his lips and looked at the old housekeeper named Lawrence who was walking in front of him with curiosity. If it weren't for the Dursleys' serious emphasis yesterday that he was not allowed to talk nonsense, he might have rushed up and asked if there was a child missing in this mansion. They followed the old housekeeper, whose name was Lawrence, to a room on the top floor. The room was full of people wearing white coats, who looked very serious and busy. They were checking various machines and monitors, which Harry did not understand, but he guessed that they were some kind of Muggle medical devices. Harry wrinkled his nose at the unpleasant smell of medicine and antiseptic that filled the air. He tried to see the face of the man who was lying on the bed, hooked to tubes and wires. But his view was blocked by a large respirator that covered his mouth and nose. One by one, the people in white coats left the room, nodding to Lawrence as they passed by. Lawrence led the Dursleys and Harry inside, and told them to stand by the bed. Harry felt a chill as he looked at the man on the bed. He was shocked by his appearance. He looked nothing like the man in the photo. He looked like a skeleton with a thin layer of skin. His hair was shaved off, his eyes were closed, and his skin was pale and dry. He looked more dead than alive. Harry wondered if he was still conscious, or if he could recognize anyone. Harry glanced at the Dursleys, who looked equally horrified. Uncle Vernon, who had rehearsed many times how to greet his boss, was speechless. His face was red and purple, and he smiled awkwardly. Aunt Petunia, who had planned to compliment Mr. Watson on his complexion, was silent. She clutched her handbag nervously. Dudley, who had never seen anyone so sick and frail, was scared. He hid behind his parents, and whimpered. Harry felt a mix of emotions. He felt sorry for the man on the bed, who was suffering so much. But he also felt angry at him, for abandoning his son and leaving him in an orphanage. Lawrence told Uncle Vernon that they only had 5 minutes to talk to Mr. Watson, and then left them alone. Harry stayed behind, hoping to catch a glimpse of the man's face, or hear his voice. He wondered if he sounded like Professor Watson, or if he had any traces of magic in him. But before Harry could see or hear anything, a weak and raspy voice came from the bed. It startled everyone. "It seems that my appearance scared you, Vernon," the man with the breathing mask said, barely audible. Harry could not tell his age or his mood from his voice. He sounded like he was in pain, and tired. "Your face, I mean your spirit looks good, Mr. Watson," Uncle Vernon stammered, trying to sound polite and cheerful. But he failed miserably. He sounded nervous and awkward. He did not know what to say to his boss, who was dying in front of him. Uncle Vernon felt a twinge of regret and guilt. He had always admired Mr. Watson, who was a smart and successful businessman. He had hoped to impress him, and get a promotion. But now, he realized that he had been selfish and greedy. He should not have wanted to take advantage of his boss's condition, or make him suffer more. He should have let him die peacefully, and with dignity. The 5 minutes passed quickly, and they felt like an eternity. When they walked out of the room, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They wanted to get away from the depressing sight, and the suffocating atmosphere. The old housekeeper Lawrence escorted them back to the gate, where a driver was waiting with Uncle Vernon's car. While they were waiting, Harry noticed that the Dursleys were all gloomy and quiet. They did not say a word to each other, or to him. Harry took the opportunity to move closer to Lawrence, and asked him in a low voice. Maybe it's a bit presumptuous to say this, sir, but does Mr. Watson have any children? Why aren't they with him? The old housekeeper looked at Harry with surprise, and raised his grey eyebrows. He seemed to appreciate Harry's politeness, but he also sensed his curiosity. He said with a sad tone in his voice. Mr. Watson never married, and children. Harry's question was cut off by the Dursleys, who heard him and glared at him. They thought he was being rude and nosy again. But they did not scold him, or tell him to shut up. They were too shocked and upset by what they had seen. They just wanted to go home, and forget about Mr. Watson. The car ride back home was silent and tense. No one spoke a word, or even looked at each other. Harry was lost in his thoughts, wondering about Mr. Watson and Professor Watson. The Dursleys did not bother Harry with their usual questions, such as how much it would cost for the potion that could relieve Mr. Watson. They were too shocked and disturbed by what they had seen in the mansion. They wanted to forget about the dying man. The silence continued until they reached their house. Uncle Vernon parked the car in the driveway, and got out without a word. Aunt Petunia and Dudley followed him, leaving Harry behind. Harry grabbed his backpack, and got out of the car. He walked to the front door, feeling ignored and unwanted. Uncle Vernon turned on the TV in the living room, and sat on the couch. He watched the morning news that was being replayed, hoping to distract himself from the unpleasant memories. Aunt Petunia went into the kitchen, and started to prepare lunch. She tried to act normal, and pretend that nothing had happened. Dudley opened the refrigerator, and took out a large cake. He stuffed his face with it, and licked his fingers. He did not care about anything, except his own appetite. Harry, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs, was unnoticed by everyone. They acted as if he did not exist, or as if he was not there. Harry, who would have been happy with the Dursleys' deliberate ignorance in the past, felt a sudden urge to speak up. He had something important to do, and he needed their permission. He cleared his throat, and said loudly, "I need to open Hedwig's cage." Harry's voice broke the silence, and startled the Dursleys. They turned their heads, and glared at him. They were annoyed and angry that he had interrupted their peace. Uncle Vernon, who was breathing faster and about to roar, and Aunt Petunia, who was ready to scold him, opened their mouths to yell at him. But Harry did not give them a chance. He said firmly, and with a hint of defiance, "I need her to help me send a letter." 0126 visit. July 29th. The weather on Sunday morning was as bright and sunny as the day before, and the dazzling sunlight spilled on the clean and tidy road of Privet Drive like liquid gold. The colorful and vivid flowers in the well-kept private gardens on both sides of the road swayed gently in the breeze, competing for beauty and fragrance. The air inside the house was a bit stuffy and stale, and Harry kicked everything related to his potions homework off the bed with a bang. He turned over and faced the birdcage hanging on the window bars, feeling very annoyed and restless. Every year, at this time, Harry's mood would be very irritable, and the reason was easy to understand. Because the last day of July was his birthday, but his uncle and aunt obviously wouldn't be considerate enough to throw him a birthday party. Their only way of celebrating his birthday might be to let him do less chores on that day or give him a pair of old socks as a gift. But on the eve of his birthday this year, the reason for his irritation was a bit different. Clang! A strange noise from the street outside the window suddenly made Harry jump up. He leaped to the window and looked out, but when he saw that the noise was from a garbage truck collecting the trash cans on the roadside, Harry showed a disappointed expression and sat back on the bed dejectedly. "Are you sure you gave him the letter?" Hedwig, who had traveled a long distance for several days and was exhausted, was resting in the birdcage. Hearing Harry's questioning voice, she trembled her eyelids and grumbled a few times in dissatisfaction. Then she hid her head under the other wing and continued to rest, ignoring Harry's impatience. After a heavy sigh, Harry stared at the shadows on the white wall and zoned out. He didn't notice that, half a minute after he withdrew his gaze, a faint explosion appeared on Privet Drive, followed by a puff of smoke and a flash of light. Surrey, Little Whinging, Privet Drive. Dressed in Muggle clothes, Brian Watson appeared on the street of Privet Drive with a wand in his hand. As soon as he appeared, he looked around cautiously, checking if any Muggles had seen him. And when he confirmed that there was no one around, he breathed a sigh of relief, put his wand in his pocket, and looked around the surroundings with interest and curiosity. Privet Drive No. 7. A few steps away, a brass plaque in front of a house told Brian Watson his exact location. He glanced back and forth and confirmed the position of No. 4 Privet Drive, which was mentioned in the letter. Then, he walked towards that side with a leisurely pace, humming a tune under his breath. Standing in front of the house of No. 4 Privet Drive, Brian Watson didn't rush to cross the garden and knock on the door. Instead, he stood on the street and admired the roses and lilies blooming in the garden. Bathed in the golden sunlight, he smelled the rich fragrance of the flowers and felt a sense of peace and joy. After a while, when he was sure that his heart was completely calm, Brian Watson smiled and nodded politely, and knocked on the door softly. "Knock, knock, Knock. 10 seconds after the gentle knocking sound, there was a hurried footsteps from inside the house. Brian Watson stepped back and waited quietly for someone to open the door, his expression friendly and warm. The woman who opened the door was very thin, but very tall. Besides, her gloomy long face also impressed Brian Watson. She had a sharp nose, thin lips, and a pair of cold and narrow eyes that seemed to judge everything she saw. "I'm sorry to interrupt your breakfast, ma'am." Brian Watson glanced at the steaming spatula in Aunt Petunia's hand and smiled politely. "But Harry Potter, who lives in this house, wrote me a letter, telling me some situations, and hoping that I could come to visit. So, of course, if you want me to come at another time, that's fine too." The air fell silent. Aunt Petunia looked at the young man who was 5 feet away from her. Her eyes went from puzzled to blank, and then from blank to gradually terrified. Finally, before Brian Watson could greet her again, she let out a horrified scream that pierced the air. You come and see, Vernon, I must have seen a ghost." Looking at the woman who almost rolled and crawled into the house, Brian Watson raised his eyebrows and didn't seem too surprised. In fact, when he saw in Potter's letter that his uncle was an old employee of that drill company, he had expected that something like this might happen. So, Brian Watson tilted his head and looked at the chaotic living room. He saw the broken vase, the torn curtains, and the overturned sofa. He shook his head slightly and sighed. "Can I pretend that you have warmly invited me into the room?" In the kitchen, the dining table had been overturned, and the Disleys were huddled in the corner, shivering and silent, as they watched the young man walk in. They felt a cold sweat on their foreheads, and their hearts beat faster than ever. "Oh, my God!" Standing in the living room, Brian Watson showed a surprised and delighted expression when he saw Potter, who had almost leaped down the stairs. He saw that Harry had grown taller and stronger, and his hair was longer and messy. "But it's only been 4 months since I last saw you, Potter, and you've grown so much. Did you secretly drink some growth potion?" "Professor Watson." Harry, who was panting, looked at the young man who looked almost the same as in his memory, except for his clothes. He wore a blue shirt, a black jacket, and a pair of jeans. He looked casual and handsome, and his purple eyes sparkled with intelligence and humor. His trembling voice showed his excitement and joy. "You really came, I mean, I thought Hedwig had lost the letter I wrote, or that she had mistaken the person." "Hee, your owl is very smart, Potter," Brian Watson said with a smile. He moved his eyes to the messy kitchen and snapped his fingers. Then, the collapsed table creaked and twisted its boards and slowly got up. The bacon and eggs scattered on the floor spun rapidly and bounced off the dust. Then they threw themselves back into the restored plate. The cups and plates that had fallen and broken also flew back to their original positions and mended themselves. When everything returned to normal, Brian Watson looked at the Disleys who were scared and climbed on the kitchen counter with a slight apology. "I'm sorry, folks, I seem to have brought you some fright. But don't worry, I'm not here to harm you. I used to teach at Hogwarts, and I came to visit him and talk to him about some important matters." "Boy, you. Can he really cure him?" Uncle Vernon's small eyes bulged out of his sockets. He stared at Harry as if he had met him for the first time in his life. He remembered the letter that Harry had sent him a few days ago, which said that he had found someone who could cure Mr. Watson, his boss. He didn't believe it at first, but now he saw this young man who could do magic with a snap of his fingers. He felt a glimmer of hope and fear. Although he had a lot to say to Professor Watson, the Disleys' appearance still made Harry feel amused. He looked at Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, who were trembling on the kitchen counter, and Dudley, who was hiding behind them and covering his butt. He remembered how Dudley had tormented him for years, and how his aunt and uncle had treated him like a burden and a freak. He suddenly felt playful and said casually, "Yes, I found someone to cure him." Harry nodded and said, "This is what I promised you, remember? You are Mr. Watson," Uncle Vernon said hoarsely. He looked at the young man who called himself a wizard, and felt a chill down his spine. He hoped he was not one of those evil and crazy ones, like the one who gave Dudley a tail. "He's a young man from that side, Vernon." Aunt Petunia, who seemed to be more shrewd, buried her face in Uncle Vernon's broad arm and whispered, "He knows their stuff." Dudley also muttered something behind Uncle Vernon. He looked at Brian Watson with a mixture of awe and resentment, and felt a pang of pain in his butt. "Come down first, you three." Brian Watson glanced at Harry and smiled at the Disleys. He saw that they were still scared and reluctant, and he decided to act more gentle and friendly. "If you don't mind, we can have breakfast together. I'm still hungry, and I'm sure you are too. And then we can talk about the situation, and see what we can do." 0127 I know. The kitchen, which had been meticulously cleaned and organized by the diligent Aunt Petunia, was now enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere. This atmosphere seemed to have a stifling effect on the Disleys, who were the rightful owners of the house at number 4, Privet Drive. They sat rigidly on one side of the dining table, like wax figures in a museum, not daring to look at Harry, who was anxiously narrating the events that had led to this situation, but at Brian, who was casually enjoying a fried egg with toast and bacon. When Harry mentioned that he was baffled by the possibility of wizards having cancer, a disease that he had only heard of in Muggle terms, Brian put down his knife and fork and looked up at him with a serious expression. "No, Potter, wizards don't get that kind of disease." "Why, Professor Watson?" Harry interrupted him, still using the title that he had given him when he was the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Even though he knew that Mr. Watson was no longer teaching there, Harry still felt a sense of respect towards him. Harry was curious about the reason behind Brian's statement, as he thought that cancer should not discriminate between wizards and muggles. So facing Professor Watson's explanation, he showed a puzzled look. "This disease, I don't know much about it, Professor, but I think it shouldn't matter whether we are wizards or not. It's because of the magic." Brian swallowed the food in his mouth and calmly said, "This involves the fundamental difference between wizards and muggles, Potter. You see, we and muggles alike, the cells in our bodies are constantly mutating, but our bodies contain a high concentration of magic that muggles do not have. Magic is a very amazing force, it is like a unique immune system that only exists in the bodies of wizards. When it detects the diseases that exist naturally, such as viruses, bacteria, or parasites, magic will spontaneously annihilate those sources of disease." Looking at Potter, who was unconsciously sitting upright, as if he was in class, Brian smiled. To be honest, apart from Dumbledore's unpleasant trick, he had a lot of fun in the few months he returned to Hogwarts in the first half of the year. Most of the sources of disease that do not involve abnormal magic cannot cause wizards to get sick. In addition, magic also has a weak effect of strengthening the physical quality, so you will find that, as long as they are not sick or disaster-prone, most of the wizards with high magic power will basically live a long life. Just like Dumbledore. Harry, who had been a little confused, reacted immediately. "You're almost competing with Rubeus Hagrid for the position of Dumbledore's #1 fan, Potter." Brian secretly rolled his eyes, but smiled and nodded. Aunt Petunia, who was sitting opposite the two of them, showed a trace of hard-to-detect envy in her fearful eyes when she heard this, and as the topic evolved, Uncle Vernon, who almost occupied half of the other side of the dining table, unconsciously clenched his fists under the table, deliberately suppressing his breathing also slowly increased. It seemed that he had reached the limit of tolerance. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that this young man with a very special temperament had almost the same appearance as Mr. Watson when he was young, he might have already politely asked him to leave. But since it came to this, Uncle Vernon was puzzled again. This man should be Mr. Watson's son without much intelligence. Uncle Vernon figured it out himself. His eyes might have inherited his mother, but his features and that soft grey hair were almost identical to Mr. Watson when he was young. If they weren't father and son, that would be puzzling. But Mr. Watson had no children, which was confirmed by Mr. Watson's loyal old butler, Mr. Lawrence. Uncle Vernon had been in that drilling company for most of his life, and he knew the family situation of every old employee in the company, let alone their boss, Claude Watson. Could it be that Mr. Watson had a bastard son that even his faithful old butler Lawrence didn't know about? Uncle Vernon blinked his piggy eyes and felt that he had discovered the explosive truth. Then, since Mr. Watson had no other children except this bastard son, why didn't he try to find him back when he was so sick? After all, he had such a huge family business with no one to inherit. Looking at the young man who was enjoying Petunia's breakfast and chatting with Petunia's annoying nephew, Uncle Vernon struggled to turn his head, quietly thinking about this question. Suddenly, Uncle Vernon opened his eyes wide and held his breath, thinking of a shocking possibility. From the conversation, it could be heard that this man had been a professor at that school which means that he must be one of those weird and freaky people they hated. Those who could do unnatural things with a flick of a stick, those who had ruined his peaceful and normal life by sending his nephew to that place. And Mr. Watson must have known this, no doubt. Mr. Watson was a decent person, so he never wanted to admit or reveal that he had such a shameful bastard son. He didn't want to have anything to do with him. He must have abandoned him as soon as he found out his true nature, and never looked back. Brian, who seemed to have noticed something, casually glanced at Uncle Vernon, who had changed his expression from confusion and fear to contempt and superiority. He wondered what had made the fat man who had shown him such hostility and suspicion suddenly feel so smug and proud. He also noticed that the kid who was almost a miniature version of him had been covering his butt with his hands since he saw him. What was wrong with that? Could it be that he had been persecuted by someone and had some misunderstanding of him? I saw a picture in that drawing room, it was. Harry hesitated for a moment, as if he was reluctant to admit his relationship with the Dursleys in front of Professor Watson, just like the Dursleys always thought that having a relationship with him was a disgrace. It was a group photo of all the employees of Uncle Vernon's company many years ago, and it also had the boss of this company. And then you found out that the boss of that drilling company looked almost exactly like me. Brian, who had eaten 7 or 8 points full, elegantly wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a napkin, and nodded gratefully at Aunt Petunia. Your cooking is great, Mrs. Petunia, I haven't had such a delicious breakfast for a long time. Aunt Petunia, who received the compliment, did not show any emotion related to happiness. She pursed her lips and lowered her head to look at those plates. Although she was eager to get this man out of her house, even if he might have a close relationship with Vernon's company boss, she didn't dare to say a word. She was afraid of what he might do if he got angry, or worse, if he used his magic. So, how is he doing now, I mean, Claude Watson? Harry was not surprised that Professor Watson would care about the health of Uncle Vernon's company boss. He was surprised by the tone of Professor Watson when he mentioned this name. That was a kind of casual, not very caring tone, as if he was discussing a stranger who had little to do with him. Very bad, Professor, he could die at any time. Harry didn't go on, but he believed that Professor Watson would understand what he meant. He wondered why Professor Watson didn't seem to care about his father's condition, or didn't try to contact him or visit him. Looking at Professor Watson, whose deep eyes were hard to see, Harry hesitated for a while and asked. Do you know, I mean, did you know this Mr. Claude Watson very early, Professor? Because, you don't seem very surprised. Brian sighed. He leaned back on the chair and looked up at the spotless ceiling, his fingers tapping on the dining table one by one, making a dull and depressing knocking sound. He seemed to be lost in his thoughts, recalling some memories that were not pleasant or happy. Yes, I know. After a while, Brian nodded and answered the question. I knew about the existence of this Mr. Claude Watson very early. But I heard Hagrid say that you grew up in an orphanage. Harry opened his mouth and asked blankly. That's right, Potter. Brian lowered his head and looked at Harry, showing a deep smile that was hard to understand. I did grow up in an orphanage. These two things are not contradictory, are they? 0128 second visit. After several days had passed, Harry once again found himself standing in front of the luxurious and magnificent Watson Manor, which was surrounded by a high wall and a large iron gate. The last time he had come here, he had been accompanied by the Disley family. This time, however, the person next to him was changed to Professor Watson, who had shown him kindness and curiosity. Professor. Harry whispered, pointing his finger at the guards who looked at them with a wary and hostile look from behind the bars of the gate. If we don't make an appointment in advance, I'm afraid they won't let us in. Oh, don't worry, Potter, we'll find a way. Brian, who had been immersed in his memories of the past, was pulled back to reality by Harry's reminder. He took a confident step forward and walked towards the manor, saying in a casual tone, while Harry, who followed behind him, didn't know what Professor Watson's method was, but he thought that if it was relying on the power of magic, it might not be very appropriate in the Muggle world. We are here to visit the owner of the manor, gentlemen, can you please help us open the door? Brian stood in front of the guards, who were all dressed in black suits and had cold and expressionless faces, and politely requested. His voice was calm and courteous, but there was a hint of authority in it. This is Professor Watson's method. Harry was disappointed. He had expected something more clever and magical. The leader of the guards was a strong and muscular Muggle, who looked at the young man who looked a bit familiar with a suspicious and doubtful look, and the child next to the young man, feeling that they both looked a bit familiar, too. He wondered if they had seen them on the television or in the newspapers. Sorry, gentlemen, we didn't get any notice in advance that someone would visit Mr. Watson today. Maybe your appointment was unsuccessful, or maybe you got the wrong time. The guard leader said, trying to sound polite and professional. Of course, most of the people who came in and out of here were noble and upper-class people, and he didn't dare to offend them without a reason. Maybe Lawrence forgot to tell you. Brian smiled and lied, you can go and confirm with him again, you can say that the son of Mrs. Melina Depp wants to visit Mr. Watson, I think he will let us in. The guards looked at each other, they had been working here for a while, and they all knew the old housekeeper's rigorous and meticulous work style. Normally, if these two strangers really had a prior appointment with Mr. Lawrence, he shouldn't forget to tell them, but the unique and elegant temperament of the young man in front of them and the confident and charming smile on his face made them not so sure of their guesses. Okay, sir, then please wait a moment. After hesitating for a while, the guard leader said this, and then ran to the manor to ask for instructions. Did you see, Potter? While waiting under the shade of a lush and green tree, whose grey-brown bark was covered with cracks of white wax, Brian said, not everything has to rely on magic to solve. Harry secretly rolled his eyes and kept quiet, but asked in a low voice, who is this Mrs. Melina Depp, Professor Watson? Just like I said, Potter. His eyes jumped over the magnificent and splendid building of the manor and gazed at the pure and flawless, high and distant clouds in the sky. Brian moved his mouth and said in a slightly less crisp and clear voice. That's my mother. The actual manager of the manor, the loyal and faithful old housekeeper who had served the Watson family for 2 generations, came faster than expected. Looking at the old Lawrence who ran to the gate faster than the young and agile guard leader, Harry was surprised. In the last brief meeting, Harry's impression of this old housekeeper was that he was the kind of person that the Dursley family would like very much, meticulous, polite, and seemingly elegant in his bones. But now, this old housekeeper who normally took every step with the same distance and pace was running wildly, which not only surprised Harry, but also made Brian's calm and composed eyes change slightly. "Where is that gentleman?" The old housekeeper, whose grey hair was stuck to his sweaty and wrinkled cheeks, didn't even give himself time to breathe. He yelled at the guards who were a bit at a loss and confused from a few dozen feet away, with a sharp and urgent voice. At the moment of eye contact, Lawrence suddenly froze. He looked at the young man who stood with no expression in the mottled and dim tree shadow, and swept his handsome and familiar features with a nostalgic and longing look. His nose, which had brown spots from old age, suddenly became sour and tingling. "Yes, it's you." The old housekeeper approached step by step, and said softly in a mumbling and trembling tone. His voice was full of emotion and disbelief. Harry looked at the old housekeeper who was excited and his eyes were red, and then looked at Brian who still looked very calm and indifferent. His emerald eyes widened in shock and curiosity. "It's you, definitely not wrong, you are that child, just like Master when he was young." The old housekeeper seemed to age 10 years in an instant. He came to Brian's front, completely ignoring Harry, and stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to touch Brian's cheek. His hand was shaking and wrinkled. "So alike, I've been looking for you for many years," he said, his eyes moist and shining. "Hope you don't mind our rude visit." Brian took a step back, avoiding the old housekeeper's fingertips, and said in a tone without any fluctuations. His tone was cold and distant, as if he didn't want to have anything to do with the old man. And his overly calm tone also woke up Lawrence like a bucket of cold water, making him regain some calmness and composure. "You know everything, young master. I mean, what happened back then, did your mother tell you everything?" Lawrence, who didn't want to leave Brian's face for a moment, showed bitterness and regret. His face was pale and sad. "Young master? Where does this come from, Lawrence?" Brian said a bit helplessly. "If you don't mind, just call me Brian." "Brian." Hearing him say that, Lawrence's old body shuddered. "That's the name of Mrs. Melina Depp's father. Let's change to a simpler way of communication." Brian frowned with annoyance. To be honest, he didn't know how to deal with this old housekeeper. After taking a deep breath, Brian looked at Harry, who was staring wide-eyed and also in an inexplicably excited state, and patted his shoulder and said to Lawrence, "Maybe you have an impression of this kid. His name is Harry Potter. He visited here with the Dursleys last week, and accidentally found a photo of the owner of the manor when he was young in the living room, and he looked very similar to me, so he wrote to me. Oh, by the way, I'm this kid's teacher. I taught him some self-defense skills." Harry rolled a covered eye and continued to keep quiet. He felt that Brian was lying too casually and unconvincingly. "Out of curiosity, I came over with him to take a look. Of course, if this kind of rude behavior makes you feel troubled, we can leave now," Brian said, pretending to be polite and respectful. "Leave? Oh, absolutely not." Lawrence suddenly recovered his vigor. He grabbed Brian and Harry's arms, and said to Harry with a trembling and grateful voice, "You are Vernon's nephew, right? Oh, kid, I'm so grateful to you. You brought him back to me." "Oh, well." Harry showed a bit of embarrassment, and said hastily, "You're welcome, sir, I didn't really do anything." In the blue sky, a large cloud of thick and dark clouds was driven by the wind mixed with moisture towards the sun, and the magnificent and elegant manor was gradually hidden in the darkness. The atmosphere became gloomy and ominous. Brian, who was dragged by Lawrence towards the house, looked at a sick room on the top floor, and his calm and composed expression gradually became complicated and conflicted. 0129 Father and Son. Lawrence gently closed the door behind him, leaving only Brian and the man lying on the hospital bed in a coma in the cold and sterile room. The only sound that could be heard was the rhythmic ticking of the Muggle machines that monitored the man's vital signs. They looked like alien devices to Brian, who had never seen such things before. Brian glanced at the man's shriveled body, which looked like a dried-up leaf that could crumble at any moment. His life seemed to have come to an end, and he was only waiting for the final breath. Brian felt a tremor run through his body, and his indifferent expression turned into an indescribable complexity, as if there was a heavy stone pressing on his heart. He walked slowly to the window, opened the curtains and pushed open the closed window, letting the cool breeze take away the unpleasant smell of medicine and decay that filled the room. Then, leaning against the windowsill, Brian took out a cigarette from his pocket and sniffed it under his nose, regaining his calm gaze and falling on the man's triangular face that had become thin and pale. After a long time, Brian uttered an incomprehensible sigh, as if he was feeling sorry for the man, or for himself, or for both of them. Perhaps it was the cold wind that broke into the ward that made the man uncomfortable. In a blur of murmurs and moans, the man struggled to open his eyes, which had been closed for a long time. He stared at the white ceiling with a hollow gaze, and it took him about 5 minutes to see some clarity in his cloudy eyes. Soon, the man who was about to die realized that there was someone else in the room. He looked at the window, but the dazzling light made his vision blurry. He was puzzled why someone dared to open the window of the room, which was supposed to be sealed and isolated. So he blinked hard to see who the person at the window was. The cool wind made his stiff consciousness more and more smooth, and the blurry light and shadow gradually faded away. As the person's appearance became clearer and clearer, the man's mouth opened wider and wider, and his cloudy eyes swelled as if they were about to jump out of their sockets. The silence continued. He was looking at him, and he was looking at him, too. There was no introduction, but both of them knew very well who the other was. "Can you give me a cigar? Ever since I was diagnosed, Lawrence wouldn't let me smoke one." "Haha, I think it doesn't matter now." Brian threw the cigarette in his hand over, and said lightly. "No cigar, make do with this." The man picked up the cigarette that had been squeezed a little out of shape, and frowned unhappily, but in the end, he didn't insist on his request. He shakily put the cigarette in his mouth and muttered. "Fire." Snap. After a crisp snap, a small flame appeared on Brian's thumb and lit up the cigarette tip. It flickered with fire and emitted wisps of blue smoke. The man took a deep breath of the cigarette and showed a look of enjoyment. With the help of nicotine, his grayish-brown eyes showed some brilliance, and his withered body also regained some strength. He even had enough strength to prop up his body and lean back on the head of the bed in a more comfortable position. "What was that just now, a trick?" "Just take it as a trick," Brian said lazily. For a person who might die the next second, there was nothing new in the world. The man nodded and didn't ask any more questions. So. The choking smoke put pressure on the man's already collapsing organs. He coughed heavily twice, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as if nothing had happened. After a short breath, he said with difficulty. "It was Lawrence who found you, wasn't it? I know he's been looking for you behind my back, especially in the last 2 or 3 years since I was diagnosed. He spent a lot of energy on this." Brian took out another cigarette from his pocket, and suddenly felt a strong urge to light it, but in the end, he overcame this desire and just played with it in his hand. He rolled the cigarette between his fingers, feeling the rough texture of the paper and the softness of the tobacco. He looked at the man on the bed, who was still smoking his cigarette with relish, and said in a bored tone. "If I were you." He paused, as if he was thinking of something, but then he shook his head and continued, "I wouldn't waste the little life I have left on such a boring question." The man nodded in agreement, then fell silent. The cigarette in his hand was burning fast, and the ashes fell down, scorching ugly black spots on the snow-white quilt that covered his thin legs. He took another drag of the cigarette, feeling the smoke fill his lungs and then escape through his nostrils. He exhaled slowly, making a ring of smoke that floated in the air for a while before dissipating. "What kind of life are you living now?" he asked in a hoarse voice, breaking the silence. This time, the silent person became Brian. He rubbed his brow, and his eyes, which were never easily shaken, wandered around the room. He saw the flowers on the bedside table, which were wilting and losing their petals. He saw the cards on the wall, which were full of words of encouragement and sympathy. He felt a surge of mixed emotions, but he quickly suppressed them. "How should I answer your question?" Brian sighed. "A free and easy life, a hopeful life, anyway, it's not bad." "Is that so?" the man said softly. "That's good." Both of them seemed to have lost the desire to speak. The man on the bed cherished probably the last cigarette of his life, staring blankly at the slow but firm flame that devoured the cigarette. One by one, the past events flashed through his mind, and finally, they stopped on a face that was already blurred. He wanted to see through the fog on that face, but no matter how hard he tried, the fog never dissipated. So, he could only laugh mockingly. "I can't even remember what that woman looked like." "Not hard to understand," Brian said calmly, "after all, it's been many years, and I don't remember much either." His words revealed a message, and the man who accurately captured this message on the bed was stunned, and then asked. "So, I mean, your mother, she's already..." "You guessed it right," Brian nodded, "she's been gone for many years." Perhaps it was a habitual practice to activate the occlumency shields when his emotions were unstable. Brian's tone always maintained an incomprehensible calm. His calmness made the man feel a bit dazzling, and a bit angry, but after thinking about it carefully, he knew that he had no right to say anything. So, seeing that the man seemed to have nothing to say, Brian straightened up from his leaning position. He nodded at the man. "Rest well, Mr. Watson, I'm leaving now." The words Mr. Watson that Brian uttered burned the man's pride like a flame. His breathing became rapid, and his body, like a candle in the wind, suddenly surged with a strange strength. "Do you hate me?" he shouted at Brian, who was at the door. "Do you hate me for what I did to you and your mother?" Brian stopped at the head of the bed, and looked at the man's eyes for a long time, before saying slowly. "There's nothing to resent, Mr. Watson. After all, You're just an innocent victim. The man collapsed back on the bed, looking dejected. The strength that had just emerged in his body was quickly stripped away. He seemed to hear the footsteps of death becoming clearer and clearer. Can you please call Lawrence for me? The man called out to Brian, who was about to leave. I have something to tell him. 0130 Those Stories, Part 1. Boom, the deafening thunder roared across the land, and the torrential rain plunged the Watson Manor into a gloomy darkness. The manor, which had witnessed countless years, seemed to shiver under the wrath of nature. The raindrops hit the windows like bullets, creating a rhythmic noise that echoed in the empty corridors. Back in the private reception room, Brian found Harry in a daze, and the exquisite snacks on the coffee table in front of him seemed untouched. The young wizard looked pale and restless, as if he had just seen a ghost. His green eyes were fixed on the door, where Brian had disappeared for more than an hour. Professor Watson. Seeing Brian enter the room, Harry came back from his sluggish state. He seemed curious about many things, but the solemn expression on Professor Watson's face made him realize that he might not want to pry into his secrets. Harry respected his privacy, but he also felt uneasy about the mysterious meeting that had taken place between Brian and the owner of the manor. Shall we leave now? Forced by the pressure around Brian, Harry resisted the urge to ask about the meeting situation, and looked a little uneasy. Walking to the window, Brian stared at the dense rain curtain outside and pondered for a moment. The old butler Lawrence invited us to have lunch together. Well, this terrible weather, I think it's not a bad idea to have a midday meal here. At least, we don't have to brave the rain to find a car. This was a lie. Harry saw through it at a glance. Professor Watson was a powerful wizard, and if he wanted, he had plenty of ways to keep himself from getting wet. He could use a simple charm, or even apparate to any place he desired. Of course, Harry was not stupid. He did not expose this lie, but just nodded hesitantly. He thought that Professor had some unfinished business here, and he did not want to interfere. Brian closed the window, brushed off the raindrops on his clothes, turned around and sat next to Harry, looking carefully at the interior decoration of the room: crystal chandeliers, velvet carpets, cedar coffee tables, and even the cups for tea. They were all precious porcelain from many countries. The room was filled with luxury and elegance, but also with a cold and distant atmosphere. It was obvious that this was not a place where people lived happily and comfortably. Tisk tisk, the luxury of rich. Brian glanced over the furnishings in the room with an appreciative eye, and whispered in admiration. He thought that Potter would agree with him a little bit, but in fact he didn't. Potter didn't say a word, just peeked at him with a secret and restrained look. Harry felt a strange tension between them, as if they were both hiding something from each other. Brian thought for a while. He leaned back on the chair, chuckled and asked. I guess, you must be curious about my relationship with the owner of this manor. I don't quite understand, Professor. Harry hesitated and nodded. You said you grew up in an orphanage, but you seem to have known for a long time that, well, you have something to do with this manor. That's because. Brian picked a piece of snack from the coffee table and threw it into his mouth, chewing it non-stop, and muttered. How can I explain it to you? Well, although I'm not like you, who defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort, who made the magical world tremble, when I was just born, I also have some unique abilities of my own. Unique abilities? Harry didn't have time to care about Professor Watson's teasing words, and blinked curiously. Yes, Brian nodded and said, my memory is outstanding. Of course, this will make you confused. What kind of ability is outstanding memory? Even among the Muggles there are many people with amazing memory, but those people are definitely not like me. Since I opened my eyes in this world for the first time, I remember everything that happened to me. It took Harry a few seconds to understand what Professor Watson meant, and then he was shocked and widened his eyes, looking incredulous. You mean, you remember everything that happened to you after you were born? I've never heard of anyone who has this ability. Ah, yes, this situation is indeed rare, but there must be some similar cases to mine. Brian was vague. He spread his hands at Harry. So, it's not hard to understand why I'm an orphan, but I know the blood relationship between the owner of this manor and me. It took Harry some effort to digest the shocking news. Among all his friends, Hermione was undoubtedly the one with the best brain. She could memorize a textbook that made him desperate in the shortest time, and for a long time, she could recite the contents of that book backwards. But Harry believed that Hermione couldn't remember what she looked like when she was just born either. He wondered how Brian felt, having such a perfect memory, and whether it was a blessing or a curse. So, that means, you know why they would. Harry showed a hesitant expression, as if he was afraid to touch a wound that had not healed. Abandon me. Brian finished the sentence that Harry didn't finish, with a bitter smile on his face. He did not seem to be angry or resentful, but rather resigned and indifferent. He had accepted it, and he did not expect any sympathy or pity from anyone. Oh, I'm sorry, Professor. Harry stood up and hurriedly expressed his apology. I didn't mean to pry into your privacy. He felt guilty and embarrassed, as if he had violated a taboo. He knew how painful it was to lose one's parents, and he did not want to make Brian feel worse. Brian waved his hand and told Harry to sit down, indicating that he didn't need to be too nervous, and then, looking at the rain outside that didn't weaken at all, he frowned and said, "Well, before lunch starts, maybe we need a topic to kill time. Actually, I don't think discussing my origin is a shameful thing, I just think it's boring and dull, but since we need a topic." This was another lie. Harry pursed his lips and thought to himself, he thought Professor Watson just wanted to find an excuse to confide. He sensed that Brian had a lot of things to say, and that he needed someone to listen. Harry felt a strange connection with him, as if they were both outsiders in this world, and that they had something in common. He was not an orphan, but that was almost the same. Sometimes, he also wanted to tell someone how hard his life was with the Dursleys. Of course, he had told Ron and Hermione about these things, and they did show incredulity and anger, but Ron and Hermione couldn't empathize with him. They had never experienced the loneliness and neglect that he had endured for 10 years, and they had never felt the fear and hatred that he had faced from his relatives. Life is always lonely. Harry suddenly remembered some similar words that Professor Watson had said to Hermione. Maybe, Professor Watson wanted to say, "Some experiences bring pain that only oneself can bear." Your mother. Oh, of course, and your father, they sacrificed themselves to resist the evil that corrupted the world, to fight against Voldemort. This fearless act made people admire, even after they have been dead for more than a decade. When people mention them, they still maintain enough respect. Brian said in a soothing tone, trying to comfort Harry. Compared to them, my mother is not so noble. In fact, because of being too rebellious, she was quite unpopular. Professor Watson's evaluation of his parents made Harry both happy and sad. He was not like Professor Watson, who had such a unique talent. His recognition of his parents' appearance was still the album that Hagrid gave him at the end of the first year, and the mirror of Eris that he didn't know where it went. Rebellious might not be enough to describe my mother's actions in her youth. She learned to smoke at the age of 10 with a few bad boys from the street, and had a tattoo on her back after she entered high school in the first year. She learned to steal. Of course, her family situation didn't need her to do such a despicable thing. She did it probably just for fun, and then, hanging out with the boys, fighting and brawling, she spent less than a year or two, and she had a record in the Muggle police station that was probably thicker than your history of magic textbook. Harry was shocked and stared at Professor Watson, unable to imagine that someone like Professor Watson, who was always polite and seemed to have nothing to anger him, would have such a, well, rebellious mother. You can imagine how much tears her parents shed for her actions. In order to discipline her better, they had to transfer her to a famous school that specialized in dealing with troubled teenagers. But that was also a waste of effort, or even worse, the chaotic environment of that school encouraged her rebellious nature, and after staying there for a few years, she was expelled from the school and detained for a while because she was the leader of a terrible gang fight. And that also made her parents completely disappointed in her, and when she came home, they threw her luggage out of the door and yelled that she was no longer their daughter. As he said this, Brian sighed heavily, as if he was also helpless for his mother's actions when she was young. Actually, speaking of it, my birth was entirely due to my mother's scheming. 0131 Those Stories, Part 2. A series of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the room, breaking the silence of the night. Brian paused his recount of the past, and listened quietly for a while. His face looked a bit gloomy. He wondered who was running around at this late hour, and what kind of trouble they might bring. The rainstorm outside the window was still falling, and dazzling thunder flashes occasionally lit up the dark sky. The air was suffocating, as if something ominous was about to happen. Harry held his breath. Although he kept quiet, his eyes showed a kind of urgency. He obviously wanted to know why Professor Watson said that his birth was entirely planned by his mother. He felt a surge of curiosity and confusion. Brian felt a surge of pain in his head, as if his memories were too heavy to bear. He frowned and asked, "What did I just say, Potter?" He was struggling to remember. Harry replied quickly, eager to hear more. "You said your mother was kicked out of the house, and the plan." "Thank you," Brian muttered, rubbing his brow. "My mind is a bit fuzzy. Well, then, it was this. Cutting off ties with my parents didn't make my mother see reason, but enraged her. She thought they rejected her because they thought she was worthless, and if she became successful, she could make a lot of money. But we all know that it wasn't that simple, especially for a girl who had little education, a lot of bad records, and had just turned of age. The opportunities for her to make something of herself were scarce. Life was hard, because she couldn't stand those dull, physical jobs that paid poorly." There was a clanging sound in the corridor, as if someone was running with some equipment. Harry briefly left Professor Watson's story and thought about what might be happening outside, and then easily had an answer. He guessed that it was probably the staff of the hospital, preparing for some emergency situation. Harry looked at Professor Watson's profile, and from Professor Watson's sudden acceleration of speech and story rhythm, he obviously knew what might have happened outside. He seemed to be in a hurry to finish his story, as if he wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. He spoke faster and faster, his voice becoming more and more tense and emotional. She mixed in the society for some years and met many people of all kinds. From those friends, she learned about a cocktail party held by a business celebrity, and then dressed herself up beautifully, pretending to be a rich and well-educated lady. She sneaked into the party, picked out the most graceful one in the crowd, had a short and beautiful love, immersed in it and unable to extricate herself, she secretly got pregnant, went to the door but found that her identity had been investigated by the old master of the manor. Well, to investigate these things clearly, I almost turned London upside down in the summer vacation of my 3rd year. Brian smiled self-deprecatingly at Harry, who was surprised and opened his mouth. He saw the shock and disbelief in Harry's eyes, and he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. The time went back to February 28, 1971. This year's winter was exceptionally long and cold. At this time in the past, the drunk spring breeze had already been leisurely wandering on the large and neatly trimmed lawn of the Watson Manor, but now, everything was buried under the white snow. The trees were bare and lifeless, the flowers were frozen and withered, and the birds were nowhere to be seen. The whole manor looked like a desolate and lonely place, devoid of any warmth and joy. On the straight road from the big iron gate to the majestic manor, there were more than a dozen servants clearing the snow on the road, but the efficiency was not as good as usual. They whispered to each other, and their curious eyes were all cast on the things happening at the gate of the yard. They had heard some rumors about the young master and a mysterious lady, and they wanted to see what was going on. Clang! You made me feel unprecedented humiliation, Melina. The young and handsome young master of the manor slammed the door shut, glared at the lady outside the iron gate with angry eyes, and said viciously, "Get out of here, never show up in front of me again." Hearing this ruthless word, the manor steward Lawrence showed a look of pity. He looked at the lady outside the gate and wanted to say something but stopped. That was a young and beautiful lady, with clever and delicate features, but unfortunately, her messy hair, dust on her cheeks, and dried blood stains on the inside of her thighs ruined her beauty. In the snowflakes falling slowly from the gloomy sky, even the servants working in the manor wore a thick layer of cotton clothes, but the lady only wore a thin woolen sweater, because her coat was wrapped around the baby who had just been born for a day in her arms. That was a very strange baby. In such cold weather, even though his cute cheeks were frozen blue, he still did not cry, and his light brown eyes showed a kind of clarity that only conscious people would have, but a baby who had just been born for a day obviously would not have a clear consciousness. He looked at the world around him with curiosity and wonder, unaware of the harsh reality that awaited him. The young lady seemed to be stunned by Claude Watson's performance. She looked at the man helplessly and fearfully, and whispered, "But you said you would marry me. How dare you mention this?" Claude roared, "You are so despicable, Lolly, you made me a laughingstock, this shame will follow me for the rest of my life." But Melina's eyes sparkled with tears, she looked at the baby in her arms, her expression became more fearful, "This child. He is yours." "Shut up." Claude interrupted her, he stared at the baby, his eyes of disgust had a trace of hesitation, but it was immediately crushed by the anger in his heart, he gasped and said, "You disappeared after being exposed, and came back with a child a few months later. Oh. Where did you get him from? I think, this must be another clumsy lie, right?" He refused to believe that the baby was his, he refused to acknowledge any connection with her or her offspring. He wanted to erase her from his life, and from his memory. He wanted to pretend that none of this had ever happened, that he had never met her, never loved her, never made a mistake with her. After saying this, Claude Watson turned and left without any nostalgia. He slammed the door behind him, and locked it with a loud click. He did not dare to look back, he did not want to care what would happen to her or the baby. Misstep. Looking at Melina, who lowered her head and looked at the baby, her eyes were both blank and desperate, Lawrence hesitated for a moment, he took out a check from his pocket and handed it through the gap in the fence. "Maybe this can help you through some difficulties." Melina didn't even look at the check, she just hugged the baby tightly, and left silently under the snowflakes. She did not say a word, she did not show any emotion, she did not accept any help. She walked away, like a ghost, like a shadow, like a nobody. The scene changed, and there was another equally ruthless door closing sound on the street. "We have no obligation to be responsible for your actions." The cold voice from the room made Melina Depp's body tremble, but in fact, her body that had been frozen stiff had long lost the feeling of cold. She had been wandering for days, with no destination, no purpose, no meaning. She hugged the baby who was about to faint from hunger and cold and left again, wandering aimlessly and quietly on the lonely street. She did not know where she was going, she did not know what she was doing, she did not know why she was living. She just walked and walked and walked, until her feet were numb, until her eyes were blurred, until her mind was empty. The snowflakes falling slowly from the dark sky covered her with a layer of white coat. Occasionally, Passers-by who passed by her looked at her with pity, and she had no reaction. She did not notice them, she did not hear them, she did not feel them. She was in a world of her own, a world of silence, a world of pain, a world of despair. The baby in her arms finally cried. The cry was very weak, but it was the only sound Melina could hear now. She looked at the baby who looked like his father, and her dead eyes had waves, but in the end, they became blank again. She walked for a long time, from the quiet suburbs to the bustling commercial center, and then crossed the commercial center to the other side of the city. She was not going to ask anyone for help, she just didn't want to stop. She felt that if she stopped, she would collapse and never get up again. In the yard of a dilapidated orphanage, Miss Farina stopped sweeping the snow and looked at the ragged lady holding a baby passing by the door, her eyes showing worry. She recognized the signs of despair and hopelessness on the lady's face. She had seen them too many times before. In fact, as soon as the lady appeared in her sight, she had been paying attention to her. She had a keen eye for spotting those who were in need of help, especially those who had children with them. She had dedicated her life to running the orphanage, taking care of the abandoned and orphaned children, giving them a home and a family. For an experienced Farina who had worked in an orphanage for a lifetime, she had seen this situation countless times. Often, young men, young women, or young couples who appeared together sneaked up to the door of the orphanage, looked panicked, threw a package in a cardboard box, and then turned and ran away. Inside the package or the box, there would be a baby, sometimes with a note, sometimes without. Farina would always take the baby in, no matter what. She thought the lady would do the same, but the fact surprised her. The lady did not leave the baby at the door, but kept holding him in her arms, as if she was afraid to let him go. But she also did not seem to care for him, or for herself. She looked like a walking corpse, with no life or emotion in her eyes. But this did not make Farina feel at ease, but made her more worried. She knew that the lady and the baby were both in danger, and needed help urgently. After a very short time of thinking, Farina put the broom against the wall, carefully stepped on the wet and slippery ground and walked out of the gate of the orphanage. She followed the lady's footsteps, and called out to her in a gentle and friendly voice. "Hello, ma'am," Farina shouted at Melina's back, "do you need some help?" Melina did not look back. In fact, she was silent in a world where there was no hope, and could not hear anyone's call. 0132 Good and Evil. The young woman holding the child did not give any response, and even, without stopping her footsteps, walked through the desolate, snow-covered streets. Her footsteps left a trail of imprints in the freshly fallen snow. Despite the bitter cold and her evident distress, she did not give any response to the world around her. Her determination to move forward was unwavering, and she continued relentlessly. Behind her, a figure emerged from the frosty mist, a woman of nearly 70 years named Farina. Her weathered face bore the marks of a lifetime of experiences, and she hesitated briefly as she observed the young woman ahead. Despite her advanced age, Farina's heart was filled with concern for the stranger and the fragile child she cradled. "Ma'am!" Farina called out, reaching out to grab the young woman's arm. She wanted to offer assistance, to ask if they needed help, but her eyes fixated on the baby in the woman's arms. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, "Oh, this child!" Her gaze bore into the young woman with a mix of anger and sadness. "Can't you see, ma'am? This child is nearly frozen to death. How long has it been since you fed him?" Melina looked indifferently at the nosy old lady, and when she noticed the sign of the orphanage hanging on the dilapidated low-rise building next to her, her dead eyes fluctuated a bit, but in the end, she didn't say a word. Her silence only deepened the old lady's concern. Farina's gaze shifted to the worn sign of the orphanage hanging on a nearby dilapidated low-rise building. Melina's peculiar behavior left Farina perplexed. The young woman clung to her clothing, refusing to speak a word. Farina finally sighed heavily, overcome with pity. "Wait here," she instructed, releasing her hold on Melina's arm. "I'll fetch some warm clothes and food for this poor little one." However, Melina did not follow the old lady's instructions. As soon as her arm was free, she took a step forward and continued to walk forward. "Hey, wait a minute!" Farina called out in concern, her voice carrying a note of urgency. She struggled to follow Melina, but her aged legs and the thick layer of snow on the ground impeded her progress. She stumbled and staggered through the snow, doing her best to catch up with the determined young woman. Melina continued to ignore Farina's pursuit and shouts. Her pace quickened, her footsteps leaving a trail of turmoil in the snow. She didn't understand why she was doing this, allowing despair to guide her like an empty vessel. The chase persisted for about 100 feet until Melina abruptly halted on an old arch bridge. The cold wind that hit her face like a knife made Melina regain some sober reason. She forgot about the old lady who had slipped on the snow because of a misstep and accidentally fell into the snow. Then she turned her eyes to the river under the arch bridge. The surface of the river was covered with a layer of ice and snow. As if sensing something bad was about to happen, the baby in her arms cried out with all his strength in his small body, hoping someone could save his life. "Shut up," Melina muttered, her voice laced with bitterness. The baby's piercing cry intensified her despair and resentment. Her once beautiful face, now marred by dust and snow, contorted into a mask of ferocity. "You're just like me, a mistake in this world." With a sudden, shocking determination, she hoisted the baby high above her head, stepped over the low railing of the arch bridge in one swift movement, and plunged headlong towards the icy river below. Oh, no. Farina had already foreseen this scene. She struggled in the snow with her old arms and legs. She endured the severe pain in her waist. She took advantage of the young woman's reckless anger at her own child and crawled to the arch bridge almost by crawling. "What are you doing?" Seeing that both people were about to fall into the river, Farina threw herself up desperately. At the last moment, she knocked Melina and her child to the ground. After rolling a few times on the ground, the coat wrapped around the child loosened. Under the cold wind and snow, the baby's weak cry quickly became faint until it was barely audible. "Get off me, old thing! This is my business. It has nothing to do with you." Melina tried to kick off the old lady who was holding her bare feet. "You are crazy." Farina felt two sharp pains on her cheek as Melina's boots hit her face. She almost blacked out from the impact, but she clenched her teeth and held on to Melina's leg with all her strength. She was determined not to let go. But obviously she couldn't compete with a 20-something woman who was consumed by rage and hatred. She only lasted for more than 10 seconds before another kick landed on her shoulder blade, sending a wave of numbness through her body. She lost her grip on Melina's leg involuntarily. Fortunately, their struggle had brought Farina closer to the baby in the snow. So she had an idea. While Melina was still struggling to get up from the snowdrift, Farina rolled over and threw herself on the crying baby, holding him tightly under her body. But Melina seemed to have lost all reason and sanity. She let out a wolf-like roar, rushed to Farina's side, and grabbed her hair. She cursed and kicked her arm while trying to snatch the baby back from her. But even though she was battered and bruised, Farina lying in the snow did not waver at all. She was determined to protect the baby with her old and frail body. The stormy attack lasted for 2 minutes before it stopped. Melina gasped and stood up. She looked at the old lady who was trembling in front of her. Somehow, the hatred in her eyes had faded away. This storm of violence raged on for 2 grueling minutes before finally subsiding. Gasping for breath, Melina stood up, her eyes devoid of the hatred that had consumed her moments ago. "Why?" Melina asked in a daze, her voice filled with numbness. "His father rejected him, his grandparents refused him, his birth was a mistake. We should both die together. It's you who should bear the weight of your actions, not this innocent child." Farina retorted fiercely, her eyes locking onto Melina's. "Hey," Melina sobbed, her face a portrait of misery as she offered a wretched smile. "You're right. I am a wretch. I deserve to die. He is innocent." Farina was left stunned by Melina's sudden change of heart. Before she could react, Melina turned resolutely, took 2 deliberate steps to the other side of the arch bridge, stepped onto the railing, and leaped into the frigid air. The moment was a blur, an abrupt and chilling tragedy. The sound of cracking ice and splashing water reached Farina's ears, and she realized with horror what had transpired. "Oh, my God," she gasped, enduring the pain in her battered body. With one hand cradling the baby and the other supporting herself, she struggled to her feet. Rushing to the railing, her eyes fell upon a gaping hole in the ice, a gruesome testament to Melina's desperate plunge. "Someone, please help her!" Farina cried out desperately, her voice carried away by the relentless wind and swirling snow. Her anxious pleas barely traveled 20 feet before being swallowed by the unforgiving tempest. She knew it was a futile hope to expect a nearly 70-year-old woman like her to leap into the icy river. Her heart pounded with desperation as she paced back and forth, shouting frantically for assistance, yet there was no response. "Ma'am, you are a kind soul. I'm deeply sorry for my earlier actions. Please, take care of this child," Melina implored, her voice trembling with tears, moments before the frigid waters consumed her entirely. "You are his mother. This is your responsibility. How could you expect an elderly lady, nearly toothless, to bear this burden?" Farina continued to cry out, determined to save Melina's life. "Please, Grandma, watch over him," Melina whispered just before the water enveloped her completely. In the midst of the biting cold, her voice remained resolute. "This child's name is Brian Watson." 0133 What happened next? "Your mother, I mean that girl." When Professor Watson finished recounting the tragic story of how he became an orphan at a young age, Harry felt a lump in his throat and a tightness in his chest. He had been listening with wide-eyed shock and disbelief for a while, but now he realized that he couldn't find a proper word to refer to the woman named Melina Depp. The Dursleys had always tried their best to ignore him and even abuse him for so many years, but even so, Harry had to admit that they were qualified parents in some sense, because they treated their son Dudley with affection and care. And this woman named Melina, she completely shattered Harry's conception of what parents meant. She was eventually dead. Brian rubbed his fingers together, his expressions were complex. By the time Grandma Farina finally managed to get some help, she had been swept away by the raging water for a long time. The river was frozen over and covered with a thick layer of snow, so no one knew where she ended up or if they could ever find her body. This was a fitting end for someone who did such a horrible thing. Harry thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He didn't want to upset Professor Watson any further. Outside the room, the rainstorm had died down, and the antique clock leaning against the wall opposite the two people ticked loudly as it marked the passing of time. The noise outside the corridor grew louder and louder, and Harry could hear some sobbing and crying sounds mixed in it, but no one dared to intrude into this private reception room from beginning to end. Harry lowered his head and stared at the luxurious velvet carpet under his feet. He suddenly felt a surge of gratitude for his own fate. True, his parents were killed by Voldemort shortly after he was born, but Harry could be certain of one thing: his parents loved him dearly and they sacrificed their lives to protect him from harm. Do you hate them? No, I don't. Brian shook his head and gave an answer that stunned Harry. I don't resent them, just as I don't love them. I just think it's a very sad and unfortunate thing that happened to them and to me. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still gloomy and overcast. Brian stood up and walked to the window and opened it. He looked at the crowd of people who had quickly gathered downstairs in the yard. They were all dressed in black and had solemn expressions on their faces. Then he squinted his eyes and took a few deep breaths of fresh air after the rain. He felt a slight breeze on his face and his mood gradually improved. What about your maternal grandfather and grandmother? After a long silence, Harry raised his head and asked curiously, have you ever tried to find out what happened to them? They are. Brian smiled faintly at the birds that flew past in front of him. He stretched out lazily and said in a nonchalant tone. I heard from their neighbors that not long after their worthless daughter brought a child on their doorstep, they packed up their things and moved away. They said they moved to a city in America. Harry wanted to ask Professor Watson if he had ever felt the urge to visit his maternal grandparents later, but when he opened his mouth, he suddenly realized that this was a very pointless question, so he quietly shut it again. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside. After getting Professor Watson's permission, the door was pushed open gently. The old butler Lawrence came in with a stack of paper-like documents and walked slowly towards them. The very courteous Lawrence walked past Harry without even glancing at him. He came directly to Professor Watson who was standing by the window. He bowed respectfully with sorrow on his face. Harry didn't mind Lawrence's indifference towards him, nor did he wonder why he had that look on his face. These were all self-evident things. Young master. Lawrence's eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. I've told you, Lawrence, my name is Brian Watson, not young master. Brian looked at this old butler who had served 2 generations of masters of the Watson family faithfully. His heart was also filled with mixed emotions. This old butler might be the only person in this house who he was willing to talk to more than necessary. Lawrence's lips twitched slightly. He looked at the young man in front of him as if he saw Claude Watson 20 years ago. Follow your will. Lawrence sniffed and nodded. In the past 2 years since Master fell ill, he had secretly sold most of the assets owned by the Watson family, including Grunning's Drill Company. His original intention was to donate all the money to charity, to support various causes such as education, health, and environment. Brian raised his eyebrows and guessed what Lawrence was going to say next. But just now, Mr. Watson changed his will. He left all the money in this mansion to you. Brian smiled and asked with interest, can I ask how much money is there? Stocks of 5 companies, 3 mansions in London and Birmingham, a villa on Majorca Island, a Mediterranean paradise, luxury cars, some antiques from various countries in the world, yachts. It was handled hastily, so in the end, we only got. Lawrence quickly said a number that made Brian's eyes widen and his mouth twitch. What I only got? Brian rolled his eyes and almost choked. Even Harry, who had gradually tended to galleons, sickles and nuts for the concept of money, widened his eyes when he heard this number, and his heart suddenly slowed down by half a beat. He wondered how many chocolate frogs he could buy with that fortune. If the Dursleys knew about this, they would probably faint with jealousy. Harry thought so. If you have no objections, these documents need your signature. Lawrence handed the documents to Brian. No need, Lawrence, just do as he intended before. Brian bypassed the documents and walked to the door. Halfway through, he put his arm on Harry's shoulder and took him away. Are we going to have lunch, Professor Watson? Harry asked with some confusion. Oh, I don't know why, but I suddenly lost my appetite. Brian blinked and smiled, and since the rain has stopped, I think we might as well leave first. Neither Harry nor the old butler Lawrence showed any surprise at Brian's choice. Mr. Watson. The door opened. When Brian and Harry were about to disappear from sight, Lawrence suddenly called out to them. Facing the questioning gaze, he choked a few times. Young master, this house, it's been the ancestral home of the Watson family for generations. It has witnessed the glory and decline of your family. It is a part of your heritage. Looking at this white-haired old butler who was loyal to the Watson family, Brian slowly nodded. Since that's the case, Lawrence, then you shall be the one to look after it for the Watson family. You have served them faithfully for so long. You deserve to live here peacefully and comfortably. I won't say goodbye to your uncle and aunt, Potter. Outside the house on Privet Drive number 4, Brian got out of the taxi and said. He noticed Potter's astonishment and explained with a smile. Because I found that your uncle and aunt don't seem to like me very much. Oh, they don't like anything related to magic. Harry also grinned, but then he restrained his smile and showed reluctance. So where are you going next, Professor Watson? A few days ago, something happened that caused some changes in my body, so I'm planning to rest in a hotel for a few days and get used to these changes. Oh, maybe I should find a place to stay permanently. Living in hotels all the time is not ideal. Hearing this question, Brian rubbed his brow tiredly. After that, I plan to look for someone's whereabouts. He did not elaborate on who that someone was or why he wanted to find them. He only gave Harry a mysterious smile. After speaking, Brian waved his hand at Harry who didn't understand what was going on. He turned around and left. His figure soon disappeared at the corner of the road. 0134 Old Friends. The Malfoy family's mansion is located in the secluded countryside of Wiltshire, England. It is a spacious and exquisite estate that covers 200 acres of land, surrounded by a high stone wall and an iron gate. The gate is guarded by a pair of fierce stone lions, carved with the Malfoy crest on their chests. No one can enter without the permission of the master of the house. Inside the estate, there are carefully designed gardens surrounding the majestic villa. As a symbol of the family, beautiful and elegant white peacocks stroll on the green lawn that can be used as a Muggle golf course. Their feathers reflect the moonlight, creating a dazzling contrast with the dark night. On the many small squares scattered in the garden, there are also artistic statues and fountains, depicting scenes from ancient myths and legends. The water splashes gently, creating a soothing sound. In the center of the estate, there is a villa that combines classical and dignified styles. It is built with white marble and black granite, giving it a striking appearance. In front of the door, more than a dozen white pillars stand tall to support the mansion. They are engraved with intricate patterns and runes, adding a touch of mystery and elegance. In the spacious hall, the walls are hung with portraits of the Malfoy family's masters from past generations. They all wear expensive robes and jewelry, showing their noble status and wealth. The precious marble tiles that decorate the floor curl up with white swirls, like snakes or vines. The ebony doors and windows are finely carved with floral motifs and animals. Under the shade of the trees, they highlight the magnificent and majestic beauty of this luxurious villa. Late at night, the stars in the sky sprinkle clear starlight on the quiet estate. The peacocks resting on the huge gilded birdcage occasionally make crisp cries. But these cries do not break the pleasant silence, but rather set off this tranquility more distant. Bang! With a few abrupt explosions, several figures suddenly appeared in front of the exquisite iron gate. These people hid their faces under black traveling cloaks and could not see their features. However, each of them was surrounded by a thick and indelible smell of blood that made one nauseous. They also carried wands in their hands, ready to cast spells at any time. Looking at the brightly lit villa, the leader raised his head slightly, revealing his messy beard and his mouth with sores on the corners. Inside his mouth, there were sharp yellow teeth that looked like rotten wood. His eyes were bloodshot and wild, full of malice and madness. This is it, hey? How luxurious, how enviable. I hope the owner of the house won't mind our strange smell. The man said smugly, amid the snickering laughter of his subordinates behind him. He slowly stretched out a hand from under his cloak. Under the bright moonlight, that hand showed a metallic silver color, shining brightly. The color was very beautiful, but the shape was not so pleasing to the eye. It was like the most clumsy craftsman made it with melted wax. This hand was full of pits and bumps, or swollen pus bags that oozed yellow liquid. The man's eyes swept over his arm, and hatred flashed in his eyes. This hatred was so intense that it made his breathing disorderly. Wait and see, the man gritted his teeth. When I find you, I will treat you well. Study. Lucius Malfoy sat in a high-backed soft chair behind his desk, looking at the man opposite him who was greedily looking at the exquisite peacock painting on the wall made with thousands of gems. The painting was one of his prized possessions, a gift from his father Abraxas Malfoy. It showed a scene from their family history, when they allied with King Arthur against Mordred. His face was pale and his expression was grim. From his tightly clenched cane, one could see that he was in a very bad mood. How dare you! Malfoy almost held his breath, otherwise, the smell of blood and sweat mixed from that man's body might make him turn around and leave. He had to use all his self-control to not hex him on the spot. How dare you, just barge into my house so recklessly, Greyback, who gave you the courage? Malfoy roared in a low voice, Do you know how much galleons I have to spend to smooth out this trouble if someone finds out? He had already bribed several ministry officials to cover up that incident. He did not want anyone to know that he had any connection with this werewolf gang leader. Ah, galleons! Hearing this sensitive word, Greyback fixed his eyes on Lucius, baring his yellow teeth and showing a creepy smile. His face was covered with scars and fur, and his ears were pointed like a wolf's. He looked more like a beast than a human. We all love galleons, he said mockingly, especially when they come from such a generous and noble family as yours, Lucius. Malfoy's breathing became rapid, and cold light flashed in his grey eyes. But a strange red appeared on his pale cheeks. He realized that this person opposite him was a dangerous madman through and through. It was a very stupid thing to lose his temper. What he should do now is to get rid of him as soon as possible. If you came to me for the galleons, Greyback, you can leave now, I'll have someone send it to you. He said coldly, trying to sound calm and authoritative. He did not want to deal with this werewolf any longer than necessary. He only hired him and his gang to do some dirty work for the Dark Lord, but he did not expect them to be so reckless and greedy. We've all worked under the Dark Lord, Lucius, we're old friends. Greyback said in a slight tone, don't you want to invite me in for a cup of tea? Or maybe introduce me to your lovely wife and son? Malfoy's cold attitude of rejecting people from 1,000 miles away made the most notorious werewolf in the wizarding world flash a glint of fierceness in his dull pupils. He looked at Malfoy's neck, as if studying what angle would be more suitable if he wanted to bite. He could almost taste the blood of the pure-blood aristocrat, and feel the thrill of tearing his flesh. ZZ Greyback stretched out that weird hand from under his cloak again, he popped out the claws under his nails and scratched the desk surface with a few scratches, satisfyingly seeing the fear in Malfoy's eyes. The desk was made of mahogany wood, polished and carved with exquisite patterns. It was a valuable antique that Malfoy had inherited from his ancestors. Now it was ruined by this savage beast. Now outside, our old friends are not many, Lucius, I came to see you, just to reminisce about those happy, free days, but show so cold. If he had full confidence, then Lucius Malfoy might have pulled out the wand hidden in his cane without hesitation, and rewarded this wolf who had no fear or bottom line with a green light, then took his head to the Ministry of Magic and mixed a third-class Merlin medal back, but unfortunately, Malfoy did not have this confidence, especially, Narcissa and Draco were still resting in the bedroom upstairs. If they fought, Malfoy did not have the confidence to protect their safety. Ever since he met Brian Watson, who had stepped down from the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts at the Leaky Cauldron at Tom's pub some time ago, Lucius Malfoy had completely woken up. Sometimes, shiny galleons are not omnipotent. And now, this notorious werewolf in front of him once again deepened his impression. If you don't have absolute confidence to suppress someone so that they can't turn over, then it is unwise to show too strong hostility. This has always been Lucius Malfoy's way of dealing with people. However, Greyback's appearance deepened Malfoy's fear of what Brian Watson had told him before. Malfoy silently stood up and walked to the wine rack. He took out a bottle of red currant rum and poured it for Greyback and himself. Then he sat back in his seat. There was still coldness in his eyes, but his tone was much calmer. Tell me what you want. The wine rack was filled with various kinds of wines from different countries and regions. They were all rare and expensive, collected by Malfoy over the years. He usually only drank them on special occasions or with important guests. But now he had to offer them to this lowly creature who did not know how to appreciate them. This is the attitude that a friend should have, Lucius. Greyback raised his glass and smiled smugly. He fiddled with the glass, pinching the goblet with various gestures, and occasionally asked how to hold it to conform to the etiquette of the upper class. He was mocking Malfoy's pride and manners, trying to provoke him and make him lose his composure. I just want to ask you for a small favor, old friend. The werewolf leader raised his head and drank half a glass of wine. Then he licked his lips happily. He enjoyed the taste of the wine, but more than that, he enjoyed the taste of power. He knew that Malfoy was afraid of him and his gang. We want to use your connections to find out about someone, old friend. I think you won't refuse this humble request, will you? Who are you looking for? Malfoy blinked and asked succinctly. He hoped that it was not someone he cared about or someone who could cause him trouble. He hoped that it was someone he could easily find and hand over to Greyback without any consequences. A cunning and despicable villain. We don't know his real name. Greyback exuded a mad aura. He put down his glass and showed a ferocious smile. His smile revealed his sharp teeth and his tongue that was stained with blood. He looked like a hungry wolf that had found its prey. He calls himself Golden Viper in his hole. With your skills, old friend, I think this is easy, right? 0135 payment. Malfoy did not utter a word, and the study fell into a tense silence for a while. He could feel the cold sweat on his forehead, and the grip on his wand tightened unconsciously. He knew he was facing a dangerous situation, and he had to be careful with his words and actions. He was dealing with Golden Viper, a mysterious and notorious newcomer who had emerged in the dark underworld in the past 2 or 3 years. Golden Viper had quickly gained fame and fortune for his high completion rate of commissioned tasks and his formidable strength. He could be regarded as a powerful and influential figure in the shady circles. Of course, what helped his reputation the most was the group of werewolves that he had clashed with several times, led by Fenrir Greyback, who was standing in front of him right now. Greyback was a savage and bloodthirsty beast, who had bitten and infected many innocent people, including children. He was also a loyal follower of Lord Voldemort, who had entrusted him with recruiting more werewolves for his cause. Even Lucius Malfoy, who never personally set foot in that filthy place, had heard many rumors and stories from the Ministry of Magic and some secret channels. He had learned that in the many conflicts between Golden Viper and the werewolves, this group of vicious creatures had suffered heavy losses, and even Fenrir Greyback himself had almost lost his life at the hands of that cunning snake. To be honest, when Greyback said he wanted to inquire about someone, Malfoy had a vague guess in his mind, and Greyback's answer later confirmed his suspicion. "I think you are looking for the wrong person, Greyback." Malfoy maintained a stiff posture and said indifferently, trying to hide his emotions. "I don't have many friends or contacts in that disgusting place. If you really want to find out about this person, I can suggest you go to Keku's Folly of the Folly family. He specializes in this kind of thing. He knows everything that happens there." "Oh, Keku's Folly." Greyback grinned with yellow teeth and looked insane. His eyes flashed with malice and hatred. "We are not fools, old friend. There are rumors that Keku's Folly has a good relationship with Golden Viper. They have worked together on some occasions. If we go to him, then that despicable snake might get the news in advance and escape from our grasp." "Humph." Malfoy let out a barely audible sneer of contempt. If he wasn't afraid of offending Greyback, he really wanted to remind him how half of his body became like this. He had seen the scars and wounds on Greyback's face and torso, which were left by Golden Viper's spells and blades. He knew that Greyback had barely survived that encounter, and he was still seeking revenge. But unfortunately, his sneer was still heard by Greyback, who had keen senses like a wolf. The werewolf glared fiercely at him, and his face twisted with rage. "We admit that the despicable guy is very powerful, old friend, but this time it's different. We have gathered a large team of our brothers and sisters, and we have cultivated a batch of special plants that can weaken his magic. As long as we know his true identity and whereabouts, wait and see, old friend. I will hang his skeleton on the Merlin statue in the small square to remind everyone that the power of werewolves is not to be ignored." As Greyback's face changed, Malfoy almost drew out his wand and attacked first. But fortunately, he finally suppressed his impulse. He knew that fighting Greyback here would only bring more trouble for himself. He had to find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. Should he help Greyback find Golden Viper? This was actually not an important question. The key to the question was what would happen next if he found him. If Greyback and his group of lowly beasts managed to kill Golden Viper, it would not do Malfoy any bad or good. But if Golden Viper was really as powerful as the rumors said, and he killed Greyback instead, then Malfoy would be in big trouble too. He believed that such a clever and ruthless wizard could easily dig out some information from the werewolves' mouths before killing them. Lucius Malfoy, who was already annoyed by Brian Watson's words earlier that day, really didn't want to cause any more trouble for himself at this time. "I'm sorry, Greyback." After weighing the pros and cons, Malfoy gave a negative answer, hoping to end this conversation soon. "As I said before, apart from Folly, I don't have much access or influence there either. My suggestion is still to go to Folly for inquiries. He is the best source of information you can find. Of course, if you are worried that he will leak the news to Golden Viper, why not pay a visit to Keku's Folly's family first? You have always been good at doing this, right? You can make him talk or silence him as you wish. Refusing a gentleman's request is easy, but to Greyback like this kind of madman, you can't just say sorry, I can't help and send it away with a polite smile. Keku's Folly's family, you don't need to remind me, old friend. We have considered it." Greyback made a low and menacing whimper that only wolves would make when they felt threatened or challenged. "But in the end we decided to give up. Folly has a good reputation and influence there. If we really attack him or his family, then we will be unable to move or operate there. The wizarding world does not accept or tolerate werewolves. We can't lose that place either. It's our only refuge and source of income. And he himself is a very cunning and clever guy. His family is also very cautious and well protected. I can see that. They are not easy targets." Under Malfoy's suddenly alert and wary gaze, Greyback, who obviously showed displeasure and impatience, stood up abruptly from his seat. "You don't want to help, do you? Don't want to help us poor old friends who are in a bad and desperate situation? In the case where Voldemort has already fallen and the future is uncertain, any sane and rational wizard would not want to have anything to do with you or your kind." Malfoy's face was pale and cold, and he thought so. Just as he was wondering what reason or excuse to refuse, Greyback suddenly let out a mournful and eerie howl, but did not transform into his wolf form. Just as Malfoy was stunned and confused by this strange behavior, there was a sudden sound of hurried and heavy footsteps from the floor above the study, followed by two familiar voices of horror and screams that made Lucius Malfoy's face change drastically into a look of fear and anger. "How dare you threaten my family, Greyback!" Malfoy drew out his hidden wand from the cane with lightning speed and pointed it at the werewolf's eye, who had a triumphant smile on his face. "If Narcissa and Draco are hurt a little bit, I swear by the honor and pride of the Malfoy family, I will make everything related to werewolves in Britain disappear completely. I will hunt you down one by one and make you suffer 1,000 times more than what you did to them." Malfoy roared angrily. "It's not easy to refuse a werewolf's request, old friend. Do you think I would be stupid enough to break into the famous and well-guarded Malfoy Manor alone to ask for your help?" Greyback, who had nothing to fear or lose, ignored the wand that almost touched his eyelashes and sneered contemptuously. "What do you want to do?" Malfoy's voice trembled slightly. His wand pointed at Greyback's eye. As long as he moved his wrist slightly and recited the spell, he could end Greyback's life completely. But he didn't dare, because he knew that if he really did it, then Narcissa and Draco's lives would probably not be saved. Greyback did not answer the question directly, but retracted his silver hand back into his cloak and fumbled for a while. After a while, he took out a wolf claw. This claw emitted a foul and rotten smell, was black and cracked all over, and looked like it had been burned by fire or acid. Bang! Under Malfoy's puzzled and frightened gaze, Greyback split his mouth wide open and showed a crazy and wicked smile. "In the underworld, it is necessary to pay for asking someone for help. And you know, we are all poor guys who can't afford a few galleons. So I took out my most precious and valuable thing as a reward. I hope you keep it well." Malfoy was sure that even on the day when he learned that the Dark Lord had fallen, his face would not be as ugly and horrified as it is now. Greyback glanced greedily at the gemstone peacock picture on the wall twice, then turned and walked towards the door without looking back. "If you don't get any news for too long, old friend, we will come again." Clang! A chilling and metallic sound came from behind the door. Lucius Malfoy slowly put down his wand and collapsed on the soft chair. 0136 Solution. Before Lucius Malfoy had time to vent his frustration, the hurried and panicked footsteps on the floor above made him jump up from his chair. He looked at the charred claw on the table that made him sick and nauseous. It was a souvenir from the werewolves who had invaded his manor at night, demanding his help in finding their enemy. He felt a surge of anger and disgust, but also fear and helplessness. He knew he had to deal with this situation quickly, before it got out of hand. After his cheek twitched violently a few times, he waved his wand and threw the claw into the drawer, as if trying to erase the memory of the encounter. "Dear!" Narcissa, wearing a silk robe and holding a wand, rushed down from the stairs. Her blonde hair was messy, and her blue eyes were wide with anxiety. Behind her, Draco, who was pale and terrible, shivered and held the stair railing and followed. He looked like he had just woken up from a nightmare. There were two people, Dad. Cold sweat soaked Draco's blonde hair, and his light grey eyes were full of horror. He spoke in a trembling voice, as if he was afraid that the intruders would hear him. "I was sleeping, and suddenly I felt someone pressing on me, wearing a black cloak. One covered my mouth, and the other grew claws on his hand and aimed at my eyes." Draco's description made Narcissa tremble. At this moment, her expression was hard to say whether it was fear or anger. She clenched her teeth and tightened her grip on her wand. "My situation is almost the same." "Is it them, they?" Draco Lucius interrupted his wife's words. His face was iron blue, and his hoarse voice was extremely suppressed. He glanced at the door, as if expecting someone to barge in at any moment. "Go upstairs and get your quilt. Tonight, you will rest in my study. Go now." Draco was stunned, then showed an unwilling expression. He knew that his parents were going to discuss important matters. He wanted to join in, but his father's serious order made him unable to resist. He could only turn around reluctantly and go upstairs to get the bedding. Narcissa escorted Draco into the study before returning to a small room 30 feet away from the study. The room was dimly lit by a fireplace, and there were several portraits of their ancestors on the walls. They all looked stern and proud, as if judging their descendants for their predicament. "What's going on, dear?" As soon as she entered the room, Narcissa asked eagerly. She closed the door behind her and locked it with a spell. "What do those werewolves want to do?" "Greyback brought a few werewolves to our door." Only when his closest wife was present did Lucius not have to hide his exhaustion. He leaned back on the chair, closed his eyes and rubbed his brow. He felt a headache coming on. "Greyback hopes I can help him find out the whereabouts of an enemy." As a couple who shared weal and woe, Narcissa knew most of what Lucius knew. Without much thinking, Narcissa guessed it. "Is it that golden viper who made them suffer several times?" Without waiting for her husband's affirmative reply, Narcissa snapped. "Why don't they go to Keku's Folly? He knows more about the wizards in that place than we do." After Lucius briefly told Narcissa about his conversation with Greyback, she immediately became furious and shivered. He dared to threaten you. Narcissa's arm holding the wand shook in mid-air. She pointed it furiously at one of the portraits, as if imagining it was Greyback's face. Do they think we are easy to bully? A bunch of dirty and stinky scums who dare to do this, threaten the Malfoy family, break into my son's bedroom. I swear. I will kill them all. Lucius's eyes were gloomy and terrifying. He stared at the wand in his hand, but did not respond to his wife's furious ranting. I don't care how much money it costs, dear. Go to the Ministry of Magic, go to Fudge, as long as he is willing to order Aurors to hunt down all those filthy werewolves in Britain, we can agree to whatever he wants. And that underworld, we can also issue commissions there. 1,000 galleons for a werewolf corpse. I want them all wiped out. Narcissa walked around the room, hating her teeth. Moody and Scrimgeour have been looking for Greyback for more than 10 years, and they haven't touched a single wolf hair. Lucius's voice was still hoarse. These guys are more cunning than sewer rats. The Ministry of Magic has no ability to catch them all at once. And... Lucius looked at Narcissa and gasped for a few times. He felt a cold sweat on his forehead, and his heart was pounding. He knew that they were in a very dangerous situation, and he had to find a way out. We all know that this will bring endless retaliation. We did the same when we were under the Dark Lord. For those who fell willingly and dared to resist, we caught the rebels and their families and tortured them with the most powerful Cruciatus curse. Finally, we ended their lives with the killing curse. Greyback won't use the killing curse against us. He has more ways to make us worse than death. It is because of his talent that the Dark Lord was willing to accept him and his pack. He spoke in a low voice, recalling the horrors of the past. He remembered how they had enjoyed inflicting pain and fear on their enemies, how they had followed the Dark Lord's orders without question, how he had thought they were superior to everyone else. But now, they were the ones who were threatened and hunted by a group of savage beasts, who had no respect for their blood or status. Narcissa fell silent. The reason why she was so hysterical was because she was worried about the outcome described by her husband. She loved her family more than anything, and she would do anything to protect them. She couldn't bear the thought of losing them, or seeing them suffer. This silence lasted for a long time. Narcissa sat next to Lucius, and neither of them spoke. They held each other's hands, trying to find some comfort and strength in their bond. Are you going to help him with this? After a long time, Narcissa asked in a voice full of unwillingness. She hated the idea of helping Greyback, but she also feared their wrath. The Auror office has been secretly investigating the identities of those active wizards in the underworld. They do have some information. I will go to Fudge and ask to see the list. Lucius Malfoy raised his head and looked at the magic lamp on the ceiling. Although he gave his method, his tone was very weak. Obviously, he knew that the possibility of getting a result was almost zero. In fact, what Lucius had just said to Greyback was not a lie. Since the Dark Lord's downfall, he tried to cut off his connection with that side, except for the necessary channels. Even Keku's Folly, who was born in the pure-blood family, he rarely had direct contact with him. The light was soft, but looking at it for a long time, Malfoy felt his eyes sore and dry. He closed his eyes again and rubbed them, trying to eliminate the bizarre lights in front of him. But suddenly, a person who made a deep impression on Malfoy and was extremely afraid of appeared from the blurred light, making Malfoy's body suddenly stiff. Brian Watson. Last Christmas, this person suddenly appeared in Malfoy's vision when he was still a Hogwarts board member. He forcefully intervened in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets attack that happened in the school. It only took him more than 3 months to completely end the conspiracy that he had unknowingly planned. And this person got the support of most of the board members through Keku's channel. He had no reputation, but his strength was frightening. He seemed gentle and soft, but his methods were cold and ruthless. In addition, he had some relationship with Keku's. Malfoy was sure of that. Brian Watson was also a wizard who often operated in the underworld. He seems to have a good impression of Draco. Maybe I can ask him about the Golden Viper. Lucius hesitated, but thinking of that pleasant encounter at the Leaky Cauldron, Malfoy extinguished this idea. He hoped Draco could get closer to this person, but he himself, unless there was no other way, he absolutely did not want to deal with him again. 0137 meeting again. Brian was blissfully unaware of the silent conspiracy that Greyback and his pack had hatched against him. If he had known, he might have welcomed it with a smirk. After all, he had been itching for some action since his return from the mystical Avalon Island, where he had gained a tremendous boost in his magical power. In order to adjust to the sudden surge of magic coursing through his veins, he had checked into a secluded hotel in the outskirts of London and spent a few days in solitude, meditating and practicing his spells. When he felt that his body had fully adapted to his new level of strength, he packed his bags and headed back to the wizarding world. He walked into the Leaky Cauldron, the famous pub that served as a gateway between the Muggle and the magical realms. He had changed back into his wizarding robes, but he still wore a pair of sunglasses to conceal his eyes, which had acquired a more sharp glow after his trip to Avalon. He scanned the dimly lit hall with a slight frown on his face. The Leaky Cauldron should have been bustling with activity at this time of the year, especially during the summer holidays when many young witches and wizards would visit Diagon Alley for their school supplies. The air should have been filled with the aroma of freshly baked pies, roasted meat, and butterbeer, as well as the chatter and laughter of the patrons. But instead, the pub was eerily quiet and almost empty. Only near the inconspicuous seats by the wall, there were a few shady figures who covered themselves with cloaks and hats and smoked long pipes that emitted strange-smelling smoke. Brian glanced at them casually and calmly, but he felt a pang of curiosity in his heart. Brian had spent a long time in the underworld, the dark and dangerous side of the wizarding world where criminals, outcasts, and rebels lurked. He had learned to recognize the smell of those who belonged to that place, and these people definitely had it. They were not ordinary customers who came to enjoy a drink or a meal. They were here for some ulterior motive. Brian didn't think there was anything wrong with these people appearing in the Leaky Cauldron. After all, it was a public place that welcomed anyone who could pay. What puzzled him was that when he looked at them with seemingly unintentional glances, they were also looking at him, and what's more, they cast naked and undisguised probing eyes on him. And this, it seemed very wrong. The wizards who were active in the underworld knew a basic common sense, that is, not to have too strong curiosity. If you are not determined to deal with someone, then you'd better not stare at someone, otherwise you are very likely to cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. You might offend someone who was more powerful than you, or attract someone who was looking for trouble. These people came from there and couldn't possibly not know this common sense. Clyodna Coffee. The first thought that came to Brian's mind was whether this woman who had escaped from his hands had exposed his true identity and thus attracted a group of people who had conflicts with Golden Viper in the past. But then he thought it was unlikely. It's not that he thought Clyodna wouldn't do that, but that if she did, he wouldn't be so ignorant. He still had some well-informed friends in the underworld, such as Kay Kuz, the goblin who ran an illegal pawn shop in Nocturne Alley. If his identity was exposed, he wouldn't get no warning. While Brian was pondering over this mystery, the group of sneaky guys by the wall withdrew their eyes one after another. They looked at each other and shook their heads secretly. Then they lowered their heads and dealt with the pipes and rum on the wooden table. These guys are looking for someone, but not me. Brian squinted his eyes and came up with this conclusion. Just then, a large group of people came out from the other side of the bar. They were in a hurry and carried large and small bags of luggage. They tightly protected a 6 or 7-year-old boy in the middle. "Mommy, why do we suddenly have to go to Paris?" The little boy who was almost dragged along had a look of resistance on his face and muttered. "Oh, I've told you several times already, dear. It's because your grandmother is not feeling well. We need to go and see her." A middle-aged witch with messy hair who looked like she hadn't had time to tidy herself up before leaving answered anxiously. "You're lying, Mommy. I know why." The little boy's childish face showed dissatisfaction with the perfunctory answer. "It's all because of that little." "Shut your mouth, Beck." As they passed by Brian's side, the boy's father glanced at him warily and scolded him in the most severe tone. "This is not something you can discuss in public. We don't know who is reliable." Brian turned his head and watched as the family of 3 hurried out of the Leaky Cauldron's door, clutching their luggage and looking over their shoulders nervously. Their figures quickly disappeared from his sight, swallowed by the busy London street. He turned his head back and happened to see that the group of people by the wall also withdrew their eyes. Their eyes met in midair and moved away quickly, as if they had been caught doing something wrong. Something was definitely wrong. And judging by the looks of it, it wasn't a small matter. Brian could smell the tense and uneasy atmosphere in the air, as if a storm was brewing. He easily came to this conclusion, based on his sharp intuition and experience. "Wait a minute. Let me think. Oh, yes, Minister, room 11 is still vacant. You can put him there." A voice came from the passage next to the bar. Brian could tell that it was the hunchbacked owner of the Leaky Cauldron, Tom, speaking. He had a friendly and respectful tone, but also a hint of fear. "Minister." Brian's eyes moved slightly. At dinner time, the busy Minister of Magic should be appearing at the noble parties held by the pureblood families, but he ran to the Leaky Cauldron to arrange a room for someone. This question crossed Brian's mind. In less than a second, he made a decision and decided not to meet Cornelius Fudge for the time being. From the 2 meetings before and after solving the Chamber of Secrets incident last semester, Brian could see that Fudge was a typical politician. The friendship criterion of a qualified politician is whether this person has any use value, or in other words, whether he can bring enough benefits to himself. Brian didn't want to have too much involvement with politicians, especially big politicians like the Minister of Magic. Admittedly, connections are a very valuable resource, but in order to obtain this resource, you need to pay a huge price, or, along with it, a lot of trouble. Well, that's fine. As long as it's comfortable, by the way, Potter's luggage. Fudge's voice came from inside the passage. I'll send Mr. Potter's luggage to his room. You don't have to worry, Minister. The bar owner Tom said attentively. Potter. Brian's footsteps stopped abruptly as he was about to leave quickly. He looked at the corridor with a stunned expression. How many Potters in the wizarding world could make the noble Minister of Magic care about their luggage personally? But Potter shouldn't be spending his summer vacation at his uncle and aunt's house. How did he suddenly appear in the leaky cauldron? It had only been a week since they last met. Brian was sure he didn't get the date wrong. The footsteps inside became fainter. Brian narrowed his eyes and then changed to a friendly expression. He quickly pulled open the barrier next to the bar and walked in. His eyes jumped over Tom, who was coming out, and looked at the short and fat wizard in a striped cloak inside. He waved his hand and shouted. Please stay, Minister Fudge. Fudge stopped in his tracks as he was about to climb the stairs. He turned around and saw the young man who had called out to him by the bar. His eyes widened in recognition and delight, and his face brightened up. The deep wrinkles on his forehead that betrayed his fatigue and stress smoothed out a bit. Well, if it isn't. Fudge exclaimed and walked towards Brian with open arms. The hero of the hour, the brilliant young wizard who cracked the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets and generously donated a priceless basilisk to the Ministry of Magic, Brian Watson. He said with enthusiasm and admiration. 0138 Trouble for Ministry. The leaky cauldron was cold and deserted, as if the winter chill had seeped into its walls and furniture. The only sound was the crackling of the fireplace and the occasional clink of glasses. The greetings between Brian and the Minister of Magic sounded very harsh in this quiet atmosphere, almost like a thunderbolt in a clear sky. Everyone, including the group of guys in the corner who were playing cards, turned their eyes to this side, curious and wary. Brian did not want this matter to be known to everyone, especially those who might have ulterior motives. He glanced at the bar owner Tom beside him, but unexpectedly found that this hunchbacked old man did not show the surprise expression as he expected. Instead, he smiled knowingly and nodded slightly. Oh, Mr. Watson, I have a good relationship with Hagrid, and I heard him mention it a few times. Tom, who was very observant and discreet, lowered his head and said obediently, as if he had seen many secrets in his long life. Brian pursed his lips, and a tick mark appeared on his forehead. Oh, a humble young man who likes to keep a low profile. Fudge saw all this in his eyes and smiled and said, trying to ease the tension. But I think that sometimes a little fame is not a bad thing. I just hope that my conversation with you will not be heard by some people of unknown origin. Brian smiled and said, then pushed open the wooden door of the compartment next to him. I don't know if I can have the honor to invite you for a drink. Fudge hesitated for a moment, then nodded, feeling grateful for Brian's hospitality. He followed him into the compartment, leaving behind the curious gazes of the other customers. Then I'll take the opportunity to deal with one bite. You can't imagine how many days I haven't had a good meal. Tom, that kid is still waiting for me upstairs, you take care of him for me first. He said to Tom before closing the door. After entering the private environment, Fudge's chubby face expression was not so relaxed. Even without careful analysis, Brian could see the frustration and loss in the heart of the leader of the current Ministry of Magic. He looked pale and tired, as if he had not slept well for a long time. His clothes were wrinkled and stained, and his hair was messy. He looked like a man who had been through a lot of trouble. Brian sipped the sweet wine in his cup and stared at the candlestick on the wall with interest, waiting quietly for Fudge to finish the butter bread in his hand. I want to thank you, Brian. Fudge finally broke the silence after swallowing the last bite of bread. He picked up his wine glass, and before Brian responded, he drank 2 mouthfuls of rum, clearing his mouth of food. After a long sigh of relief, he smiled tiredly. The beast left by Slytherin made us famous. Many ministers of magic from various countries wrote to me personally, hoping that I would allow the basilisk to go abroad for exhibition. Oh, of course, I think they are mainly attracted by Salazar Slytherin's name. A few months ago, this basilisk meant mainly the reward for the commission task for Brian. It was okay to hand it over to the Ministry of Magic for research and disposal. But these days after returning from Avalon Island, Brian thought that his decision was a bit rash. He felt that this thing might hide some deeper secrets. It can only play a greater role in the hands of the Ministry of Magic, Minister. Brian also put down his wine glass and smiled slightly. That poor basilisk was blinded by Dumbledore's phoenix and hit by several of my curses. I thought it wouldn't last long. By the way, how is its current situation? Oh, lively and energetic. Speaking of this, Fudge's fat face showed a little embarrassment. Actually, this beast's energy is too strong, more difficult to deal with than a fire dragon. Several guys from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures almost. Cough cough, I mean, for those invitations for overseas exhibitions, some I really can't ignore. Considering safety, we invited a master who deals with magical creatures and asked him to help tame it for a while. Brian nodded and wondered if he should get the basilisk back from Newt's commander. He had heard of this eccentric wizard who traveled around the world to collect and protect various magical creatures. Excuse me for being rude, Minister. Neither Fudge nor Brian intended to spend too much time on this temporary dinner. After finding out who had the basilisk now, after a few greetings, Brian showed appropriate curiosity. You look very tired. Did the ministry encounter any trouble recently? Oh, if it involves secrets, you can pretend I didn't ask. Didn't you hear about it yet, Brian? Fudge raised his short eyebrows and asked in surprise, this matter is already known to everyone. I've been staying in the Muggle world for some days recently, so... Oh, trouble. Fudge shook his head desperately, his whole face collapsed. No, that can't be called trouble, but it should be called disaster. Not my personal disaster, but the disaster of the entire Ministry of Magic. It doesn't matter if I tell you about it, Brian. Since I became Minister of Magic, I haven't encountered such a tricky thing. He said, as if he was venting his frustration and anxiety. Brian didn't interrupt, waiting quietly for Fudge to explain. He leaned back on his chair and crossed his arms, looking calm and composed. He wondered what kind of disaster could make the Minister of Magic so agitated and nervous. Someone escaped from Azkaban. Fudge finally blurted out the shocking news, his voice trembling slightly. Brian's eyes flickered slightly. He felt a surge of interest and curiosity. Before going to Hogwarts, someone had hung a task at Kekuza's place to rescue a strange couple and Caro siblings from the notorious wizard prison. He had thought about it, but he had given up because of the high risk and low reward. Could it be that someone did it? Tisk tisk, that's 20,000 galleons. He thought, feeling a bit envious of the mysterious rescuer. Sirius Black. Fudge said a name in a heavy, almost collapsed tone. His eyes were full of fear and hatred, as if he was looking at the devil himself. Brian twitched his eyebrows in surprise. He recognized the name. It was one of the most infamous names in the wizarding world. The name of the man who was said to be the #1 henchman of the Dark Lord, who had betrayed and killed his best friends James and Lily Potter, who had massacred 12 muggles and a fellow wizard with a single curse. If I didn't hear it wrong, you mean that person, the one people call, the #1 henchman of the Dark Lord, Sirius Black? Brian asked, pretending to be shocked and incredulous. That's the person, Brian, Fudge sighed one after another, I never dreamed of this day. I was the deputy director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes at that time. The day Black was caught, I was one of the first few to arrive at the scene. He said, as if he was recalling a nightmare. Brian was not interested in listening to Fudge's memories of that year. He interrupted Fudge's muttering and asked with a light voice. So, was he rescued by someone, or did Black run out by himself? You are very sharp, Brian. Fudge nodded approvingly, but his tone was still very depressed. Both are possible, but we think he ran out by himself, because, oh, I'm sorry, Brian, I can't tell you this. He said, biting his lip and looking around nervously. Understandable. Brian raised his wine glass and saluted Fudge, smiling politely. He didn't press further, but he felt more curious about how Black escaped from Azkaban. He wondered if he did it on his own or it had anything to do with his connection to Voldemort. From Fudge's performance, it seemed that the Ministry of Magic had not figured out how he did it until now, but for his purpose of escaping from prison. Brian glanced at the direction where Potter's magical presence was, and had a guess. Did the Dark Lord's #1 henchman escape from prison to avenge his old master? Then, does that mean that our savior Mr. Harry Potter's task this year is to kill the Dark Lord's right-hand man? He thought sarcastically. Perhaps realizing that his private appearance of being downcast might be spread by the young man opposite him, Fudge tried to tidy up his expression, and his voice returned to confidence. He looked at Brian who was frowning and thinking, and smiled confidently. Don't worry too much, Brian, we have sent out all the elites of the Ministry of Magic to track down Black, even the Dementors of Azkaban are working hard for this. I think, in a few days, you will be able to see our great victory in the Daily Prophet. He said proudly. I have confidence in you, Minister. Brian chuckled politely. But he was still surprised that the Ministry of Magic sent out such creatures as Dementors to hunt down Black. He had only seen this kind of creature that made wizards fearful in books. In reality, he had never encountered it. He wondered what it would feel like to face a Dementor. Should I take the opportunity to get one back for research? When he opened the wooden door of the private room for Fudge, Brian thought so with a smile on his face. 0139 Minister's Request. Brian and Fudge stood in the dimly lit corridor of the Leaky Cauldron, ready to say their final farewell. Although they both knew that Harry Potter was upstairs, staying in one of the shabby rooms, Brian had no intention of going up and saying hello to him. The boy who lived was currently in a new crisis, involving a notorious mass murderer who had escaped from Azkaban. And if he got too close to him at this time, he could foresee that he might be involved in it as well. And that also meant that he would expose himself to Dumbledore's side again. Although he knew that fate would eventually lead him to Hogwarts, he still had a few important things to do at this time. First of all, tracing the whereabouts of Klyodnikoffy was the most important thing at the moment. The woman got a revelation from the black shadow that popped out of the twin serpent staff, which always gave Brian a very bad feeling. He had a hunch that if Klyodna really followed the revelation of the shadow and did something, then he might bring himself a lot of trouble in the future. Of course, the Druids have been completely separated from the wizarding world for so many years, living in seclusion and secrecy. It could be expected that it would not be easy to find this woman. So, Brian planned to spend some time finding a place to live for himself. The new dormitory building at the orphanage where he had grown up had been completed, thanks to his generous donation. And everything was on track. Brian's economic situation had improved a lot. For these years, he had been in a precarious state, moving from one place to another, hiding his identity and abilities in the Nocturne Alley. He should find a stable home for himself, where he could relax and research. After these two things were almost done, Brian planned to get the basilisk back from Newt's commander. This was not easy either. Not to mention that this famous magical creature expert was not easy to deal with, having a keen interest and affection for all kinds of beasts. And it was rumored that Newt had a close relationship with Dumbledore, who was always keeping an eye on Brian's activities. Once he got the news of Newt's robbery, the keen Albus Dumbledore would surely react. Maybe, when Mr. Scamander returns the basilisk to the Ministry of Magic and they exhibits it abroad, it will be a more suitable time to start. As he waved goodbye with a polite smile, Brian calculated in his heart. Oh, please wait, Brian. Fudge, who had stepped on the creaky stairs, suddenly came back and called him anxiously. Do you have any instructions, Minister? Brian turned around and raised his eyebrows in surprise, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. I just remembered something, a bit troublesome, of course, just in case. Fudge rubbed his hands nervously, looking a bit embarrassed, but he still said his request. You hope I can help take care of Potter who ran away from home until he returns to Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic is worried that Black will attack Potter. Hearing the minister's request, Brian frowned slightly, and his bad premonition was confirmed. Oh, this is just a possibility. Fearing that he had revealed something that he shouldn't have, Fudge quickly explained, actually, this should be done by the Ministry of Magic, but oh, you know, the Ministry of Magic is short of staff now. In order to find Black, we even sent Eric who guards the door at night. To be honest, I have to discuss with Barty about expanding recruitment from Hogwarts next year. Brian, you have been Potter's professor before. You must have a good relationship with that kid. And your strength is superb. I'm sorry, Minister. Before Fudge finished speaking, Brian interrupted him regretfully, I wish I could help with this, but some tricky things have recently entangled me. I have to deal with them first. Okay. Fudge nodded disappointedly. Even as the Minister of Magic, he had no right to demand others to obey his orders, especially someone who had a Merlin second-class medal and was not an employee of the Ministry of Magic. Fudge muttered as he went up the stairs again. Following that kid might have a chance to meet him. Oh, as long as there is reliable information, how much is 10,000 galleons? How much? Brian, who was glad that he had got rid of the trouble of taking care of Potter, felt his heart skip half a beat. He took a few steps up the stairs and rudely grabbed Fudge's shoulder, spinning him around. His eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm afraid I didn't hear it wrong. Minister, did you say that as long as you kill Sirius Black, the Ministry of Magic will give out 10,000 galleons? Kill Black? Looking at Brian who suddenly became too eager, Fudge was stunned for a while, then laughed dryly. What are you talking about, Brian? Fudge's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard Brian's eager question. He shook his head and laughed dryly. Even in Azkaban, Black was one of the most vicious and dangerous ones. Only trained elite wizards from the Ministry of Magic and Dementors can deal with such scums. We don't expect anyone else to be able to subdue him, unless there is some solid evidence. Brian nodded repeatedly, looking like he understood. So if I kill him, or capture him alive, Minister, will the reward be more? If that's the case, Brian Fudge smiled slightly, his expression as if he was facing a young man with unrealistic fantasies. He said cheerfully, that's not just a matter of galleons, Brian. If you really hand over Black to us like that basilisk you brought back from Egypt, then you will undoubtedly become the most dazzling hero in the wizarding world. Your second-class medal will also become a first-class one. The first-class medal was nothing to Brian, and the hero title was a joke, but the real 10,000 galleons. No problem, Minister. Brian said righteously. I will take good care of Potter until I find Black. I will follow him every step of the way. Anyway, I am not in the same world as evil. Fudge was speechless for a moment. He didn't know whether to be grateful or suspicious of Brian's sudden enthusiasm. The sun had set, and Potter leaned on the soft pillow, looking at the desk with respectful eyes. There sat the professor who was writing on the parchment with a feather pen. No pain, no gain. There is no free excellence in this world. Brian Watson was able to walk his own magic path at such a young age and have a magical strength that others could not match. Talent could not explain all these things. Potter admired Brian's achievements and wanted to learn from him. He hoped that one day he could also become a powerful and independent wizard like him. So, you inflated your aunt? Haha, interesting. Fudge said you ran away from home. I thought you had some conflict with your uncle and aunt. Harry scratched his cheek embarrassedly and smiled. To be honest, he never dreamed that he would meet Professor Watson so soon. Before, when Fudge and Professor Watson appeared in front of him together and told him that because of the turbulent situation, Professor Watson would take care of him until school started, he almost dropped his jaw. And this also let Harry know how much panic the Voldemort's minion caused to the Ministry of Magic. Fudge told him that letting Professor Watson accompany him was just to prevent a possibility, but he didn't say what it was. Thinking of the Ministry of Magic's tolerance for himself, and the Minister of Magic personally looking for him, Harry immediately realized that the Ministry of Magic basically confirmed that this Black escaped from prison most likely to find him to avenge Voldemort. Otherwise, how could such a big figure as the Minister of Magic personally look for a lost little wizard? But for some reason, Harry didn't feel too scared, but rather had an inexplicable sense of expectation. Maybe it was because there was Dumbledore at school, and Professor Watson outside. Harry wished that Black would come to him soon and bump into him. That Black, Professor. Seeing that Professor Watson's feather pen stopped moving for a while, Harry took the opportunity to ask, he is a very powerful guy, right? Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic wouldn't be so nervous. Maybe, Potter. Brian rubbed his eyes and yawned, I only heard some rumors about him before he was caught. I can't give you a reliable evaluation. But he definitely won't be your opponent, right? Harry asked eagerly. That Black blew up half a street with one spell before he was arrested. More than a dozen muggles died on the spot. Brian stood up from his desk, shaking his sore neck. Indeed, he is very powerful, Brian muttered sarcastically, I can probably beat a dozen of him at a time. 0140 Dilemma. Leaving the Dursleys and staying at the Leaky Cauldron was much more pleasant than he had imagined. For the first time in years, he had a carefree summer vacation. He could sleep until the sun was already spitting out scorching heat, lazily go downstairs for breakfast, and watch the other guests passing by the bar while chewing on toast. He enjoyed the freedom and comfort of the wizarding world, away from the nagging and abuse of his relatives. But because of Sirius Black's escape, the business of the Leaky Cauldron had plummeted, and the wizards who stayed there became more and more weird. Most of them liked to hide their faces under large black cloaks or layers of bandages. They looked like they were afraid of being recognized or attacked by someone. These people would hide in the corners or behind the wooden pillars that supported the bar, order a drink, and stare at the pedestrians all day long. They rarely spoke to anyone, except for whispering some rumors or gossips. Harry had asked Professor Watson what these strange wizards were doing. Competitors, Potter, these are all my competitors. Professor Watson glared at those wizards with a fierce and gritting tone, giving him an answer that he couldn't figure out. Harry wondered what kind of competition they were in, and why Professor Watson seemed so angry about it. For the first few days, Harry was preparing for the next school year. He withdrew his living expenses from Gringotts, replenished his potion materials, bought new robes, and purchased textbooks for the next year. Harry figured out why Hagrid had sent him a book that looked very unsettling and said it would come in handy. It was a textbook for care of magical creatures, a new elective course that Harry had chosen along with Ron and Hermione. With Professor Watson's guidance, Harry easily figured out what to write for his summer homework for the two courses that bothered him the most, History of Magic and Potions. He helped him find some interesting facts and anecdotes from the history books, and gave him some tips and tricks for brewing potions. A week later, Harry was ready to enjoy the wonderful summer vacation after finishing all the preparations for school, but Professor Watson's behavior became strange. Every morning after getting up, he took Harry around Diagon Alley, not on the busy commercial street, but specifically picking those secluded alleys where few people passed by. He let Harry wander around in those alleys by himself, while he hung far behind. He pretended to be casual, but Harry could feel his eyes watching him closely. This was really puzzling. Harry didn't want to waste his good time on exploring dark and remote alleys. He wanted to go to those lively shops, especially the Quidditch boutique, where Harry saw what he wanted most in his life. The fastest flying broom in the world, the Irish International Club just placed an order for 7 of these fine products. The shopkeeper shouted enthusiastically. They are the darlings for next year's World Cup. He was talking about Firebolt, a sleek and shiny broom that looked like it could fly faster than lightning. Harry's eyes widened as he saw the broom on display. He felt a surge of longing and excitement in his chest. He wanted to touch it, to feel it, to fly with it. Stop looking, Potter. Brian pulled Harry out of the crowd from the front. Seeing his desire in his eyes, Brian said with a lack of interest and glanced at the displayed broom. We have serious things to do. Harry looked at Firebolt reluctantly until he walked away. Then he mournfully and tearfully looked at Professor Watson. Do you expect Sirius Black to attack me? Oh. Brian showed a surprised expression. You are smarter than I thought, Potter. I thought you couldn't guess it. Harry _. Don't be so downcast, Harry. Brian affectionately hugged Harry's shoulder and said, we are engaged in a more noble cause. Think about it. If we catch Black soon, we can prevent more innocent people from being hurt by Black. Harry, straight face, okay. Looking at Harry, who was a bit emotional, Brian frowned and said with a pain in his heart. Firebolt, right? Okay, no problem. As long as you can lure Black over and let me save the wizarding world from Black's terror, I will pay for it myself and buy you one. Harry's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to tell Professor Watson that he didn't need to do that because he already had a very good flying broom. He had Nimbus 2000, which was still in good condition. But his body was obviously more honest. After hearing Professor Watson's promise, his legs didn't listen to him at all. He darted into the gloomy alley with a whoosh. But obviously, Black was not stupid enough to be surprising. Brian and Harry's attempt lasted for a week, but they got nothing. Harry didn't care about it, but as the start of school approached, Brian became more and more worried. Once Potter returned to Hogwarts, back under Dumbledore's protection, it would not be so easy to make this big money unless he followed him back to that school and watched Potter all day long. Brian felt a surge of desperation as he realized this was his last opportunity to capture Black and collect the bounty. He had wasted the entire summer on this scheme, but he had nothing to show for it. He was filled with frustration and anger. In the dark inn, Brian turned his head and looked at Potter, who was making a slight snoring sound. He was sleeping peacefully, unaware of the danger that lurked around him. Brian pondered his next move in silence. To be honest, if Brian wanted to go back, it was actually a very simple thing. He could always apply for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position again. He had lost the voodoo doll, but he could acquire some centaurs or vampires from the black market and use some advanced dark magic to transfer the curse. Or, he could take over the Care of Magical Creatures post, since Professor Kettleben had retired. He was no expert in that field, but he could fool the young wizards by following the textbook. He had done some research on magical creatures, and he knew how to deal with them. Or, he could simply ask Kekuz to negotiate with the Board of Governors again, and let him return to Hogwarts as a security consultant for the castle. Humph, security consultant, Brian Watson? Brian smirked in the dark. That name did not sound as impressive as investigator. It sounded low-end, like the castle caretaker Filch. He imagined himself wearing a uniform and a badge, patrolling the corridors and grounds, checking the doors and windows, and reporting to Dumbledore every day. He felt both amused and disgusted. Of course, these were just Brian's idle jokes. On that night a few months ago, after he had confronted Dumbledore by the Black Lake, Brian had seen through Dumbledore's true intentions for him. If he wanted to go back to Hogwarts, he only needed to write a letter. Dumbledore would welcome him back with open arms. But every time he thought of Dumbledore standing behind his desk, those blue eyes sparkling in the firelight, looking at him who had returned to the light, opening his arms and showing a kind and gentle smile, and saying something like "Welcome back to Hogwarts," Brian felt a sickening urge to vomit. Even if I go back. Brian turned over and gazed at the bright round moon outside the window. He muttered fiercely. It would have to be Dumbledore himself who came to me, admitted his faults, apologized sincerely, invited me eagerly, and promised to pay me at the headmaster's level. Then I would consider it. Author's note, sorry. For the mistake, according to Harry Potter Wikipedia, the bounty on Sirius Black is 50,000 galleons. I have edited the mistake in previous chapter and upcoming chapters too. 0141 Future Plans. Potter, the dawn was breaking, the light was gentle, and the morning breeze came through the old window bars. The fresh air was mixed with a mysterious aura that belonged to magic. In a soft call, Harry opened his sleepy eyes. He felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he tried to get out of bed. He felt like he had gone through Wood's pre-match training. His muscles and bones. He struggled to get up, and looked at the window with a blank expression, but he couldn't see anything clearly. His glasses were nowhere to be found, and everything was blurry and fuzzy. Coo, coo, the mocking sound of Hedwig, who was perched in the cage hanging on the window, made Harry's stiff brain more alert. He groped around the pillow with his hands, mumbling. My glasses. Then he found that someone was holding something in front of his nose. Thank you. Harry nodded his thanks and put on his glasses. When his vision became clear, he was surprised to find that Professor Watson had already dressed up and looked like he was going out. He wore a long black cloak that covered his slender figure, and a dark hat that hid his sharp features. He had a leather bag slung over his shoulder, and a wand in his hand. Wait, Professor Watson, I'll get up right away. The socks were thrown on the ground beside the bed, and the clothes were thrown at the end of the bed. Harry opened the quilt and was about to crawl to the end of the bed to get the clothes. According to his daily habits these days, he would wait until he put on the clothes. After going downstairs to have breakfast, Professor Watson would take him for a walk through the maze-like complicated alleys on both sides of Diagon Alley. Harry enjoyed these walks, as they gave him a chance to explore the magical world and learn new things from Professor Watson. "Hold on, Potter." Just as Harry was about to get up, Professor Watson pressed his shoulder and stopped him from moving. Harry blinked and looked up, but he was shocked to find that Professor Watson's expression was different from what he had seen in the past few days. He couldn't tell exactly what was different, but he vaguely felt that it was much colder than before. It was a bit like the expression that Professor Watson had when he encountered some overly active young wizards in the defense against the dark arts class last semester. His eyes were piercing and stern, and his mouth was set in a thin line. "You can stay in your room and rest for a while, Potter. I need to go out and do something by myself. I'm telling you in advance, so you won't be looking for me everywhere when you wake up," Professor Watson explained with a slight smile in response to Potter's puzzled gaze. Do something. Such a vague statement made Harry alert immediately. A few thoughts flashed through his mind, and he jumped out of bed with a bang. "You found him, didn't you?" Harry's voice was suppressed with excitement and agitation. "You found Sirius Black, so you're going to deal with him now." "What are you talking about?" Brian found Harry's thoughts very amusing. "We've been together these days, Potter. If I really found Black, you would definitely know." "Oh, that's true." Harry touched his spiky hair that couldn't be smoothed down no matter what and muttered. "Well, that's the situation, Potter. I'll be back in about 2 or 3 hours. During this time, you can wander around and kill some time, but don't leave the leaky cauldron." After giving him a serious warning, Brian left the room directly and disappeared from Harry's sight. Under the disturbance of the breeze, a strand of hair swayed in front of Harry's eyes, making him feel annoyed. The street below the window outside was very quiet. There was not much noise of people coming and going. Harry squinted his eyes and looked at the clock. He found that it was only a little past 6 o'clock. It was too early to go downstairs for breakfast. He took off his glasses and fell back on the bed with a clang. He pulled up the quilt and put his arm over his eyes to block the light that was already dazzling. Tick-tock. The second hand jumped over the top 12. The time was 6:10. What exactly did Professor Watson go to do? Once his consciousness became clear, it was hard to fall asleep again. Harry closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, but this question popped up in his mind uncontrollably. Speaking of which, what does Professor Watson do? This was another question without an answer. Last semester, Professor Watson told them in the first defense against the dark arts class that he was a freelancer, who made a living by running errands for people, looking for potion ingredients, delivering goods, and so on. At that time, no one believed him. They all thought he was hiding something more exciting and dangerous behind his casual words. And later on, as the course continued and the young wizards had a clearer understanding of Professor Watson's magical skills, especially when Harry saw Professor Watson casually deal with the basilisk in the Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, he was even more sure that it was just a way to fool them. He had never seen anyone perform such powerful and precise magic before. His roommate at Hogwarts, Dean Thomas, once guessed that Professor Watson might be a bounty hunter who was hired by the Ministry of Magic all year round to hunt down dark wizards and fight against criminals. He said that Professor Watson had a mysterious and cool aura that suited the job. He also pointed out that Professor Watson always wore black clothes and carried a leather bag that could contain various weapons and tools. This statement was somewhat credible, especially since Professor Watson had accepted the Minister of Magic's commission to look after him and was so eager to catch Sirius Black, who had escaped from Azkaban prison. Then, Professor Watson's mysterious departure at this time was due to a new order from the Ministry of Magic? This was the most likely possibility, Harry thought. Speaking of which, he had never thought about what kind of job he would do after graduating from Hogwarts. At school, most of the young wizards around him were living their lives in a daze. They were busy with homework, exams, Quidditch matches, and other activities. They rarely talked about their future plans or ambitions. Ron had never mentioned what he wanted to do in the future. Harry knew Ron and thought that Ron's only requirement for his future work might be to have a generous salary. Although this ideal was not noble, Harry thought that it was not Ron's fault. He understood Ron's desire for money and comfort. The Weasleys were indeed the best family Harry had ever seen, but because they had too many children, their financial situation was really bad. Ron often complained about his second-hand clothes, books, and broomsticks. He also envied Harry for his inheritance from his parents. And besides, Ron had 5 outstanding brothers above his head and a little sister who was pampered by the whole family below. He didn't enjoy a wealthy life and had to face so many siblings who took away his parents' love. As for his other good friend Hermione, to be honest, among all the young wizards who were studying at Hogwarts, Harry couldn't find anyone who could surpass Hermione in terms of studying hard. She was always at the top of every class, and she knew almost everything there was to know about magic. But she had never mentioned what she wanted to do in the future either. Harry thought that Hermione might be able to stay at Hogwarts after graduation and work as a teacher or something. After all, she was very similar to Professor McGonagall in many ways. Of course, not everyone was so unclear about their future. Harry knew that Ron's brother Percy had a clear goal of working in the Ministry of Magic, and Fred and George were obsessed with researching magical joke products and definitely wanted to continue this noble career in the future. As for himself, Harry moved his arm away and opened his eyes wide. He looked at the slightly yellowish wall and thought quietly. Work in the Ministry of Magic? Harry didn't mind becoming a ministry official like Mr. Weasley, but the only problem was that the ministry's requirements for selecting staff were very strict, and his grades were a big problem. He was good at defense against the dark arts, but he struggled with other subjects like history of magic, potions, and divination. He doubted that he could pass the required exams and interviews. Like would aspire to be a Quidditch star? Quidditch was Harry's favorite sport. If he could become a star player, that would be a good choice too. He loved flying on his broomstick and catching the golden snitch. He felt free and happy when he was in the air. He also admired Wood, who was the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team and had a passion for the game. Or, like Professor Watson, be a free and easy bounty hunter? Unconsciously, Harry grinned. Fighting against evil was a very cool thing. This choice was not bad either, although he could probably never become as powerful as Professor Watson. Tick-tock. The second hand jumped over 12 again. The time was 6:11. Splash. Harry jumped out of bed and got dressed in 10 seconds. He didn't have time to put on his socks. He felt the cold floor on his bare feet as he ran to the door. He grabbed his glasses and his wand, and slammed the door behind him. 0142 tracking. As he passed by the bar, the bartender who was wiping a glass with a rag enthusiastically asked Harry what he wanted for breakfast, but Harry had no time to answer this question. He swept past Tom like a gust of wind, stepped out of the back door of the pub, and only had time to pull up his shoe heels when he knocked on the bricks in front of the trash can. He stepped into the widest commercial street in Diagon Alley, and the suddenly bright light made Harry look dazed for a moment. He glanced at a row of shops across the street and found that many shops had not opened yet. The colorful signs and windows were still dim, waiting for the magic to light up. The street was lined with all kinds of shops that sold everything a wizard could need, from brooms and wands to books and potions. Harry had visited some of them before, but there were still many that he had not explored yet. There were few pedestrians on the cobblestone-paved street, which looked very empty. Harry breathed a few breaths of fresh air in the morning, trying to suppress his nervousness about following Professor Watson. He looked around and easily found Professor Watson, who was walking towards the tallest building in Diagon Alley, Gringotts Bank, with his talent as the youngest seeker in a century. Gringotts Bank was a magnificent white marble structure that towered over the other buildings. It had a large bronze door that was guarded by a pair of fierce-looking goblins in red uniforms. Harry had been inside once, when he had withdrawn some money from his vault. He remembered the thrill of riding the underground cart that zoomed through the maze of tunnels and chambers. Harry pursed his lips and locked his eyes on the thin figure with a hint of hesitation. To be honest, until now, he didn't know why he decided to follow Professor Watson. Maybe, it was just out of sheer curiosity. The wizards passing by looked at him with strange eyes, and Harry came back to his senses, realizing that he had forgotten to take the invisibility cloak he inherited from his father, which was a good helper for tracking and sneaking. Professor Watson can see through the disguise of the invisibility cloak. The invisibility cloak was very useful, but it was not absolute. Last semester, Ginny was attacked, and Lucius Malfoy broke into Hogwarts to cause trouble that night. In Hagrid's hut, Professor Watson and Professor Dumbledore both saw through the invisibility cloak. After hesitating for a few seconds, Harry gave up the idea of going upstairs to get the invisibility cloak, and followed him quietly at a distance of less than 200 feet. In the past, when he came out for a night tour with Ron at Hogwarts, with the help of the invisibility cloak, they were always invincible. Whether it was the castle administrator Filch or his cat Mrs. Norris, or the senior prefects or even the professors, no one could find them. And this also made Harry never realize that his real tracking level was actually terrible. Even though he tried his best to pretend to be nonchalant, but occasionally passing by pedestrians still looked at him with a weird expression on their faces, as if they could see what he was doing at a glance. Harry's face was red, partly because he was doing something taboo and exciting right now, and partly because of the teasing eyes of the passers-by. He hurriedly followed, keeping the distance between himself and Professor Watson within a relatively constant range. And when he passed by the towering white building of Gringotts Bank, Professor Watson suddenly flashed into an inconspicuous alley. At first, Harry didn't realize anything different about this alley. In order not to lose him, he just sped up and followed him. But when he stood at the entrance of the winding alley that couldn't see the end, Harry suddenly came to his senses and was shocked out of a cold sweat. These days, Professor Watson had taken him to explore most of the alleys in Diagon Alley, but there was only one that they had never entered. Nocturne Alley. Harry had accidentally entered it once last summer vacation, and to be honest, it scared him to death. Even though Harry's social experience was not rich enough, he could tell at a glance that most of the wizards who entered and exited here and did business in the alley were not good guys. They wore dark cloaks and masks that hid their faces. They whispered and haggled in low voices over sinister-looking objects that Harry did not want to know what they were. The shops in the alley were shabby and gloomy, selling things like skulls, bones, cursed artifacts, and weird potions. The air was filled with a foul smell and a sense of danger. Why did Professor Watson venture into Nocturne Alley? Standing at the entrance of the alley, Harry wondered and hesitated. After a while, he got a relatively reasonable answer. That is, Professor Watson found a criminal who was active here and came to arrest him. This is serious business, I shouldn't bother him. Staring at the gloomy alley, Harry muttered uneasily in his heart. Then he stepped into it. After a year's time, Harry had to admit that he really didn't like this place. The cracks in the floor tiles were filled with foul-smelling sludge, and the walls on both sides of the narrow alley were covered with mold and dark red-brown spots. As he moved forward, the temperature in the air dropped rapidly, as if even the sky became gloomy. The only light came from the dim lanterns that hung from the eaves of the shops, casting eerie shadows on the ground. Harry felt a chill run down his spine as he heard faint noises of hissing, creaking, and moaning from the dark corners of the alley. He suppressed his palpitations and continued to move forward. After a bend, there was a long straight road. In the faint fog, a row of gloomy shops appeared in Harry's sight. Harry remembered some of these shops. Last time, he accidentally passed through one of them called Borgin and Burke's through Flow Network. He also happened to meet Malfoy father and son who came here to deal with dark magic items. Borgin and Burke's was a large and dusty shop that probably sold all kinds of those sinister and dangerous objects he saw, such as cursed masks, human bones, shrunken heads, and dark detectors. Should he continue or turn back? Harry stared blankly at the alley with a weird atmosphere. His feet stopped moving and he struggled inwardly. He wanted to know what Professor Watson was doing here, but he also felt scared and guilty for following him without permission. He wondered if he should turn back and pretend that nothing had happened, or if he should continue and face these troublesome things. A breeze brushed his face. Harry shuddered suddenly. His nose twitched and he covered his mouth. He sneezed softly. You should have put on socks before you came out, Potter. Suddenly, a low voice with a hint of amusement came out from behind Harry without warning. This sudden voice scared Harry so much that his heart thumped wildly. He got goosebumps all over his body. He jumped up and wanted to run forward. But a hand grabbed his collar. This hand was very strong. Harry struggled for a few times but couldn't get away. Don't be nervous, Potter. It's me. The voice with a smile sounded again. And this time, Harry finally heard that this seemed to be Professor Watson's voice. Oh, Professor Watson. Harry turned pale, covered his heart that was still beating rapidly and looked at that young and handsome face with a teasing smile. He gasped for breath. After a few seconds, he calmed down a bit. His face was embarrassed and ashamed. Sorry, Professor. I didn't mean to. I understand. It's normal for young wizards like you to have a strong curiosity. Brian smiled and said, especially, you are from Gryffindor. Professor Watson said so, but Harry didn't feel any better. Instead, he felt more ashamed. He lowered his head and his ears turned red, and he kept mumbling apologies. Brian comforted him a few more times. The little wizard who knew he was wrong finally dared to raise his head. When did you find me, Professor Watson? And when he calmed down, Harry immediately asked the question he most wanted to know. He knew his tracking skills might not be outstanding, but all the way, Professor Watson didn't even look back. How did he find him? Oh, this. Brian responded to Harry's green eyes full of curiosity. He smiled and said, probably from the moment you left the room and rushed out of the pub, I knew it. Harry was surprised and widened his eyes. He hoped to get an explanation that he could understand. Hey, you don't think I really left you alone in the room without any precautions, do you? Brian said with a smile, in addition to setting up some defensive spells in the room, I also put a locator mark on you. This mark allows me to sense your position at any time. Don't mind, Potter. Brian looked at Harry who was touching himself to see if there was anything extra on him and laughed. I thought that if someone really broke through my defensive spells and kidnapped you, at least I could figure out where you were. 0143 Seeing the World, Part 1, Plus. The walls on both sides of the alley were not tall, but Harry felt as if he was walking in a canyon with steep cliffs on both sides, and a deep sense of oppression made his breathing faint. He could hear the faint echoes of his footsteps and the occasional creaking of wooden doors or windows. The dim light from the lanterns barely illuminated the narrow path, casting long shadows behind him and Professor Watson. Greasy, fishy, turbid, the smell in the air was mixed, and Harry couldn't tell what it was, but smelling this smell always made him feel like vomiting. He tried to cover his nose with his cloak, but it was no use. The stench seemed to penetrate his skin and bones, making him nauseous. He wondered how anyone could live in such a place, let alone eat here. As he passed a small restaurant, Harry had never thought that there would be people doing business in the depths of Nocturne Alley. The sign above the door was so faded that he couldn't read what it said, but he guessed it was something like the Rotten Cauldron or the Maggoty Haggis. The window frame had accumulated a thick layer of dust, the old window glass was greasy, and there were many claw-like fingerprints on it. He looked through the window into the dark room and found that there were actually customers dining in this small restaurant that looked like a medieval black workshop. It was a guy wrapped in bandages like a mummy, who was eating a large piece of green blood-stained thing that looked like a pancreas or something on the plate in front of him. He held a fork in one hand and a knife in the other, cutting and chewing with relish. Harry felt his stomach churn as he watched the disgusting scene. Perhaps sensing Harry's gaze, the customer slowly turned his head and looked outside the shop, showing his teeth dripping with green slime to Harry. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was covered with scars and boils. He grinned wickedly at Harry, as if inviting him to join his feast. Harry shuddered suddenly, remembering what Professor Watson had told him before. He hurriedly withdrew his gaze and pretended that nothing had happened. He hoped that the customer didn't recognize him as Harry Potter, the famous boy who lived. He didn't want to cause any trouble here, especially not with Professor Watson. Well, it's not impossible to follow me, but the place we're going to is dangerous, and there are some rules you have to remember. First of all, no matter what, stay by my side and don't leave half a step. Second, don't scream or shout, even if you see something that puzzles you. And then, well, don't stare at anyone for more than 5 seconds, unless you want to pull out your wand and fight with them. Do you understand, Potter? Professor Watson said in a low voice, looking around cautiously. Harry nodded desperately, unable to contain his excitement. Just now, Professor Watson told him that he needed to go to the depths of Nocturne Alley to do something, and he just tried to ask Professor Watson if he could follow him with a try-it-out attitude, but he didn't expect that after a brief thought, Professor actually agreed. You have my word for every one of them, Professor. Harry said eagerly, as if afraid that Professor Watson would change his mind. Harry had seen the dangers of Nocturne Alley before, and for the deeper place that Professor Watson said, Harry could imagine that it must be much more evil than Borgin and Burke's. If it were him alone, he would never venture into it rashly, but with Professor Watson, Harry thought it was a good opportunity to see the world. Think about it, even Aunt Petunia knew about the magical world St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, and he knew almost nothing about the magical world except for Hogwarts and Diagon Alley. This was indeed something that made him feel very ashamed and depressed. After getting Potter's categorical assurance, Brian took out his wand and flicked it. 2 new black cloaks and plain masks with no identifiable features floated out of the spinning air. Put them on. Potter. It's unwise to show your true face in the place we're going to. Professor Watson said sternly. Although his expression was bewildered, his mood was very agitated. Harry fiddled with the collar of his black cloak for a while, then adjusted the fit of his mask and cheek again to make sure he didn't expose any skin to the air. Now, more than 10 minutes after passing that small restaurant just now, Brian walked familiarly and unhurriedly forward, while Harry now had no idea where he was. As they went on, they saw some other wizards in the narrow alley with many forks. Some were alone. Some were in pairs or threes. Harry also saw at an inconspicuous fork corner. There were more than 10 wizards standing under an arched doorway whispering. The atmosphere was very tense. They were all wearing dark cloaks and masks, but Harry could tell from their body language that they were nervous and alert. Some of them held their wands in their hands, ready to cast spells at any time. Harry wondered what they were waiting for, or what they were afraid of. What are they doing? Harry lowered his voice and asked quietly. I cast a spell. Potter. No one can hear us talking. As long as you don't make too exaggerated gestures. Brian said in a normal tone, as if he was chatting with an old friend. Those people I think should be trading. He added, pointing his chin at the group of wizards under the arched doorway. Harry glanced at Professor Watson's back with a hidden look and didn't ask any more questions. He had a feeling that after putting on his cloak, Professor Watson seemed to have changed his personality and became a bit cold and unwilling to talk to people. He wondered if it was because of the place they were going to, or if there was something else on his mind. As Harry wondered why Professor Watson would have this change, a huge white head sticking out from behind the wall blocking the road attracted Harry's attention. He stared at the head for a few seconds and realized that it was a statue's head. It had long hair and beard, a pointed hat, and a solemn expression. It looked very familiar to Harry, but he couldn't place it right away. How strange. Why would there be a statue in the depths of Nocturne Alley? Whose statue is this? Harry thought curiously, feeling a surge of curiosity. And when he turned around the wall and saw the scene behind the wall, Harry's mouth that had never been closed all the way opened a little more. He gasped in awe and disbelief, as he took in the sight before him. In front of him was a small circular square with an ancient style. The stone tiles on the square floor were soaked with traces of years, moss, and cracks. In the center of the square, there stood a statue of an old man. The statue was probably as high as 2 floors, and was carved from snow-white stone. It was so lifelike that Harry almost thought it was a real person standing there. The statue wore a long robe and held a staff in his hand. Harry stared at the statue's face for a few seconds and then asked in an uncertain tone. "Merlin?" He guessed, remembering where he had seen that face before. "Not bad. Potter." Brian nodded approvingly, sounding slightly impressed by Harry's recognition. Harry pursed his lips and didn't say anything. In fact, the reason why he could recognize who this statue was entirely because of the commemorative coin that Professor Watson gave to Ron, which had almost the same Merlin engraving as the statue in front of him. Ron cherished this coin so much that he even asked Hermione to borrow some books from the library to learn about its value and history. Harry had skimmed through some of them, but he didn't know much about Merlin, except that he was the most famous wizard of all time and the founder of modern magic. But why? Harry asked a vague question, wondering why there was a statue of Merlin here, in such a dark and dangerous place. Brian didn't answer immediately. He quietly stared at the eyes of this tall statue. His thoughts were complicated. In the past 3 or 4 years, he had entered and exited the underground world many times, and he had long lost his curiosity about the Merlin statue at the entrance. But after returning from Avalon Island, he became more curious about Merlin, who only existed in legends. Humph! Merlin's eternal resting place. Brian snorted in his heart, his eyes looking at the statue's eyes showed some gloom. In order to destroy the twin serpent staff, the 4 founders of Hogwarts set up a 1,000-year puzzle. This matter, I'm afraid it also has some unclear relationship with this legendary wizard who was mythologized. There is a huge cave under the statue, just like the one in Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, very old and ancient. That is the lair of the most secretive sect wizards and the most bottomless dark wizards in Britain and even Europe. That is also our destination for this trip, Brian said slowly, breaking his silence. There are rumors. Just as Harry couldn't help but ask again, Brian said quickly, the cave was built by Merlin himself, and it was because of that cave that we have Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley outside. Of course, these are all hearsay, not rigorous statements. Harry blinked his eyes non-stop, and didn't know what words to use to describe his tumbling emotions. He suddenly realized that he had been too superficial in his understanding of the magical world. He had always thought that Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley were just 2 ordinary streets for wizards to shop and trade, but he never knew that they had such a deep and mysterious connection with Merlin and his cave. Crack! With a hoarse sound that startled Harry, he hid his hand under his robe and gripped his wand tightly, looking in astonishment at the old-fashioned wizard robe under the statue, which lifted up diagonally, revealing a black hole with a gust of wind. It looked like a secret passage that led to the underground. A wizard with an indistinguishable face jumped off a rusty trolley from the hole, then walked out of the hole quickly, glanced at the dozen or so alleys around the small square, found his direction and walked straight over. His figure soon disappeared in the alley, and he never looked at Brian and Harry from beginning to end. "Let's go, Potter." Brian resumed his steps and walked towards the hole. "It's not wise to linger here for too long," he said, as he pulled Harry along with him. He knew that the Aurors would not dare to stop them without a warrant, but he also did not want to attract their attention. After getting off the crazy trolley as usual, Brian stood at the exit and gasped for breath. Even though he had taken it many times, he still couldn't get used to this trolley that was much more exciting than a roller coaster. It was a rickety and rusty metal cart that ran on a winding and bumpy track, plunging and rising in the dark tunnel. It made Brian feel dizzy and nauseous every time he rode it. Harry next to him stood steady, which made Brian a little surprised, but when he thought about Harry being the youngest seeker in Hogwarts in 100 years, he was relieved. The air in the underground world that hadn't changed much for thousands of years was still bad. Brian looked at the familiar environment in front of him, and suddenly, his eyebrows behind his mask tightened slightly. He sensed something was different today. Compared with usual, it was much quieter here, not only the commission market, where wizards could hire or be hired for various tasks, but even the pet market and the trade market that were always noisy were much colder than usual. The number of wizards who came here to buy or sell exotic creatures or rare items was significantly reduced, and the atmosphere was tense and gloomy. The reason for this phenomenon was a group of people wearing uniform black cloaks with an incompatible aura that spread throughout the underground world. The Ministry of Magic's Aurors. Brian squinted his eyes and swept over the nearest one who was also looking at him and Potter. His lips moved a few times, as if he was muttering something under his breath. "Are they here to try their luck and see if they can catch Sirius Black?" he said softly, guessing their purpose. The Ministry of Magic had Aurors stationed in the underground world all year round, but in order to avoid provoking these seclusive wizards and dark wizards who sneered at the current rules of the magical world, they would not send too many people, just maintaining a minimum level of interference. But now, in order to catch Black, they had to break this tacit understanding. Brian was not surprised by the Ministry of Magic's blatant move. In today's magical world, there are two swords hanging over all wizards' heads, deterring those who secretly harbor evil thoughts. One of them, undoubtedly, was Albus Dumbledore, who had been semi-retired at Hogwarts for years. He was the only one who could stand against Voldemort and his followers, and he was respected and feared by both sides of the war. And the other was the Dementors and Azkaban in the hands of the Ministry of Magic. They were the ultimate punishment for any wizard who committed crimes against magic or humanity. The Dementors were soul-sucking creatures that could drain anyone's happiness and life force, and Azkaban was a prison island surrounded by them. No one could escape from there alive or sane. Now, Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban alive, which made the Ministry of Magic lose face and feel deeply frightened. Not to mention, Black himself was the loyal henchman of the second Dark Lord Voldemort. He was responsible for betraying James and Lily Potter to Voldemort, killing Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles with a single curse, and being one of the most dangerous Death Eaters ever. The Ministry of Magic would want to capture him at all costs, and restore their authority. Pr. Professor Watson. Harry stuttered, as he followed Brian into the underground world. He felt overwhelmed by everything he saw here. It was nothing like what he had imagined before. The spectacular huge fan-shaped cave, floating in the air with rows of green torches emitting a strange atmosphere, passing through all around, every one of them was surrounded by a disturbing aura of wizards. They wore different kinds of cloaks and masks, some plain and simple, some colorful and flashy. They walked or flew around the cave, exchanging goods or information. Harry felt like he had entered another world that was hidden from his eyes before. He felt his teeth shivering. He wanted to express his shock, but he didn't know how to describe it. He felt like he was both fascinated and terrified by it. In a trance, Harry remembered 2 years ago, when he and a large group of young wizards followed Hagrid along a steep and narrow path. After turning a corner, he saw for the first time the towering Hogwarts castle that was as high as the sky. Is this still the Wizarding World? 0144 Seeing the World, Part 2, Plus. Is this still the Wizarding World? Harry asked in a murmur. This is the Wizarding World, Potter. Brian smiled slightly and said, he did not urge Harry to move on, he knew that this little wizard needed some time to digest what he saw. He could sense the shock and curiosity in Harry's green eyes, which were hidden behind his round glasses. That. Harry trembled and pointed his finger under his robe at the pet market, but halfway through, he suddenly remembered Professor Watson's warning and retracted his finger in fright. He felt a cold sweat on his forehead, wondering if anyone had noticed his gesture. Oh, you mean the centaurs? Brian glanced at that direction casually and said, there is also a centaur tribe living in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, which is the largest centaur tribe in Europe. Harry nodded stiffly. He stared at the centaur that was fixed to the ground by iron chains as thick as his wrists on his limbs and neck, and was brutally stuffed into a cage. The cage was so small that the centaur could barely move, and his brown fur was stained with blood and dirt. His rigid brain was trying to think. Harry felt a surge of sympathy for the creature, who looked so noble and proud despite his plight. He remembered the names of the few centaurs he had met in Hogwarts: Firenze, Ronan, Bane. Among these centaurs, the most proud one was Bane, who was furious when he saw Harry riding on Firenze's back, thinking that Firenze had tarnished the glory of the centaurs. What if Bane saw his kind being treated like this by wizards? Harry had this thought in his mind, and he felt his breath become hot. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Why do they have to lock it in a cage? These people. The reasons are varied, Potter. Brian said calmly, not all countries in the world have centaurs. Some wizards catch them to sell them at high prices, some want to take some organs from them or do some magic experiments, and some just enjoy humiliating these proud creatures' dignity. Harry felt sick as he heard these words. He couldn't believe that there were wizards who would do such horrible things to other living beings. He stared at the centaur with whip marks on his cheeks and a weak look. He felt a surge of anger in his forehead, making his eyes blurred. Why? Professor, why doesn't the Ministry of Magic do anything about it? No matter how bright the sun is, it can't dispel all the darkness on the earth, Potter. Brian put his palm on Harry's shoulder, lest this stimulated little wizard suddenly lose control of himself. He looked at Harry with a serious expression and said, a stable social order must give evil a proper place to live. Harry did not give any response, but suddenly understood why the few centaurs he had met were so resistant to contact with wizards. He wondered if they knew what was happening to their brethren in other parts of the world. Clang! A sudden crash made Harry's eyes spitting fire hard to move away. He looked further away. A humanoid creature with a bird's head and scaly wings was going crazy and hitting the iron cage that imprisoned him. In front of the cage, 4 or 5 wizards were bargaining fiercely. They were holding wands and whips, ready to subdue the creature if it became too violent. The creature had golden feathers and claws, and a sharp beak that could tear flesh. It looked majestic and noble, but also desperate and furious. That Harry gasped and said, that creature, Do people buy and sell it for humiliating their dignity too? Oh, that Brian smacked his lips and said in an elusive tone. That reason is much more complicated and I can't explain it to you, Potter, because you are too young now. When you grow up, well, after you become an adult, you will probably understand. Harry didn't ask any more questions, but he thought to himself that even if he reached Dumbledore's age, he wouldn't understand this kind of behavior. He felt disgusted and outraged by these wizards who treated magical creatures as commodities or toys. He suddenly remembered what Dobby had said to him. In those years when Voldemort was active, wizards treated house elves like pests. Now Voldemort has been defeated. And it was him who defeated him personally. Although he didn't feel much about it, but these scenes told Harry that the wizarding world was not as good as he imagined. Do you think that was meaningful? Harry suddenly asked in a low voice. I mean, defeating Voldemort. Brian raised his eyebrows and asked after a moment of contemplation. Do you know Voldemort, Potter? Professor Watson's question made Harry not know how to answer. He had faced Voldemort twice, the last time was 2 years ago. Everyone around him except Dumbledore and Professor Watson had a look of being gazed by a basilisk when they mentioned Voldemort's name. This made Harry know that Voldemort's rampage in the wizarding world must have been very terrible. He had heard stories of how Voldemort had killed countless wizards and muggles, and how he had tried to overthrow the Ministry of Magic and establish his own dark regime. Evil, tyrannical, cruel, powerful enough to make people tremble. Harry could think of these words to describe Voldemort. Besides, he himself had a deep hatred with Voldemort. But he didn't dare to speak rashly here. The world needs order, Potter. Whether it is a bright or dark world, it needs a kind of order that most people can accept and abide by. As long as they abide by the order, wizards or magical creatures can keep their most precious wealth, life. Brian turned Harry's shoulder to another direction and dragged him towards the commission market. He spoke in a low and solemn voice. Voldemort was also trying to create an order in his active years. That is to enslave everyone, become everyone's master, and have the power of life and death over everyone. And this kind of order is absolutely unacceptable for both the bright and dark worlds. Brian hugged Harry, who was breathless, and walked to a small yard with a tall sign in the center of the cave, surrounded by a low wall. Along the way, the aura of the Ministry of Magic quietly followed them and hung behind them 30 feet away, following them for half a mile. Harry could feel his cold gaze on his back, and he wondered what he wanted from them. Get out! Brian stopped and turned his head coldly, with a murderous tone. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and his wand was ready in his hand. Harry also turned his head and looked at the wizard, who obviously hesitated for a few seconds and then walked away angrily. He muttered something under his breath, but Harry couldn't hear it clearly. What's wrong, Professor Watson? What did that person want to do? Nothing, Potter, Brian answered vaguely. You can see that there are a lot of bad guys here. He probably wanted to steal something. Brian didn't tell Harry that the aura probably wanted to find out if they had Sirius Black with them. Because this little wizard who had suffered a lot of shocks in his worldview would doubt his life if he knew that the Ministry of Magic's hitman was right here, but turned a blind eye to the crimes that were happening. He didn't want Harry to get involved in this complicated and dangerous matter. They continued to walk forward, but suddenly, a short figure passing by not far in front of them made Harry stumble, and his gloomy expression showed astonishment again. Goblin! That's from Gringotts! Harry exclaimed. Brian glanced at the goblin with a dark face and full of wrinkles on his cheeks. He was wearing a black suit and a hat, and he was carrying a leather bag in his hand. He said calmly. Wizards can hardly tell the difference between two goblins' appearances, so they don't bother to disguise themselves when they come here. But Harry frowned and said in surprise, why would goblins come here? Aren't they afraid of being locked in cages too? They are allies of wizards, Potter, Brian sneered. These half-human creatures have very exquisite craftsmanship skills, and they have their own unique social system and magical heritage. Wizards fear the power of goblins, so they are free here. Brian flicked his finger and tapped Harry's shoulder, reminding him to look away. This goblin from Gringotts appeared here. Well, if nothing goes wrong, I think it is here to secretly deal with some assets in the bank. Harry was stunned and fell into a slow brain for a while before he started to work. Do you mean? Harry's breath became rapid again. Goblins steal the wealth that wizards store in Gringotts. No, Hagrid said that Gringotts is the safest place besides Hogwarts, if you want to save something. That's true, Potter. Brian pulled Potter and continued to walk forward. Normally, there is no problem with storing your wealth in Gringotts. But there are also some special situations. Brian lowered his voice and said, you see, Potter, goblins have a different concept of ownership than wizards. They believe that the maker of an object is its true owner, and that no one else can claim it without their consent. They also believe that any object made by goblins will return to them when the current possessor dies. This means that they don't recognize the inheritance rights of wizards, and that they consider any goblin-made object in Gringotts as theirs. Harry's eyes widened as he listened to Brian's words. Before Harry could ask further, Brian explained. If a wizard or a family stores all their wealth in the underground vaults of Gringotts, but for some reason, all the members of this family die unfortunately, and Gringotts can't find anyone who can inherit this wealth, then what do you think should be done in this situation? Harry hesitated for a while before saying uncertainly. The wealth belongs to Gringotts. Not so. Brian stepped over a puddle of stagnant water on the ground and gave an unexpected answer. He spoke in a low voice, as if he didn't want anyone to hear their conversation. According to the law of just confiscation, this unclaimed wealth should be returned to the Ministry of Magic for the development of the wizarding world. But I think you know the reputation of goblins and their greediness, Potter. Although they have to give up that wealth under the pressure of wizards, they are obviously not willing to do so. So when they hand over their wealth, they tamper with their accounts and hide some of it secretly. This is also very understandable. He shrugged his shoulders, showing a cynical smile. Are all the people in the Ministry of Magic fools? Harry shouted sharply because he was angry that the Ministry of Magic did nothing about the crimes that happened in front of them. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of indignation. How could they let the goblins get away with such dishonesty? Why would you think that, Potter? Brian smiled and said. If you ask me where there are the most wizard elites in the British wizarding world, then undoubtedly it must be in the Ministry of Magic. They are not fools, but Potter, laws also need people to execute them. And those wizards who execute laws also expect to live a rich and luxurious life. He paused for a moment, letting his words sink in. Do you understand what I mean? Harry opened his mouth and was speechless again. After a while he realized what Professor Watson meant. The Ministry of Magic knew about this situation all along, but some wizards among them colluded with goblins. Realizing this, Harry's expression became stiff again. He thought of Ron's father, Mr. Weasley, who was the only ministry official he knew well. Then would Mr. Weasley also do these dirty things privately? Thinking about Ron's father like this made Harry feel ashamed, but he couldn't help having these thoughts. No way Mr. Weasley can't be that type of wizard. A moment later Harry got his answer. If Mr. Weasley really was that kind of wizard who did dirty things, then Ron's family's financial situation wouldn't be so bad as it is now. And it was because of his integrity and principles that Mr. Weasley, who was very capable and qualified, was not very popular in the Ministry of Magic. This answer made Harry feel much better. He wanted to ask some other questions, but he found that they had already arrived at the low wall. Wait here for me, Potter. Brian ordered Harry to stay where he was and not move. He went into the yard from a gap and walked towards Kekuz, who had been staring at them with curiosity and suspicion. Can I help you with anything? Frustrated by the Ministry of Magic's business, bored Kekuz stood up. He quickly glanced at Brian a few times, but because Brian was not wearing his usual black robe with a mark and his face had no conspicuous magic vortex, he didn't recognize him. It's me, Folly. Since he had already exposed his identity, Brian didn't need to disguise himself anymore. He said in his original voice. Kekuz reacted quickly and realized who the person in front of him was. His tone became happy immediately. Noticing that Professor Watson had left the short wizard behind, Kekuz lowered his voice. It's you, Mr. Watson. Are you here to take a commission? Before Brian could respond, Kekuz complained. To catch that damn black, the Ministry of Magic messed up this place. If it weren't for the fierce resistance from us residents, they even wanted to station Dementors here. While speaking Kekuz shuddered visibly at the thought of those soul-sucking creatures. You have accumulated enough wealth for the Folly family to live comfortably until the next century, Kekuz. There are countless wizards here who are more miserable than you. Brian's voice was cold and sharp as he pierced Kekuz's hypocritical lamentation. He was also astonished by the Ministry of Magic's reckless actions. How could they try to send such dangerous creatures as Dementors to the underground world if they really dared to do so? He was afraid that the European wizarding world would have plunged into chaos and war by now. While Brian was lost in his thoughts, Kekuz had already taken out his worn-out notebook and flipped through it eagerly in front of him, muttering under his breath. Let me see, Professor Watson. I have reserved 2 very valuable tasks for you. The commission is generous, very generous. And you know, according to our previous agreement, I won't charge you any intermediary fees within a year. That's a rare offer, you know. Oh, here it is. Don't bother, Kekuz. Brian glanced at Harry, who was looking curiously at the towering structure that stood at the end of the fan-shaped cave. He said indifferently. I came to find you this time not to take a commission. Then what are you here for? Kekuz's movement in his hand froze. His easygoing face was full of confusion and suspicion. I'm here to find you to post a commission. Brian snapped his index finger and said heavily. 0145 Blackstone Tower. Post the commission. The words were like a thunderbolt in the quiet room. Kekuz was stunned and his eyes widened, his face full of astonishment. But as a smart person, he obviously knew what to ask and what not to ask. After a few seconds of silence, he restrained his surprise and showed eagerness again. Okay, no problem, Mr. Watson. He quickly turned the thick book to the last page, where there were several blank lines waiting to be filled. A brand new feather pen floated from his pocket to his hand, as if it had a life of its own. After writing the word Golden Viper heavily on the header, Keikous looked up and asked with curiosity. What are your requirements? I hope someone can provide some accurate information about the location or clues of the Druid sect and its contemporary priests. Brian said indifferently, as if he was ordering a cup of tea. Druid sect. Keikous's black pupils shook, and he subconsciously uttered his doubts. He had heard of this mysterious religious group, but he had never dealt with them. They were said to be very secretive and powerful, and he heard they had some festival with the church in the Muggle world. These religious people don't have much to do with wizards. You. Oh, are those guys who wanted someone to help explore the magic ruins before looking for you from the Druid sect? He suddenly remembered that Brian had mentioned a group of explorers who had hired him as a guide before. He wondered if they had something to do with the Druid sect. Brian did not answer this question, but his silence was also an answer. Keikous guessed that he was right, and that something must have happened between Brian and those explorers. Unequal division of spoils. He asked cautiously, trying to probe Brian's mood. He knew that Brian was a very capable wizard, but also very proud and ruthless. He did not like to be cheated or betrayed by anyone. Brian's tone became dangerous, and his eyes flashed with cold light. Do you have to ask so detailed, Folly? He snapped. Oh, sorry, of course not. Keikous chuckled a few times, trying to ease the tension. He quickly changed the topic and focused on the task at hand. Well, looking for the Druid sect and the traces of contemporary priests, Then, Mr. Watson, how long will the task last, and how much are you willing to pay for it? He hoped that Brian would offer a reasonable price for such a difficult task. The task period is calculated by 1 year, and it will expire automatically. Of course, within 1 year, if I meet those guys first, I will write to you to cancel the commission. As for the reward. Brian hesitated for a moment. The last time he returned to the orphanage where he grew up, he left most of the money there for the children's welfare. Now he had only more than 2,000 gold gallons on him. To be honest, this task was not as easy as imagined. Wizards lived in a relatively independent magical world, while religious forces like the church were more closely related to the Muggle world. The two did not communicate with each other much. It was difficult to blindly look for druids who might appear all over the world. If someone can find the followers of the Druid sect, I will pay 500 gold gallons as a reward. If there are clues to the location of the sect priests, I will pay 2,000 gold gallons more. He finally decided on a price that he thought was fair and attractive enough. 2,000 gold gallons? This is not a small amount. Keikous immediately became excited and wrote down Brian's requirements on the paper without missing a word. He could already imagine how many people would be interested in this task once it was posted. Then he scratched his cheek awkwardly and reminded Brian of another rule. Sorry, Mr. Watson, it's our rule here that if you post a task, you have to pay half of the reward in advance as a guarantee. Brian's face immediately darkened. He reluctantly took out his money bag from his robe and counted out 1,250 gold gallons. He handed them over to Keikous with a sour expression. He had always made money from Keikous' folly by completing various tasks for him or selling him some rare items from his adventures. This was the first time he paid him. Curious about that, Potter? Harry suddenly felt a pat on his shoulder and came back to his senses. He withdrew his gaze from the black tower that almost merged with the dark cave wall and opened his mouth subconsciously. Then he hesitated and nodded. I don't understand, Professor, why would wizards build a tower underground? What is it used for? He asked with genuine curiosity. He had never seen such a strange building before. It looked like a medieval fortress-type castle, but it was buried deep in the ground. I can take you to visit it, Potter. It's a historic site here. Brian, who suddenly felt poor, eagerly hugged Harry's shoulder and said. He wanted to distract himself from the pain of losing money, and he also wanted to show Harry something interesting. This place was located at the innermost corner of the fan-shaped cave. The two shrinking rock walls met here, making the space very narrow. Therefore, except for some foreign wizards who had never been to the underground world who came to admire this mysterious tower, local people generally did not appear here. Accompanied by Professor Watson, Harry came to the front of this black tower. The black stone blocks that built the tower were very rough on the surface and looked like they had been around for a long time. The shape of the tower was a bit like the spire of Hogwarts Castle Tower, but it was more ancient and mysterious. It seemed to have witnessed countless years of history and secrets, and it stood there silently, defying anyone who dared to approach it. No one knows when this tower was built. People only know that since this cave far away from the ground has been inhabited by people, this tower has stood here. Harry's palm brushed over the cold stone surface and felt a mysterious breath in his heart. Then do people know who? Oh? Harry asked half of his question and remembered what Professor Watson had said on the ground. He understood it himself. Is it Merlin? Harry didn't have any special feelings about Merlin, a wizard who lived in many years ago. He only knew a few things related to Merlin, Merlin medal, Merlin's beard. Oh, and that Merlin commemorative coin that Professor Watson had given to Ron as a souvenir before leaving Hogwarts. When he first entered the underground world, Brian was also as curious as all the newcomers about this black tower. He also tried to blast open the tower with spells like all the wizards who had entered here for thousands of years. But no matter how he tried, the mysterious black tower remained intact, and not even a bit of stone debris fell off. It was as if the tower had a will of its own, and it rejected any intrusion or damage. You guessed it right, Potter. Brian stepped back a few steps and calmly looked at the towering tower tip. He could see some faint runes like writing carved on the stone blocks, but he could not decipher them. Originally, he had lost interest in this tower, but after the trip to Avalon Island, where he had seen some traces of Merlin, he became curious about it again. There has always been a rumor here that people think that this tower is Merlin's final burial place, and that Merlin left unimaginable treasures in his tomb. If you get these treasures, you can have power comparable to those gods in mythology. Power of gods? Don't the wizards here try to open it? Harry sneered at this statement. He looked back at the direction of the pet market, where he had seen some creatures being sold as slaves or pets. His eyes were full of disgust. He raised his voice and asked, somehow, he suddenly thought of the Chamber of Secrets in the school. Look at your feet, Potter. Brian pointed to the pitted ground and smiled sarcastically. These are the traces left by those who tried to open the tower with spells. Unfortunately, no one has ever shaken this tower. The no one in Professor Watson's words obviously included himself. Even a wizard like him, who had mastered many powerful and rare spells, had no way to deal with this cold black tower. This made Harry more curious about the tower. Just as he was studying the narrow hole on the black tower door that was much larger than a normal keyhole, he heard Professor Watson say, among all the rumors related to Merlin, this tower is the most authentic one. Since many years ago, the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic has been trying to get this tower back to the department and protect it as a precious cultural relic. But unfortunately, they tried all kinds of ways and failed to move the black stone tower even an inch. So they had to reluctantly give up this idea. 0146 Lupin's ambition. When they returned to the bustling Diagon Alley, Harry noticed that there were obviously many more wizards coming and going than in the morning. He followed Professor Watson, who was wearing a dark blue cloak and a pointed hat, looking down at the cobblestones that reflected the dazzling sunlight, and said nothing. He felt a mixture of curiosity, confusion, and anger in his chest, but he didn't know how to express it. Because neither of them had time to eat breakfast in the morning, they ordered some food from Tom, the friendly pub owner of the Leaky Cauldron, and found a place far away from the group of guys who were smoking pipes and chatting loudly. They sat on a wooden bench next to a small round table, where a candle was burning dimly. Both of them had their own thoughts in their hearts, so no one spoke. The only sound was the clinking of cutlery and plates. Brian chewed on the bread slice, silently recalling the huge mural in the central temple of Avalon Island. The vivid colors and intricate details still lingered in his mind. The legendary wizard Merlin stood alone in front of the huge temple, gazing at the distant sky, with a solemn and lonely expression on his face. His long white beard and hair fluttered in the wind, and his robes were stained with blood. What happened afterwards was not recorded. It was as if time had stopped at that moment. After that no one knew where Merlin went or what he did. Brian was thinking about a question. The mysterious tower in the underground world, if it was really left by Merlin as rumored, then when did he build the tower, before or after the duel? If it was before the duel, to be honest, Brian would not be too interested in whether Merlin left any treasures in the tower or not. He had seen enough wonders and secrets in his life. But if it was after the duel? Brian narrowed his eyes became deep, and his mouth stopped chewing. The shadow in Morgan Le Fay's body. The plot of the four founders of Hogwarts. The twin serpent staff. Merlin's black stone tower. If these are connected, it seems that an answer can be obtained. Unconsciously, Brian put down his cutlery, his fingers lightly tapping on the uneven wooden table, gathering his wisdom, he tried to sort out the clues and find a logical connection. The logic is reasonable, but there are still problems. Why can't I touch the twin snake wand that even Godric Gryffindor can't pick up? The prophecy of the former priest of Druidism also inexplicably involved me. And what revelation did that woman Clyodna get? He frowned slightly, feeling that he was close to something important, but still missing some key clues. Professor. Harry blinked his glasses and stared at Professor Watson, who was a little absent-minded, with worry in his eyes. I seem to have heard you say Gryffindor. Ah. Brian came back to his senses and pursed his lips. He smiled to reassure Harry's anxiety. I was just thinking about some questions. It's nothing to worry about. He glanced at Harry's eyes and found that there was a turbulent halo in the eyes of the little wizard in front of him. After a little thought, he chuckled and asked. Are you still confused and angry about what you saw in the underground world? Harry didn't say anything, just lowered his head and said nothing. After a while, he asked sullenly. That place. Those dark wizards who treat magical creatures as commodities to buy and sell. Does Professor Dumbledore know all these things? Existence is reasonable, Potter. You think that underground cave and those wizards in it are evil and unforgivable. But you have to understand that at any time, there is always darkness in this world. Now, there is a place that can restrain those darkness together. And there is a relatively reasonable order to restrain them. Don't you think this is actually a good thing? Otherwise, those dark wizards who run around will only hurt more innocent people. Brian did not answer Potter's question directly, but instead talked about something else from a different perspective. He also did not expect Potter to agree with him easily. He knew that Potter had a strong sense of justice and compassion for others. However, his reasoning did not seem to enlighten Potter. Looking at Potter's confusion still not dissipating from his face, Brian thought for a while and then comforted him. Don't worry too much about understanding all this, Potter. Some truths can only be truly understood after years of polishing and experience. Brian was about to say something else, but suddenly, a wizard who came in from the back door wearing a patched robe and carrying a shabby suitcase made Brian's eyes freeze. And that wizard also quickly noticed Brian after entering the pub. He showed surprise first, then some joy on his pale face. But after noticing Harry sitting opposite Brian, he hesitated for a moment and did not approach immediately. We don't have any other plans today, Potter. Brian said calmly to Harry without changing his expression. He sensed Lupin's presence and decided to get rid of Harry first. He didn't want to involve the boy in their conversation. Now I think you'd better go upstairs and rest for a while. You can arrange your afternoon time freely. Well, you can go to that Quidditch boutique and take a good look at that beautiful big broom. When he mentioned the broom that was so expensive that it was hard to imagine, Harry finally cheered up a bit. He finished the food on his plate in 2 or 3 bites and then went upstairs. He cast a curious glance at Lupin, who was still standing by the door, but he didn't say anything. I'm surprised, Brian. I didn't expect to meet you here. The grey-haired Remus Lupin came over and sat in Harry's seat just now, smiling gently. He tried to act casual and friendly, but he couldn't hide the nervousness in his voice. Sorry, are we very familiar? Brian rolled his eyes and thought so, but he didn't bother to say anything. He just frowned and said coldly, why don't you sell your herbs downstairs? What are you doing in the leaky cauldron? Werewolves need to eat too. Lupin ignored Brian's coldness and just lowered his voice and said casually. There was nothing wrong with this sentence. Whether it was a wizard or a half-human wizard, they all needed to eat. But Brian still felt a bit strange, because he knew the poor economic situation of the somewhat premature wizard in front of him. He had seen Lupin's shabby clothes and suitcase, which were full of patches and holes. He knew that Lupin had been wandering around for many years, looking for rare herbs that could ease his pain during the full moon. So it seems Brian looked at Lupin with a gentle expression and raised his eyebrows slightly. You finally found a way to get some galleons for yourself. It's all thanks to you, Brian. Lupin nodded at Brian and said softly. I got some salary in advance from Dumbledore, which made me not have to worry about filling my stomach for a while. Got some salary in advance from Dumbledore. Brian frowned in confusion, but then he realized it and showed a surprised expression. Lupin meant that he agreed to his previous friendly suggestion and became the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. Because of the many things that happened during this time, Brian almost forgot about this matter if it weren't for Lupin's reminder. However, Brian's confusion still did not dissipate. At the end of the last meeting, Lupin's reaction did not seem like he was going to agree. He didn't expect that after more than a month, he actually quietly sent his resume to Dumbledore. There must be something abnormal about this. There must be some reason he didn't know. Brian squinted his eyes and scrutinized Lupin, who had tricked him last time. His voice was doubtful. You agreed, a wise decision. But, Lupin, this is quite surprising to me. I thought you couldn't get over that hurdle in your heart. He was referring to the hurdle of being a werewolf. Brian knew that Lupin had always been ashamed of his identity and feared being discriminated against by others. He also knew that Hogwarts School Board had strict rules about accepting half-human wizards as teachers or students. I thought seriously about what you said to me last time, Brian. As you said, if I can really contribute as a professor, maybe people will have a different view of werewolves. Lupin's smiling face showed a trace of unnaturalness. He knew that the young wizard in front of him was powerful, but he didn't expect that he was also so wise at such a young age. You're lying, Lupin. I'm sure there's another reason. Brian slightly raised his chin, his tone flat. Lupin didn't say anything anymore. Brian's oppressive gaze made him feel very uneasy. He sat there, subconsciously avoiding Brian's probing eyes. Actually, no matter what reason Lupin had for going to Hogwarts according to his suggestion, it had nothing to do with Brian. As long as he accepted this job, Brian would also get his revenge for being betrayed by Lupin before. But his evasive appearance made Brian more alert. Could it be that you and Dumbledore are plotting something together, Lupin, meeting me here by chance? Wouldn't it be something you planned long ago? Lupin smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Brian to have such suspicions. Of course, thinking about how he had framed Brian before, his vigilance was very normal. Actually, Brian interrupted Lupin's hard-thought excuse directly. Unfortunately, Lupin, I happen to be good at legilimency. If you're not a master of occlumency or mind arts, I think you don't have to bother lying to me. Hearing this, Lupin's forehead showed a few fine lines. He felt a chill in his spine, knowing that Brian was not bluffing. He had heard of Brian's extraordinary talent in legilimency, the art of penetrating the mind of another person. He knew that Brian could easily read his thoughts and emotions if he was not careful. The reason why he decided to go to Hogwarts as the defense against the dark arts teacher was not just simple poverty, but there was a deeper reason. He got some information from Dumbledore's letter, information that the Ministry of Magic had not made public yet. Some information about the purpose of his old friend who had been imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years. Brian Watson. Lupin knew he didn't have much friendship with this person, but Dumbledore seemed to appreciate him very much. I think, Brian, you must have already known about Black. Lupin said cautiously, trying to gauge Brian's reaction. Oh. Brian's star-like eyes suddenly opened up, and his face showed a look of realization. He seemed to have guessed what Lupin was implying. Oh. Brian repeated, his voice rising with excitement and anger. I underestimated your ambition, Lupin. Brian clenched his left fist and slammed it on the table, making a loud noise that startled the other customers in the pub. I've become so dull. I didn't realize. You also want to get the Ministry of Magic's 50,000 galleons reward, right? 0147 Cooperation. What is called having a foot in the door, this is it. In the wizarding world, the wizarding public was still uneasy about the whereabouts of Sirius Black after he escaped from Azkaban, the most secure prison for dark wizards and witches. But Remus Lupin, who had a close relationship with Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, had already figured out the real purpose of Black's escape and took action. Lupin held his breath, blinked in confusion, and after a few seconds, his brain finally figured out what Brian Watson was talking about. Yes, Brian, Lupin's eyes flickered, pursed his lips and said, cough, just like you said, the Ministry of Magic's 50,000 galleon bounty, such a large sum of money. Well, if I could get it, I probably wouldn't have to worry about eating for the rest of my life. Brian nodded approvingly. If it wasn't for a very lucky situation, his annual output was probably only 5 or 10,000 galleons. 50,000. Since graduating 3 or 4 years ago, he might not have earned that much money in total. By the way, Brian tapped the table lightly again, looked at the werewolf in front of him who would soon be admitted to the VIP ward of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, his eyes sparkling, and a wonderful idea suddenly popped into his head. Hey, Remus, how about we cooperate? He whispered eagerly. Cooperate? You mean? Looking at Brian Watson who suddenly became eager, Lupin suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Now, the one who became alert was him. Brian leaned forward to the table, as if afraid of leaking important business secrets. We all know that Black escaped from Azkaban for revenge. He will go to Harry Potter sooner or later. Brian Watson, who was so eager, didn't notice that his words made Lupin's hand under the table tremble. It can be foreseen that he will try his best to get close to Harry Potter. Although Hogwarts has Dumbledore, he is not omnipotent. Just like last year's Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin, Dumbledore failed to stop the plot in time. Brian continued with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. My point is, since you can appear in Hogwarts openly and honestly as the new defense against the dark arts teacher, you can help keep an eye on Potter. You are very alert, Remus. If Black really tries to approach Potter, you will definitely find some clues. At that time, you give me the clues and I will track down Black. If we succeed, we can split the 50,000 galleons into 70 and 30. Lupin remained quiet with a strange silence and didn't say a word. And his attitude caused Brian some misunderstanding. You think it's too little? Brian frowned and his tone became unpleasant. You know, Black is a very dangerous dark wizard. With your skills, even if you find him, you may not be able to deal with him. No, I'm just... Lupin seemed to have something stuck in his mouth and spit out one word at a time. I'm just confused, Brian. Dumbledore appreciates you very much, you can write a letter to him. He will definitely not stop you from returning to Hogwarts. But you... I have my own reasons, Remus, Brian said regretfully. I plan to stay in Hogsmeade Village near Hogwarts. If something happens at school, you can notify me at any time by owl. Lupin fell silent again for a long time before slowly asking in a very tired voice. If you really catch Black someday, Brian Watson, what will you do with him? Brian twitched his eyebrows and was a bit surprised by Lupin's question. Of course I will hand him over to the Ministry of Magic for a reward, Remus. Isn't that the purpose of our cooperation? He said matter-of-factly. You don't intend to kill him. Lupin looked gloomy. He is guilty of heinous crimes. He betrayed James and Lily to Voldemort and killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles with a single curse. Judging sin is Wisengamot's business, not mine, Brian said lightly. Then he added, and besides, he might be worth more alive. Looking at Brian Watson, who had already made up his mind to make a fortune in front of him, Lupin suddenly felt deep sadness in his heart. This sadness was not for Brian Watson or himself but for his old friend Sirius Black. Back then when he decided to betray their friendship and defect to Voldemort, that evil madman, and offer James and Lily's location to him, he must have thought that he would surely gain Voldemort's trust and be given unprecedented glory by him. But did he ever think that one day he would fall into this situation because of that sin and be regarded as prey by newcomers who wanted to make a name for themselves in the wizarding world? I have a condition, Brian Watson, if you agree then we'll cooperate. Lupin's expression became solemn and he said in the coldest tone, if Sirius Black ever falls into your hands someday, I hope you can hand him over to me. Noticing Brian Watson's confusion, Lupin gasped and said, he killed 3 of my friends. Very good friends. I have to kill him myself. He clenched his fists and looked down, trying to hide the pain in his eyes. Silence. Brian stared deeply at the vicissitudes of Lupin and realized that he had made a mistake in his previous guess. This werewolf suddenly agreed to go to Hogwarts as a professor not for money but for revenge. He wanted to face Black himself and end their tragic history. Okay, I agree to your request. If I catch Black, I will hand him over to you and let you kill him. Brian nodded. But after that, you can only take 20% of the reward. He added with a cunning smile. In the end, Brian and Lupin reached an agreement and signed a magical contract. Brian Watson, who had been cheated once before by someone, clearly stipulated in the contract that Remus Lupin was not allowed to tell anyone about the cooperation between the two. He also made sure that the contract was bound by blood magic, so that any breach would result in severe consequences. I noticed something. Remus's mood stabilized a lot. The contract only restricts me from revealing the plan but not you. He asked suspiciously. Brian stood up and stretched, waving his wand to put away the contract. My mouth is tight, Remus, but I'm not sure if you'll turn around and tell Albus Dumbledore. After all, there is a precedent for this. He said sarcastically, referring to Lupin's confession about his identity to Dumbledore. After this was done, the two talked for a few more hours, not about Black but about the little wizards at Hogwarts. Although he went to Hogwarts as a professor for a large part of the reason to catch Black, as Brian said before, this was indeed also a good opportunity to improve the negative image of werewolves in the Wizarding Society. Lupin hoped that by showing his kindness, intelligence, and courage, he could change the prejudice and discrimination that many people had against his kind. If he could do well, then in the future when these children enter the wizarding world and learn that one of their impressive defense against the dark arts professors was a werewolf, they might not hate werewolves so much. They might even respect them and treat them as equals. Time passed quietly in the plain and cozy room of the Leaky Cauldron where they met. The sun set and the stars came out. Soon the day of school will come. Author's note: hello, everyone. I hope you are all doing well. I want to thank you for your kind words and support. I'm happy to announce that I feel better and I'm ready to resume writing for you. I appreciate your patience and understanding during this difficult time. 0148 The Poisonous Magic. Sirius Black's escape from prison caused a headache for the Ministry of Magic and fear for many wizarding families, but no matter what, the date of Hogwarts opening, which almost counted as an annual event in the wizarding world, remained unchanged. As the summer vacation came to an end, Diagon Alley gradually regained its usual bustle, though Brian, who had rarely left his room since mid-August, could only judge from the noise outside the open window. He could hear the excited chatter of children, the haggling of merchants, and the occasional roar of a magical creature. Hedwig's cage was still hanging on the window bars, but the cage was empty. This snow-white and clever owl, like its owner, had gone out for a stroll. She enjoyed flying freely in the sky, hunting for mice and delivering letters for Brian. She was loyal and smart, and knew when to return to her master. Brian stared quietly at the frog in Hedwig's cage that had been caught back as a snack, and after his thoughts cleared up a bit, he lowered his head and looked at the several torn research manuscripts spread out on the desk. He had gotten this pile of manuscripts from the underground world's trading market last time. According to the boss who sold them, these were the research manuscripts left by an ancient Greek dark wizard who was regarded as the pioneer in the field of the dark arts, Herpo the Foul, who invented the Horcrux and the Blood Curse. Brian didn't care whether these manuscripts were really left by Herpo, but the content they contained was indeed worth the dozens of galleons he spent. To engrave a curse or a magic into the soul of a living being, as long as the race does not die out, this particular race will be cursed forever. What a terrible magic! Brian squinted his eyes and tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. He felt a chill run down his spine as he read those words. He wondered what kind of twisted mind could come up with such a cruel idea. In his memory, there seemed to be indeed a kind of lost curse that had a similar effect, the blood curse. The blood curse would allow the cursed person to have two forms of human and snake that could be switched between each other. It sounded amazing, but it was actually very cruel, because this curse would continuously pollute the magic in the cursed person's blood, and would speed up the pollution as the magic in the body became stronger. Until one day when you could no longer resist, you would lose your human form and memory forever. The most desperate thing about this curse was that it would spread like a virus through blood ties. In other words, once a wizard was cursed, then his descendants would suffer this despairing pain generation after generation until this family died out one day. Compared to the 3 unforgivable curses, Brian thought this blood curse was much more terrible. When he was studying at Hogwarts, Brian learned about the introduction of the blood curse from a book called The Most Poisonous Magic in the restricted section. That book also mentioned Horcruxes in passing, and there was text saying that these 2 curses were both invented by the Greek dark wizard Herpo. The pile of rotten paper in front of him recorded some experimental records during the creation of this curse, as well as incomplete theoretical foundations. Brian had been studying these manuscripts for some time, and based on the incomplete information on them, he tried to deduce the theoretical structure of the magic, and then get the corresponding spell and casting posture from the complex structure of the spell. It was broad daylight, but as Brian's wand tip drew out mysterious trajectories in the air, the room with open windows gradually darkened, as if a thin veil of shadow seeped out from nowhere and obscured the light in the room. The ominous atmosphere that gradually filled the air made the frog in Hedwig's cage uneasy. It stood up on its legs and leaned on the iron cage, making noisy croaks. It sensed something dangerous was about to happen. Brian stared at the frog in the cage with a cold expression. Unconsciously, his illusion magic that covered his eyes had been broken by his continuously surging magic. Those eyes that were like pure purple gems showed a palpable malice. The frog that couldn't move floated up uncontrollably, as if it was being pulled by an invisible force. Even though it only had a shallow self-awareness, its 2 bulging eyes showed clear fear, as if it knew it was doomed. It tried to struggle, but it was useless. It was trapped in a nightmare that it could not escape. The green color on the frog's skin gradually turned gray-white in the twisted space that enveloped its body, and melted like wax liquid and disappeared completely. It was as if its life was being drained away by some invisible force, leaving behind only a hollow shell. Where the frog used to be, there appeared a vague frog outline that emitted a faint white glow. It looked like a ghost. Soul. Underneath his powerful and evil magic power, Brian's handsome face showed an indescribable majesty. He moved his wand slowly and gently. Strands of black gas spewed out from his wand tip. They were like the breath of death, cold and sinister. As soon as those snake-like twisting black gas appeared in the room, the slightly dim air began to vibrate slightly. If it weren't for some defensive spells that Brian had set up beforehand, then I'm afraid everyone in the leaky cauldron would have been affected. They would have felt a chill in their bones, a sense of dread in their hearts, and a loss of hope in their minds. As the closest one to the black gas, the frog soul undoubtedly suffered the most. The white outline trembled so fast that it almost left a trail in the air. It felt an unbearable pain, as if its soul was being torn apart by thousands of sharp blades. Seeing this situation, Brian's movements became even more gentle. His wand-holding hand was gentle as if he was stroking his lover's cheek. Oh, no, he didn't have a lover, like he was stroking glittering galleons. Under his control, those black gas that twisted their bodies like snakes gradually stretched out their tentacles to the white soul, slowly and steadily. They were like greedy parasites, trying to devour the soul of the frog and turn it into a cursed seed. Bang! A dull roar sounded in the room. The breeze that came face to face carried countless dreamy light spots like fireflies, making Brian squint his eyes subconsciously. He raised his arm to shield his face from the sudden explosion of light. He failed. Brian waved his hand to disperse the scattered frog soul light spots. He had a flash of insight in his heart, but his expression didn't show much disappointment. He was used to failure, and he knew that success was not easy to come by. Experimental research and spell deduction were like this. Failure was normal, success was accidental. As long as he could find a perfect way, he wouldn't get nothing. Brian waved his wand to clean up the pus on Hedwig's cage, then leaned back on the chair and picked up the manuscripts that were hard to identify and studied them. From time to time, he flipped through the runes that looked like hieroglyphs and checked if there were any translation errors. He had spent a lot of time and effort on deciphering these ancient texts, but he still felt that there were some gaps in his understanding. On one corner of the desk was a stack of new parchment papers filled with formulas. That was the process of Brian's complete deduction of the spell structure during this period of time. After the manuscript didn't give him any more inspiration, Brian reached for his draft paper and checked his deduction process himself, but he still didn't find any problems. This was strange. Brian closed his eyes and thought about it in his mind. He recalled every step of his experiment, every detail of his spell casting, every reaction of his target. He tried to find out where he went wrong, what he missed, what he overlooked. According to the content recorded on these manuscripts he got, if the magic was successfully cast, then he would get a cursed frog soul, and this soul would be a curse seed. When he wanted to curse someone someday, there would be another spell that would forcibly embed this curse seed into the cursed person's soul. In this way, the curse would be successful, and the cursed person and his descendants would face a living hell. They would turn into frogs at most before they were 30 years old. The creator of this curse didn't think about how to lift it at all during the creation process. So unless they stopped reproducing, the pain would be passed on for generations. Why did it fail? Brian was still pondering this question, but footsteps in the corridor interrupted his thinking process. Before the visitor knocked on the door, Brian had already eliminated all the evidence of crime, and when he got up, he casually brushed his eyes and restored the color of his eyes. He didn't want anyone to see his true eye color, which was a sign of his immense magic power. He had cast an illusion spell on himself long ago, changing his eyes from purple to brown. He had to be careful not to expose his secrets, especially in the wizarding world. I need a quiet place where I won't be disturbed for my experiments and research. As he walked towards the wooden door, Brian suddenly remembered the magical room on the 7th floor of Hogwarts Castle. That was really a good place for experiments and research. It was called the Room of Requirement, and it could transform into anything the user needed. Brian had discovered it by accident when he was a student, and he had used it many times for his private studies. Author's note: these things related to spell and spell theories is all mostly based on HP forum and fan-made theories. 0149 Family Dinner. On a night when the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, a lively family dinner was taking place in the Leaky Cauldron pub. The pub was a cozy and warm place, with wooden tables and chairs, a fireplace, and various magical objects hanging on the walls. Apart from Charlie and Bill, who were working abroad, the entire Weasley family was present. They occupied a large table near the window, where they could see the bustling Diagon Alley outside. In addition to the Weasleys, Harry, Hermione, and Brian were also special guests of the family dinner. They had been invited by Mrs. Weasley, who wanted to express her gratitude to them for saving her two youngest children from the Chamber of Secrets. Even the pub owner Tom, who usually kept a low profile, was pulled by Mrs. Weasley, whose cheeks were flushed from drinking, to sit on a chair and drink 2 glasses of mead with them. "I don't know how to thank you, dear." Mrs. Weasley clutched Brian's sleeve and said, this was the 5th time she said this to Brian tonight, "I can't imagine what would have happened if Ginny and Ron really, oh, it's too horrible." She shuddered at the thought of her children being killed by the basilisk that had been unleashed from that chamber. She hugged Brian tightly, as if he was her own son. "We were going to Hogwarts personally to thank you, Brian." Mr. Weasley wiped the sweat beads on his slightly bald forehead and said with a smile. He was wearing a mismatched suit that he had borrowed from a Muggle friend for the occasion. He had been very nervous lately because of Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban prison. He worked at the Ministry of Magic's misuse of Muggle artifacts office, and he had been busy dealing with the aftermath of Black's breakout. Therefore, he rarely encountered a happy thing. Tonight, he indulged himself a little and drank a lot of rum with his old friend Tom. "That thing back then." Mr. Weasley burped and said, "I mean when you and Bill and Charlie were at Hogwarts, after that terrible incident that night. Molly and I wanted to go to Hogwarts to thank you in person, but Snape told us you needed to be locked up for rest of the term and wouldn't let us see you for half a year. He said you had been exposed to some dark magic that could affect your mind. After you got Ginny and Ron out of the Chamber of Secrets, we planned to visit again. I wrote to Dumbledore to ask if it was appropriate, but he told us you had left school and your whereabouts were a mystery." He looked at Brian with curiosity and admiration. Sitting opposite Brian, Fred, and George, the two brothers looked at their dizzy parents and snickered non-stop. The other little ones also had roughly the same reaction. Only the biggest child of the Weasley family in here, Percy, frowned and looked unhappy. "Oh, Dad and Mum." Percy straightened his chest with the badge of the head boy on it, so that the badge would be more dazzling in the candlelight, and complained in a serious tone. "We are all very happy to see Professor Watson again, Dad and Mum, but you are being a bit rude." "It's okay, Percy." Brian leaned on Mrs. Weasley, who was dizzy but still smiling warmly at him, and smiled at Percy. "This is not school, we don't have to be too rigid. Ah, by the way, I haven't had time to congratulate you on becoming the head boy. Dumbledore made a wise choice, didn't he? I think you deserve it, just like your brother Bill." Percy blushed and didn't know how to answer, so he could only use a fierce look at the twins who were making vomiting gestures on the side. The family atmosphere of the Weasley family was indeed very good. Influenced by this atmosphere, Brian was also in a good mood. He talked with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley about his classmates who had graduated. Among these people, quite a few of them had faded away from the crowd. Some of them even had closer ties with the Muggle world, such as Francis Riley, who had become a slightly famous painter, and Bridget Bacon, who had joined a rock band. There were only a few outstanding ones, such as Nymphadora Tonks, who had joined the Ministry of Magic as an Auror. Oh, I know that girl. She's very passionate and very popular in the Auror office. Mr. Weasley picked up his glass and clinked with Brian again. Speaking of which, Rufus and his men have been unlucky lately. They ran into a hard nut to crack. They stayed in St. Mungo's for more than half a month before they came to their senses. They were ready to make some achievements in front of Fudge and Old Barty, but they ran into Black. Cough. Brian coughed awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. Speaking of which, I heard that Bill graduated and went to Egypt's Gringotts as a curse breaker. How is he doing lately? Oh, speaking of this. Mrs. Weasley, who had been smiling all night long, suddenly became angry. Bill and his colleagues were entangled by those damn goblins from Gringotts. She slammed her fist on the table, making the plates and glasses rattle. Goblins from Gringotts. Brian blinked his eyes in surprise and asked, isn't he working for Gringotts? He had a hard time believing that Bill, who was one of the most talented and responsible wizard he had ever seen, would be involved in a shady business. This thing has something to do with Rufus and those dark wizards they encountered. Mr. Weasley shook his head with a bitter smile. He looked very tired and worried, as if he had aged a lot in the past few months. 2 months ago, Rufus and his men intercepted a group of dark wizards who smuggled relics. The things they had were exactly what Bill and his colleagues dug out. The group of dark wizards attacked Bill and his colleagues as soon as they handed over the things to Gringotts. This thing was too suspicious. The goblins thought there must be traitors among Bill and his colleagues, so they asked the Egyptian Ministry of Magic to lock them all up for interrogation. He explained the situation in a low voice, as if he was afraid of being overheard by someone. Brian pursed his lips and lowered his head, suddenly interested in the glass in front of him. Of course, the result of the interrogation was that Bill and his colleagues were innocent, but the goblins refused to accept this result. They demanded that all wizard employees must accept their surveillance until they find the things back. In my opinion, those greedy goblins should be more self-reflective. They are more likely to do such things. Mrs. Weasley, who had finally had a chance to visit her eldest son, but ran into this kind of thing, shouted angrily. She slammed her fist again on the table, making the plates and glasses rattle. She was very protective of her children, and she hated anyone who tried to harm them or accuse them falsely. She also despised the goblins for their cunning and selfishness, and she wished she could give them a piece of her mind. Cough cough, you're right, Mrs. Weasley. Indeed, I think this thing is more like what the goblins did. Brian coughed a few times, with an innocent face, and nodded in agreement. The lively family dinner lasted until after 9 o'clock before it finally ended. Brian, who had often accompanied customers to drink in his previous life, had a great result. He was still sober and energetic, while Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were carried upstairs by their 3 eldest sons. They were both drunk and sleepy, but they still thanked Brian repeatedly for saving their children. Their youngest daughter Ginny, who looked more energetic than last year, ran to the boss for 2 glasses of honey water and then ran upstairs. She gave 1 glass to Brian with a shy smile, and then followed her brothers to help her parents settle down. Brian held a cup of steaming tea and leaned on a pillar that supported the upper floor, looking at the 3 little ones who had hardly had a chance to talk to him all night long, and said with a smile. I noticed that you have something to say to me, right? He winked at them playfully, as if he could read their minds. He enjoyed teasing them and making them feel curious and nervous. After spending a summer vacation and being tanned by 2 degrees, Hermione smiled shyly and then looked at Harry with concern and said. Harry told us some things. Brian's eyes immediately pointed at Harry and his eyebrows were raised. This kid wouldn't be stupid enough to gossip about Watson Manor and his identity everywhere, would he? Oh, it's about Black, Professor. Facing Professor Watson's sharp eyes, Harry suddenly realized what he had done and shivered, quickly explaining. I told Ron and Hermione my guess that Black escaped from prison to kill me, and also that you accepted Fudge's commission and are hunting Black down. I didn't say anything else. Brian nodded in satisfaction and his eyes softened. I had been studying blood curses recently and was short of experimental materials. You have other secrets you haven't told us. Ron immediately understood what was going on and glared at Harry unhappily. Hermione was also curious about Harry's hidden secrets, but she was obviously more worried about Harry's safety. Professor, how are you going to deal with that Black? She asked with a serious tone, showing her intelligence and maturity. As soon as Hermione's question came out, something in Ron's pocket suddenly stirred. In a moment, a wilted rat popped out of his pocket. Its black eyes showed curiosity. 0150 Hogsmeade. Whoosh. A clear yellow figure flashed past Brian's eyes like lightning, and pounced directly on Ron's pocket. It was a large, ginger-colored cat with a squashed face and a bottle-brush tail, which Hermione had received as a birthday present from her parents. The cat's name was Crookshanks, and it had a fierce hatred for Ron's pet rat, Scabbers. Ow, damn it! Ron jumped up from his seat subconsciously, holding Hermione's snarling cat with both hands, trying to keep it as far away from his cheeks as possible, lest his eyes be scratched out by the sharp claws. He felt a sharp pain in his chest where Crookshanks had dug his teeth into the fabric of his sweater. Can't you control this beast, Hermione? This is the second time today it's tried to rip off my scalp. He yelled, his voice cracking with fear and anger. Oh, don't be like that, Crookshanks. Hermione, who was a beat slower, snatched back her birthday present from Ron's hands, lest he strangle it in frustration. That's a bit rude, Crookshanks. She scolded the cat sternly, but her tone was also full of affection. She stroked his fur gently and kissed his head, making him purr contentedly. When the ginger-colored cat, which was about the size of a young tiger, calmed down, Hermione hugged it tightly in her arms and looked at Ron apologetically. Rude? Is that all? Ron shouted at Hermione angrily, but Hermione only cared about soothing the beast and ignored him. She didn't seem to notice how Ron's face turned red with embarrassment and resentment. Ron felt like he was being treated unfairly by both Hermione and her cat. That rat. Brian rubbed his brow and pointed in the direction of the stairs. In that short time, the rat that poked its head out of Ron's pocket moved faster than the big yellow cat, almost in the blink of an eye. The rat slid down Ron's trouser leg, agilely dodged the cluttered table and chair legs, slipped behind the bar, and ran across the aisle at a fast speed, disappearing around the corner of the stairs. It was a scrawny and balding rat with a few patches of grey fur and a long pink tail. It looked old and sickly, but it had a surprising burst of energy when it sensed danger. Oh, Scabbers! Reminded by Professor Watson, Ron realized that Scabbers had escaped his control again. He left behind the few people in the hall and hurried after him. He hoped to catch him before he got lost or eaten by some other animal. Scabbers was his pet rat that he had inherited from his brother Percy when he went to Hogwarts. He had been with him for 3 years and he had grown fond of him despite his appearance and lack of personality. Scabbers is a pet that Ron inherited from Percy. Noticing that Professor Watson's expression was a bit wrong, Harry volunteered to explain. He's very old and he's a bit out of sorts because he went to Egypt with Mr. Weasley and them. So Ron is very worried about him. Harry felt sorry for Ron and his rat. He looked pretty spirited. Brian smiled and dismissed the sudden sense of strangeness in his mind that he had caught a glimpse of just now. He responded to Hermione's gaze and said, "Dealing with Black has never been a problem, Miss Granger. The key is how to find him." Brian looked at Harry and his tone became serious. "I have to remind you, Potter. If Black really is as loyal to Voldemort as rumored, then you have to be careful this year. If I say if he really faces you in person when no one else is around, I think he probably won't waste too much time on torturing you." Brian spoke with a grave voice that made Harry shiver involuntarily. Harry understood what Professor Watson meant, but he wasn't too worried. The reason was Dumbledore. Think about it. In Voldemort's most powerful era, he didn't dare to rush into Hogwarts where Dumbledore was. Harry didn't believe that Voldemort's henchmen had more courage than his master and dared to sneak into Hogwarts to trouble him. Harry trusted Dumbledore's wisdom and power more than anything else. He was the only one who had ever defeated Voldemort and he was the headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry felt safe under his protection. The Ministry of Magic and Professor Dumbledore both know Black's purpose for escaping. Hermione was a bit dissatisfied with Harry's indifference, but she also knew that this was his old problem. No matter how much she reminded him, it was hard to change. She was a smart and diligent girl who always followed the rules and did her homework. She liked to read books and learn new things. She cared a lot about Harry and Ron, who were her best friends, but they often annoyed her with their recklessness and laziness. "Next year, I think there will be tight defenses in the school. Professor, do you think that Black can still sneak into Hogwarts to harm Harry under these circumstances?" she asked Brian with a hopeful tone. She wanted to hear some reassuring words from him. Brian stood up and stretched lazily without caring about his image. "Remember my words, Granger. And Potter. Never pin your hopes on your enemy's incompetence and stupidity. Otherwise, you're playing with your own life. That's enough chit-chat. It's late. You have to get up early tomorrow to catch the train. Now go to bed," Brian said with a final warning and a dismissive gesture. He didn't choose to go to King's Cross Station with Harry, Hermione and the boys and girls of the Weasley family by bus from the Ministry of Magic and then take the Hogwarts Express to Hogsmeade. Instead he chose to leave alone. This was what he and Lupin had planned. In this school year when Black had not been captured yet, Lupin stayed in Hogwarts and paid attention to everything around Harry Potter, the savior. This was equivalent to an open defense force that could deter any potential attackers. Brian lurked in Hogsmeade and watched for any signs of movement around the school. Of course, lurking here doesn't necessarily mean squatting in the dark and not letting anyone find out. Brian had to act like a normal visitor who came to enjoy the charms of Hogsmeade, the only all-wizarding village in Britain. He had to mingle with the crowds, visit the shops, and chat with the locals. He had to avoid arousing any suspicion or curiosity from anyone who might be watching him. It means not sending out any signals that you are tracking Black to the outside world. Actually, Brian planned this way not so much as guarding against Black as being careful of Dumbledore. This old guy was cunning and vicious and especially idle. He didn't want him to know his plan and come up with some tricks. Early the next morning, at dawn, the pure and cozy sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, forming weak and shifting light and shadows on the wooden floor. The light cast a warm glow on the furniture and objects in the room, creating a contrast with the coldness outside. The room was spacious and comfortable, with a fireplace, a sofa, a table, and several beds. It was one of the rooms in the Leaky Cauldron, a famous pub and inn for wizards in London. How many times do I have to stress it, Molly? The paper didn't report it because Fudge wanted to cover it up, but Fudge went to Azkaban the night Black escaped. The guards told him that for a long time, Black had been talking in his sleep, saying over and over again, "He's at Hogwarts. He's at Hogwarts. Black's gone mad, Molly. He wants Harry's life. If you ask me, he thinks killing Harry will make you-know-who rise again." Harry stopped you-know-who that night, and Black lost everything. He stayed in Azkaban alone for 12 years, thinking about it all the time. In the dark room next door, Brian looked at the mirror and slightly tidied up his messy hair. He was getting ready to leave for Hogsmeade after spending a night at the Leaky Cauldron. Suddenly he heard a suppressed quarrel from the next room where the Weasleys lived. Although he had no intention of eavesdropping on the couple's privacy, those whispers were hard to hear for Brian, whose senses were especially sharp because of magic. He recognized the voices of Arthur and Molly Weasley. No wonder Fudge was so sure that Black would go after Harry. Brian had a flash of insight in his mind as he heard Arthur's words. He realized that Fudge had some information that he didn't share with the public or even with Dumbledore. He had stayed in Azkaban for more than 10 years, accompanied by Dementors day and night. Even so, he still remembered to avenge his old master. To be honest, this loyalty moved Brian a little bit while also sighing at Voldemort's charisma. So. Brian looked at Harry who was lying on the bed in a sprawl, sleeping sweetly and unaware of anything. He whispered with a smile, "Good luck to you, Potter." After saying this, Brian picked up his suitcase and quietly left the room. He didn't want to disturb Harry or anyone else. He wanted to slip away unnoticed and head to Hogsmeade as soon as possible. He had a lot of work to do and not much time to waste. Although the sun had not completely escaped the shackles of the earth, the azure blue that penetrated through the high sky told people that today would be a good day. The air was fresh and crisp, the birds were singing, and the flowers were blooming. It was a perfect day for a stroll or a picnic, or for any other activity that involved enjoying the beauty of nature. Thick and misty clouds rose from the center of the Black Lake, drifting with the morning breeze. The Hogwarts castle standing on the high ground was faintly visible in the clouds. This picture was beautiful, like a fairy tale come true. Unfortunately, not far from the castle, a swaying black cloud that made people feel cold just by looking at it ruined the beauty of this picture. It was a sign of the presence of Dementors, the foul creatures that guarded Azkaban prison. They were hooded figures that sucked out the happiness and life force of anyone who came near them. They were probably sent by Fudge to patrol around Hogwarts in case Black tried to enter the school grounds. Even Hogsmeade Village at the edge of the mountains and forests was vaguely affected by the black cloud, revealing a sense of coldness and depression. Hogsmeade was a charming and lively village that offered many attractions and services for wizards of all ages. It had pubs, shops, cafes, and even a haunted house. It was a popular destination for Hogwarts students who were allowed to visit it on certain weekends. It was usually a place of joy and fun, but now it was overshadowed by fear and gloom. "Ha, caught one. Raise your hands over your head and let me see your wand, sir." Just as he appeared in front of Honeyduke's candy shop in Hogsmeade Village and was staring at that ominous black cloud, a solemn and stern voice suddenly came from behind Brian. 0151 Old classmates. Brian did not raise his hands above his head, or even make a vigilant posture, but twitched his mouth, turned his back to the person behind him, and politely asked. "Excuse me, noble lady, what law did I break?" His voice was calm and composed, as if he was not bothered by the sudden intrusion. "Oh, don't you know?" The voice still maintained a serious tone, but it sounded like it was suppressing a smile. "Don't you know, sir, that the Auror office has obtained the approval of the Magical Transportation Department and Minister Fudge to impose traffic control in Hogsmeade? Anyone who comes to Hogsmeade Village without prior application by Apparition, Flow Network, or part2 is not allowed. You made a big mistake, sir." She spoke with a mock authority, as if she was reading from a script. She was trying to sound like a strict law enforcer, but her voice betrayed her amusement. But the ministry's press conferences and the Daily Prophet have not reported anything about this recently. Brian pursed his lips and smiled. He knew that the voice belonged to an old friend of his, who liked to tease him. He decided to play along with her joke. We posted a notice on the bulletin board at the Diagon Alley and the entrance of Village Gate. It's your problem that you didn't see it, sir, not the ministry's fault. Brian had already heard the laughter of the person behind him. Before he could say anything, the person behind him had completely given up pretending and laughed out loud. For your kind of disregard for the law, Brian Watson, I think you need to be severely punished. I have an idea. How about a term of detention? Brian also laughed. He turned around and looked at the person behind him and joked. You want me to be in detention? Of course, no problem, Tonks, as long as someone accompanies me. He saw a young woman with a round face and bright eyes standing behind him. She was wearing a black robe with a silver badge that identified her as an Auror. Her hair was changing colors rapidly, from pink to blue to green to purple, reflecting her mood. The morning Hogsmeade village was bathed in the cool sunlight like water. Most of the local residents had not left home yet. There were not many pedestrians on the commercial street where Brian and Tonks shook hands with a smile. They walked into the empty Three Broomsticks pub, where they were greeted by the charming landlady Mrs. Rosmerta. She walked over and put down a glass of syrup soda and a cup of green tea from the tray. She nodded her head and walked away tactfully. Some things are unspoken secrets. Tonks fiddled with her slightly dull violet hair and changed them to the same color as the ripe wheat in autumn. She looked at Brian curiously and said enthusiastically. You know, Brian, the Daily Prophet said that Boy and his friends got that basilisk from Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, but everyone in the department knows that it was you who pulled those kids out of the snake's mouth. But few people in the department know where you came from. Many people are asking around about your background. She leaned forward and lowered her voice, as if she was sharing a juicy gossip. Did you tell them who I am? Brian smiled and didn't seem to mind. He knew that Tonks was one of the few people who knew his true identity. I know you don't like to attract attention, Brian, Tonks said proudly. There's a nasty woman named Umbridge who's been asking a lot of young people in the department about you. She also came to me, but I didn't say a word. She made a face and stuck out her tongue, showing her dislike for Umbridge. Much appreciated. Umbridge was the senior undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic. She was said to be Fudge's right-hand man and trusted by Fudge very much. Brian guessed that this woman probably wanted to recruit some young wizards who were good at their skills but not well known for Fudge. In case one day Fudge and Dumbledore had a falling out. Some of the people in the ministry were more loyal to power, some were neutralists, and quite a few were Dumbledore's obedient students. If one day Dumbledore called for action, it was hard to say who they would listen to. Brian frowned slightly at the thought of this possibility. He hoped that it would never happen. By the way, Brian looked at Tonks's black robe worn by Aurors on missions, his eyes flickered for a moment. You became an Auror? That's a very good job. Among our graduates that year, except for Bill Weasley who met all the requirements for Auror recruitment, everyone else's grades seemed to be unqualified. I was specially recruited. Tonks raised her nose and said proudly, you know, Brian, I'm a metamorphmagus. I have a natural talent for hiding and disguising. Of course, being an Auror is not an easy job. I'm still an intern. By the way, Brian, what have you been doing these years under a false name? I mean, before you returned to Hogwarts as an investigator earlier this year. Tonks asked with curiosity and admiration. Freelancer Brian picked up the teacup and smiled. I aim to help some people who are in trouble solve their current predicaments. That doesn't sound like a serious job, Tonks asked suspiciously. Yeah, Brian nodded, his tone serious. Aurors are our enemies. He said it as a joke, but there was a hint of truth in it. A carriage full of oak barrels stopped outside the pub. The landlady picked up a fancy money bag and hurriedly pushed the door to pick up the goods. In the pub, there were only Brian and Tonks left. They sat at a corner table, away from the windows and the fireplace. They wanted some privacy and quietness for their conversation. Brian leaned back in his chair with a smile on his face. Tonks across from him was talking enthusiastically about her exciting Auror career. It was so close, Brian. Tonks held up a finger and gestured, I swear, it was so close that we caught those dark wizards who smuggled artifacts. Before that operation, Kingsley told me privately that if I could perform brilliantly in the arrest operation, he would be willing to go to Mr. Scrimgeour to apply for shortening my internship period on my behalf. It's a pity that the damn dark wizard who popped out of nowhere ruined everything. He made me lie in St. Mungo's for half a month. The Auror office also lost 2 months' bonus because of this. I was planning to use that money to buy myself a broom. She spoke with passion and frustration, recalling the details of the mission that went wrong. Brian didn't know what to say, so he just kept smiling. Tonks, who clenched her teeth, drank the syrup soda in her glass. She seemed to be still angry and wanted to find the landlady for a more stimulating drink. She looked up and found that there was no one in the shop, so she slammed the glass on the table. She cursed under her breath and looked around for Mrs. Rosmerta. She wanted to order something stronger than soda, something that could drown her sorrows and make her forget her failures. By the way, Looking at the calm Brian, compared to herself who was excited by meeting an old classmate after many years, Brian Watson had been very graceful and calm except for the moment when they met. Tonks was not surprised by Brian's performance. Back in school, this Slytherin wizard who seemed indifferent to everything was like this. He was always cool and collected, never showing much emotion or interest in anything. He was smart and talented, but he kept a low profile and avoided trouble. By the way, Brian, why are you here in Hogsmeade? I heard you're no longer working at Hogwarts. Tonks changed the topic and asked casually. Brian knew that the ministry probably arranged Tonks here to watch Black. He certainly wouldn't tell her that he actually came here for the same purpose. You know, Tonks. Brian looked out of the window at the row of old houses with chimneys smoking white smoke next to the street. I returned to Hogwarts earlier this year. Of course, I also came to this village and found that I liked the living environment here very much. It reminded me of many good memories of studying at Hogwarts. So, after careful consideration for a while, I decided to stay here for a while. I came here this time hoping to find a rental house in the village. He lied smoothly and convincingly, making up a plausible reason for his presence in Hogsmeade. He pretended to be nostalgic and sentimental about his school days, hoping to divert Tonks' attention from his real motives. According to Brian's understanding of Tonks, she would make a few jokes when she heard him say good memories of studying. For example, good memories, do you mean being locked up in Professor Snape's office for a term, or something like that? But to his surprise, this good-natured girl did not behave like that, but instead became serious and solemn, with solemnity in her eyes. You want to settle in Hogsmeade, at this time? If it were any other time, there would be no problem, Brian. Tonks became serious when she talked about business. She glanced at the landlady outside bargaining and lowered her voice to warn Brian, but now, this is not a peaceful place. 0152 Secrets. Brian knew what Tonks meant by not peaceful. He was well aware of the gossip culture that pervaded the British Ministry of Magic. Most of the employees there had graduated from Hogwarts, and they still retained the old habit of their school days. As long as they learned a juicy secret, they couldn't wait to share it with everyone they knew. Therefore, the shocking news that Sirius Black, the notorious mass murderer and Death Eater, had escaped from Azkaban to kill Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was something that almost everyone who had anything to do with the Ministry of Magic knew, even though the Daily Prophet had not reported it yet. Fudge, the Minister of Magic, had entrusted him to look after Harry during the summer vacation. Mr. Weasley, who worked in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, obviously knew about it in advance, but for Tonks, who was a rookie Auror and still had to practice for 2.5 years, she apparently didn't have as many connections as Mr. Weasley, otherwise she wouldn't have said that to him. Brian didn't pretend to be confused, because he also wanted to hear from Tonks what progress the Aurors had made in capturing Black. He leaned forward and lowered his voice, as if he was afraid of being overheard by someone. If you mean Black, he said cautiously. I already know he might cause some trouble, but I don't think the Ministry needs to worry too much. After all. He pointed to the direction of Hogwarts outside the window and imitated Harry's expression when he mentioned Dumbledore. He tried to sound confident and reassuring. Our headmaster is not a simple man. Oh, you already know? Tonks asked, her voice slightly disappointed. She had been ready to spill the secret to Brian, but now she realized that he was not as clueless as she had thought. She muttered a few words under her breath, but didn't seem too surprised. Apparently, she also had some understanding of the Ministry's leaky nature. That's not necessarily true, Brian. Dumbledore has his blind spots too, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Black to be the Potter's secret keeper. The bar suddenly became very quiet. Tonks looked at Brian with confusion when she didn't get a response. To her surprise, she saw a stunned and astonished handsome face staring back at her. Oh, you don't know this? Tonks exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. You haven't heard of this? Brian slowly closed his mouth and hesitated to nod. He felt like he had just been hit by a stunning spell. Whoosh! Tonks' golden hair turned pink in an instant, and a blush appeared on her pale heart-shaped cheeks. In her black eyes that stared at Brian, there was a bright light of excitement. Oh, of course you don't. This is a top secret. Even in the Ministry, only a few senior officials know about it. Of course, we Aurors often know some secrets that are not known to others because of our work needs, but Brian, I can't tell outsiders. This is top secret. Since that's the case, Brian interrupted her politely. But you're not an ordinary wizard, are you? Tonks leaned in closer, ignoring his words. You have the Order of Merlin. By the way, that's really amazing, Brian. Except for dying in the line of duty, I don't see any chance of getting an Order of Merlin in my lifetime. That was because you helped Dumbledore solve that annoying Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin last year. I dare say he must trust you very much. Maybe Brian thought so, but when he spoke, he said yes, I am Dumbledore's most trusted person. He hoped that his lie would make Tonks stop talking nonsense. Since that's the case. Tonks glanced at the door and made sure no one came in before saying enthusiastically, "It doesn't matter if I tell you then. Dumbledore will tell you sooner or later anyway." He will. Brian thought again. He doubted that Dumbledore would ever tell him such a sensitive information. "This is a bit complicated, Brian. I have something important to do and can't tell you in detail. Basically, it's like this, the boys' parents are James and Lily Potter. They were friends with Black when they were at Hogwarts. Back then, when Voldemort was hunting them down mercilessly, Dumbledore suggested using the Fidelius's charm to hide their location and act as their secret keeper himself. But the Potters disagreed. They thought Black was more trustworthy than anyone else." Brian's expression changed subtly. He felt a chill run down his spine. "So you're saying that after Black became the Potters' secret keeper, he betrayed them and joined Voldemort?" "That's exactly what happened, Brian," Tonks said solemnly. "Everyone knows what happened next. Voldemort found the Potters and killed them in cold blood. And just when he was about to kill little Potter, the baby who was destined to be his nemesis, somehow his magic failed and he died. Or so it seemed. Some people even think he was severely injured and fled in disgrace, hiding in the shadows for years. Anyway, that despicable Black lost everything overnight. He couldn't believe that Voldemort, the Dark Lord he worshipped and followed, would be defeated by a mere infant. When the news came out, he ran to the Potter's house to confirm the situation with his own eyes. When he found out that it was true, that his friends were dead and their son had survived, he chose to run away to avoid trial. But then Black was caught up by another friend of the Potters, a short and chubby guy named Peter. Peter had been loyal to the Potters until the end, and he had probably suspected Black's betrayal. He cornered Black on a crowded Muggle street and tried to avenge the Potters. Oh, he was a hero, but he was no match for Black. He was killed by a powerful dark magic spell by Black, along with 13 innocent Muggles who happened to be there. The hero's mother only got a finger of her son and an Order of Merlin First Class in exchange for his life. And Black. Ding dong. Mrs. Rosmerta, who had finished checking the goods, pushed open the door of her pub. A few local residents used magic to control oak barrels and floated them into the shop. They followed the landlady and wanted to send these aged wines to the underground cellar. Tonks was not really a silly girl. She didn't tell Brian these things just because they had worked together. She really thought that Brian, who had been nominated by the Minister of Magic himself for an Order of Merlin Second Class, was one of us. When she saw strangers breaking into their private conversation space, she closed her mouth vigilantly. Potters and Dwarf Peter. While Tonks was on guard against those villagers, Brian narrowed his eyes and his expression became inscrutable. Lupin's words suddenly popped into Brian's mind, making his breath lighter. "He killed 3 of my friends. Very good friends. I have to kill him myself. So that's the truth." Brian tapped his fingers on the table lightly, feeling enlightened. No wonder Lupin hated Black so much that he even asked Brian to hand him over to him if he really caught him. So it seems that if it weren't for Black's betrayal, Harry's parents, James and Lily Potter, might not have died. Although it was Voldemort who killed them with his killing curse, in fact, Harry's real enemy was Black. Potter must not know about this, right? Brian had this question in his mind, but soon he thought of the answer. From what he knew about Potter, if he knew that his parents died because of their closest friend's betrayal, he would probably drop out of school and run out to hunt down Black. He would not care about the danger or the consequences. He would only want revenge. But that man really deserves to die. Brian's eyes with a hint of purple became deeper. Dumbledore has always been the eternal flame in the hearts of those wizards who fight against Voldemort, but the Potters would rather let Black be their secret keeper than Dumbledore. You can imagine how much they trust this friend, and you can also imagine how much they regret when they fall. 0153 Conversation. It took about 10 minutes for the residents of Hogsmeade, the only all-wizarding village in Britain, to transport all the barrels of wine from the carriage to the underground cellar of the Three Broomsticks, the most popular pub in town. After receiving their wages, they did not leave, but asked Mrs. Rosmerta, the buxom and cheerful landlady, for some drinks and chatted in the bar. The atmosphere was lively and cozy, with laughter and gossip filling the air. In such an environment, it was not very appropriate to discuss Black and his crimes, so Tonks and Brian talked about the basilisk that was donated to the Ministry of Magic. According to Tonks, some young and reckless people in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures tried to make the basilisk more docile, but they almost died under its venomous fangs. Fudge, the bumbling and incompetent Minister of Magic, was scared out of his wits by this incident, so he ordered the Aurors to stun the basilisk until it was handed over to Newt Scamander, a famous magi-zoologist and author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Hearing this, Brian showed a wry smile. The basilisk was fine in the Chamber of Secrets, but after being taken out, it was first blinded by Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, then taught a lesson by Brian's fire magic. He thought it could have a few peaceful days as a protected animal after being transferred to the Ministry of Magic, but it was tortured by the Ministry again. Now, the sun had risen to a conspicuous height, and the temperature in the air rose rapidly, making people feel a bit hot. The windows of the pub were open, letting in some fresh breeze and sunlight. Bang! Just as Brian was about to ask Tonks when the Ministry planned to get the basilisk back from Scamander, there was a crisp sound of apparition on the street outside the window. Apparition was a magical form of transportation that allowed one to disappear from one place and reappear in another place. When the dust settled, a tall bald dark brown-skinned wizard appeared in their wary eyes. He wore a long purple cloak over his black robes and had a gold earring on his left ear. He looked around with a serious expression on his face. Oh, no. Seeing the face of the visitor, Tonks immediately panicked. She almost knocked over the table when she got up. Damn it, I'm in trouble, Brian. I was so busy chatting with you that I forgot about my shift. There goes my bonus for next month. She said in a low voice as she grabbed her wand and cloak. She was supposed to be on duty at Hogsmeade Station, guarding against any possible attack from Sirius Black, who had escaped from Azkaban prison a few months ago. Hello, Mr. Watson. It's an honor to meet you. Of course, you may not have heard of me. I'm Kingsley Shacklebolt. I work in the Aura office. It's always good to have a respectable identity on the surface. Brian was not an official of the Ministry of Magic, but he had a Order of Merlin second-class medal that many old Aurors who had fought against evil for a lifetime could not get. He was definitely a respectable person in the wizarding world. Apart from high-ranking officials like Fudge or Dumbledore, most officials had to respect the rights of an Order of Merlin medal holder. Besides, Brian had been a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for a while, which was also a very respected position. Not only heard of you, but also beat you up personally. Brian smiled and shook Kingsley's hand with a polite expression on his face. Hello, Mr. Shacklebolt. For polite people, Brian did not mind talking more with them. He shook Kingsley's hand twice and nodded. I wouldn't say never heard of. Mr. Shacklebolt, Tonks just told me some things about you. She said you were her mentor and taught her a lot of aura skills that benefited her greatly. Yes, I thought she had grown a lot. Kingsley glanced at Tonks, who blinked innocently at him and said in a calm voice without any emotion. His voice had a deep and soothing quality that made him sound trustworthy and authoritative. But now it seems that she still has a lot to learn. Do you know what I was thinking on my way here, Tonks? Because you stayed up late patrolling and slept in? Don't make that face, Kingsley. Tonks muttered, it's only half an hour late. You know how it is when old classmates meet. We can't help but chat more. She tried to make an excuse, but she knew Kingsley was not easily fooled. I was wondering if you had already encountered Sirius Black and I would hear a bad news when I walked into Hogsmeade. Kingsley raised his chin slightly and said in a deep voice without any emotion. The gold earring on his ear sparkled under the sun. He looked at Tonks with a stern gaze, making her feel guilty and nervous. Looking at Tonks, who was a bit embarrassed, Brian smiled sympathetically and decided to intervene and help her out. You don't have to scold her too much, Mr. Shacklebolt. As Tonks said, it was me who delayed her work. If that caused you any trouble, I can apologize. Brian's gentle and humble attitude surprised Kingsley and made him feel more favorable towards him. He thought that a young wizard who had great skills and won an Order of Merlin second-class medal that even veteran Aurors could not get would be proud if not arrogant. But now it seemed that this person was more courteous and respectful than he expected. He relaxed his stern expression and nodded slightly, accepting Brian's apology. He thought that maybe he had been too harsh on Tonks. After all, she was still a rookie and needed some guidance and encouragement. When both sides felt some recognition for each other, the atmosphere of chatting became much more relaxed. They decided to sit down again and have another drink before leaving. Just like muggles in London love to talk about the weather, wizards in the wizarding world can always have a pleasant conversation when they are not too familiar with each other by talking about Hogwarts. It was a common ground for most British wizards, as they had spent their childhood and adolescence there, learning magic and making friends. Both Tonks and Kingsley had left school for some years and did not know as much about Hogwarts as Brian, so most of the time it was him who was talking and they who were listening. He told them about the current situation of the professors who worked at Hogwarts, the changes in the curriculum and the facilities, and the latest news about the students. When I was at Hogwarts, the head of Slytherin was Professor Horace Slughorn. He was a very interesting old man. Even after retiring for many years, many Slytherin graduates who work in the ministry still keep in touch with him. Kingsley was Brian's senior, which undoubtedly made their communication smoother. After Brian finished talking about Snape, Kingsley also told Brian about the previous head of Slytherin before Snape. Sorry, Mr. Watson, we have to leave now. The end of the pleasant conversation came. Kingsley glanced at the sun and nodded to Brian calmly, without holding Tonks's small mistake against her. He appreciated Brian's hospitality and friendliness, and hoped to see him again soon. I'll probably stay in Grimwald Place for a while. If you decide to stay in Hogsmeade, when I come back, we can go to the Hog's Head and have a drink. I prefer the fire whiskey there. Before leaving, Tonks smiled happily and waved goodbye to Brian. She thanked him for his company and his help, and invited him to visit her sometime. Grimwald Place. Brian blinked and asked subconsciously, where is that? A rundown neighborhood in northwest London. That's where Blau. Tonks quickly glanced at her boss and continued when she saw that he was not angry with her for leaking secrets. Black's old house. We think this despicable criminal might want to go home and have a look, so we've been watching there. Of course, if Black really went back, we might not know. It was reasonable to assume that after spending 12 years in prison at Azkaban, the most secure and dreadful prison in the wizarding world, guarded by soul-sucking creatures called Dementors, he might want to go home and have a look after he got out. Brian was not surprised that the Aurors would do that, but... Not no. Brian asked curiously, but you have a bunch of people watching there, don't you? That house is not simple, Brian. Tonks took out her wand and prepared to apparate. She said mysteriously. That's the ancestral home of the Black family. It's protected by many ancient and powerful magics. We can only watch from the outside and can't see the exact location of the house. So even if Black is hiding there right now, we can't do anything about it. 0154 idea. He had an idea. A persistent idea that had been haunting him for a while. He wanted to find a house for himself, a place where he could settle down and end his years of wandering. Ever since the new dormitory of the orphanage was built, he felt that he had somewhat fulfilled his duty to the children who had no one else to rely on. With the orphanage having some social support and the children having some survival skills, he felt that it was time for him to pursue his own happiness. After all the drama he had gone through, he valued stability and peace very much. To be honest, Hogsmeade was not Brian's ideal place to live. The buildings here were too crowded, too close to each other, and too close to Hogwarts. He didn't like the noise or the constant presence of the professors of Hogwarts. He preferred a more secluded and quiet environment, where he could conduct his magical experiments and research without any interference. Of course, settling in the Muggle world was not a good choice either, because there were too many Muggles, which would make it inconvenient and risky to use magic. The best option was to settle in a village where most of the residents were wizards. That way, he wouldn't have to be restrained by anything. Currently, in Britain, Hogsmeade is the only pure wizarding village, but there are also many villages and hamlets that have sizable wizarding populations, such as Tinworth in Cornwall, Upper Flagley in Yorkshire, Ottery St. Catchpole and Godric's Hollow in the West Country, and so on. During the summer vacation, Brian also took some time to think about this problem. He decided that after catching Sirius Black, he would take that large sum of galleons and visit these villages to find a quiet and comfortable mansion as his future home. Brian stood in a narrow and dim living room, his eyes swept over the slightly moldy silver-green wallpaper on the four walls, wrinkled his nose, and looked a bit dissatisfied. He remembered that the last time he rented a house outside was after he graduated from college in his previous life. During those years when he was a corporate slave, Brian had lived with a young couple who always argued loudly and a middle-aged uncle who only came out of his room once every 3 or 4 months. This house was rented with the help of Mrs. Rosmerta, the landlady of the Three Broomsticks pub. There was no such role as a real estate agent in the wizarding world. Brian, who was not very familiar with the situation, had to seek help from the locals. The original owner of the house was a 40-something bachelor who made a living by delivering vegetables and ingredients to Hogwarts' kitchen. This was not a rare thing. Most of the villagers relied on Hogwarts to support their families. When Brian asked why he wanted to rent out his house, the bearded bachelor answered casually. "I'm going on vacation, sir. I've been living in this village for many years. It's time to change my living environment. Maybe I'll meet love unexpectedly on my journey." The old bachelor said so to Brian, but turned around and muttered under his breath. "Oh, I've had enough of those Dementors who patrol the village every day and break into my house every now and then. Unless they get out of here, I'll never come back." Because the original owner lived alone and worked as a deliveryman, the house was not very clean and sanitary. Even the bedroom was filled with a strong mixture of cabbage, potato, and carrot smell that made Brian want to gag. Of course, Brian had nothing to complain about. After all, the rent for this house was only a little over 100 galleons a year, which was quite cheap compared to other places. By the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. The owner picked up his suitcase and couldn't wait to leave the house. He turned back and said solemnly to Brian. "This house is not allowed to sublet, sir. I don't want to come back one day and find that my warm and cozy home has become someone's warehouse or workshop. Also, this house is my ancestral home. It has been passed down for generations in my family. I hope you can take good care of it when you live here." How could he not take care of it? Brian walked into the bedroom and looked at the crack on the earthen wall opposite the bed that barely let any light in. He didn't dare to rely entirely on magic when he cleaned up the house before. He was afraid that after a clean sweep, the house would become irreparable. He was not a perfectionist, but he liked to have some order and cleanliness in his living space. He used a broom to sweep away the dust and cobwebs, a rag to wipe the windows and furniture, and a bucket of water to wash the floor and walls. He also used some minor spells to get rid of the mold and the unpleasant smell, but he didn't overdo it. Because the house was not facing north or south, it became very dark after the sun set. Brian walked to the bedroom window and opened it. The wind that came in was mixed with heavy moisture. He looked at the sky and saw a large patch of gloomy black clouds rolling in from the southeast under the wind. He could foresee that a heavy rain was about to fall. He could hear the distant rumble of thunder and see the occasional flash of lightning. He knew that this was not a good sign for his first night in Hogsmeade. Brian didn't want to become a wet owl on his first night of staying here. Before the rain clouds arrived, he wandered around the house and plugged up all the cracks on the roof and walls with some sealing paste that he bought from Diagon Alley. He also cast some waterproof charms on the windows and doors, just in case. When he returned to his bedroom and prepared to take out his travel sleeping bag from his suitcase, there was a sudden tremor in the sky. With a loud thunder, the downpour finally came. The dazzling lightning that occasionally cut through the sky made the Hogwarts castle not far away even darker. Brian stood by the window, staring at the direction of the school entrance, and suddenly felt a strange desire in his heart. He had this desire before, but Brian didn't expect it to become so strong. This rain is a good cover. Why not take the opportunity to get a Dementor back for research? My Patronus charm hasn't worked yet. Brian muttered, but after hesitating for a while, he gave up this idea. There were too many Dementors around Hogwarts right now, and tonight was the start of term feast. Brian was not Gilderoy Lockhart. He didn't want to be on the front page of tomorrow's Daily Prophet as a madman who tried to kidnap a Dementor. Suddenly, a grey owl stretched its wings and circled over Hogsmeade, which looked like a medieval village under the rain. It seemed to be looking for something. After a while, it found its direction. A sharp dive, and it stopped on the window of Brian's house in the blink of an eye. Good job, little guy. Brian touched the owl's head gently. When his palm left, the owl's wet feathers were already dry and warm. I cast a waterproof charm on you. This will keep your feathers from getting wet by the rain on your way back. The owl tilted its head and looked at Brian blankly, not understanding what the wizard was saying. Go ahead, Brian said with a smile. After the owl disappeared into the oppressive stratus clouds again, Brian closed the window and lit the candlestick on the wall. Under the flickering candlelight, he unfolded the parchment in his hand. Remus Lupin. This was the name of the sender at the end of the letter. Brian was used to knowing who the letter was from before reading it. Did he find out? Brian's eyes shook for a moment, and eagerly looked at the words written in fine handwriting. The content of the letter was very short, and had nothing to do with Sirius Black, but it still made him frown slightly. In the same compartment with Harry Potter, met Dementors checking halfway, no one was hurt, but many people were scared. Harry fainted. After destroying the letter with a simple incineration spell, Brian shook his head and chuckled softly. The chosen one always has some stories wherever he goes. Well, accidents. Dinner was simple, just a bunch of fried potato slices and a few roasted sausages that he bought from Mrs. Rosmerta's pub earlier. Brian sat in the dining room, facing his shadow on the wall cast by the candlelight, quietly enjoying the tranquility of being alone. By the way, he also thought about how to catch Sirius Black. There was no good way to do this. There were not only one smart person in the wizarding world. If there really was a way to catch Black immediately, the Aurors would have done it already. At present, it was generally believed that Black would sneak up to Hogwarts and try to kill Harry Potter in school. But no one could say for sure how Black would do it or when he would do it. Brian had some ideas, but they were not very reliable. He thought that maybe he could use some tracking spells or devices to locate Black, or maybe he could use some bait or traps to lure him out. But he knew that these methods were risky and uncertain. He needed more information and clues before he could act. Before today, Brian could only wait passively for Sirius to expose himself in an assassination attempt. He had no idea where Black was hiding or what he was planning. He felt frustrated and helpless. But after meeting Tonks this morning and learning about Black's relationship with the Potters from her mouth, as well as that the Aurors were not only guarding against Sirius sneaking into Hogsmeade but also squatting outside his old house, Brian suddenly had an idea. Why not go to where the Potters were killed and see if there are any clues? Brian chewed on his sausage and said vaguely, with a bit of sauce dripping from the corner of his mouth. Maybe criminal psychology will work. It's better than waiting. He thought that maybe Black had some emotional attachment to the place where his master died. Maybe he would visit there occasionally to mourn or to seek revenge. Maybe he would leave some traces or clues behind. 0155 Potter's old house. Brian had known very early on where the old house of the Potter family was located, which was not surprising, considering that this was almost a well-known fact in the wizarding world. He remembered that when he got admission letter for Hogwarts, eager to learn more about this mysterious world hidden from the Muggles, he had bought a book that had just updated its content, Important Magical Events of the 20th Century. The book narrated the detailed process of how the boy who lived had defeated the invincible Dark Lord with a single touch of his forehead. As Brian gradually learned more about the magical world, he realized that most of the exaggerated records in the book were compiled to highlight the mystery and heroism of the parties involved, but the location of the Potter's old house mentioned in it was still true. Godric's Hollow, the birthplace of one of the four great founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor. It was located in the southwest of England, in a vast basin surrounded by rolling hills. Many large and small human villages were scattered inside, most of which were inhabited by both muggles and wizards, and only a few small and pitiful villages were pure wizarding settlements. Brian got off the muggle bus. He did not choose to take the night bus, which he had tried once before and almost vomited out his bile. Since then, he had developed a psychological trauma towards the thing that Dougald MacPhail invented ingeniously, which was nothing but a purple nightmare on wheels. He couldn't apparate either, because Brian had never been to Godric's Hollow before. The Flow network was a long-distance travel method that Brian could accept, but unfortunately, he didn't have any acquaintances here, and there was no public fireplace in Godric's Hollow. After considering various travel methods, Brian still took the Hogwarts Express back to London and used Muggle methods to get to the peaceful village on the southwest border. As soon as he set foot on this legendary historical village, his eyes swept over the clean and tidy streets and the neat houses on both sides of the street. He saw Muggles walking their dogs, chatting with their neighbors, or shopping at the local market. He also saw wizards wearing cloaks or hats, exchanging nods or whispers with each other, or disappearing into hidden alleys or shops. At that moment, Brian ruled out Godric's Hollow as a possible place to settle down in the future. The reason was simple. The proportion of Muggle villagers living here was much higher than he had imagined. If he settled here, he might as well buy a house in the suburbs of London, where he could at least enjoy some modern conveniences. Brian walked forward in Muggle clothes. He wore a pair of jeans, a leather jacket, and a pair of sunglasses. He blended in with the crowd easily, attracting no attention from either side. After a few minutes, he saw the war memorial standing in the center of the village square. It was a tall and solemn stone monument that commemorated the lives lost in both Muggle and Wizarding wars. When Brian stood under the obelisk, he felt that it changed silently when it sensed a wizard approaching. It turned into a statue of three people, James and Lily Potter holding their baby son Harry in their arms. They looked happy and loving, unaware of the tragedy that would soon befall them. Brian looked at the statue silently for a while, shook his head slightly, and sighed softly. War. It was a word that carried too much pain and sorrow for both worlds. There were still some places worth visiting in this village, such as the graveyard where many famous wizards were buried, or the house where Bathilda Bagshot lived, but Brian didn't waste time because of it. He came here with a purpose. After asking a local wizard about the exact location of the Potter's old house, Brian quickened his pace towards his destination. He followed the directions given by the friendly old man who ran a small bookstore near the square. He turned left at the corner, crossed a bridge over a stream, passed by a church and a graveyard, and finally reached a narrow street that led to a dead end. 5 minutes later, he stood at the end of this journey. It was a two-story building painted with pure white paint. It looked like an ordinary Muggle house from outside, except for one thing. The right wall of the top floor room was completely blown open by a powerful curse. Through the hole, Brian could see that there were piles of rubble and dust in that bedroom, where Harry Potter had miraculously survived and Voldemort had met his downfall. There was a small yard in front of the building that was not very large and full of weeds. Because no one took care of it for years, the fence around the yard was already messy and broken. Even vines climbed all over the entrance gate, forming a natural barrier. Will you come back here to pay homage to your old master and see what happened to your former friend? Brian muttered as he stared at the dilapidated building. He pushed aside the green vines blocking his way and stepped into the yard. The moment he did so, he felt traces of magic in the air. He carefully sensed the fluctuations of magic and realized that the Ministry of Magic had cast some kind of repelling curse around the house, preventing curious visitors from entering or disturbing it. It also should be to prevent Muggles and those homeless wild animals. There were many traces of trampling on the knee-high weeds and nettles in the yard, indicating that many people had visited this place before. On the soft ground, various footprints overlapped each other, forming a chaotic pattern. Brian squatted down and studied them for a while. He noticed that some of them were larger and heavier than others, suggesting that they belonged to Muggles who wore boots or shoes. He also saw some smaller and lighter ones, which he guessed were from wizards who wore robes and slippers. He thought for a moment and had an accurate judgment. Most of the visitors were Muggles who came to see the war memorial, while only a few were wizards who came to pay tribute to the Potters. He walked towards the house, the one that used to be warm and cozy, but today was already decayed and withered. He stepped on the stairs that creaked under his weight and stood in front of the rusty iron door. Out of respect, those who came to honor the Potters should not have broken into the house. What made Brian guess this way was the door handle on the iron door that had completely rusted. It looked like it had not been touched for a long time. Brian didn't break into the house right away, but turned his head and looked at a small piece of wasteland a few steps away from the right side of the stairs, under a broken windowsill. There, Brian saw a twisted mass of condensed magic. It was like a knot of invisible threads that tangled together. This phenomenon meant that that piece of wasteland had magic in it, magic that was triggered by something. Following the magic thread drawn from the twisted magic, Brian's eyes fell back on the rusted door handle. He thought for a while, and his palm slid over the pocket of his jeans. A ebony wand appeared in his palm. It was smooth and cold. Dong dong. Brian knocked on the door handle with his wand, making a dull sound. The wasteland under the windowsill immediately changed like some kind of strange and fast-growing flower. A large wooden sign grew out of the soil, followed by a white marble flower stand. This large flower stand was filled with flowers brought by the wizards who came to pay tribute: roses, lilies, orchids, sunflowers, and many more. They were colorful and fragrant, almost drowning the sign engraved with gold letters. This house, invisible to Muggles, stands as a memorial to Lily and James Potter, who died here on October 31, 1981. Their son Harry was the only one who survived the killing curse that killed them. He became the boy who lived in the hope of the wizarding world. This ruin reminds us of the sacrifice they made and the horror they faced. Brian glanced over the neat handwriting, reading the messages of various styles and messy handwriting on the sign. Some were simple condolences, some were heartfelt thanks, some were expressions of admiration or curiosity. Unconsciously, a smile appeared on his lips. Potter has always lived in his aunt's house and probably never returned to where he was born. I wonder what he would think if he saw these blessings. A warm breeze brushed his cheek, lifting the strands of grey hair that covered his forehead. Brian lowered his eyelids, restrained his smile, and his eyes became deep. The fate of being destined to be a hero is very heavy, Potter. I don't know if you can bear it. In the first half of the year, Brian stayed at Hogwarts for more than 3 months. This not long and not short period of time still allowed Brian to see through some things. On the surface, Dumbledore seemed to have no special care for Potter, but Brian could perceive that this old wizard with a belly full of thoughts cared more about Harry than any other young wizard in the school. He treated him as more than just a student or a weapon against Voldemort. On the night when the Chamber of Secrets incident ended, he and Dumbledore were about to explore the passage behind the Slytherin statue together. They had a small argument about Harry's participation in it. Dumbledore almost instinctively refused to let Harry participate in the exploration. He thought it was too dangerous for him, while Brian believed that young people needed more opportunities to learn from experience. But actually, did Dumbledore, who had lived so long, could not see this simple truth? Of course he could, but his affection for Harry clouded his judgment. If he always had this attitude towards cultivating Harry, hoping that he could shoulder the responsibility of defeating Voldemort in the future, then Brian didn't think highly of this kind of education method. It was because of this disapproval that some time ago, during the summer vacation, he agreed to Harry's request to take him to the underworld for a stroll. The underworld was a hidden and dangerous place in the magical world, where many dark and illegal activities took place. The purpose was to let Harry, who was well protected by Dumbledore, see the dark side of the magical world with his own eyes and temper his mind. Brian wanted Harry to be aware of the threats and enemies that lurked in the shadows, to be prepared for the worst scenarios, to be brave and cunning. It's not that Brian wanted to interfere with Harry's growth, but he wanted to increase their chances of winning. If it was true that defeating Voldemort was the mission that this world imposed on Harry Potter, then Brian would have to help him achieve it. After all, a relatively stable and orderly magical world was also what he pursued. 0156 Cradle of the Chosen. I'm sorry, please forgive me for being rude. Brian said apologetically as he stood at the threshold of the ruined house. After all, this is also for your child Harry Potter. He lowered his head respectfully as he spoke to the place where Lily and James Potter had once lived. Although he had been unaware of the existence of the wizarding world when they were killed by Voldemort 12 years ago, he still felt a deep admiration for these brave wizards who had sacrificed their lives for their son and their cause. Brian used his wand to remove the entire iron door that blocked his entrance and levitated it gently into the yard. The door was completely rusted from years of neglect. Not only were the bolts hidden behind it corroded beyond repair, but also the hinges that connected it to the door frame were barely holding together. The scene behind the door matched what Brian had expected to find, a house frozen in time, untouched by anyone since that fateful night. The hall, dining room, living room, and all the furnishings within his sight were covered with a thick layer of white ash that had settled from the explosion of Voldemort's curse. In the dimly lit room, the air was silent and stale, filled with a rotten smell that betrayed the decay of the wooden structure. The floor in the house was made of wood, and it had suffered the most from the passage of time. The dust on the surface obscured its original color, but Brian could see the traces of corrosion and wormholes that had eaten away at the planks. He wondered if the floor could support his weight, or if he would cause the whole house to collapse in a domino effect if he stepped on it. He decided not to take any chances and waved his wand again, making himself float up in the air and controlling his body to move slowly forward. But everything he saw was grey and dull, and there was no sign of anything valuable or interesting. Brian only lingered in the dining room for a while, examining the furniture and objects that had been damaged by the duel that had taken place there. One side of the duel was James Potter, Harry's father and a talented orator. The other side was Voldemort, the most evil Dark Lord in history. The outcome of the duel was obvious, but Brian wanted to know more about how it had unfolded. The damage caused by the duel was not too extensive. Brian noticed a few black holes on the wall and a radially cracked floor where spells had hit. He tried to reconstruct the scene of the duel in his mind, based on the evidence before him. A duel that differed by many levels. James Potter probably released 2 or 3 spells, but they were blocked by Voldemort's shield and bounced back to the floor and wall. Strange. Brian muttered to himself. Even if James Potter's skills are similar to Lupin's, in that situation, he should have been hysterical and unleashed more powerful spells that would have caused more damage to the room. But oh, I see, Voldemort must have been very murderous at that time. He unleashed powerful dark magic that destabilized the magic in this area. Ordinary wizards might have been unable to cast even a simple levitation spell under that circumstance. Brian knew from his own experience that there were many factors that could determine the outcome of a duel between wizards below the Grand Magus level, such as dueling skills, the power and versatility of the spells they mastered, and even luck could play a key role. But when one's strength got closer to that limit, individual magic became more important, and the effect of spells was diminished. Because for wizards at this level, any offensive spell could be lethal to their opponents. For example, Brian himself, if he wanted to do so, he could easily make a stunning spell fatal. So it was absurd to expect to deal with wizards like Albus Dumbledore by relying on numbers and sneak attacks. Purely interfering with the environment with magic and thoughts, making wizards in a certain area unable to use normal standard spells is not impossible, but it is more deterrent than practical. After briefly speculating on Voldemort's strength in his mind, Brian's expression became slightly solemn. With his current ability, he would not have a problem to fight a short-term high-intensity duel with Dumbledore or Voldemort. Even because of his physical advantage brought by his age, he might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. But once he couldn't finish the fight quickly and then flee immediately, he would be very passive for him. Because he had not yet reached that limit that separated the ordinary from the extraordinary. Brian carefully checked the first floor of the house, but the result made him feel disappointed. Because he didn't find anything wrong or unusual. He scanned the surroundings carefully, looking for any signs of intrusion or tampering. He had expected to find some traces of other wizards who had visited the house over the years, either out of curiosity or reverence. But to his surprise, he found none. From the thick layer of dust and ash that covered everything, he deduced that no one had entered here for more than 10 years. After confirming this point, Brian turned his attention to the shaky stairs that led to the second floor. He didn't want to risk breaking them with his weight, so he floated up along them like a ghost, using his wand to control his movement. He hoped to find something more interesting upstairs, where the final confrontation between Voldemort and the Potters had taken place. There were 3 bedrooms and a bathroom on the second floor of the old house. 2 of them had closed doors that looked untouched by time. The door panels were corroded by rust and the paint was peeling off in flakes. Only one bedroom door was open wide. That was the one that Brian had spotted from outside before. Half of its wall had been blasted away by a powerful curse that left a gaping hole. After a brief silence, Brian moved towards that room. He held his breath unconsciously as he approached those strands of light that shone silvery white under sunlight exposure. The next second, he moved forward another 2 feet, and then turned around abruptly. The moment everything in this room filled with rubble and tiles came into his view, Brian's slightly tensed shoulders relaxed, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Still left some flaws, right? In the ruined room, there was a pile of rubble about 5 feet high stacked on a collapsed bed. It was the remains of the crib where Harry Potter had slept as a baby, where he had received his famous lightning-shaped scar from Voldemort's curse. The crib had been blown apart by the force of the explosion, along with most of the wall behind it. Because of being exposed to the wind and sun, the rest of the furnishings in the room had also become rotten garbage. Only at the head of the bed, a broken photo frame that had fallen from the wall still maintained a relatively intact shape. What made Brian happy was not the photo frame with faded photos of Lily and James Potter smiling happily with their son, but the bunch of dried flowers that had almost lost all their moisture in front of the photo frame, and a string of footprints in front of the photo frame, a string of footprints that continued to the big hole in the room. All the wizards who came to pay tribute to the Potters over the years had left their flowers on the wooden sign and flower stand specially prepared by the Ministry of Magic outside the house. They had respected the privacy and sanctity of this place, and had not dared to enter without permission. But there was one person who had unexpectedly entered the room and placed a bunch of flowers in front of the Potters' family portrait. Hiss, something is wrong. Having finally found some clues, Brian's mood was undoubtedly elated. He stared at the yellowed white lily without getting any closer. A sense of unease suddenly rose in his heart. Black, he muttered under his breath. Isn't he the traitor who caused the death of the Potters? Why would he do this? Could it be that he was regretting his previous betrayal? Oh, I see. This is where Voldemort met his downfall. So he was mourning his master. Brian's frowning brows stretched out, proud of his own wit. He glanced around the room, his eyes stayed on the pile of rubble on the bed for a few seconds, and confirmed that there were no traps or curses hidden among them. Then he floated into the room and stopped in front of the photo frame. Because it was exposed to the outside, there was much less dust on the floor in the room than on the first floor. It was only a thin layer that barely covered its original color. When his eyes fell on the broken glass covering the blurred photo, Brian's brow furrowed again unconsciously. He raised his head again and looked around everything in the room. After a while, he bent down and fiddled with a few pieces of rubble on the bed. Very dry, it hasn't rained here recently. Brian stared at the dust in his palm without a trace of moisture, his expression becoming serious. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the dried water droplets on the blocky broken glass covered with a thin layer of dust. They were scattered radially, as if they had been splashed by some liquid. He narrowed his eyes and realized what they were. Tears have flowed. This is not right. 0157 tears? Are you crying because of Voldemort's failure? Brian thought sarcastically as he looked at the dried tear marks on the broken glass. He found it hard to believe that Sirius Black, the notorious traitor who had betrayed his best friends to Voldemort, would shed tears for his fallen master. He had heard enough stories about Black and his fellow Death Eaters to know what kind of ruthless and cruel people they were. They had followed Voldemort out of fear, greed, or twisted ideology, not out of genuine loyalty or affection. Sirius Black, the one who was called the #1 henchman of the Dark Lord, who betrayed the Potters for Voldemort's loyalty, and even ruthlessly turned his other friend Peter Pettigrew into ashes without mercy. He had been captured and sent to Azkaban, the most dreadful prison in the wizarding world, where he had been tormented by Dementors for 12 years. He had escaped from there a few months ago, and had been on the run ever since, pursued by Aurors and bounty hunters alike. Brian had no doubt that Black was a guy with a heart of iron, and he was absolutely loyal to Voldemort. But because of this, he didn't believe he would shed tears here, especially after being tortured by Dementors in Azkaban for 12 years. He should be a villain who was only one step away from madness. It's understandable that he would bring a bunch of flowers to his old master, but why would he be sad and cry? Does such a guy still have sadness in his heart? Brian stood silently in the room full of ruins, frowning and falling into thought. Did I guess wrong? He wondered if he had made a mistake in his deduction. Maybe Sirius's goal was Harry from beginning to end. Maybe he never came to this place. Maybe the bunch of flowers and tear marks in front of him were not left by Black, but by someone else. Judging from the degree of withering of this bunch of flowers, the person who left the footprints had been away for at least a month or so. In such a long time, all the magic traces in the air had naturally dissipated. Otherwise, Brian would have some means to trace them using his wand and his skills. The breeze from the wilderness wandered on the crisscrossing streets of the village. The weeds and nettles growing in the yard swayed gently in the wind, making a rustling sound. A few petals of the withered lily in front of the picture frame also floated up in the air under the influence of this clear wind, spinning in front of Brian, and then slowly falling down. Staring at these yellowish withered petals, Brian's brow moved slightly and had an idea. He decided to follow a hunch and see if he could find out more about the mysterious visitor who had left these flowers here. 5 minutes later, Brian returned to the church he had passed by before. Behind the church was a cemetery. A row of tombstones with the same style were neatly arranged in the cemetery. Most of the tombstones had a few bunches of fresh or withered flowers in front of them. This cemetery was probably specially prepared for the wizards who lived in Godric's Hollow. Brian stood outside the cemetery and glanced at the engraved words on the nearest tombstones. He recognized some of them as belonging to famous or ancient wizarding families. He came to this conclusion based on his knowledge of wizarding history and culture. If nothing else, the Potters should also be buried here. However, Brian did not step into the cemetery to look for them. His purpose for coming back here was not to find their tombstones, but to look back at the direction to the left front of the church. There was a flower shop there. This small flower shop was full of white or yellow flowers that were often used for mourning. It looked old and quaint, blending in with the rest of the village. When Brian stood at the door of the shop, a fat woman in her 50s who was facing him was gently wiping the petals of a bunch of white roses. She wore a simple dress and an apron, and had a friendly smile on her face. This was a witch. Brian recognized her at a glance from her wand that was tucked behind her ear. "Hello, ma'am, what should I call you?" Hearing the greeting, the witch who was immersed in her own world came to her senses and realized that she had a customer in her small shop. She looked up and saw Brian standing at the door, holding a bunch of lilies wrapped in an old newspaper. She smiled warmly and greeted him back. "Hello, sir, I'm Erytraman, the owner of this flower shop. How can I help you?" Brian pretended to be a casual visitor and returned her smile. He pointed to a bunch of lilies with a gentle white color in the flower bucket behind the owner. They looked exactly like the ones he had seen in the potter's house. Oh, that one? No problem, sir. The fat flower shop owner moved surprisingly quickly. In less than 2 minutes, she trimmed the lily branches and leaves, wrapped them in an old newspaper, and handed them to Brian. 20 pounds, sir. Brian raised his eyebrows and made a difficult look. Sorry, Mrs. Truman, I only have galleons. Brian lied as he took out a few gold coins from his pocket. He pretended to be a wizard who had come to the village to pay his respects to the Potters. Ah, you're one of us. The flower shop owner, who was just smiling politely, suddenly realized that she had a fellow wizard in front of her. She quickly glanced around to make sure that there was no one else nearby, and then lowered her voice and said, "You're a wizard? Oh, sir, I have to say, your muggle outfit is very professional. I didn't recognize it at all." Brian was wearing a simple shirt and jeans, which he had bought from a muggle store. When he showed his wand to Mrs. Truman as a proof of his identity, she was very enthusiastic and talked to Brian. "Oh, yes, that's right. Many wizards buy flowers from me. Are you also here to pay tribute to the Potters?" Mrs. Truman asked curiously as she took the galleons from Brian and handed him the lilies he had pointed at. She wrapped them in an old newspaper and tied them with a string. She seemed to be very friendly and talkative. "So it seems." Brian nodded and sniffed the fragrance of the flowers. He smiled casually, but he was actually observing Mrs. Truman's expression and body language. He wanted to see if she knew anything about the person who had bought the same flowers before him. "Many wizards come here to mourn them?" he asked innocently, hoping to get some information from her. "Of course, they are heroes. And their child defeated the Dark Lord and saved us from fear and despair," Mrs. Truman said with a hint of respect and gratitude in her voice. She looked at Brian with enthusiasm, as if she thought he was one of the Potters' admirers. Every year, on the day the Potters were killed, their birthdays, little Harry's birthday, and even their wedding anniversary, there are many wizards who come here from all over to mourn them. The last group of people came here during the summer vacation, probably at the end of July. That seemed to be little Harry's birthday. "Oh, I heard a rumor that the villain Black escaped from Azkaban just to deal with him, but I think he will be safe and sound, right? Because Dumbledore is still at Hogwarts," Mrs. Truman said with a mixture of worry and confidence. She seemed to trust Dumbledore's ability to protect Harry from any harm. "Of course, I agree with you." Brian nodded with a smile, but he didn't share her optimism. He knew that Dumbledore was not omnipotent, and that Harry was always in great danger from Voldemort and his followers. He just wanted to quickly find out who had left those flowers and tears in the Potter's house. He decided to ask her more directly. "Do you remember who bought flowers from you to mourn the Potters before?" Strange question. Mrs. Truman thought so in her heart, but she didn't care too much. Because in these years of running a flower shop here, she had encountered many strange questions from curious or nosy customers. Some foreign wizards even asked her if she had seen how little Harry defeated that terrible wizard whose name could not be mentioned 13 years ago. "Are you kidding me? How could she possibly know that?" She looked at Brian with a puzzled expression and shook her head. "I can't answer your question, sir." The flower shop owner pointed her mouth at the cemetery behind the church. "Look, sir, even on ordinary days, there are many people who come here to buy flowers for their loved ones or friends who are buried there. I can't ask every customer's name and identity, right? And I can't remember every face either. I'm sorry, but I can't help you with that." This answer was not unexpected for Brian. And even if the bunch of flowers was really sent by Black, Brian didn't think he would show up with his original face or name. He would have used some kind of disguise or alias to avoid being recognized. The reason why he asked was just to try his luck and hope that the owner would remember some people who looked more strange or suspicious in their behavior. In that case, Brian also apologized to Mrs. Truman with a smile. "Please forgive me for being rude." The flower shop owner, who was ready to end the conversation and deal with her own affairs, was stunned when she heard this. She stared at Brian's eyes and didn't have time to ask why this young wizard said this when she suddenly found out that the young wizard's pair of distinctive purple eyes suddenly glowed brightly. Then, as if the sky collapsed and the earth fell apart, a dark and unfathomable darkness appeared from the pupil of his eye. In an instant, Mrs. Truman lost consciousness and control of her body. "Hey!" From the moment they met, Brian read the memory of the flower shop owner. A frozen picture, a fast-forwarded image with a lot of information, like a wave hitting Brian, who stood on nothingness, making him unconsciously squint his eyes. 2 days, a week, 2 weeks. With Mrs. Truman's perspective, Brian quickly grasped all the people who had appeared near the church recently. He saw their faces, their clothes, their expressions, their actions. He filtered out the irrelevant ones and focused on the ones who had bought lilies from her. He looked for any clues that would link them to the person he was looking for. Brian had an excellent memory, which might be due to his two-life soul overlap. He had lived in 2 different worlds, 2 different times, 2 different identities. He had experienced many things that most people could not imagine. And his innate extraordinary mental power allowed him to remember clearly the faces of everyone who flashed by in his sight under full concentration and compare them with those wizards he already knew. He was looking for any resemblance or connection that would lead him to the person who had left those flowers and tears in the potter's house. The further back he traced, the more blurred the faces of those people in Mrs. Truman's subconscious memory became. By the time he reached 20 days ago, those people were only vaguely outlined. They looked like shadows or sketches, barely recognizable as human beings. Brian was not unable to make Mrs. Truman remember those people's looks again, but if he did so, he might cause irreparable mental damage to this innocent woman. He didn't want to hurt her or violate her privacy more than necessary. Besides, those vague-faced people didn't make Brian's tense intuition tremble either, so he didn't do that. He continued to search for the one who could catch his attention. The memory continued forward, 27 days, 28 days, 29 days. I need a bunch of lilies. In the dusk, a wizard with a cold aura all over his body appeared in front of Brian's eyes with a very low voice that made the whole memory world suddenly freeze. In nothingness, Brian opened his mouth silently in astonishment. 0158 Relations. In the mind of the flower shop owner Truman, among the frozen memories, Brian stared wide-eyed at the wizard who was a bit blurry in appearance and figure, his face showing astonishment. He had a distinctive look that was hard to forget, greasy black hair that even shampoo couldn't wash clean, a hooked nose and a sallow complexion, a thin body and a long cloak, and a pair of cold black eyes that seemed to pierce through everything. But this was too strange, wasn't it? How did Professor Snape come back to pay tribute to the Potters? Brian was puzzled. He had talked with Snape at Hogwarts, and he had never seen him show any respect or sympathy for Harry or his parents. On the contrary, he had always been hostile and sarcastic towards Harry, and he had often made derogatory remarks about James Potter. After Christmas this year, he had just returned to Hogwarts and met Hermione in the hospital wing who had mistakenly used Polyjuice potion to transform into a cat girl. Brian had once asked Snape there about the Chamber of Secrets attacks that had happened, and he had also asked him a few questions about Harry Potter, whom he had not met yet. But he didn't hear a few good words from Snape's mouth. At that time, from Snape's comment, Brian guessed that he had a deep feud with Potter's father, James Potter, when he was young, and most likely he was the one who suffered a loss. That's why he had such a big prejudice against Harry. But he came here alone without anyone knowing, to pay tribute to the Potters, and left tears in front of the Potter family portrait. This was already the second time Brian saw this man who closed his heart completely shed tears. He had said something about atonement before he left, but Brian didn't understand what he meant by that. Brian's brain worked fast, trying to see through the truth in the fog. Professor Snape had a grudge against Harry's father, and this grudge had not been forgotten in his heart. Otherwise, he had no reason to target Harry so much at Hogwarts. What kind of grudge was it? Atonement. The night he left Hogwarts, Snape opened his heart for a moment and said this to him. But why did he atone? Could it be that the death of the Potters actually had something to do with him? Brian had this thought in his mind, but wasn't it Sirius Black who betrayed the Potters and revealed their location to Voldemort? Could there be any more unknown secrets behind the death of the Potters? Did Professor Snape, who might have worked for Voldemort for a while back then, also play some role in it? According to this reasoning, Brian could understand why Snape came here after the Potters died. He regretted what he had done and turned to the light. He came here to express his guilt. No, this was not the truth, because this possibility ignored Snape's still hateful attitude towards Harry and his unforgotten knot. Snape hates Harry and his father, so he came here. What he really wanted to pay tribute to was Harry's mother, James Potter's wife, Lily Potter. In silence, Brian's eyes widened and shone with a strange light. He realized that Professor Snape and Harry's mother probably had an unusual relationship. Think about it. Harry's parents have been dead for more than 10 years. If it was a shallow relationship, it might have been forgotten in these years. What kind of relationship would it be if it were a particularly deep relationship? A close friend in teenage? A secret crush once loved deeply? Or did they become lovers for a period of time, but later separated for some reason? Brian's mouth twisted slightly, and the fire of gossip burned in his heart. The first possibility was not great. The reason was simple. Whether it was in the previous world or in the mysterious wizarding world now, Brian had never seen such an intimate but purely innocent relationship between men and women in his 2 lifetimes of nearly half a century. Tisk tisk I see. No wonder Professor Snape hated James Potter so much and had such a big prejudice against little Harry. This was indeed a deep-rooted hatred. If it were Brian himself, seeing the child of the man who took away his happiness swaying in front of him every day, and this child was also born by that hateful man and his beloved one, he would inevitably be twisted in his heart. If Lily Potter had been just Snape's unrequited love, maybe it would hurt less. But if they had been lovers before, and James Potter had stolen her away with his charm, then this drama would be really cruel. According to this speculation, Brian could easily understand why Snape later entered Hogwarts and became Dumbledore's right-hand man. He also understood why Dumbledore would protect Snape, who used to be a Death Eater. Probably many years ago, when Snape learned that the woman he loved died at Voldemort's hands, his loyalty to Voldemort was shattered by his love for Lily. He was eager to avenge his beloved woman, so he probably went straight to Dumbledore, expressed his determination, and hoped that one day in the future, when the Dark Lord's shadow covered the earth again, he could do something to defeat the Dark Lord completely. He was willing to risk his life and reputation for this cause. Sigh. Thinking of this, Brian's mood also became heavy. That night at Hogwarts, Snape's despair that overflowed from his body was so unbearable for Brian to look at. From this, it can be seen that his love for Lily Potter was probably not ordinary. In the eyes of bystanders, infatuation is a respectable and beautiful quality, but for the parties involved, in most cases, it will be a very sad thing. Before, Brian hoped that one day he could help Snape get out of the cage that imprisoned his heart, but according to this situation, this hope was slim. And in the future, if Voldemort returns and fails again, and there is no chance to turn over, Snape, who has fulfilled all his obsessions, may choose to end his life. He may think that there is nothing left for him in this world. It seems that this matter still depends on Potter. If Brian's guesses were correct, then Snape's attitude towards Harry must not be just simple dislike, but a complex emotion. If anyone could help Snape get out of the cage, there was no doubt that only Harry, Lily's son, had this possibility. He was the living proof of Lily's existence, the legacy of her love. He had her eyes, her courage, her kindness. He was the only one who could touch Snape's heart and make him see beyond his hatred. Brian left Hermione's mind and modified her memory slightly when he left. In the distance, the setting sun had already dyed the horizon red. Brian stood not far from the church and listened quietly to the hymns coming from the small church. His expression was solemn. This trip to Godric's Hollow didn't find any clues about Black, but he accidentally figured out some of Snape's past. However, Brian was not happy for deepening his understanding of Professor Snape. On the contrary, he felt heavy. Not to mention those young wizards, in today's Hogwarts and even in the wizarding world, who was the most concerned wizard for Brian Watson. That was undoubtedly Professor Snape. The world was about to be turbulent. The wizards were now rushing on the crest of a wave of an era. Brian hoped that when this wave fell and the sea surface returned to calm, Severus Snape would still be safe and sound. He hoped that he could see him smile again someday. The night he returned to Hogwarts before, Snape showed resistance to his return because he knew that Hogwarts might not be able to withstand this rising wave. He hoped that Brian would leave far away and not get involved in trouble. But now, Brian hoped that Snape would leave Hogwarts and find a place to live again. A place where he could heal his wounds and find some happiness. Is it possible? Brian lowered his head and looked at the shadow on the ground that gradually lengthened. He smiled helplessly. Everyone's life belonged to themselves and was not easy to interfere with. He could only offer his support and advice, but he could not make decisions for Snape. He could only hope that Snape would make the right choice for himself. After a sigh, he faced the afterglow of the setting sun and took out his wand. He prepared to use London as a transit station and returned to Hogsmeade. Before leaving, he glanced at Potter's old house between the gaps of several houses. His eyes were complicated. Well then, let it be. Brian withdrew his gaze and raised his wand. He had already visualized the familiar streets of London in his mind. His figure was blurred as he prepared to apparate. But just as he completely entered the high-dimensional space, a thought that suddenly jumped into his mind made his eyes sharp. He sensed something was wrong. He stepped back and locked onto Potter's old house again. He zoomed in his vision and saw what he had missed before. Footprints. 0159 clues. With a loud bang, a cloud of dust rose up in the air, and Brian found himself back in the bedroom on the second floor of the Potter's old house, where the tragedy had happened. The sun was setting behind the rooftops of the neighboring houses, casting long shadows and dimming the light in the broken bedroom. The only source of illumination was the bright beam that came out of the tip of Brian's wand, piercing through the darkness that surrounded him. His sharp eyes scanned the room and quickly locked on the footprints that stretched from the gaping hole in the wall to the picture frame that hung on the opposite side. He knew that the flowers that lay on the floor were given by Professor Snape, and he also guessed that the tear marks on the shattered mirror frame were most likely left by Professor Snape as well. There was no problem with that. The problem was these footprints. They looked fresh and clear, as if someone had just walked in and out of the room. But who was it? And why did they come here? On the floor that was covered with a thin layer of dust, Brian could see his own footprints, but also another set that belonged to someone else. His expression turned solemn as he tried to figure out the identity and motive of the intruder. Before leaving, he suddenly thought of a question. For so many years, would Professor Snape only come to mourn his former love this year? Impossible. If everything was as he guessed, Professor Snape probably had to come here several times a year, on the anniversary of her death, on her birthday, on Valentine's Day, or any other day that reminded him of her. Then why, there was only this string of footprints in the room and nothing else. Washed away by rain. Brian looked up at the ceiling that was mostly intact and ruled out this guess. Or Professor Snape had never entered the room before, but because of the escape of Sirius Black, who killed the Potters, he was stirred up and broke into the room? Brian could not deny this possibility, but his intuition told him that this was not the case. And what supported his intuition was his understanding of Severus Snape. Because of those unbearable past events, this man had been accustomed to hiding himself for so many years, whether it was his true inner thoughts or his whereabouts. According to his guess, Snape should have entered this bedroom many times, but every time he left, he would use magic to cover up his traces and not let anyone notice. Not to guard against anyone, but just not wanting anyone to know. If this was the case, then the owner of these footprints. Brian raised his wand and tapped his temple, uttering a word that sounded like a whisper, Sensus Amplifico. This was a rare and powerful charm that he had discovered in some ancient books from the underworld. It enhanced the sensitivity and accuracy of all his senses, allowing him to perceive the slightest details and nuances in his environment. But the spell also had a serious drawback, it made him more susceptible to sensory overload or distraction. He had to be careful and use it sparingly, and never in a duel. He called it the hypersense spell. In an instant, the world suddenly enlarged in front of him, and the fine dust on the ground seemed to turn into pebbles. Even the faint sound of airflow became extremely clear. Brian suddenly became like an experienced Muggle detective, using his poisonous eyes and sharp brain to analyze everything in his field of vision, trying to find more clues. In fact, if Brian had come earlier, the traces of personal magic power still remained in the air, then he would have some methods to use, but it had been too long, and the natural magic power flowing in the space had already obliterated the traces of magic power left by the person unconsciously. Brian had to use this stupid way to find clues. Starting from the picture frame, his eyes moved inch by inch towards the hole. Brian observed the footprints on the ground, trying to find traces of the owner of the footprints. Suddenly, his focused eyes fell on the broken wall below the hole. He quickly floated over, bent down, and took a small strand of silk from a sharp piece of wood. The silk was grey-white, stained with dirt, and smelled slightly foul. Brian pinched the silk and looked at it back and forth, and unconsciously, a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had found a clue. A clue that might reveal the identity of the intruder. A clue that was left by a piece of clothing that was torn by the wood. A piece of clothing that was grey-white, dirty, and foul-smelling. He was familiar with this fabric. It was a striking grey-white color that stood out from the dull surroundings. More than 2 months ago, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, who had appeared on the front page of the Prophet for the last time in his life, wore clothes of this color, very eye-catching. Now, the sun had completely fallen below the horizon, and the peaceful village was lit up with dim candlelight. Only the breeze on the wilderness sang louder and louder, carrying the scent of grass and flowers. It was a stark contrast to the scene of death and destruction that he had just witnessed. In order to avoid attracting attention, Brian extinguished the fluorescence at the tip of his wand, hit his figure with a disillusionment charm, and left the Potter's old house. He walked casually along the street, pretending to be a passerby, but his eyes were alert and vigilant. After wandering around for a few laps, he walked into a deserted alley where no one came in. The silk thread that was 2 or 3 feet long did not fall to the ground after leaving Brian's fingers, but stayed steadily in mid-air. As the wand drew a mysterious circle, the silk gradually turned into powder, and a small group of thin, transparent air appeared in front of Brian. Brian stared at his harvest, his eyes solemn, and whispered softly. Avanzigium. Who? The transparent air that gathered into an irregular shape in front of Brian showed waves, and slowly moved in a certain direction, but before Brian could catch up, the air turned back and moved in another direction. Like this, like a headless fly, bumping around. Brian narrowed his eyes and silently thought about why this would happen. 3 possibilities. The first one, Black was very alert, just like when he was active as the Golden Viper, he had some magic on his body to prevent tracking and positioning and conceal curses, which made it near impossible to directly locate his position. The second one, Black was currently in a place protected by powerful magic, blocking all tracking magic. The third one, the silk itself carried a very weak breath, and after a month, if Black was in a region with a strong or mixed magic field, then it would be difficult to locate him as well. Then, which one would it be? Brian crossed his arms and leaned against the mud wall, quietly staring at the air that was running around. The first possibility. Black would need at least a wand. For him, it would be very dangerous to attack a wizard and snatch a wand under the full pursuit of the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors. He could be exposed at any time. He had been hiding for so long and had not been discovered. Black must be very cautious and would not do that. After a short thought, Brian ruled out the first possibility, and the second and third possibilities were not much different. If it was really these 2 situations. Brian snapped his index finger. That meant that Black was very likely to have appeared in Hogsmeade, the Forbidden Forest, or had already ambushed in Hogwarts. Thinking of this, Brian's aura became sharp. Brian wanted to catch Black, and the Ministry's huge bounty was only one of the purposes. He also wanted to avenge the Potters, although they did not have a relationship with him, and restore the stability of the underworld as soon as possible. These were also his purposes. And after the trip to Godric's Hollow, there was another reason. That was to help untie the knot in the heart of Professor Snape. Although it overlapped with the above reasons, the meaning was actually different. My contract with Remus Lupin. After catching Black, I will inform Professor Snape first, let him kill Black, maybe, it will make him feel less depressed. Brian stopped the air that was almost dissipated, thought for a while, and sealed it on a strand of grey hair on his head. If Black appeared near him in a certain area, then this strand of hair would react. Thinking that Black might have been lurking near Hogwarts, Brian felt more urgent. He raised his wand and was ready to apparate back to Hogsmeade. In the next period of time, he might have to patrol the village like the Dementors every day, looking for any signs of Black. Bang! Just then, the dim yellow light from the glass window of a Muggle family 100 feet away suddenly went out, and the whole house plunged into darkness. Brian was stunned, and then smiled. He wondered if the Muggles had a power outage or forgot to pay their bills. Muggle technology was advancing by leaps and bounds, but it had not reached the level of his previous life. In his distant memory, that was still when he lived in the countryside in his childhood in his previous life. At night, he often encountered such embarrassing situations, when the lights would flicker and die, leaving him and his family in the dark. He remembered how they would light candles and lanterns, and tell stories and jokes to pass the time. Some memories of the past made Brian feel happy. He took back his gaze and prepared to leave, but before his body was embedded in the void, a vague sentence from Tonks a few days ago suddenly popped into his mind. Black's ancestral home, protected by many ancient and powerful magic, can't get in. Author's note: Avanzigam is a spell that takes an object owned by someone and turns it into a way to track that person down. Newt used the spell on the feather from Kama's cap to find him. 0160 Grimmauld Place. Brian had a hard time finding Grimmauld Place, although Tonks had given him a clue, a rundown neighborhood in northwest London, but that was too vague for Brian to pinpoint the exact location. He knew he couldn't just wander around every Muggle street and ask people if they had heard of Grimmauld Place. That would be too suspicious and risky. But this was not a new challenge for Brian, who had been working in the outside world for several years and had gained a lot of experience. He knew how to find the information he needed. He returned to London that night, checked into a hotel for one night, and the next morning he headed to the largest Muggle police station in the northwest area. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself, making him invisible to the naked eye, and sneaked into the station. He quickly hypnotized a policeman with a subtle spell, and made him lead him to the archive room. There, he searched through the files and maps, and finally found the exact address of Grimmauld Place. He memorized it and left the station without a trace. Before heading to his destination, he also stopped by a fast food restaurant for breakfast. He enjoyed a hot dog and a cup of coffee, while planning his next move. Before he left, he also grabbed a bite at a fast food joint. By the time he reached the 3-mile radius around Grimmauld Place using the Muggle transportation, the sun was high in the sky. What a shabby place! In a 24-hour convenience store 3 miles away, behind the spotless glass window, Brian, who was munching on a hot dog, looked at the street that was on the edge of the city and muttered to himself. It was daytime, but there were not many cars and Muggles on the main road of the district. The paint on the tall street lamps on both sides of the road was severely peeled off, exposing the rusty metal underneath. A gust of wind swept by, and the old newspapers abandoned by people on the side of the road spun up and flew into the air, hanging on a clothesline outside the balcony of a house. The windows of the houses were either broken or boarded up, and the walls were covered with graffiti and stains. The whole district looked like a ghost town, abandoned and forgotten by the world. But Brian knew that this was not the case. There was a faint trace of magic in the air. This did not surprise Brian. He had anticipated this situation beforehand, otherwise he would not have approached this place slowly using the Muggle way. The monitoring magic was the work of the Aurors. They had set up monitoring magic around Grimmauld Place. As soon as someone used magic in this area, the Aurors would show up behind you in the next second and threaten to lock you up or worse. But apparition was not forbidden in this area. In fact, the Aurors were hoping that Sirius Black would do that. They had set up anti-apparition wards around Grimmauld Place, which would trigger an alarm if someone tried to apparate in or out. They had also surrounded the house with dozens of Aurors, who were ready to capture or kill Sirius Black on sight. Brian had seen the Aurors on his way to the convenience store. They were disguised as Muggles, wearing casual clothes and carrying bags or newspapers. So how to get close to that house? Brian, who had his cheeks stuffed with food, wondered in his mind. In this area, there was not only monitoring magic, but also a large number of Aurors. They formed a line into a net, centered on Grimald Place, evenly distributed within a 3-mile range, not leaving any gaps, and ready to support each other in case of an attack. This was not the first time Brian had dealt with Aurors. He acknowledged their professional skills, but their problem was that they were not prepared for high-tech wizards. He could easily break in with his identity as the Golden Viper, but he didn't want to do that. He had used this identity for several years and had built a certain reputation and influence. Brian didn't want to make this identity clash with the Ministry of Magic. For the sake of the stability of the wizarding world, the Ministry of Magic could turn a blind eye to some of the illegal activities of the underworld wizards, but this leniency would definitely not extend to the matter of Sirius Black. Sirius Black was the most wanted criminal in the wizarding world, and anyone who helped him or tried to contact him would be considered an enemy of the Ministry of Magic. Brian didn't want to be that enemy. Change the disguise. That was not impossible. But thinking of those Aurors and Tonks, who had just left St. Mungo's hospital not long ago, Brian hesitated and gave up this idea. Knock, knock, knock. Brian gazed at the bleak district with a blank expression, tapping the table lightly, making a rhythmic sound. After a while, the knocking sound abruptly stopped, and his raised fingers froze in the air. A smile crept up on Brian's mouth for no reason. Then, let's lure them away. The night was deep, and the pale moonlight was gradually obscured by the shifting black clouds. The shadows swelled from one end of the street like a wave, slowly but surely dragging the world into a mysterious realm. Caw-caw. Several startled black crows took flight from a barren grassland in the middle of Grimald Place, swiftly darted over the roof and melted into the darkness. Their coarse and raspy cries echoed in the night, adding to the eerie and suspenseful atmosphere. In a dark alley on the south side of Grimald Place, Tonks, who was clad in a dark cloak and concealed in the shadow of a power pole, exhaled a breath. Her eyes were fixed on the narrow gap between the 11th and 13th houses in the square, but her eyes were dull and weary. At this moment, a slight sound from behind made Tonks jolt, and she abruptly turned around. She raised her wand instinctively, ready to cast a spell at the intruder, but when she saw the visitor's familiar silhouette, Tonks relaxed, rubbed her shoulders, and slowly lowered the wand in her hand. I'm here to take over, Tonks, you can go find a place to rest for a while. The calm and deep voice said something that made Tonks perk up a bit, but she didn't obey the order and leave right away. I think we're just wasting our time, Kingsley. Glancing at the square that showed no sign of activity, Tonks lowered her voice and grumbled. She felt frustrated and restless, and she wanted to do something more meaningful and exciting than guarding an empty street. Since Black escaped from Azkaban, we've been guarding here, but we haven't gotten anything so far. In my opinion, we should send all the Aurors to the vicinity of Hogwarts, search Hogsmeade and the Forbidden Forest, instead of squandering precious time and energy here, Kingsley. You have a point, Tonks. Surprisingly, Kingsley didn't argue with Tonks's opinion. Apparently, he shared a similar assessment in his heart. He had been an Auror for a long time, and he had seen many things. He had fought against the Death Eaters in the First War, and had witnessed their atrocities and horrors. He had also seen the rise and fall of the Dark Lord, and hoped for a lasting peace and order. Kingsley stood shoulder to shoulder with Tonks, facing the shabby and desolate square in silence. After a long time, Kingsley took a deep breath and said again. But Black is a Death Eater, Tonks. You didn't live through that period of time. You don't know how cruel and cunning the Death Eaters are. We can't overlook any possibility. All right, you're right, Kingsley. But maybe you can help me arrange to go to Hogsmeade. At least, after work, I can have a drink with my old classmates. Tonks played with her pink hair that looked more like straw and muttered discontentedly. Staying up late is really bad for you. Lately, I've noticed that my hair is falling out a lot. Boom. A low rumbling sound like thunder came from another direction 2 miles away. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the dazzling fireworks that burst in the air suddenly lit up the quiet night. Stop, Black! When the sound of the fireworks died down, an angry roar made Tonks and Kingsley's faces change. It's Dawlish's voice. Tonks's eyes were incredulous, and she gasped and shouted. Black, he actually came back here. Kingsley's face was grim and he didn't reply. He pointed his wand at the empty space in front of him, and with a whisper, a graceful and shiny lynx materialized from a silver-white mist. Kingsley stepped forward and used his wand to transmit a piece of information into the lynx's mind. The lynx leaped nimbly in the air, and then suddenly vanished in front of them. Kingsley? Tonks asked puzzledly. What are you doing? We should prevent the previous mistake, Tonks, Kingsley said calmly. Let's go, Tonks, let's send that despicable scoundrel back to Azkaban. 0161 Black's attack. As if looking down at the earth from a bird's eye view, a dark figure suddenly appeared in an empty alley near Grimald Square. They emerged from a hidden spot and sprinted away from the nearest Auror patrolling nearby. The others quickly mounted their flying brooms and soared towards the source of the loud explosion with full speed. The night sky was lit up by flashes of different colors, and the sound of curses and spells echoed in the air. Tonks and Kingsley were among the first ones to reach the scene of chaos. They gasped in horror as they witnessed the devastation that had befallen on the street. A stretch of asphalt road built by Muggles was completely torn apart by a powerful blast that had also ruptured the drainage pipes hidden underground. Water jets spurted out from every crack and hole in an erratic fashion. The violent shock wave had ripped off the wall and roof of the second floor of a Muggle house closest to the epicenter of the explosion. Through the broken glass window, Tonks could see a terrified Muggle couple sitting on a collapsed mattress, clutching each other and screaming at the top of their lungs. Their faces were pale and their eyes were wide with fear. They had no idea what was happening outside their home. The lights of the surrounding buildings flickered on one by one, and the noises and cries for help from the Muggles filled the air. Some of them tried to call the police or fire brigade, but their cell phones were not working. Others ran out of their houses to see what was going on, but they were stopped by a group of wizards in black cloaks who cast memory charms on them. The horrific scene stunned Tonks, who felt a surge of pity and compassion for the innocent victims. She opened her mouth and instinctively wanted to comfort the Muggle couple on the second floor, but before she could take a step, she was pulled back by Kingsley's arm. Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes will be here any minute, they will take care of everything here. Tonks, focus on our job. This is awful. Kingsley's voice was shaky and his breath was ragged. This scene reminds me of 12 years ago. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dazzling and dense curses flew like a hailstorm, the ground trembled incessantly, the explosions echoed in the silent night, and more Muggles on the outskirts of the city noticed the commotion. In a series of deafening blasts, it seemed that the whole city was jolted awake. What's going on, Dawlish? Kingsley, who had rushed to the battlefield and quickly joined the closing encirclement, looked pale at the man in the black robe who was dodging one curse after another with incredible agility. He shouted at Dawlish, who was seething with anger. This person suddenly broke into my patrol area. I wanted to verify his identity and ordered him to stop. Then the ground suddenly exploded. The strong wind lifted his cloak. I saw his face. Dawlish pointed at the man in black with trembling fingers. It's him. It's Sirius Black. Kingsley hurled a stunning spell at a tricky angle, but the black-robed man who was fleeing seemed to have eyes behind his back. He abruptly threw himself forward before the red curse hit his ribs. He avoided Kingsley's spell with unbelievable speed. Are you sure this is Black? Kingsley, who had a vague feeling that something was wrong, yelled at Dawlish. I think this guy is more like a werewolf or a vampire. Dawlish, how can a wizard be so agile? But this question did not need Dawlish to answer. Kingsley had his own answer. In a gust of wind, the black-robed man's hood was lifted again. In the dim curse light, that face looked like a dry corpse. The two sunken black eyes on it showed a terrifying madness. You can't catch me. When the hoarse and ferocious voice fell into his ears, the world suddenly became silent for a moment, and then erupted again. Even if Voldemort comes in person, he won't be able to save you tonight, Black. Kingsley shouted angrily. The Aurors and wizards who had been transferred to patrol here totaled more than a dozen people surrounded him from all sides. A group of Muggles, trembling and stunned, stood at their own windows and gaped at the scene on the street that resembled a Hollywood movie shooting. Facing the dense crowd of magic department strikers on land and sky that surrounded him, Black sneered incessantly without any fear, but raised his wand and slammed it down. A wave of surging air waves centered on him swept across the block with an overwhelming force. The strikers around him were thrown off their feet one after another. One by one, those who had blocked the sky on their flying brooms plummeted to the ground like falling stars, writhing and howling in agony. Black let out a shrill laugh full of mockery, but he also knew that he couldn't linger here for too long under these circumstances. So he quickly bent over and grabbed a flying broom at his feet. He mounted it smoothly without wasting a second. He zoomed away from the city and vanished into the endless night in a blink of an eye. Without waiting for anyone's orders, all those strikers who were still conscious rose up with clenched teeth and limped to their feet. They mounted their flying brooms, some sharing one broomstick with another, and pursued Black with resolute eyes. Oh my God! An old woman in her 60s or 70s stood trembling behind a cracked glass window. She was so terrified by this magical scene that she could barely utter a word. She had lived in this neighborhood for decades, and she had never seen anything like this before. She thought she was dreaming or hallucinating, but the pain in her ears and the smell of smoke told her otherwise. Is this the end of the world? Don't worry, ma'am. Tonks also mounted her Comet 260 and said softly, we will be able to end this nightmare soon. Swipe, swipe. Looking down from high altitude, it seemed that dozens of giant dragonflies had suddenly emerged, darting towards the suburbs in a swarm. Closer to the city center, the neon lights from the Muggle police cars and fire trucks were already faintly visible. They would probably arrive at the vicinity in no time. However, these Muggles were destined to play no role. At this moment, the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes that was in a state of turmoil was urgently contacting the Muggle government through relevant channels, hoping that the Muggles would remain calm and leave everything to the wizards to solve. According to normal development, tonight's incident would definitely cause a sensation in both the magical world and the Muggle world, causing incalculable impact, but Brian was not worried, because under the notorious reputation of Sirius Black, whether it was on the Muggle side or in the Ministry of Magic, they would try their best to cover up the fact that Black had launched another terrorist attack. Even the Daily Prophet would not have any reports. As for privately, unconfirmed news from the Ministry of Magic was nothing more than rumors and gossip, and would not cause subversive and catastrophic panic in the entire European wizarding world. There were not many residents near Grimmauld Square. The bombing just now had made all those who didn't witness it with their own eyes think that a gas explosion had occurred. Faced with this situation, they didn't dare to stay in the house at all, but ran out of the door in panic, scattering in all directions to escape the disaster. In the shadow of a tall street lamp near the square, Brian in a black travel cloak without any markings came out of the illusory shadow state. After circling around for a while, his gaze fixed on the position of number 11 and number 13 Grimmauld Square. Although he didn't know the exact location of the Black family's old house, the alert and trap set by the Ministry of Magic gave him a clear clue. Day. Brian walked slowly towards the two houses, casually freezing the magic set by the Ministry of Magic with a flick of his wand. He stood in front of the two houses, staring intently at the partition wall shared by the two houses. 0162 Confrontation, Part 1. He had created such a massive chaos, and within a few minutes, a large number of employees from the Ministry of Magic would swarm here to erase the memories of those Muggles who were shocked by their worldview, as well as fix the damage caused by Brian, so he didn't have much time to spare. After scanning the houses on both sides, he made sure that there were no Muggles inside, and a thin layer of light like cicada wings wrapped around Brian's body. Crack! Just like dealing with the notebook Horcrux of Voldemort in the Chamber of Secrets, Brian's radiant hand directly pierced into the space concealed by the curse. He was like squeezing through a tight gap between two bars of an iron gate, inch by inch, forcing his way in. Half a minute later, his body completely vanished into the air. Similar to the magical space inside the Horcrux, the magical plane equivalent to the high-dimensional space was immense and limitless, except that there was no evil magic that made people nauseated inside the Horcrux. Breaking through the outermost space barrier, Brian stood in the void, staring at the 5-story building that seemed to float in the surging river of space, and the iron net constructed by bronze chains of varying thicknesses that blocked him in front of him, his face solemn and alert. To look at it from a conventional perspective, this house was not far from Brian. In the outside world, it would take no more than half a minute to reach it, but Brian knew that it would not be so easy. In the realm of space, it seemed that it was only a step away, but in reality, they might be thousands of miles apart or even unreachable by normal means. Just like earlier this year, when Brian dealt with the memories in the bottle that night, he completely isolated his office from the space where Hogwarts was located and banished it to the space. If you didn't know the specific spatial coordinates of the office, then even Dumbledore might have to spend decades trying to break into his office. And the same was true for the old house in front of him. As for the main body of this chain net, it was actually the defensive spells and curses added by the heads of the Black family for their ancestral house. These curses were powerful and ancient, interdependent and mutually restrictive, and it was hard to dissect them one by one from the intertwined relationship. The heritage of the pureblood family is indeed extraordinary. This house is really good. Brian nodded in admiration, but his mood was not very good. The Black House was protected by such powerful and complex means. In just a few minutes, Brian wanted to break through these barriers, which was a tough thing to do. After a moment of thought, Brian stepped forward and stood in front of the curse net, quietly scrutinizing it. Admittedly, Brian, who did not know the building coordinates, could not approach the Black House, but the chain net in front of him was not something that Brian could not handle, or even very simple. Because these curses could be traced back to hundreds of years ago at the earliest, a considerable part of them had become ineffective, and moreover, due to the uneven magical level of the Black family's heads of generations, many of the later added magic not only failed to enhance the protection, but instead disrupted the operation of those ancient curses, so they could be destroyed by the simplest violent means. The only existing problem was that, with such dense magical nodes connected together, once Brian started to break out of the barrier, it was very likely to cause the defense network of the Black House to fall into a systemic collapse, and once such a bad situation occurred, Brian could easily escape, but the fate of this old house might not be very bright. The old house was doomed to be destroyed, either by the violent explosion caused by the sudden chaos of magic that engulfed this space, or by the complete banishment to an unknown dimension, where the people trapped inside would never be able to return to the normal world, and the people in the normal world would never be able to find this hidden mansion. The fate of the house was sealed, and so was the fate of the man who lived in it. If he just wanted to kill Black, Brian could do it with his bare hands, regardless of whether Black was hiding inside the house or not. For such a ruthless and cold-blooded criminal, he could easily adopt some cruel methods that would rather let 100 escape by mistake than let one go, but Brian's purpose of pursuing Black was very complicated, and one of the possibilities, well, at least required him to get Black's corpse intact. Staring at the house that was sinking and floating in the turbulent flow of magic, Brian frowned slightly, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He had to make a decision quickly, before it was too late. After a long silence, Brian finally raised his wand, his eyes calm and determined, but just as he was about to break out of the barrier that surrounded the house, Brian suddenly turned his head and looked at the direction of the entrance door with a look of astonishment. He saw a torrent of flying brooms crossing the edge of the London area and marching into the vast wilderness, where he and the house were located. He recognized the uniforms and badges of the Ministry of Magic's hitmen, who were chasing after a black figure in the air. How come so fast? Brian exclaimed, feeling a surge of anger and frustration. The wind in his face made Kingsley, who was riding on a flying broom, have to shout with all his strength. He squinted his eyes and looked at the black who was showing his class in the dense and dazzling bombardment of curses, and felt more and more wrong in his heart. He had been tracking Black for a long time, and he knew that Black was not a simple opponent, but he had never seen him perform such amazing flying skills before. What's wrong, Kingsley, what did you find? Dawlish's face was iron blue, and even the howling wind could not suppress the gloom in his voice. He was the leader of the hitman team, and he had received a direct order from Minister Fudge to capture or kill Black at all costs. He had mobilized all the available resources and manpower, and he had followed Black's trail all the way from London to this wilderness, but he still could not catch up with him. Black! Kingsley continued to roar, I've never heard of him being a Quidditch master, Dawlish, even the genius seeker from Bulgaria can't compete with him in flying skills. Many people around heard Kingsley's roar and also understood what Kingsley wanted to express, but no one spoke, even Dawlish didn't answer, because no matter who the guy who was playing with the Ministry of Magic's hitman like a kite was, they had to catch this guy. Damn it! Tonks, who followed behind Kingsley, yelled in frustration, if it weren't for Minister Fudge to deduct our 2 months bonus, then I would be riding a brand new Nimbus 2001 now, so I would never be left behind by this despicable criminal. Then you should thank Minister Fudge, Tonks. Dawlish raised his broom and flashed past a lonely tree in the wilderness, and said gloomily, he prevented you from being directly killed by Black. Tonks was about to retort something, but suddenly, 2 figures that appeared in the midair in front of Black with a dazzling fire and explosion sound interrupted her words, and also made the broom team that was flying forward suddenly turn and stop. They were shocked and confused by the sudden appearance of these 2 figures, who seemed to have come out of nowhere. Sectum Sempra. The roar of hatred echoed in the gloomy wilderness under the dark night, and the fierce killing intent made the originally cool air become cold. It was a curse that could cut anything like a sword, and it was aimed at Black, casted by one of the 2 figures, who was a man with a pale and thin face, black hair, and a hooked nose. Wait, Severus, we haven't figured it out yet. The other figure, who was hanging on one of the claws of a phoenix, was an old man with a long white beard, half-moon glasses, and a purple cloak. He ordered Snape to stop with an unprecedented sharp tone. But he obviously underestimated Snape's hatred for Black. Snape, who was close at hand, did not stop, but instead pointed his wand more resolutely at Black, who was obviously stunned by their appearance. He wanted to kill Black, once and for all, and he would not let anyone stop him, not even Dumbledore. Whoosh! Plop! Like a sharp blade, the curse cut through Black's body like a hot knife through butter, directly dismembering the black cloak-clad Black in mid-air, and the body that was broken into 7 or 8 pieces scattered under the powerful inertia, falling into a pond in the wilderness. The deep blue eyes of Dumbledore showed a chilling anger, but when his eyes swept over those corpses, the anger in his eyes quickly disappeared, replaced by surprise. Dumbledore landed on a small mound with a thud, and Fawkes stayed on his shoulder and made a soft cry of distress. Mannequin. Looking at the black cloth-wrapped mannequin with neat cuts at his feet, Snape's shoulders shook violently, and his twisted face twitched with horror and disbelief. Mannequin. Snape stared at the proud Aurors, who were also silent in astonishment, and gasped and roared with fury. No, we were fooled. The first to come back to his senses, Kingsley immediately shouted at Dumbledore with urgency, Dumbledore, someone is trying to deliberately lead us away, trying to break into Black's ancestral house. A ray of light flashed across the half-moon glasses on the twisted eagle hook nose, and Dumbledore didn't say a word, and disappeared in the explosion of fire again, leaving behind a trail of smoke. On the other side, Brian, who noticed that the fake Black he made with the transformation magic was smashed and Dumbledore and Snape's magic appeared at the same time, he twitched his mouth, and added all the curses he knew that could hide and disguise his breath and magic to himself within a few breaths. Then, he turned around and stepped out of this space and returned to Grimmauld Square. The dim moonlight was completely covered by the thick clouds, and the dark and dull air was filled with a suffocating pressure. Albus Dumbledore and Brian Watson, one on this side of the circular square, and one on the other side of the circular square, looked at each other silently, their eyes locked in a tense standoff. One after another explosion sounded, and Dumbledore's side and back were quickly filled with figures, but neither the impulsive Snape nor the Ministry of Magic's hitman moved. They locked their eyes on Brian in a black robe, suppressing their anger, waiting for Dumbledore's instructions. Brian twitched his mouth again, his eyes only fell on Dumbledore, who seemed doubtful between his eyebrows. After thinking for a while, he tilted his head and smiled evilly, showing his teeth. He. 0163 Confrontation, Part 2. The silence that hung over the square was shattered by a cold voice that came from the mouth of Severus Snape, who stared at the cloaked figure on the opposite side of the square with hatred. The figure was shrouded in darkness, hiding his face and body from view, and his gloomy presence seemed to cast a shadow over the night. He's not black, Snape said, his voice barely above a whisper, but loud enough for everyone to hear. He looked at the cloaked figure on the opposite side of the square, with no identifiable features, and his gloomy face radiated a chill that could freeze water. The others who were with Snape were also stunned by his statement, but they did not have the same certainty as he did. Kingsley and Dawlish had been chasing Black for a long time, but they had never clearly seen his face or heard his voice. They had dealt with many criminals who committed evil deeds, and they had developed a keen sense for detecting danger and deception. They had sensed from the Dark Wizard's attire and bold actions that he was likely to have escaped from that place that contained the source of all evil. But they could not be as sure as Snape in their tone. The only one who did not seem surprised or shocked by Snape's words was Dumbledore. He looked at the cloaked figure with a calm and curious gaze, as if he was trying to see through his disguise and understand his motives. He did not show any sign of fear or anger, but he did not have the usual sparkle in his eyes that indicated that he knew everything and had everything under control. He squinted his eyes slightly, as if he was always in a state of thinking, and he did not say a word. Did Dumbledore see through my disguise? That was the question that occupied the mind of Black, who stood on the other side of the square, facing the wizards who had cornered him. He had expected to meet Dumbledore, but he had not expected to meet Snape, who had recognized him despite his careful concealment of his magical nature. He wondered if Dumbledore had the same ability, or if he had some other means of identifying him. He could not be completely sure, because in the contemporary wizarding world, no one could claim to know the full extent of Dumbledore's power and wisdom, except for the confident Voldemort, who was now his greatest rival and enemy. Dumbledore Kingsley broke the silence, lowering his deep and authoritative voice. No matter who this person is, we have to catch him, otherwise, the Ministry of Magic can't explain it. Yes. A ray of light flashed across the half-moon glasses that Dumbledore wore, hiding the true thoughts of the deep blue eyes behind them. Dumbledore's tall and thin body, which had seemed to sag under the weight of age and responsibility, suddenly straightened up, and his voice became cheerful and lively. That's obviously the case, he said, as he waved his wand lightly, and a rope with invisible and binding magic, preventing escape and apparition, and hiding traces appeared in front of the Dark Wizard, and flexibly looped towards him, like a snake ready to strike. Bang! A dull and short muffled sound echoed in the air, and a pale white fire flashed in the darkness, illuminating the square for a brief moment. The Dark Wizard's raised eyebrows and wand slowly fell, as he easily blocked Dumbledore's attack. He had anticipated that Dumbledore would not recognize him, otherwise he would not use such a simple and low-level magic to try to catch him. The magic that the Brian felt was low-level in his senses was not so simple for the others. At least, the Aurors who witnessed this scene were shocked and amazed. They saw Dumbledore waving his wand, but they did not understand what he did, or how he did it. They only saw the result, which was that the Dark Wizard defended himself against Dumbledore's attack. This was incredible and unbelievable. In the contemporary wizarding world, there was no one who could fight against the great Albus Dumbledore, or even match him in everyone's concept, except for the Dark Lord who had fallen. There should be no wizard who could block Dumbledore's magic. Even Severus Snape couldn't help but turn his face and glance at Dumbledore. The Dark Wizard sneered again, his voice cold and mocking. He took elegant and confident steps and stood at the bottom of the stairs, his chin raised with a defiant and arrogant expression. He looked down at the wizards who faced him, as if he was looking at ants that he could crush at any time. So, the famous Albus Dumbledore has no more than these tricks. The mockery of the mysterious Dark Wizard made everyone angry. Not everyone in this group of wizards was Dumbledore's student, but undoubtedly, Dumbledore was the strongest wizard in their hearts, and the Dark Wizard's mockery was undoubtedly a slap in the face of their faith. The angry crowd did not make Dumbledore's old face show any expression. He shook his sleeve and showed his wrist holding the wand, smiling and responding in a pleasant voice. Actually, I always think that people's evaluation of me is a bit overrated, and I have to thank you for letting them realize that I am not omnipotent either. Brian, hiding his appearance under the hood, secretly rolled his eyes, and did not want to comment on Dumbledore's words. He felt that the old man was too cunning, trying to lure him into a trap with his false kindness. On the periphery of the Grimmauld Square encirclement, a large number of magical reactions appeared. At the same time, the neon lights of the Muggles' police cars and fire trucks also stopped and did not approach the inner circle. This meant that the relevant departments of the Ministry of Magic had begun to eliminate the impact of the movement he made. He could hear the distant sirens and the muffled voices of the Muggle officials, who were probably being confounded and obliviated by the wizards. Brian knew that if he didn't plan to slaughter the entire wizarding world tonight, then now, he should find a way to get away. He had already achieved part of his goal. He glanced at the dark sky, where the stars were dimmed by the light pollution of the city. He wondered if he could find a way to escape through the air, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He knew that Dumbledore had set up a powerful anti-flying wards around the square, and he didn't want to risk being caught by the Phoenix's flames. "I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you tonight," Brian said in a hoarse and vicissitudes of voice. He nodded politely to Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic's hitmen. His tone sounded sarcastic and insincere to them, as if he was mocking their incompetence and helplessness. "If you have nothing else to say, then I'm going to leave now." Foolish delusion. Dawlish, who was in charge of monitoring the whole plan of the Black House, glared at the dark wizard who had lost his face, and said viciously. His face was red with anger and humiliation, and his eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his wand tightly, as if he wanted to curse the dark wizard into oblivion. "You won't go anywhere, except Azkaban." But apart from him, no one else moved. They just cast their eyes on the tall figure of Dumbledore, who was concentrating on the dark wizard, suppressing their restless thoughts, and waiting for Dumbledore to give instructions. They knew that Dawlish was being impulsive and reckless, and that they had no chance of capturing the dark wizard without Dumbledore's guidance. "It seems they don't want you to leave, sir," Dumbledore said humorously. "I personally would prefer to find a quiet place to have a drink and have a good chat about your intentions in trying to break into the Black family's old house." He smiled warmly, as if he was inviting a friend to a tea party, but his eyes were sharp and penetrating, as if he was trying to see through the dark wizard's disguise and identity. Snape, who had great expectations and wanted to kill Black tonight, but found that he was not him at all, still remained motionless, but his doubtful eyes glanced over. He was puzzled by Dumbledore's words, and wondered if the old man had any clues or plans. He also felt a surge of curiosity and hatred, wanting to know who this dark wizard was and why he pretended to be Black. "Find a quiet place and have a drink." Brian squinted his eyes. Did Dumbledore really mean something by saying this? Could it be that he had seen through his disguise and knew who he was? Logically, this was impossible. Dumbledore was powerful, but he was not omniscient, and there was no reason why he could see through his magic that had been disguised layer by layer so quickly. But this was also uncertain. No one knew where the limit of the greatest wizard of their time was. He felt a trace of anxiety and caution, thinking that he should not underestimate Dumbledore's wisdom and experience. After thinking for a moment, Brian decided to leave as soon as possible. His eyes fell on the phoenix on Dumbledore's shoulder. This phoenix was not simple, it could enter and exit any area that prohibited apparition at will. If Dumbledore was determined to catch him, with the help of this phoenix, he would have to spend great effort to escape. "Thank you for your sincere invitation, Dumbledore, but you have a lot of trouble to deal with tonight, so I think it's more appropriate to change the time." Brian bowed gracefully, and in Dumbledore's condensed gaze, a terrifying magical intention swept through like a wind, making all the Ministry of Magic's hitmen cold. The earth and the air began to shake at the same time, and the restless magic was like dry and waterless firewood, and the star sparks sprayed from Brian's wand tip ignited it in an instant. Boom! The ground split open, creating a rift several yards wide that encompassed everyone, including Dumbledore. The yawning chasm erupted into a pale white wall of flames reaching up to 100 feet high. The surging heat and the faint, menacing roars in the fire wave scared more than half of the Ministry of Magic employees to sit on the ground. They felt their skin blister, and they screamed and scrambled to get away from the inferno. They had never seen such a powerful and destructive spell, and they wondered if they were facing the end of the world. This inferno astounded Severus Snape, who had witnessed the might of Voldemort up close. He instinctively cast several of his favorite spells, attempting to cut through the wall of fire, but the sharp, transparent blades were devoured by the rolling flames, producing no effect. He felt a shock and a chill, realizing that this dark wizard was not only stronger than he had imagined, but also more ruthless and cruel. "You can't handle this, Severus." Dumbledore, who was also surprised by this magic, regained his composure and raised his wand. A spatial blade seemed to materialize out of thin air, slashing directly at the wall of fire. It was a rare and advanced spell, showing Dumbledore's mastery and skill. 0164 Aftermath. The effect was remarkable. Dumbledore's magic overpowered the raging fire, and the wall of fire, which was as high as a city wall, was directly cut in half by his powerful spell. The flames roared and crackled, as if protesting against the intrusion, but they could not resist the force of the Elder Wand and its master. The wall of fire that seemed to have been watered with growth hormone regained its height, giving no one a chance to take advantage of the gap. Such a result, not to mention others, even Dumbledore's wise blue eyes became solemn. He looked through the narrow crack of the swaying fire at the dark wizard outside the fire wall, and saw the dark wizard bow again, and then, in the deafening bang, he vanished completely. "Don't run, you coward!" Dawlish, who was blindly loyal to the Ministry of Magic and Minister Cornelius Fudge, could not accept such a result, he recklessly operated to break through the barrier of the fire wall, but his move was undoubtedly very impulsive, not to mention the existence of the fire made the magic in this area in a very unstable state. On the fire wall, there was also Brian's magic that prevented apparition. Dawlish's body just disappeared in the air. The next second, he was engulfed with pale fire by the distorted space and squeezed out, fell to the ground and wailed constantly. His skin was blistered and charred, and some parts of his clothes were burned to ashes. He writhed in agony, clutching his face and chest. Dumbledore's waving sleeves made a rustling sound, and the fire on Dawlish's body was drawn to the tip of Dumbledore's elder wand as if by some mysterious traction. The fire formed a thin stream of light, and flowed into the wand like liquid. While Snape rushed over and took out various potions to heal Dawlish, he focused on the fire that splashed like a fountain and scattered sparks all around, without saying a word. His black eyes were cold and sharp, as if he was trying to figure out the origin and nature of the fire. Dumbledore. Kingsley's voice was not as calm as before, his face was scorched by the unexpectedly stable fire, and his eyes showed strong anxiety. I think you can handle these flames, right? He looked around nervously, and saw that the other hit wizards were also in a state of shock and fear. Some of them had their hair and eyebrows singed, and some of them had their brooms damaged or destroyed by the fire. The scene was chaotic and messy, and the muggles nearby were screaming and running away. It just takes a little time, Kingsley. Dumbledore glanced at Dawlish, who had recovered his breath with Snape's help, and the wrinkles on his forehead deepened. He looked at the cage-like wall of fire and said in a calm tone. Then, Dumbledore pointed his wand forward again, and in a whirring sound of airflow, the pale fire quickly faded, and after 3 or 4 seconds, it became transparent like clear water, and finally, disappeared completely. The heat and light that had filled the air also vanished, and the night sky returned to its normal darkness. SSSSSSSSSSS. The hit wizards who escaped from death breathed out like a car tire deflating. Tonks leaned on her own Comet 260, which had already turned black, and subconsciously fiddled with her hair, but unexpectedly felt the moisture in her palm. She came back to her senses and found that her robe had been soaked with sweat. Is there any way to catch up with him, Albus? Kingsley walked to Dumbledore's side and asked, his expression unwilling. He hated to let the dark wizard get away, especially after he had caused so much trouble and damage. He hoped that Dumbledore had some clues or methods to track him down. I'm afraid it's very difficult, Kingsley. Dumbledore stared at the place where the dark wizard had just stopped, and said thoughtfully, that person erased all traces of his magic when he operated away, even I. He stopped abruptly, and looked at his shoulder. Fawkes tilted his head and gently pecked Dumbledore's cheek, his gem-like eyes flickering, as if questioning him. Dumbledore calmly looked at Fawkes, then turned his gaze to the alley where Black was first discovered, and when he noticed the ground that was turned upside down and the roof of the Muggle room that was like blown away by the typhoon, his expression became a bit more solemn. Now, what I want to know more is, how many people have been hurt? 10 minutes later, Tonks brought the answer to this question. Undersecretary Umbridge stopped the Muggle government people. Mr. Crouch is directing the new team that used to handle accidental magical events to erase the memories of Muggles, and the Office of Misuse of Magic is also helping. The Muggles were scared, but only 2 of them twisted their legs when they went downstairs. She reported in a breathless voice, her face pale and tired. She had been busy dealing with the aftermath of the incident, and she had seen many frightened and confused faces. She felt sorry for them, and angry at the dark wizard who had caused this mess. What about the situation at the Ministry of Magic? Dumbledore was unmoved and continued to ask. Some guys fainted when they fell from their flying brooms, but they are all awake now, anyway, no one is seriously injured. Tonks looked at Dawlish, who was sitting on the ground, with a bandage wrapped around his arm, and his face pale with pain, and showed some sympathy. Including Kingsley, all the Ministry of Magic hit wizards fell silent, and no one thought that this result was just brought by luck. Before this operation, none of them had drunk Felix Felicis, the potion that gave good fortune to the drinker. They had not expected to face such a powerful and mysterious opponent, who had escaped from their siege with ease. A bold and reckless dark wizard, actually spared the elite wizards screened out by the Ministry of Magic, who specialized in dealing with tough criminals. This was simply a great shame. They felt humiliated and frustrated, and they did not know how to explain their failure to the public and the press. Very well. Dumbledore nodded, as if he had expected this result. I just came from the Muggle Prime Minister, asking him to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic's actions. Wrapped in a striped cloak, wearing pajamas inside, Cornelius Fudge appeared here. At least this time he did not wear that ridiculous dark green hat, his messy grey hair exposed to the air. From the panic look, he was in a very anxious situation. Dolores sent me a message. She said you think that person is not black? That's terrible. One black has already made us miserable, and now another one comes out. Fudge's voice was loud and shrill, and he seemed to be on the verge of a breakdown. He had been under a lot of pressure lately, as the Ministry of Magic had been unable to find Black, who had escaped from the wizard prison of Azkaban a month ago. The public was outraged and terrified. Fudge had hoped that this operation would end the crisis, and that he would be able to restore his reputation and authority. He had not expected that the dark wizard they had been chasing was not black, but someone else, someone who was even more dangerous and elusive. The shocking cracks on the ground made Fudge gasp. His eyes quickly swept over the Ministry of Magic's wizards, and even Dawlish, who was seriously injured, did not make his eyes pause. He ran away. Right, Dumbledore, right under your nose. Fudge wiped the sweat dripping from his head. He looked up incredulously at Dumbledore, but his tone seemed to blame him for not doing his duty. What will people say about us, Dumbledore? It's been more than a month, and we haven't found Black, and now a dark wizard who doesn't know where he came from has turned the world upside down under the eyes of more than 50 Ministry of Magic elites and Dumbledore. If people run away in panic, I won't be surprised at all. Fudge's upper lip curled up, and he didn't realize that his own performance would increase people's panic. We have to have a good talk, Dumbledore. We have to think of an excuse that people can accept. And the Muggles, I didn't know the situation before I came here. I told the Muggle Prime Minister that we were about to catch Black. I think you can stick to this statement, Cornelius. Dumbledore had no patience to listen to Fudge's nagging. He said in a serious tone with impatience, if you can't find a way to keep people calm, then keep the Daily Prophet quiet, or promote that the dark wizard who appeared tonight is Black. Both are good ways. Sorry, Cornelius, I have something to check personally now. I have to leave, Severus. Dumbledore looked at Snape, and asked with his eyes about Dawlish's injury. He saw that Snape had done a good job of healing Dawlish, and that he had used various potions and spells to ease his pain and prevent infection. No problem. Snape put away his bottles and jars, stood up and said concisely with a cold face. Fawkes spread his brilliant wings and covered Dumbledore and Snape, and in Fudge's astonished gaze and the puzzled look of the Ministry of Magic hit wizards, he quickly dropped a sentence, if you have any questions, you can write to me, and then, with a soft sound, disappeared from Grimmauld Place.